Chapter 3014. Does he think he's Duan Ling Tian? Duan Ling Tian easily sliced through the young man's defense like a hot knife through butter. No, the young man cried in sorrow before he died. The 5 participants, including Shui Jingyu, watched as Duan Ling Tian killed the young man. They gloated inwardly when they remembered how the young man had mocked them earlier for being afraid of Duan Ling Tian. What an idiot! Did he really think we're stupid? Can't he tell something is wrong judging by how fearful we are of Duan Ling Tian? Serves him right. Would we concede 2 king-grade celestial weapons to Duan Ling Tian for no reason at all? HMPH. With Duan Ling Tian's strength, I don't think I'd say anything even if he demands all 3 king-grade celestial weapons. A young man, who was part of the 3 participants who were unaware of Duan Ling Tian's strength, sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Although he was unaware of Duan Ling Tian's strength, he had chosen not to oppose Duan Ling Tian when he recalled the conversations he had heard. He was truly thankful. His decision to stay silent had saved his life. Then, he turned to look at a middle-aged man and sighed inwardly. I'm afraid this fellow is in trouble. The middle-aged man was one of the 2 men who had ridiculed and opposed Duan Ling Tian earlier. Seeing the young man's miserable death, at this moment, the middle-aged man's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. He looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he was looking at a terrifying monster. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian had just claimed the young man's spatial ring and king-grade celestial weapon and put them away. The points the young man had accumulated were also transferred to his accumulative points jade as well. Then, he looked at the middle-aged man pointedly. Now, it's your turn. His expression that had remained calm from the beginning until now would have made those who were unaware of the situation think he was having a casual conversation with the middle-aged man. Why you? The middle-aged man stuttered. His face turned even paler. He said in a trembling voice, Why you can't kill me? If you kill me, my clan won't let you get away with it. My clan is. Duan Ling Tian chuckled as he interjected, how are they going to find out that I killed you? He raised his giant sword that was raging with his celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity. The giant sword emitted a golden light that was laced with purple chi. It looked extremely magical. Shui Jingyu laughed. This man is really an idiot. Doesn't he know that any memories of the Celestial Lord Temple, whether they belong to those who enter the temple or not, will be erased? That's right. In the past, there were many people who entered the Celestial Lord Temple in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Temple, but all their memories were erased as soon as they exited the realm. It's obvious there's a formation that erases our memories of the Celestial Lord Temple. It doesn't even matter that so many people are witnessing his death. After all, none of us will remember it after leaving the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Temple. The other participants looked at the middle-aged man with pity. He could only blame himself for seeking death by provoking someone like Duan Ling Tian. The middle-aged man who had heard the conversation in the surroundings fell into despair. In the end, he hastily fell to his knees and kowtowed as he anxiously said, Please spare my life. I'm willing to give you everything I have. Faced with death, he no longer cared about his pride or dignity. After all, what did anything else matter if he died? Duan Ling Tian smiled contemptuously as he replied, Your belongings will still be mine after I kill you. After we leave the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, I'll give you more things. Just spare my life, please. The middle-aged man continued to plead. Alas, all the middle-aged man got as a reply was Duan Ling Tian charging at him with the giant sword, looking like the Grim Reaper with his scythe. Shui Jingyu and the others shook their heads again when they heard the middle-aged man's words. This idiot. They would have no memories of this after leaving the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Would the middle-aged man still be able to remember to give Duan Ling Tian treasures at that time? Moreover, even if their memories were not erased, what reason did Duan Ling Tian have to believe his words? It was more likely that the middle-aged man would sick his clan on Duan Ling Tian in revenge. Duan Ling Tian charged out with his giant sword in hand, leaving the void shaking and sounds of explosions in his wake. Although the middle-aged man knew he was no match for Duan Ling Tian, he still tried to retaliate. When they collided, the middle-aged man was sent flying before he exploded into a blood mist, leaving 2 king-grade celestial weapons in his spatial ring behind. After claiming his prizes, Duan Ling Tian stepped toward the 3 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords. Shui Jingyu and the others naturally stepped aside to make way for Duan Ling Tian. Shui Jingyu sincerely congratulated Duan Lingtian when Duan Lingtian walked past him. Congratulations, Duan Lingtian. Although a hint of envy could be seen in his eyes, it was not malicious like jealousy. The other 5 participants followed in Shui Jingyu's footsteps and congratulated Duan Lingtian. They were well aware they could not afford to offend him. Otherwise, they would definitely die. Congratulations. Congratulations, brother. Shui Jingyu did not expect the others would try to flatter Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian ignored all of them, making a beeline for the king-grade celestial weapons. The 3 black armors hovering in the air looked like the armors of a demon god. They were emitting a black light, and purple lightning bolts flashed around them. The void would ripple in tandem with the flashing purple lightning bolts. Duan Lingtian felt a gust of terrifying wind blowing at him when he stood in front of the 3 armors. Purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords. Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened as he reached out to take 2 king-grade celestial weapons. He did not waste any time and dripped a drop of his blood on each of the king-grade celestial weapons to claim ownership over them. Then, he put one on, replacing the red scale vest. My defense has risen tremendously. Black armor appeared on Duan Lingtian's body in just an instant. Indeed, a defensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord was superior to its ordinary counterparts. After putting away the red scale vest and the other newly obtained king-grade celestial weapon, Duan Lingtian descended to the ground. The remaining participants were jealous that Duan Lingtian was able to obtain 2 king-grade celestial weapons so easily. However, they, naturally, did not dare to give voice to their thoughts. After all, they were no match for Duan Lingtian, who had comprehended 2 profundities of Allah. Thank goodness he's kind enough to leave us with 1 king-grade celestial weapon. Shui Jingyu and the others instantly shifted their attention back to the last king-grade celestial weapon hovering in the air. The tension between them quickly escalated, and they began to fight again. Duan Lingtian, who had just landed on the ground, felt a gust of wind. Next to him, he raised an eyebrow when he saw Ling Juyun, who was standing nearby, had disappeared. Shui Jingyu and the group of people who were in the midst of a battle were quick to discover something was amiss. Their expressions changed one after another when they saw a gray figure standing before the last king-grade celestial weapon. Ling Juyun. Shui Jingyu was quick to recognize Ling Juyun. His fighting spirit soared. He was not afraid of Ling Juyun. After all, their strength was on equal ground. I want this king-grade celestial weapon. Ling Juyun looked at Shui Jingyu and the remaining participants nonchalantly. He was not in a hurry to claim the king-grade celestial weapon. Does this brat think he's Duan Lingtian? Preposterous. There's only 1 king-grade celestial weapon left. We can't let him have it. HMPH. You'll pay for your arrogance. After being forced to submission by Duan Lingtian, these people's anger that had been brewing inside finally erupted. Chapter 3015, The Profundity of the Law of Death. The Undead Doppelganger. There was no doubt Shui Jingyu and the other participants were dissatisfied that Duan Lingtian had claimed 2 king-grade celestial weapons. However, they knew there was nothing they could do about it. After all, Duan Lingtian had comprehended 2 profundities of Allah. Now that another person had audaciously stepped forward to lay claim on the final king-grade celestial weapon, how could they endure it, especially when this person was only as strong as they were? Lad, although both you and Duan Lingtian are geniuses who haven't reached the age of 100, don't forget he has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. There's nothing wrong if he wants to claim 2 king-grade celestial weapons. However, look at your own strength before you try to emulate Duan Lingtian. Don't tell me, similar to Duan Lingtian, you've comprehended 2 profundities of Allah as well. An old man did not hesitate to vent his frustrations caused by Duan Lingtian on Ling Juyun. Why don't you try me? Ling Juyun replied nonchalantly. The old man was slightly taken aback. The scornful expressions on Shui Jingyun and the other participants' faces disappeared. They were confused by Ling Juyun's reply. When they looked at Ling Juyun hovering in the air confidently, they could not help but feel his temperament was rather similar to Duan Lingtian. It was as though Duan Lingtian had stepped forward to lay claim on the king-grade celestial weapons again. Is it possible that he has comprehended 2 profundities as well? Impossible. He's not even 100 years old. You can't say that. Duan Lingtian hasn't reached the age of 100 as well, right? You're right. Duan Lingtian is not even 100 years old, but he has already comprehended 2 profundities. There's no doubt he's a rarely seen monstrous genius. Saying that, do you really think we'll encounter, not one, but two rarely seen monstrous geniuses who comprehended two profundities before the age of 100 at the same time and place? What do you think of the chances of that happening? 0 to none. A freak like Duan Ling Tian hasn't appeared in the past 10,000 years in the profound Nether Mansion. It's impossible for us to meet two of such geniuses at the same time and place. The remaining participants, including Shui Jingyu, were rather certain Ling Juyin, who was not even 100 years old, did not comprehend two profundities of a law. Ling Juyun. Duan Ling Tian looked at Ling Juyun knowingly. He had deliberately left the final king-grade celestial weapon for Ling Juyun. He would have taken all three of the weapons if Ling Juyun did not say he wanted one as well. They were defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords. After all, their value was incredibly high. He could give them to his friends after leaving the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Why would he leave one behind if it was not for Ling Juyun? Duan Ling Tian was the only one who knew Ling Juyun would be able to easily take the king-grade celestial weapon away. Lad, quit fooling around. The old man looked at Ling Juyun disdainfully. Since you asked for it, I'll fulfill your wish. He did not wait for Ling Juyun's reply and mobilized his celestial origin energy immediately. At the same time, a mace appeared in his hand. Soon after, his celestial origin energy turned blue. It was obvious he had boosted it with the fundamental profundity he had comprehended. When Duan Ling Tian sensed the cool aura from the old man's celestial origin energy, he thought to himself, this is the law of water's fundamental profundity, the water elemental profundity. The old man's celestial origin energy had turned blue and become fluid, taking on the characteristics of water. Before Shui Jingyu and the others regained their senses, the old man had swung his mace before letting it loose in the air. It was like a meteorite in the sky as it sailed in the air. It seemed to be shrouded by a mist of blood and spots of black light. Obviously, the old man had also cast other techniques apart from just boosting his celestial origin energy with the water elemental profundity. A middle-aged man exclaimed, "What a surprise. It's a preemptive attack from old Li. He's really not holding back and intends to kill him. In the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, a slight mistake will result in death. He did so to make sure nothing goes wrong." A young man replied. The deafening sounds of explosions rang in the air as the mace split into two and continued on their trajectories. All of a sudden, the blue celestial origin energy that shrouded the two mace suddenly morphed into two giant wolves' heads. They bared and snapped their fangs as they drew closer to Ling Juyun. Why isn't he dodging? Is his speed too slow? He's going to die for sure. How dare he lay claim on the king-grade celestial weapon with this level of strength? A loud explosion rang in the air as the maces landed on Ling Juyun and the two giant wolves' heads sunk their fangs into each of his shoulders. Unlike Shui Jingyun and the other participants, Duan Ling Tian discovered something was amiss. What kind of technique is that? He was rather certain it was not Ling Juyun who had received the old man's attacks. At this moment, the voice of Wanzher, the artifact soul he just obtained, rang in his mind. It's the undead doppelganger, a profundity from the law of death. Wanzher continued to say, Little Feng has comprehended two profundities from the law of death. Besides the fundamental profundity, the death elemental profundity, he has also comprehended the undead doppelganger. The undead doppelganger. Soon enough, Duan Ling Tian saw two streaks of dazzling red light shooting out of Ling Juyun's eyes. Apart from that, he could keenly sense the bloody aura that Ling Juyun emitted at the moment. Ling Juyun, whose eyes were red, scoffed. Is this all you've got? A cloak suddenly appeared on Ling Juyun's body. There were lines of ancient scriptures and patterns embroidered on it. As soon as the cloak appeared, the wolves' heads released their bites on Ling Juyun's shoulders and disappeared. Meanwhile, the two maces bounced off his body as well. Then, his bloody aura suddenly spiked, and his cloak turned red and began to flutter even though there was no wind blowing in the air. There's no way that cloak is a king-grade celestial weapon. A king-grade celestial weapon wouldn't have such terrifying powers. Duan Ling Tian's attention was captured by Ling Juyun's cloak. The intricate scriptures seemed to come to life as Ling Juyun's aura spiked. It seemed as though the scriptures were veins, and blood was coursing through them. Wanzher. His cloak is, Duan Ling Tian said. It's a purely defensive emperor-grade celestial weapon, Wanzher replied. An emperor-grade celestial weapon. Although Duan Ling Tian had suspected this, he was still taken aback. Ling Zhuyun did not hesitate to use his emperor-grade celestial weapon since everyone would have their memories erased after leaving this place. Nobody would remember he possessed an emperor-grade celestial weapon after leaving the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Meanwhile, Shui Jingyu and the others realized that Ling Zhuyun's cloak was extraordinary. It was definitely not just a king-grade celestial weapon. That cloak, it seems extraordinary. Is this a royal-grade celestial weapon? The old man asked. Fear was written all over his face when he realized his attack could hardly leave a scratch on Ling Zhuyun. His expression changed as he stared at the cloak on Ling Zhuyun. He could tell even a defensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord was far inferior to the cloak. Upon hearing the old man's words, Ling Zhuyun sneered. A royal-grade celestial weapon. However, he did not bother to correct the old man. Instead, he charged at the old man at the speed of light. The old man knew he did not have time to put up his defenses. He could only bite the bullet and try to withstand Ling Zhuyun's attack. Even if he was injured, it would be fine as long as he survived. I hope he's not as crazy as Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, I'm doomed. Ling Zhuyun fisted his hand and swung it at the old man's maces. Ling Zhuyun's fist collided with the old man's maces. Thank goodness. The old man sighed in relief inwardly. It seemed like he was able to withstand Ling Zhuyun's attack. However, in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. A short-lived sound of wind howling rang in the air. A figure shrouded in black and red qi seemed to have shot out of Ling Zhuyun's body before turning into a sword. The sword easily pierced the old man, cleaving him into two. Upon seeing this, Shui Jingyu and the others widened their eyes and gasped in shock. This. How did Ling Zhuyun appear out of his own body? Good heavens! What sort of technique is this? How could they not be surprised? The figure that appeared resembled Ling Zhuyun. Why were there two Ling Zhuyun? Chapter 3016 The Two Greatest Freaks. Ling Zhuyun shot out of the red-eyed Ling Zhuyun and transformed into a sword before killing the old man. Upon seeing this, a middle-aged man exclaimed in horror, "That's his real form. The one with the blood-red eyes is just a doppelganger from the power of a profundity." Based on his techniques, it seems like he has comprehended one of the four supreme laws. It should be the law of death. A young man said with widened eyes, "To my knowledge, the undead doppelganger is a profundity from the law of death. It creates a clone of the caster that has a stronger defense. Apart from that, the clone's combat strength is almost the same as the original. The clone is also capable of wielding celestial weapons and other techniques its real form has comprehended. During a battle, the real form can also hide inside the clone and make a move during the crucial moment." The look in his eyes changed as he looked at Ling Zhuyun and his clone near the end of his words. At this moment, the red-eyed Ling Zhuyun flickered and vanished into the real Ling Zhuyun's body. A gentle breeze stirred up, and Ling Zhuyun's celestial origin energy gradually subsided. The place was restored to its previous calmness. Finally, Shui Jingyu and the other participants regained their senses. They were thoroughly shocked when they saw Ling Zhuyun's strength and capabilities. They did not expect him to be so formidable. In fact, it seemed like he was even stronger than Duan Ling Tian. They looked at each other and saw the bitter smiles on each other's faces. In the past, most of them had thought of themselves as geniuses. However, after meeting Ling Zhuyun and Duan Ling Tian, they were completely disabused of that notion. The duo was not even 100 years old, but they had comprehended two profundities from a law. Ling Zhuyun comprehended the law of death. Good heavens! The law of death is one of the four supreme laws. It can't be comprehended through celestial methods or divine abilities. One would only be able to comprehend it if one had a fortuitous encounter or inherit it from someone. The requirements to comprehend the four supreme laws are the most demanding compared to the other laws. Ling Zhuyun isn't even 100 years old, but he has comprehended two profundities from the law of death. He's really a freak among freaks. In my opinion, he's much more talented than Duan Ling Tian. After all, he has comprehended the law of death, one of the four supreme laws. After killing the old man, Ling Zhuyun claimed the last king-grade celestial weapon. There was nothing Shui Jingyu and the others could do. If they tried to stop him, there was no doubt they would die. The cloak he possesses seems like a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon, right? Why does he even need a king-grade celestial weapon? Shui Jingyu was perplexed. Upon hearing Shui Jingyu's words, a young man laughed lightly before he said, "Let me ask you, if you own a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon, would you dare to simply use it?" That's right, since we're in the Celestial Lord Temple, we won't remember anything about it once we leave the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. That's the only reason he had used his defensive royal grade celestial weapon. He knows he won't be exposed since no one would have memories of it. That's right, if it's not because we won't have memories of the Celestial Lord Temple, I'm afraid he'd probably kill all of us to prevent us from divulging his secret. Well, it's unlikely that he'll recklessly kill all of us. After all, the more people die, the faster the exit in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will open. That's right, once the exit is open, even those in the Celestial Lord Temple have to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, they'd be trapped in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm once it closes. Many people were aware of the reason Ling Zhuyun dared to openly use his royal-grade celestial weapon in the Celestial Lord Temple. Apart from that, they were also certain Ling Zhuyun and Duan Ling Tian would not kill unnecessarily. The rewards from the first trial in the Celestial Lord Temple have been taken by them. What should we do next? Shui Jingyu looked around his surroundings. There was nothing in sight except for the 10 halls and the endless darkness that surrounded them. The other participants began to study their surroundings as well. When they failed to find anything, they decided to wait a little longer. At this moment, they saw Ling Zhuyun move to stand next to Duan Ling Tian after obtaining the last defensive king-grade celestial weapon. It's strange that both of them get along so peacefully. Do you think they came to an agreement before they entered the hall? In my opinion, the reason Duan Ling Tian only took 2 king-grade celestial weapons has everything to do with Ling Zhuyun. They must have come to an agreement beforehand. That's why Duan Ling Tian left 1 king-grade celestial weapon for Ling Zhuyun. I agree. Based on Duan Ling Tian's strength, he could have taken all 3 king-grade celestial weapons. I expected them to fight, but it seems like that's unlikely to happen for the time being. Shui Jingyu and the other participants were rather disappointed when they saw Duan Ling Tian and Ling Zhuyun getting on harmoniously. The duo was like 2 dark clouds looming over them, making them feel gloomy. With the duo around, they knew they would not gain anything. It's best if we can part ways with them. With them around, it's impossible for us to gain anything. Hopefully there's a chance for us to split from them. Otherwise, we won't be able to gain anything from the Celestial Lord Temple even if we manage to get out of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm alive. Time passed by quickly as the participants engaged in a discussion. Based on my knowledge, apart from those 2, there are 7 other peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who have comprehended 2 profundities from Allah. A middle-aged man said. 7, I only know of 5, a young man said. The genius from the Sima clan, Sima Chun, is one of them. He has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind, the wind elemental profundity and the gale profundity. The gale profundity, it's a movement profundity from the law of wind, right? Not only does the gale profundity increase one's attack speed, but it also increases one's movement speed. The law of wind is related to speed. It allows one to move like the wind. Since Sima Chun has comprehended the law of wind's gale profundity, it'd be impossible to defeat him, let alone kill him, unless there's someone who has comprehended 3 profundities from Allah among the participants who entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. That's right, with the law of wind's wind elemental profundity and gale profundity, I think Sima Chun should have the fastest speed among all the participants. He can just flee if he can't defeat his opponent. He won't suffer a loss since he's incredibly fast. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned strangely awkward when the others brought up Sima Chun during their discussion. It would be difficult to defeat, let alone kill, Sima Chun because of his speed. The change in Duan Ling Tian's expression did not escape Ling Zhuyun's notice. He asked through voice transmission, what's wrong? Do you know Sima Chun? No, I don't know him. I only met him before I entered the Celestial Lord Temple, Duan Ling Tian replied casually. Did you have a fight with him? Ling Zhuyun asked. Ling Zhuyun said, he has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind, including the gale profundity. If I were to fight him, I'd need to use my Emperor-grade celestial weapon or an artifact to kill him. He paused for a moment before he asked, based on his speed, it'd be impossible for you to kill him unless you use the artifact in your body. Is he dead? Did you use an artifact to kill him? Ling Zhuyun asked. Duan Ling Tian shook his head slightly. When he saw Ling Zhuyun furrowing his brows in confusion, he said, I didn't use the artifact, but I used my royal-grade celestial weapon. It still wouldn't be easy for you to kill him even if you used a purely offensive royal-grade celestial weapon, right? The law you comprehended is the law of earth, Speed isn't your forte at all. Ling Juyun was correct in his assessment. Duan Ling Tian smiled. It seems like you know me rather well. You're right, I used other techniques as well. Ling Juyun's assessment of Duan Ling Tian and Sima Chun's battle was accurate. Duan Ling Tian was only able to kill Sima Chun because he had used the gravitational space profundity along with a royal-grade celestial weapon. Without the gravitational space profundity, it would be impossible for Duan Ling Tian to kill Sima Chun, and Sima Chun would have gotten away. Although he was still far from comprehending the gravitational space profundity to the rudimentary stage and it did not boost his strength significantly, it was still useful in instances like that. What techniques did you use? Ling Juyun asked curiously. Before Duan Ling Tian could reply, the ground beneath their feet suddenly disappeared. When they regained their footing, they discovered they were in a different place. Chapter 3017 The Soul Extinguishing Water. With a flash of light, Duan Ling Tian discovered he was standing in a wide area, and he saw what seemed to an abyss with no end in sight before him. Where's this place? We've left the location of the first trial. Does this mean this is the location of the second trial in the Celestial Lord Temple? Duan Ling Tian heard a commotion and instinctively turned to look. He discovered that apart from Ling Juyun, Shui Jingyu, and the other participants, there were another 8 people. Duan Ling Tian's group and the new group of people regarded each other warily. Among the new group of 8, there were middle-aged men, young men, and even a young woman. The woman was beautiful and elegant. Although she was not a peerless beauty, she had a unique charm. Upon seeing a young man dressed in fine robes, a fearful expression appeared on Shui Jingyu's face as he exclaimed, "That's Dongfang Jinlun." Dongfang Jinlun. The people from Duan Ling Tian's group instinctively followed Shui Jingyu's gaze. It's truly Dongfang Jinlun. Dongfang Jinlun is the brightest talent ever to appear in the Dongfang clan. He's only slightly over 200 years old and has comprehended 2 profundities from the Law of Thunder. It was obvious many people from Duan Ling Tian's group recognized the young man dressed in fine robes. Dongfang Jinlun. Duan Ling Tian had turned to look at the young man as well. The young man dressed in fine robes was tall and muscular. He had a square face, big eyes, and bushy brows that made him look rather dignified. He stood with his back straight like a tower. His expression was calm and indifferent despite Shui Jingyun and the others' words. Dongfang Jinglun is a member of the Dongfang clan, a grade 7 clan. He's slightly over 200 years old and has comprehended the Law of Thunder's fundamental profundity, the Thunder Elemental profundity, and the Lightning profundity. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, recalling the conversation Shui Jingyu had with the others when they were discussing participants who had comprehended 2 profundities of a law. Through their discussion, he also knew that Dongfang Jinglun was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial whose speed was not inferior to Sima Chun whom he had killed previously. However, the lightning profundity had an unknown ability that the gale profundity did not have. Needless to say, the lightning profundity was powerful and practical. Shui Jingyu and the others hastily flew toward Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun, obviously seeking protection from the duo. In their opinion, the other 8 people posed a greater threat to them compared to the duo. A young man standing next to Shui Jingyu looked at the only woman in the other group and said with a slight frown, "That young woman looks familiar." "She's Oya from the Frost sect," Shui Jingyu said in a hushed tone. As the most outstanding prince among the sons of the emperor of the southern Qi nation, Shui Jingyu had followed his father to visit many forces in the regions under the profound Nether Mansion's control. It was only natural that he was well informed about the geniuses from various forces in the profound Nether Mansion. Whether it was Dongfang Jinlun from the grade 7 Dongfang clan or Oya from the grade 8 Frost sect, he had met them at least once in the past. However, it was not guaranteed that they would remember him. The group of people near Duan Ling Tian heard Shui Jingyu's words and shifted their eyes to the woman as they discussed among themselves. "Oya from the Frost sect. I've heard of Oya from the Frost sect. She's a rare genius among the women in the regions under the profound Nether Mansion's control. Similar to Dongfang Jinglun, she hasn't reached the age of 200, but she has already comprehended 2 profundities from the Law of Ice. In terms of innate talent, Oya is better than Dongfang Jinglun, but she's no match for Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun." "Oya." Duan Ling Tian glanced at the woman standing on the other side. He knew she was a female genius from the grade 8 Frost sect. Although the Frost sect was a grade 8 sect, it was among the strongest grade 8 forces in the Thousand Nations. Its sect guarding celestial method was a king grade celestial method that contained the Law of Ice. One would be able to comprehend the law of ice's fundamental profundity, the frost elemental profundity, and the frost profundity from the king grade celestial method. Based on the frost profundity's name, the profundity would probably grant the caster the ability to freeze his or her opponent. Soon after, a loud explosion suddenly rang in the air. It sounded as though a flood of water had broken through a dam. Duan Lingtian regained his senses and looked at the source of the commotion. He saw water surging toward them violently at this moment. It finally dawned on him that they were standing at a riverbank at this moment. As the flood of water approached like a roaring water dragon, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness. He could sense the water was not ordinary water. It emitted an aura that made him feel threatened. At this moment, Wanger's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind, "It's the soul-extinguishing water. If you touch the water, your soul will be destroyed." Without the protection of a purely defensive celestial weapon above the Duke grade, those weaker than celestial dukes will surely die if they come in contact with the soul-extinguishing water. Soul-extinguishing water. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He quickly took off into the air to avoid the soul-extinguishing water that was about to spill over to the riverbank where everyone stood. The soul-extinguishing water cannot harm you because the profound divine metal is protecting your soul. Wanger's words made Duan Lingtian realize he had been too anxious and was worried for nothing. As it turned out, he had no need to fear the soul-extinguishing water at all. After Duan Lingtian rose into the air, the others finally regained their senses. Good heavens, it's the soul-distinguishing water. The soul-extinguishing water destroys one's soul upon contact if one's cultivation base is lower than that of a celestial duke. Is this the Celestial Lord Temple's second trial? Those who knew about the soul-extinguishing water began to take to the air, and those who did not know followed suit anyway. As the flood of water swept through the riverbank, those who had just learned about the soul-extinguishing water could not help but gasp. Soon after, someone cried out, "Look! There are boxes and chests flowing in the soul-extinguishing water." Duan Lingtian instinctively looked beneath his feet and saw boxes and chests floating in the soul-extinguishing water. He tried to investigate them with his divine consciousness, but they were protected by formations. With this, he knew none of the participants would be able to investigate the contents with their peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial's divine consciousness. A middle-aged man from the new group of 8 descended near a chest with brightly lit eyes. The boxes and chests must contain treasures left behind by the southern heaven's celestial lord. The chest was 5 feet long, sufficient to contain most celestial weapons. As a precaution, the middle-aged man mobilized his celestial origin energy that had been boosted by his fundamental profundity. A blue armor appeared on his body. "This chest is mine." The middle-aged man hovered above the chest and reached for the chest. However, as soon as he touched the chest, an invisible force surged out of the chest into the surroundings, causing the soul-extinguishing water to soar higher. It was as though the flood of soul-extinguishing water had come to life and turned into water dragons that flew up into the sky. "It's too heavy." The middle-aged man panted as he mustered all his strength to lift the chest. He could barely move it. His expression changed drastically when he saw the soul-extinguishing water that soared into the air had gathered and formed a wall before him, ready to drop down on him. "No!" The middle man cried out in horror as the soul-extinguishing water engulfed him. After the soul-extinguishing water calmed down, Duan Lingtian and the others saw the middle-aged man had collapsed on top of the chest. His lifeless eyes were wide open, a hint of despair could still be seen in his eyes. His complexion was turning pale swiftly due to his soul being destroyed by the soul-extinguishing water. The soul-extinguishing water destroyed his soul in just a blink of an eye. "It's too terrifying. I was going to collect one of the boxes and chests as well. Thank goodness he went for it first. I would have died otherwise." Most of everyone present were relieved and felt lucky they did not make the first move to obtain the chests and boxes when they looked at the middle-aged man's corpse. At this moment, Dongfang Jinglun, the genius from the Dongfang clan, scoffed and said disdainfully, "Serves him right for overestimating his own ability." Chapter 3018 Tough Duan Lingtian. As soon as Dongfang Jinlun's voice fell, the void around him rippled, and his body flickered out of sight. Everyone saw an enormous bolt of lightning shooting across the sky at the same time. There was no doubt Dongfang Jinlun was the one who had ostentatiously turned into a bolt of lightning. It was the law of thunder's lightning profundity. Before one could comprehend or cast the lightning profundity, one had to first comprehend the law of thunder's elemental profundity, the thunder elemental profundity. It was clear Dongfang Jinlun had used the law of thunder's second profundity to turn into a lightning bolt. Nobody could tell, At the moment, if he had cast other techniques as well, Dongfang Jinlun's target was the chest that the middle-aged man had died trying to obtain earlier. As soon as he made a move, the soul-extinguishing water that had killed the middle-aged man began to stir and roil again. When the soul-extinguishing water soared and was about to crash down on him, he had already grabbed both the chest, along with the middle-aged man's corpse, and escaped out of reach. Dongfang Jinlun moved at lightning speed, easily bringing back the chest and the middle-aged man's corpse. He flipped the chest open, causing the corpse to fall to the ground before rolling into the flood of soul-extinguishing water. How fast! It seems like he's even slightly faster than Sima Chun. Duan Lingtian looked at Dongfang Jinlun in amazement. With such speed, it was only natural that the soul-extinguishing water could not catch up to Dongfang Jinlun, let alone destroy his soul. Dongfang Jinlun opened the chest, revealing its content to everyone present. Upon seeing the content, everyone, including Duan Lingtian, was dumbfounded. A frown appeared on Dongfang Jinlun's face as he stared at the chest. The chest was empty. With this, everyone realized that not every box or chest contained treasure. Soon after, they shifted their attention to the other boxes and chests floating in the soul-extinguishing water. Even if some of the boxes and chests were empty, there would still be many boxes and chests with treasures in them. All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew in the air. The wind was bone-chillingly cold. Someone cried out, "It's Oya." Uya, the genius disciple from the Frost sect and the only female peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial present on the scene, made her move at this moment. Her body seemed as light as a feather as she descended, approaching a small box. Similar to the two instances earlier, as soon as Oya approached, the soul-extinguishing water soared up again, trying to drown her. Most people inhaled sharply and their expressions turned grim when they saw the soul-extinguishing water was about to crash down on her. Crackling noises rang in the air suddenly. Everyone saw the soul-extinguishing water that was about to drown Oya froze over. A layer of protective energy that seemed like ice appeared on Uya's body as she grabbed the box and from the soul-extinguishing water's reach. When she finally landed, the soul-extinguishing water was no longer frozen and had returned to its liquid state. Similar to before, with no one approaching, the soul-extinguishing water remained calm. The participants finally regained their senses after seeing Oya successfully and easily obtaining a box. Incredible! How strong! As expected of someone who has comprehended two profundities from the law of ice. I can't believe she managed to freeze the soul-extinguishing water. The law of ice is really formidable. Most of the participants who were amazed by this feat were participants who had only comprehended one profundity, the fundamental profundity, of a law. Although fundamental profundities were important and were the foundation to comprehending other profundities, their powers and uses were inferior to other profundities. Therefore, these participants were a whole level below those who had comprehended two profundities. How could they not be amazed? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Oya opened the box. It was empty again. Oya shook her head and said with a bitter smile, "It seems like my luck isn't very good." At this moment, someone from Dongfang Jinlun's group cried out in a voice filled with awe, Is that a doppelganger?" Dongfang Jinlun's group was now left with 7 people after the middle-aged man died. The 6 of them were startled by the 7th person's words. In the next moment, they saw a red-eyed young man approaching a chest in the soul-extinguishing water. The soul-extinguishing water raged and churned as it soared up. In just an instant, the water crashed down on the red-eyed young man. In the next moment, he shot out of the water with the chest in tow. He was completely unaffected by the water. The red-eyed young man was none other than Ling Juyun's doppelganger. Since he had comprehended the law of death's second profundity, the undead doppelganger, he was able to create a clone of himself. His clone was, naturally, soulless, so how could the soul-extinguishing water affect it? The doppelganger merged with Ling Juyun's body as he held the chest. Ling Juyun opened the chest, revealing a 4-foot-long broad saber. Based on its aura, one could tell it was a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured with a celestial lord's celestial origin energy. He muttered to himself, "Seems like my luck isn't too bad." Then, he turned to look at Duan Lingtian and egged Duan Lingtian on. "So, are you going to give it a go or what?" As soon as Ling Juyun's voice fell, Duan Lingtian's body flashed out of sight as he made his way to a small box floating in the soul-extinguishing water. The box seemed to be the smallest in size among all the boxes and chests floating in the water. Likewise, the soul-extinguishing water stirred and soared up again. Faced with the soul-extinguishing water that was threatening to crash down, Duan Lingtian did not dodge nor retreat. Even his stance was neutral, neither defensive nor offensive. It seemed as though he was going to follow in Ling Juyun's footsteps and let the water crash down on him. Ling Juyun was taken aback when he saw this. After all, he could only touch the soul-extinguishing water through his doppelganger. If he had personally gone to retrieve the box, he would never let the water touch him. For this reason, he was shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian had no intention of avoiding the soul-extinguishing water at all. However, as shocked as he was, he did not think Duan Lingtian was recklessly throwing his life away. Needless to say, the rest of the participants from Duan Lingtian's group, including Shui Jingyu, were even more shocked. They were baffled. They could not understand what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. One's physical body was different from a doppelganger, after all. How was Duan Lingtian planning to survive the soul-extinguishing water? If Duan Lingtian had cast his defensive techniques, they would not be shocked. After all, none of them doubted Duan Lingtian's strength. However, the problem was Duan Lingtian did not seem to be doing anything at all to defend himself against the soul-extinguishing water. Is he mad? Does he think he's invulnerable like Ling Juyun's doppelganger? He's going to let the soul-extinguishing water touch him. Is he seeking death? Crazy. Duan Lingtian is crazy. Meanwhile, Dongfang Jinlun looked at Duan Lingtian and sneered before he contemptuously said, seeking death. Oya was, similarly, watching Duan Lingtian. A hint of confusion could be seen in her limpid eyes. A woman's sixth sense was much keener compared to men. Although it seemed like Duan Lingtian was seeking death, her instincts told her that the matter was not that simple. There was more than meets the eye. Moreover, someone who was capable of entering the Celestial Lord Temple would not be a simple character. He would certainly not be foolish and court death for no reason. Got it. When Duan Lingtian grabbed the box, the soul-extinguishing water crashed down on him, effectively drenching him. He felt as though buckets upon buckets of ice-cold water were splashed on him. It's coming. As soon as the soul-extinguishing water touched Duan Lingtian, he could feel a tyrannical and destructive force surge into his body, making its way to his soul. As it drew close to his soul, the profound divine metal glowed with a golden light that easily stopped the destructive force from destroying his soul. Varying expressions, from shock to incredulity to bewilderment, could be seen on everyone's faces as they watched Duan Lingtian safely emerge from the soul-extinguishing water and return to his position. Needless to say, everyone broke into an uproar when they regained their senses. Heavens! What's going on? He actually survived. This purple-clad young man must have a soul defense celestial weapon that's at the Duke grade or above. I hear soul defense weapons of those grades could protect one from the soul-extinguishing water's effect. Among these people, there were quite a few who were knowledgeable and experienced. They did not hesitate to make their own conjectures. A soul defense celestial weapon at or above the Duke grade. Soul defense celestial weapons are the rarest. The cost of a soul defense Duke grade celestial weapon is roughly the cost of a purely defensive King grade celestial weapon. If he truly has that kind of weapon, it's no wonder he's able to survive the soul-extinguishing water with his body alone. This soul defense celestial weapon will give him all advantage during the Celestial Lord Temple's second trial. It's really going to be a walk in the park for him. With this soul defense celestial weapon, it's as though the boxes and chest are being served on a silver platter to him. Duan Lingtian's group had long been convinced of his strength and knew he was not inferior to Dongfang Jinlun at all. On the other hand, the people from Dongfang Jinlun's group looked at Duan Lingtian with eyes brimming with jealousy and resentment. It was clear they were all looking for an opportunity to snatch the soul defense celestial weapon away from him. At this moment, Dongfang Jinlun stepped forward and looked at Duan Lingtian before he said in a hoarse voice, "Brat, you have a soul defense celestial weapon at the Duke grade or above." Although there were no ripples in his eyes, and it was as indifferent as always, if one were to look closely, one would be able to see the greed brewing in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 3019 Emperor Grade Celestial Weapon. Although the price of a soul defense Duke grade celestial weapon was roughly the price of a purely defensive King grade celestial weapon, people would rarely exchange the former for the latter. Those who owned soul defense Duke grade celestial weapons would not even exchange them for a purely defensive King grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. After all, soul defense celestial weapons were extremely rare. Not only was it difficult to forge them, but the materials required to forge them were incredibly rare as well. There was no doubt a soul defense Duke-grade celestial weapon was much more precious than a purely defensive King-grade celestial weapon. A soul defense Duke-grade celestial weapon could protect one from soul attacks by celestial dukes and those weaker. As long as it was not someone stronger than a celestial duke, a soul defense Duke-grade celestial weapon could even block attacks boosted with a profundity of Allah. Naturally, that was only on the premise that the attacker had not fully comprehended the profundity of Allah. If the attacker had completely mastered the profundity of Allah, the soul defense Duke-grade celestial weapon would not even be able to block the attack from a one basic celestial duke. The force from the soul extinguishing water was weaker than an attack boosted with a profundity of Allah from a celestial duke. For this reason, a soul defense Duke-grade celestial weapon would be able to block it. Brat, you have a soul defense celestial weapon at the Duke grade or above. Dongfang Jinlun stared at Duan Ling Tian greedily. It was rather obvious to everyone present on the scene that Dongfang Jinlun coveted Duan Ling Tian's soul defense celestial weapon. Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently, "Why? Do you want it? If you hand over your soul defense celestial weapon, not only will I spare your life, but I'll also protect you and make sure you leave the southern heaven ancient realm alive," Dongfang Jinlun replied. The purple-clad young man was not even 100 years old. There was no way the young man posed any threat to him. Even if the purple-clad young man comprehended two profundities like him, he was still not afraid. He made no attempt to conceal his killing intent as he continued to say, "Although there's no doubt a soul defense celestial weapon is precious, it's definitely not as precious as your life." "You're right," Duan Ling Tian nodded faintly, agreeing with Dongfang Jinlun's words. "It's not just soul defense celestial weapons. No treasure is comparable to one's life." Dongfang Jinlun said with a sneer, "Since you understand, hurry up and hand over your soul defense celestial weapon to me. Otherwise, you'll regret it if I make my move." He was only interested in Duan Ling Tian's soul defense celestial weapon. He did not care about other treasures Duan Ling Tian might possess. After all, he had no lack of treasures. Although Dongfang Jinlun was confident he would be able to kill Duan Ling Tian and snatch the soul defense celestial weapon away, he did not wish to kill anyone if it was not necessary. After all, once 70% of the participants had fallen, everyone would be sent out of the southern heaven ancient realm. He wanted to spend more time in the lower realm to search for more treasures and fortuitous encounters. "Is that so?" Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he said tonelessly, "Then, let's have a look at how you're going to make me feel regret." With just a thought, he mobilized his power that lay dormant in his body. "Since you have a death wish, I'll fulfill your wish." Dongfang Jinlun did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so obstinate. His expression darkened as bolts of purple lightning flashed around his body. In the next moment, a saber appeared in Dongfang Jinlun's hand before he seemed to transform into a gigantic lightning bolt and shot toward Duan Ling Tian. Although he did not think Duan Ling Tian was a match for him, he did not hold back when he attacked. He did not dare to be careless. After all, everyone watched with bated breath as Dongfang Jinlun drew closer to Duan Ling Tian. When Dongfang Jinlun was almost upon Duan Ling Tian, a seven-color sword shot out of Duan Ling Tian's body. The sword emitted red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet lights. Among the seven colors, the violet light shone the brightest. A golden and mustard light could be seen as well. The ear-piercing sound caused the onlookers to involuntarily shiver. An expression of terror could be seen on their faces when they saw the seven-color sword had accurately pierced Dongfang Jinlun's forehead. The seven-color sword did not create much disturbance as it sailed in the air. It quietly and easily pierced Dongfang Jinlun's forehead. It seemed as effortless as snapping a twig into two. A stream of blood gushed out of the wound on Dongfang Jinlun's forehead as his lightning power faded away. Although he had died, his eyes were wide open and his body was still moving toward Duan Ling Tian due to inertia. Duan Ling Tian lifted a hand and blasted Dongfang Jinlun's corpse away with a surge of energy. Then, he collected Dongfang Jinlun's saber, purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon, and spatial ring. The crowd finally regained their senses when Dongfang Jinlun's corpse fell into the soul-extinguishing water. At this moment, apart from Ling Juyin, everyone, including Oya, the genius from the Frost sect, regarded Duan Ling Tian with expressions of terror on their faces. The sword. A hint of confusion could be seen in Oya's eyes when she looked at the seven-color sword that disappeared into Duan Ling Tian's palm. Although the celestial methods and divine abilities he used earlier contained the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity, their grades are only at the king grade or lower. The only reason he's able to kill Dongfang Jinlun is all thanks to that 7-color sword. Is the sword a royal grade celestial weapon? Oya continued thinking to herself, no. With the strength he demonstrated earlier, if it was a royal grade celestial weapon, Dongfang Jinlun could have dodged the attack with his speed. Moreover, royal grade celestial weapons won't be able to merge with one's body in such a manner. Don't tell me it's an emperor grade celestial weapon. Although most of the participants were clueless, there were a few participants who shared the same thoughts as Oya as well. Those who were unaware were shocked when they saw the 7-color sword enter Duan Lingtian's body. They began to fervently discuss among themselves. Heavens, what did I just see? That sword returned to Duan Lingtian's body. What kind of weapon is that? A royal grade celestial weapon? I've never seen anything like that. How did it enter his body? Don't tell me Duan Lingtian created a small world in his body. Impossible. He's only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Only celestial dukes or those who are stronger are capable of creating small worlds. Then, how do you explain what happened? Although a celestial duke can create a small world in their bodies, they wouldn't store their celestial weapons in there. It's very troublesome to retrieve celestial weapons from there, after all. It's much more convenient to store them in spatial rings, a middle-aged speculated in a soft voice. If I'm not mistaken, the 7-color sword should be an emperor-grade celestial weapon. His voice shook when he reached the end of his sentence. An emperor-grade celestial weapon. Upon hearing these words, Shui Jingyu and the others were thoroughly shocked. Who could blame them? They did not even dare to think about emperor-grade celestial weapons. In the entire Southern Heaven territory, the number of emperor-grade celestial weapons could be counted on one hand. How could they not be shocked upon discovering Duan Lingtian possessed an emperor-grade celestial weapon? Who's Duan Lingtian? Shui Jingyu, who had fought Duan Lingtian previously, felt his body shook when he regained his senses. If someone had told him that an overarching heavenly supreme celestial possessed an emperor-grade celestial weapon before this, he would not have believed it even if he were beaten to death. In all the South Heaven territory, not even the later generations of South Heaven celestial lords possessed emperor-grade celestial weapons, let alone an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Who's Duan Lingtian? Why does he have an emperor-grade celestial weapon? An emperor-grade celestial weapon? I didn't expect I'd be able to see one in my life. Many of the participants stared at Duan Lingtian in shock and disbelief. A young man speculated out loud, is it possible he obtained his emperor-grade celestial weapon in the South Heaven ancient realm? Upon hearing this, many people disagreed with him. You're thinking too much. Let alone the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient, there are no emperor-grade celestial weapons even in the middle realm and the higher realm. Even titled celestial lords from the Southern Heaven territory would only encounter emperor-grade celestial weapons if they were incredibly lucky. It's impossible that the Southern Heaven ancient realm has emperor-grade celestial weapons. Say enter the translation. Chapter 3020 The Final Destination. Emperor-grade celestial weapon. A trace of disdain flitted past Ling Juyun's face when he heard the crowd's discussion. Duan Lingtian had used an artifact earlier. How could emperor-grade celestial weapons compare to artifacts? Moreover, Duan Lingtian's artifact was a prominent artifact. The people from Oya's side continued to discuss among themselves. Unfortunately, all memories related to the Celestial Lord Temple would be erased once we leave. It's destined that no one will remember Duan Lingtian's emperor-grade celestial weapon. If news spreads out that Duan Lingtian possesses an emperor-grade celestial weapons, let alone the profound Nether Mansion, it would cause an uproar in the entire Southern Heaven territory. Well, I'm sure Duan Lingtian wouldn't have brought out his emperor-grade celestial weapon if our memories regarding the Celestial Lord Temple aren't going to be erased. After all, even if he has an extraordinary background, it wouldn't be able to deter others from risking their lives to obtain the emperor-grade celestial weapon. I disagree. Under the circumstances earlier, I don't think he has any other choice but to bring out his emperor-grade celestial weapon to defend himself against Dongfang Jinlun. On the other hand, the people from Duan Lingtian's group, including Shui Jingyu, sneered when they heard the other group's discussion. Many of them spoke up one after another. Even if Duan Lingtian didn't have an emperor-grade celestial weapon, there's still no reason for him to fear Dongfang Jinlun. That's right, although Dongfang Jinlun had comprehended 2 profundities from the Law of Thunder and was incredibly powerful, it was impossible for him to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Ling Tian has also comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. Moreover, one of the profundities is a defensive profundity. Although Dongfang Jinlun was powerful, he would not have been able to breach Duan Ling Tian's defense. Since Duan Ling Tian's speed is a little slower, a battle between the duo would probably end in a draw if Duan Ling Tian didn't use an emperor-grade celestial weapon. I disagree. In my opinion, even if Duan Ling Tian didn't use the emperor-grade celestial weapon, he would still be able to kill Dongfang Jinlun, Shui Jingyu said. No one was clearer than him in regard to Duan Ling Tian's strength. The words of Shui Jingyu and the others caused an uproar among Oya and the others. Duan Ling Tian has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. They have no reason to lie to us. They don't seem to be lying either. Isn't Duan Ling Tian younger than 100 years old? He comprehended 2 profundities from the law earth before reaching the age of 100. He's really a monster. Terrifying. He's too terrifying. That's right, he's a rarely seen one-of-kind genius. Meanwhile, Oya regarded Duan Ling Tian fearfully. One of a kind. Shui Jingyu chuckled. Did you see the other person in our group who cast the undead doppelganger earlier? It's a profundity from the law of death, one of the 4 supreme laws. He's also younger than 100 years old. Shui Jingyu's words drew everyone's attention away from Duan Ling Tian to Ling Juyun. The others had forgotten about Ling Juyun due to the commotion Duan Ling Tian had caused. Currently, there was an expression of fear on their faces as well when they looked at Ling Juyun. The undead doppelganger. His doppelganger is from the undead doppelganger. He comprehended the law of death. The law of death is one of the 4 supreme laws. One can't find them in celestial methods or divine abilities. One can only find them if one's incredibly lucky. He's really less than 100 years ago. Someone cried out after probing Ling Juyun with his divine consciousness. To comprehend the law of death's undead doppelganger, he would have to fully comprehend the law of death's fundamental profundity, the death elemental profundity. In other words, he has comprehended 2 laws from the law of death. When did such terrifying freaks appear in the profound nether mansion? While everyone's attention was on Ling Juyun, Duan Ling Tian opened the small box in his hand. He muttered to himself, as expected, it's empty. Upon seeing this, Ling Juyun said with a chuckle, it seems like you're not as lucky as me. Duan Ling Tian ignored Ling Juyun. He flew out and continued to retrieve boxes and chests. During the entire time, no one dared to interrupt Duan Ling Tian. Even Oya did not dare to compete with Duan Ling Tian for the boxes and chests. After all, who knew if that would incur his wrath? The only person who was undaunted and unaffected by Duan Ling Tian was Ling Juyun. He joined Duan Ling Tian and began to retrieve boxes and chests from the soul-extinguishing water. The others could only watch on in envy. However, they were not too vexed. After all, apart from Oya, even if Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun were not around, they were still incapable of retrieving the boxes and chests from the soul-extinguishing water. Oya, who was capable of retrieving the boxes and chests, did not make a move since she was fearful of Duan Ling Tian who possessed an emperor-grade celestial sword. In about 15 minutes, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun had collected almost all the boxes and chests in the soul-extinguishing water. Most of them were empty. In the end, Duan Ling Tian obtained 5 king-grade celestial weapons, 3 pill bottles, and 6 celestial talismans. On the other hand, Ling Juyun obtained 6 king-grade celestial weapons, 2 pill bottles, and 3 celestial talismans. After Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun collected all the chests and boxes, the soul-extinguishing water began to surge and roil again before it slowly disappeared to where it came from. In just a blink of an eye, the soul-extinguishing water disappeared without a trace. If it were not for the 2 corpses on the ground, they would have thought they were dreaming. Soon after the soul-extinguishing water disappeared, Duan Ling Tian sensed a disturbance in the air. It did not take long before a mystical energy surged from all directions and shrouded him and the other participants. We're changing location. Despite the overwhelming force of the energy, the others could sense it was not dangerous. It was only transporting them to another place like a boat. All of them were brought to a dark place. At the same time, the voice whom everyone suspected belonged to the Southern Heaven's celestial lord rang in their ears. Congratulations! All of you have passed the second trial in the Celestial Lord Temple. You're now heading to the final destination in the Celestial Lord Temple. The final destination? The trials are over so soon. What sort of place is the final destination? Will all of us be transported to the same place? Seems like it, someone said with a sigh. If that's the case, it seems like we're destined to leave the Celestial Lord Temple empty-handed. That's right, it's impossible for us to obtain any treasure with those two freaks around. A bitter smile could be seen on everyone's face, including Oya, when they discovered it was likely that they were being sent to the same place. Meanwhile, in the center of the scaling cloud lake, outside of the southern heaven of ancient realm, Jin Lun, a sorrowful cry echoed in the air. A green-clad middle-aged man stood frozen in grief and disbelief. One of the names at the top of the scoreboard had suddenly disappeared. An uproar broke out when the people above the scaling cloud lake learned about Dongfang Jin Lun's death. It's the son of the second master of the Dongfang clan. Dongfang Jin Lun's name has disappeared. Dongfang Jin Lun was the most talented son of the second master of the Dongfang clan. Moreover, he was the most talented person to appear in his clan. I can't believe even someone like him died. Rumor has it that Dongfang Jin Lun had already comprehended two profundities from the law of thunder. Apart from the fundamental profundity, the thunder elemental profundity, he had also comprehended the lightning profundity. The lightning profundity, that's one of the most practical profundities from the law of thunder. It's an offensive and movement profundity. With such strength, he still died. Who's powerful enough to kill someone like him? This is the death of the second person who had comprehended two profundities. First, it was Sima Chun from the Sima clan, and now, it's Dongfang Jin Lun from the Dongfang clan. Is it possible that one of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm has comprehended three profundities from a law? That's quite likely. Otherwise, how could Sima Chun and Dongfang Jin Lun die? The deaths of Sima Chun and Dongfang Jin Lun caused the atmosphere to turn heavy. More and more people shifted their gaze to the scoreboard at this moment. Only a few points separated the names on the top of the scoreboard. The first place was occupied by someone called Murong Xiao Xiao, while Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun occupied the second and third place respectively. Meanwhile, Hu Linyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, was visibly excited when he saw Duan Ling Tian's name in the second place on the scoreboard. As long as Duan Ling Tian maintained his ranking, he would be handsomely rewarded by the three sects and two clans. Duan Ling Tian is still in second place even though his points have increased greatly. If I'm not mistaken, Murong Xiao Xiao is the most remarkable member to appear in the Murong clan, a grade 7 clan, in the last 10,000 years. Moreover, she's also a female. However, Ling Juyun is just a few points behind Duan Ling Tian. Hu Linyi clenched his hands into fists. Clearly anxious Ling Juyun would overtake Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 3021 Murong Xiao Xiao. Hu Linyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, had forgotten about the protective measure that the Celestial Lord had put in place to protect the anonymity of the participants. The scores of the participants would not be updated in real time on the scoreboard. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's points from killing Dongfang Jin Lun were not reflected in his points on the scoreboard. Otherwise, he would have taken the first place. Some of the emperors from grade 8 celestial kingdoms in the Thousand Nations knew Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun represented the supporting Fall Nation and the East Ming Nation respectively. They looked at the emperors of the supporting Fall Nation and the East Ming Nation in envy. The supporting Fall Nation and the East Ming Nation are truly lucky to have found such talented sectless cultivators. Meanwhile, the people from the three sects and two clans were also discussing among themselves. The two participants ranked second and third respectively, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun, seemed to be younger than 100 years old. The representative leader from the Zongsun clan, Zongsun Shangqi, looked at the second and third name on the scoreboard and said, I heard they're sectless cultivators found by grade 8 celestial kingdoms from the Thousand Nations territory. Although Ling Juyun has comprehended the law of death, the fact that he made it this far proves that he has, at least, comprehended two profundities from the law of death. Gongyang Yu, the representative leader from the Gongyang clan, said confidently. Heng Chan, the hall master from Arhat Hall in the Cloud Platform sect, said, Ling Juyun and Duan Ling Tian aren't even 100 years old. Following your line of thought, Duan Ling Tian must have also comprehended two profundities from a law. Both of them are monstrously talented. Don't forget about Murong Xiao Xiao. She's the most talented person to appear in the Murong clan, a grade 7 clan, in the last 10,000 years. Moreover, she's a female. Zhang Guangzheng, the vice-sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial, said. Then, he looked at Heng Chan and added, Heng Chan, since Murong Xiao Xiao is a woman, it seems like the Cloud Platform Celestial sect wouldn't be able to recruit her. Heng Chan only scoffed in response. Indeed, the cloud platform celestial sect only accepted male disciples. Since Murong Xiao was a woman, she would not be able to join the sect regardless of how talented she was. For this reason, his eyes shone brightly when he looked at Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun's name on the scoreboard. Even if they were slightly weaker than Murong Xiao, there was no doubt the duo was much more talented than her. After all, the two men were less than 100 years old while she was already almost 200 years old. Beihai Feng, the third sect leader of the coupling celestial sect, was the only representative from the 3 sects and 2 clans who did not speak. However, his eyes were firmly trained on the top 3 names. Duan Ling Tian and the others had been brought into a seemingly bottom abyss by a mysterious energy that disappeared as soon as they arrived at their final destination. This place. Duan Ling Tian saw blocks of stones hovering at the different heights in the abyss. The higher it was, the fewer stone blocks there were. The size of the blocks of stones was not big, they would fit one person sitting cross-legged at most. When Duan Ling Tian looked around, he discovered he could not see an end to the place at all. There was only endless darkness surrounding them. At this moment, a few people cried out in surprise. Someone's approaching from this end. Someone's approaching from this end as well. Duan Ling Tian regained his senses and instinctively turned to look at the 2 ends of the place they were brought to. He saw a group of people on each end. It was clear these 2 groups of people were also brought by the mysterious energy. There was no doubt these people were also those who managed to enter the Celestial Lord Temple. Sister Oya, a gentle and pleasant voice rang in the air at this moment. Following that, a green figure flew toward Oya, the genius from the Frost sect, who was standing with the people from Duan Ling Tian's group. Sister Murong. A rare smile bloomed on Oya's face when she saw the green figure. The green figure belonged to a woman who was much more graceful and prettier than Oya. She seemed like a strong and capable woman. Murong Xiao. Shui Jingyu, who was standing near Duan Ling Tian, widened his eyes in surprise when he saw the green figure. She's Murong Xiao. Duan Ling Tian looked at the green-clad lady in front of him in surprise when he heard Shui Jingyu's words. Murong Xiao was a prodigy from the Murong clan, a grade 7 clan. She was almost 200 years old and had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of water. She was in the midst of comprehending the 3rd profundity and had already grasped its basics. Her comprehension of the 3rd profundity from the law of water was comparable to Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity. Due to their level of comprehension, it did not boost their strength much, but this tiny boost in strength was still important. For example, if it were not for the tiny boost, Duan Ling Tian would not be able to kill Sima Chun if he relied on his royal-grade celestial weapon alone. Seeing Oya and Murong Xiao's interaction, it was not difficult to see they had a good relationship. Women were inherently at a disadvantage in regard to cultivating. There were only a handful of talented female cultivators like Murong Xiao and Oya in the regions under the profound Nether Mansion's control. For this reason, the 2 women had a close relationship. Sister Oya, your trip must have been fruitful, right? Murong Xiao asked with a smile. Oya could not help but smile bitterly upon hearing Murong Xiao's words. She instinctively looked at Duan Ling Tian. Without Duan Ling Tian, there was no doubt her trip would have been fruitful. After witnessing Duan Ling Tian's strength and his emperor-grade celestial weapon during the 2nd trial in the Celestial Lord Temple, she did not dare to act recklessly and compete with him for the boxes and chests in the soul-extinguishing water. What happened? Upon seeing the bitter smile on Oya's face and the wariness in Oya's eyes when she looked at a purple-clad young man, Murong Xiao could tell that something was amiss. It's nothing. Oya shook her head and shifted her eyes back to Murong Xiao before she asked, Sister Murong, did you obtain many things? It's not too bad. Murong Xiao nodded. It was clear she was being modest based on the smile on her face. She knew Oya quite well, so she knew something was bothering Oya despite Oya's words. She asked, Sister Oya, what's wrong? I can tell something's bothering you. Does it have something to do with that purple-clad young man? Oya sighed before she recounted what had happened through voice transmission. Murong Xiao was stunned speechless after hearing about what happened. She did not doubt Oya's words. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of Earth. His talent really put her to shame. Moreover, this person also owned an emperor-grade celestial weapon. With the emperor-grade celestial weapon, he killed Dongfang Jinlun with just a strike. Naturally, Murong Xiao knew Dongfang Jinlun. After all, there was a time when he had tried to court her. Although she was confident she could best Dongfang Jinlun in a fight, it would probably take her hundreds of moves before she could do so. It was impossible for her to kill him with just one move. When Murong Xiao regained her senses, she looked at Duan Lingtian as she said to Oya, "Sister Oya, can you introduce us?" Oya smiled helplessly and said, "Sister Murong, I'm not familiar with him. We haven't even spoken to each other. You're really too shy. You could have greeted him politely after he killed Dongfang Jinlun. After that, he probably wouldn't mind if you took 1 or 2 boxes for yourself," Murong Xiao said as she shook her head. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, who was standing in the distance, surveyed his surroundings, trying to guess what the final trial was. When he regained his senses, he felt 2 pairs of eyes gazing at him. Soon after, he saw Murong Xiao and Oya walking toward him. Murong Xiao was the first to speak. She said, somewhat presumptuously, "Hello, I'm Murong Xiao from the grade 7 Murong clan." Hello. As the saying went, it was difficult to slap a smiling face. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged as he responded to Murong Xiao curtly. Although it was their first meeting, he could tell she was very independent and assertive. Murong Xiao ignored Duan Lingtian's cold response and smiled even more brilliantly as she said, "Since I've already introduced myself, aren't you going to do the same?" Duan Lingtian curtly replied. Murong Xiao tried to converse with Duan Lingtian by broaching various topics. Alas, it only served to annoy him. Meanwhile, a black-clad young man from the new group of people who had just arrived looked at Duan Lingtian with a dark expression on his face. Who's that brat? He had been pursuing Murong Xiao for years now but had made no progress. She would usually ignore him, so how could he not feel upset when he saw her taking the initiative to converse with another man? Moreover, she was being persistently friendly despite the cold reception. How could he tolerate this? A green-clad young man standing next to the black-clad young man said, "It seems like he came with Oya. Perhaps, he's a friend of Oya. That's why Murong Xiao is so friendly." Chapter 3022 The Law of Time. Brother Yuan, the purple-clad young man isn't even 100 years old. The green-clad young man had used his divine consciousness to probe Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing the green-clad young man's words, the black-clad extended his divine consciousness to probe Duan Lingtian as well. Although he could see Duan Lingtian was slightly annoyed when Murong Xiao spoke to him, and he knew he did not stand a chance with her, he was still displeased. The black-clad young man knew that for a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who was not even 100 years old to make it this far, he had to be very lucky or powerful. Nevertheless, he did not think Murong Xiao's enthusiasm was born from Duan Lingtian's strength. He thought it was more likely that she was friendly because of Oya. How could he treat Murong Xiao like that? The black-clad young man glared at Duan Lingtian viciously. A trace of jealousy could be seen in the depths of his eyes as well. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian had noticed the 2 men's divine consciousness probing him. A slight frown could be seen on his face as he thought to himself, "Who are they? Do I know them?" However, when Duan Lingtian saw the black-clad young man's love-struck gaze that was trained on Murong Xiao, realization quickly dawned on him. He sighed inwardly. Beauty is really the root of all troubles. A series of deafening explosions suddenly rang in the air above. Duan Lingtian was the first to look up. The originally clear blue sky had turned gray and cloudy. A murky gray energy could be seen swirling in the air. The outer energy was churning clockwise while the inner energy churned anti-clockwise. At the same time, a voice rang in the air again. "In the final destination of the Celestial Lord Temple, you may observe the law of time through the formation I left behind and try to comprehend it. I named this place Time Valley. Once you take a seat on the block of stone, you'll be able to begin comprehending the law of time. The higher the block of stone you occupy, the easier it would be for you to comprehend the law of time. Naturally, this depends on your talent as well. If you're talented, you'd be able to comprehend it even if you're not seated at the top. However, it'd be undeniably easier if you're seated at the top. You'll be able to comprehend it until time runs out when the exit of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opens. At that time, all of you will be sent out." The 3 groups of people who were brought to Time Valley were shocked. The law of time: if we sit on the stone block, we'll be given a chance to comprehend the law of time left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. Previously, I've heard there are people who had comprehended the law of time's fundamental profundity, the time elemental profundity, after they exited the southern ancient realm. Although they did not completely master the time elemental profundity, it was still incredibly shocking. After all, the law of time is known as the most mysterious and profound law among the four supreme laws. That's right, they, naturally, didn't know when they had even encountered the law of time in the southern ancient realm. As it turned out, they encountered it in the Celestial Lord Temple, and they had no memory of it because their memories were erased. The law of time. Ling Zhuyun's eyes lit up instantly as he looked up at the highest stone block. It was rather eye-catching since it was all alone. That was the best place to comprehend the law of time. A few people were also looking at the highest stone block with a covetous gaze. Many of those who had comprehended two profundities from a law intended to fight for that stone block. Naturally, there were many who did not have such thoughts. The law of time. Murong Xiao had stopped talking as soon as the law of time was mentioned. She looked at the highest stone block eagerly. However, as though she had recalled something, she turned to look at Duan Lingtian who was standing next to her. Ladies first. Duan Lingtian, you wouldn't fight me for the highest stone block, right? Without Duan Lingtian, Murong Xiao, who was unaware of Ling Zhuyun's strength, was confident she would be able to obtain the highest stone block. However, if Duan Lingtian intended to fight her for that spot, she knew she would not stand a chance. Since she really wanted to comprehend the law of time, she decided to say those words to Duan Lingtian even though they were rude and presumptuous. Duan Lingtian retorted, "You're older than me, right? Shouldn't you give in to your juniors?" Murong Xiao glared at Duan Lingtian when she heard his reply. Did he not know one should not talk about a woman's age? Meanwhile, the green-clad young man said to the black-clad young man, "Brother Yuan, I didn't expect we'll be given a chance to comprehend the law of time at our final destination in the Celestial Lord Temple. I didn't expect this as well." The black-clad young man nodded as he looked at the highest stone block. Although he was relatively strong and had comprehended two profundities from the law of metal, he knew he was no match for Murong Xiao. Damn it! The black-clad young man's eyes found the two stone blocks that were roughly 100 meters below the highest one and cursed inwardly. The highest seat will surely be taken by Murong Xiao. It seems like I can only claim one of the two second highest seats. I wonder who'll be able to claim the other seat. Then, the black-clad young man turned to look at the green-clad young man and said indifferently, "Wang Xian, I'll help you claim one of the two second highest seats. What do you think?" The green-clad young man did not give the highest stone block much attention. After all, he was well aware of his own strength. He was, naturally, interested in claiming the second highest seat, but he was not sure he could claim it with his strength. After all, he had only comprehended the law of wind's fundamental profundity, the wind elemental profundity, and had not fully comprehended the second profundity. Upon hearing the black-clad young man's words, his eyes brightened up immediately, and he thanked the black-clad young man profusely as though the seat was already his. "Thank you, Brother Yuan. Thank you." At this moment, Ling Zhuyun looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully as he sent him a voice transmission. Duan Lingtian. Before Ling Zhuyun could finish speaking, Duan Lingtian interjected, "Don't tell me you want the highest seat as well. I want it, however, we can fight for it." The corner of Ling Zhuyun's mouth twitched after he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He did not think Duan Lingtian was stronger than him even if Duan Lingtian possessed a prominent artifact, and he only possessed a mediocre artifact. After all, with their current strength, they would not be able to unleash the full potential of their artifacts. However, he had to take into consideration that Wanzhor had become Duan Lingtian's artifact soul. Wanzhor was originally the artifact soul of Ling Zhuyun's sister's prominent artifact. After that, she had forcibly left the artifact and lived in his sea of consciousness. With her help, he managed to escape from the divine offering land to the Devata realm. If it were not for her, he would have died. Even without all these factors, he had already considered Wanzhor a sister as when his sister was still alive. Since she had become the sole artifact of Duan Lingtian's prominent artifact, her life and death depended on Duan Lingtian. Naturally, he did not want to offend Duan Lingtian if it was possible. Duan Lingtian would have been rendered speechless if he could read Ling Zhuyun's mind. Was he, Duan Lingtian, that kind man? Duan Lingtian's eyes shone with eagerness as he looked at Ling Zhuyun and said, "So? Should we fight for the highest seat? We can use our artifact or not, it's your choice. Of course, if we're not using divine artifacts, you can't use your Emperor-grade celestial weapon as well. We should fight with our king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords. Ling Zhuyun only grunted in response before he flew toward the blocks of stones at lightning speed. Chapter 3023 I killed them within seconds with just one strike. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback when he saw Ling Zhuyun flying to the second highest stone blocks without saying anything. He gave up. This isn't like him at all. Little Feng is worried you'll vent your anger out on me if he defeats you. Wanzher's voice sounded in Duan Ling Tian's sea of consciousness in a timely manner. Duan Ling Tian was rendered speechless by Wanzher's words. He only looked at Ling Zhuyun's back silently. As it turned out, Ling Zhuyun fled without a fight because he was afraid he would vent his anger on Wanzher if he lost. Meanwhile, the people in Time Valley were still in shock about being able to comprehend the law of time. However, now that someone had made the first move, all of them snapped back to their senses and moved one after another. A group of people, including Shui Jingyu and the others who were standing near Duan Ling Tian, flew into the air and made their way toward the blocks of stones. Most of them only comprehended one profundity from a law and were well aware of the limitations of their strength, so none of them dared to claim the 6 highest stone blocks. The 6 coveted stone blocks were the highest seats. There was one stone block at the highest point. 100 meters below the highest stone block were 2 stone blocks. Finally, 100 meters below the 2 second highest stone blocks were 3 stone blocks. Currently, only Ling Zhuyun had gone to the top and chose one of the 2 second highest seats. The second highest seats were also the ones that were targeted by the black-clad young man who had been glaring at Duan Ling Tian since earlier. At this moment, people had begun fighting for the stone platforms. As of now, no one had died yet. Those who felt they were not as strong as their opponents wisely withdrew, and those who were stronger would wait for their opponents to withdraw. Everyone was reluctant to kill because killing more people would only expedite the opening of the exit of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. They were worried they would not have sufficient time to comprehend the law of time that had been left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord before being sent out. As time passed, the stone blocks at the bottom were all claimed by the participants. At this moment, only Duan Ling Tian, Murong Xiao Xiao, Oya, a black-clad young man, a green-clad young man, a blue-clad middle-aged man, a red-clad middle-aged man, a silver-clad old man, and a gray-clad old man had not claimed their seats. Most of these people moved independently. Only the green-clad young man followed the black-clad young man like a shadow. Let's go, Murong Xiao Xiao said to Oya. Now that she knew she would be able to comprehend the law of time at the final destination of the Celestial Lord Temple, she no longer wanted to waste time currying favor with Duan Ling Tian. Initially, she had wanted to get closer to Duan Ling Tian in hopes that he would look out for her. Since Duan Ling Tian had made it clear he was not going to give up his claim on the highest seat, she no longer wasted any time on him. After Murong Xiao Xiao and Oya flew away, the black-clad young man walked to Duan Ling Tian with the green-clad young man in tow. He said, "Brat, stay away from Xiao Xiao. Otherwise, you might die." After the black-clad young man finished speaking, he and the green-clad young man flew toward the stone blocks as well. If it were not for the fact that he was worried about being sent out of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he would have killed Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian only shook his head slightly at the black-clad young man's threat and did not say anything. Upon seeing this, the red-clad middle-aged man laughed before he said, "Young man, you're really lucky. Li Yuan isn't someone who shows restraint. It's surprising that he let you go." Then, the silver-clad old man chimed in, "That's right. If he's not worried about shortening our time in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm by killing you, he would have killed you. You're really lucky." A faint smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face as he said, "So both of you think that he'll be able to kill me just because he wants to." As it turned out, the black-clad young man was Li Yuan. Duan Ling Tian had heard Shui Jingyu and the others talking about Li Yuan previously. Based on their conversation, he learned that Li Yuan was a genius from a grade 8 sect. However, it must be said that those who made it to the Celestial Lord Temple were geniuses in their own right. He also learned that Li Yuan had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of metal. The silver-clad old man smiled genially before he said, "Young man, don't feel offended. We only said those words because Li Yuan is really powerful. He has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of metal." Duan Ling Tian did not agree nor disagree. He asked indifferently, How does his strength compare to Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinlun? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the blue-clad middle-aged man and the gray-clad middle-aged man who were about to take flight halted their movements and turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Sima Chun, Dongfang Jinlun. The red-clad middle-aged man was taken aback. He instinctively looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, "That's right. Where are Sima Chun and Dongfang Junlin? With their strength, there's no doubt they would be here. Out of everyone who has comprehended 2 profundities in the southern heaven ancient realm, only both of them aren't here. How strange. Is it possible that both of them died?" The blue-clad middle-aged man wondered out loud. "There's no reason for them not to be here unless they've died," the gray-clad old man said. The 2 middle-aged men and 2 old men exchanged a look. As realization dawned on them, an expression of horror appeared on their faces immediately. The silver-clad old man inhaled deeply before he asked tentatively, "Young man, since you mentioned Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinlun, do you know where they are?" Duan Lingtian looked at the silver-clad old man and slowly said, "They're dead." Although the 4 men had suspected this, they were still shocked by Duan Lingtian's confirmation. Sima Chun, the genius from the grade 7 Sima clan, had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind, the wind elemental profundity and the gale profundity. He was much stronger than the 4 men. Although 4 of them had also comprehended 2 profundities of a law, it was impossible for them to kill Sima Chun. After all, Sima Chun had comprehended the gale profundity that boosted his speed. As for Dongfang Jinlun, the genius from the grade 7 Dongfang clan, he had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of thunder, the thunder elemental profundity and the lightning profundity. He was stronger than Sima Chun, so the 4 men knew they were definitely no match for him either. The blue-clad middle-aged man gulped as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in a trembling voice, Why you? Did you kill them?" The remaining 3 men turned to look at Duan Lingtian in unison. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded faintly. Then, as he prepared to take flight, he nonchalantly said, "They provoke me one after another. Alas, their strength was just average. I killed them within seconds with just 1 strike." The 4 men's eyes widened in shock and fear when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. How terrifying. They would not be so shocked if Duan Lingtian had merely told them he had killed Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinlun. What shocked them was Duan Lingtian killing those 2 geniuses with just a strike. When the 4 men regained their senses, they began to discuss among themselves. They were clearly skeptical. He's joking, right? Look at him. He doesn't seem to be joking. He said he killed Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinlun in seconds. Even if he comprehended 3 profundities from a law, it's impossible for him to kill them within seconds, right? That's right. Even if he possesses a royal-grade celestial weapon, it'd still be difficult for him to achieve such a feat. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian drew close to the highest stone block in the air above Time Valley. At this moment, Li Yuan, the black-clad young man, and Wang Xian, the green-clad young man, were already standing near the 2 second highest stone blocks. Li Yuan looked at Murong Xiao in confusion and surprise when he saw she had no intention of claiming the highest seat. Xiao, you should go to the highest stone block. What are you doing here?" After a moment, he looked at Oya before he asked, "Are you here to help Oya claim one of these 2 seats?" When Wang Xian, who was standing next to Li Yuan, heard these words, his expression changed drastically. Oya might not be a match for Li Yuan. However, if Murong Xiao helped her, there was no way Li Yuan would be able to help him obtain one of the 2 second highest seats. Chapter 3024 Idiot. Murong Xiao did not answer Li Yuan and made a move instead. Murong Xiao's figure flashed out of sight. In just a blink of an eye, she reappeared on one of the 2 second highest stone blocks. Currently, the 2 second highest stone blocks in Time Valley had been claimed by Ling Juyun and Murong Xiao. What? Li Yuan was perplexed. He did not expect this. Xiao, you're not going to claim the highest seat." When he finished speaking, he raised his head to look at the highest stone block. At this moment, the highest stone block that was 100 meters above him was empty. However, soon enough, Li Yuan saw a purple figure flying onto the highest stone block. When he finally had a good look at the purple figure's face, his eyes lit up in recognition as he exclaimed, "It's him." Wang Xian, who was standing next to Li Yuan, had also seen Duan Lingtian. He said, clearly dissatisfied, "He's not even 100 years old. How dare he claim the highest spot?" A stunned expression could be seen on Li Yuan's face as he asked, Xiao, you. Did you deliberately relinquish the highest spot to him? In Li Yuan's opinion, among everyone present on the scene, Murong Xiao was the only one who was qualified to occupy the highest stone block. He was furious when he thought about her deliberately giving up the best seat to someone else. Murong Xiao continued to ignore Li Yuan. She sat cross-legged and closed her eyes. Soon enough, a blue energy shrouded her entire body, making her look as though she had been submerged in water. She was already beautiful, to begin with. However, with the blue cast from the energy, she looked even more enchanting. Normally, Li Yuan would have been entranced by this sight. However, he was incensed at this moment, so he did not have the mood to appreciate Murong Xiao's beauty. His expression turned even more unsightly when he saw her ignoring him. Li Yuan stomped his feet in the air and shot up to the highest stone block at lightning speed. Many of the participants' attention was drawn by Li Yuan's action, and they began to discuss among themselves. Something's about to happen. Since Murong Xiao had taken the initiative to speak to that purple-clad young man, it's obvious he's not an ordinary person. Perhaps, he's stronger than Murong Xiao. It'd explain why Murong Xiao didn't fight him for the highest seat. That's not necessarily true. He's a pretty boy no matter how you look at him. Maybe Murong Xiao let him have that place due to his looks. That's not important. The important thing is he seems to be less than 100 years old. Less than 100 years old? Heavens, he made it so far even though he's less than 100 years old. That's insane. When I was his age, I hadn't even broken through and become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, let alone comprehending a profundity from a law. Where did this purple-clad young man come from? He's really terrifying. No matter how strong he is, he's still less than 100 years old. It's impossible for him to defeat Li Yuan. That's not necessarily true. Murong Xiao took the initiative to speak to him earlier so she might help him. Moreover, it seems like she had relinquished the highest seat to him. It stands to reason she'd help him keep the seat. Who knows, maybe this person has an amazing background. He might come from the force that supports the Murong clan. Maybe that's why Murong Xiao willingly relinquished the seat to him. Meanwhile, the four men who were still in shock over Duan Lingtian's statement of killing Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinlun were further shocked. He went straight to the highest point. It seems like Murong Xiao has no intention of fighting him for the highest stone block. Murong Xiao spoke to him earlier. Perhaps, she had done that because she knows he's stronger than her. If I'm not mistaken, Oya arrived with him. Since Oya and Murong Xiao are good friends, Oya must have revealed what she knows about Duan Lingtian to Murong Xiao. There's a chance Oya had witnessed him killing Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinlun. I still find it difficult to believe he killed Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinlun with just a strike. Well, Li Yuan obviously intends to fight him for the highest stone block. We'll be able to see soon enough if he truly has the strength to kill Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinlun with just a strike. Li Yuan is stronger than Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinlun. He has comprehended two profundities from the law of fire, the fire elemental profundity and the burst profundity. The burst profundity is the most powerful profundity from the law of fire. With this profundity, his strength is stronger than Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinlun, let alone the few of us. Based on their conversation, it was clear the four men seemed very familiar with Li Yuan's strength. Among all the people in Time Valley, only Murong Xiao is stronger than Li Yuan. Her comprehension of the law of water is much higher than Li Yuan's comprehension of the law of fire, after all. I'm really curious if this purple-clad young man is as strong as he said he is, since he said he killed Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinlun in seconds. When Li Yuan arrived at the highest point, he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was sitting on the stone block, coldly and said, "Brat, get lost." Duan Lingtian had already noticed when Li Yuan flew up here. His expression darkened when he heard Li Yuan's words. He said indifferently in a bone-chilling tone, "I'll give you a chance. Get out of my sight immediately. Otherwise, you'll have to stay in the Celestial Lord Temple in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm forever." Duan Lingtian's voice was not low at all, so everyone heard his words clearly. Duan Lingtian's words, naturally, caused a commotion. People like Shui Jingyu and Oya, who had seen Duan Lingtian kill Dongfang Jinlun with a single strike, were not surprised. Naturally, they did not doubt his ability to kill Li Yuan. Li Yuan might be stronger than Dongfang Jinlun, but he was only slightly stronger. Even if Li Yuan fought Dongfang Jinlun, it was not guaranteed that he would be able to defeat Dongfang Jinlun. Even if one was stronger, if one's strength was not significantly stronger than one's opponent, one's victory was not guaranteed. Meanwhile, when Wang Xian heard Duan Lingtian's words, he thought Duan Lingtian had a death wish. However, when he saw Oya did not seem surprised after hearing Duan Lingtian's words, he began to feel uncertain. He recalled how Marong Xiao had taken the initiative to speak to Duan Lingtian, and a thought that made him sweat appeared in his mind. Is it possible that he's stronger than Oya and Marong Xiao? Did Marong Xiao try to curry favor with him earlier so she could have a small share of whatever treasures he obtains? After all, once Marong Xiao learned we would be comprehending the law of time here and there are no treasures to fight over here, she gave up on talking to him. Wang Xian inhaled sharply. The more he thought about it, the more certain he was that his speculation was correct. The first thought that appeared in his mind after this revelation was to warn Li Yuan. Alas, before Wang Xian could send a voice transmission to Li Zan had already mobilized his celestial origin energy, causing his body to burst into flames. Flames danced on his body as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. As Li Yuan flew toward Duan Lingtian, the air was lit up by the flames. A faint burnt smell permeated the air. Idiot! At this moment, a faint voice rang from one of the two second highest seats. It was none other than Ling Zhuyun who had spat out this insult. His expression was indifferent as he watched Li Yuan flying toward Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, Li Yuan was truly an idiot for attacking Duan Lingtian. Li Yuan's action was akin to courting death. After all, Duan Lingtian who possessed an artifact could easily kill anyone in the Celestial Lord Temple. Marong Xiao turned to look at Ling Zhuyun when she heard him speaking. She instinctively extended her divine consciousness to probe him. He's less than 100 years old just like Duan Lingtian. That's right, I remember he arrived in Time Valley with Duan Lingtian and Sister Oya earlier. At this moment, a short-lived sword cry rang in Time Valley. It sounded like death itself. Chapter 30250 Ya's Fears. Under everyone's watchful eyes. Li Yuan, whose body was on fire, charged toward Duan Lingtian. Alas, before he could even draw close to Duan Lingtian, he was cleaved into two. The only thing they saw and heard before Li Yuan's death was the sound of a sword cry and a burst of seven-color light. After Li Yuan was cleaved in two, the fire continued to burn. In just a blink of an eye, the two parts of his corpse were burnt into ashes. After the fire died down, only a spatial ring, a spear, a golden armor, and an accumulation points jade hovered in the air. You can have his points, Duan Lingtian said to Ling Zhuyun. Before Li Yuan's accumulative points jade could go to him, he sent it over to Ling Zhuyun with a flick of his fingers. Li Yuan's accumulative point jade accurately flew more than 100 meters away toward Ling Zhuyun in just a blink of an eye. Compared to Marong Xiao, Ling Zhuyun was seated closer to Duan Lingtian. After Li Yuan's accumulative points jade exploded, Duan Lingtian brought out his own accumulative points jade. He nodded in satisfaction when he saw his points did not increase. Prior to this, he had obtained a lot of points after killing two people who had comprehended two profundities from a law. If he had obtained Li Yuan's points as well, it would certainly raise people's suspicion. Even if no one would have memories of the Celestial Lord Temple, with his points, it was easy to rouse people's suspicion. With so many points, someone was bound to connect Sima Chun, Dongfang Jinlun, and Li Yuan's deaths to him. Although Duan Lingtian would be somewhat protected after joining the three sects and two clans, he knew the three sects and two clans would not be able to protect him all the time. He was more than capable of protecting himself since he still possessed the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, but he did not want to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. For all these reasons, Duan Lingtian decided to give Ling Zhuyun the points so their points would be balanced. When Ling Zhuyun saw the many points he just obtained, he said through gritted teeth, "You're trying to make me your scapegoat. Don't worry, they won't just suspect us. There are many people with a lot of points as well. It'd be difficult for them to narrow down the suspect," Duan Lingtian said through voice transmission. Then, Duan Lingtian raised a hand, and an invisible force brought Li Yuan's spatial ring, spear, and golden armor to him. I thought the law of time would be my biggest gain in Time Valley. Who knew someone would give me their spatial ring and king-grade celestial weapon? Duan Lingtian put the things away and shook his head as he said, although I don't lack king-grade celestial weapons, it'd be rude of me not to accept it. Due to the silence in Time Valley, Duan Lingtian's words rang clearly in everyone's ears. They were rendered speechless by his words. He did not lack king-grade celestial weapons. If he did not lack those weapons, he could give them away. Naturally, they did not dare to verbalize their thoughts after witnessing his strength. Who would dare to provoke this monster? Duan Lingtian looked down at everyone and said, "Everyone, I apologize. Since I just killed someone, it means our time here has been shortened. After this, I hope everyone will quietly comprehend the law of time that was left behind by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord." He continued to say, "Well, I'll start comprehending the law of time now. Please don't disturb me unless it's urgent. It's not that easy for me to enter the meditative state." Everyone felt chills running up their spines when they heard the threat in Duan Lingtian's words. They had no doubt if anyone dared to provoke him, they would surely end up like Li Yuan. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes. Before he entered the meditative state, he extended his divine consciousness to monitor surroundings. "I hope no one will bother me again. After all, it takes time to comprehend the law of time. This is the law of time." As soon as Duan Lingtian began to comprehend the law of time, he could feel a mysterious energy swirling around him. The air on his right seemed to flow slowly before it suddenly picked up speed. Then, at some point, it completely stagnated as though time had stopped. The four supreme laws could not be found in celestial methods and divine abilities. It depended on one's luck to encounter and comprehend the four supreme laws. The law of time was known as the most mysterious and profound among the four supreme laws. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, "The emperor-grade celestial weapon that I once owned, the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, should contain the law of time as well." After all, the time flow in the pagoda was different. When he recalled the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he, naturally, thought about Elder Huo. He could not help but sigh. He wondered where Elder Huo and the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda were now. While Duan Lingtian was immersed in comprehending the law of time, fierce battles ensued underneath his seat. Many participants were vying for the stone blocks. However, regardless of how intense the fights were, none of them dared to approach the stone block that Duan Lingtian occupied. Meanwhile, Murong Xiao, who had witnessed Duan Lingtian killing Li Yuan with just a strike, was in shock for a long time. Although she did not doubt Oya's words, it was still a shocking sight to behold. "His strength is terrifying. I wonder if that seven-color light came from his emperor-grade celestial weapon. If he had attacked me, I'd end up just like Li Yuan." She broke out in cold sweat when she thought about this. Similarly, the four men who doubted Duan Lingtian's words earlier were shocked. They did not believe he was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended two profundities from a law due to his age. Moreover, they had found it difficult to believe he had killed Sima Chun and Dongfang Junlin. "Their strength is just average. I killed them within seconds with just a strike." Duan Lingtian's words echoed over and over again in their minds. "He's a monster. How's he so strong? If I'm not mistaken, he had only attacked with the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity earlier. The reason his attack was so strong should be due to the seven-color light that burst forth from his sword earlier. In fact, I saw the sword entering his body after he attacked." One of them remembered seeing a sword returning to Duan Lingtian's body after he killed Li Yuan. He did not think the sword was a royal-grade celestial weapon. Entering his body, this is a trait unique to emperor-grade celestial weapons, right? He has an emperor-grade celestial weapon. An emperor-grade celestial weapon. This purple-clad young man possesses an emperor-grade celestial weapons. It did not take long before everyone in Time Valley knew Duan Lingtian possessed an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Oya, Shui Jingyu, and others who had witnessed Duan Lingtian killing Dongfang Jinlun were not surprised at all. A few people occupying the lower stone blocks discussed among themselves. Li Yuan was foolish to provoke Duan Lingtian. I could have reminded him earlier to not look for trouble with Duan Lingtian. However, his reputation was really bad, and I don't like him, so I let him be. Meanwhile, near the two second highest stone blocks, when Murong Xiao saw Oya was about to leave, she said through voice transmission, "Sister Oya. This person is less than 100 years old. Aren't you going to challenge him for his seat? With your strength, it shouldn't be difficult for you to claim his seat." Upon hearing Murong Xiao's words, a bitter smile appeared on Oya's face. Before she explained through voice transmission, "Sister Murong, I appreciate your kind thought. However, I'm not his match. Even if both of us join forces, we still won't be a match for him. Instead of wasting time challenging him for the seat, I'd rather use my time to comprehend the law of time. Murong Xiao asked, does he own an emperor-grade celestial weapon like Duan Lingtian? She did not think there would be a second person who possessed an emperor-grade celestial weapon here. After all, emperor-grade celestial weapons were incredibly rare. He doesn't have an emperor-grade celestial weapons, Oya said. Then why are you afraid of him? Murong Xiao asked. He doesn't have an emperor-grade celestial weapons, but I heard some people said he has a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. Moreover, he has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of death, Oya said with a trace of helplessness. Duan Lingtian was less than 100 old and had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. Apart from that, he had a 7-color sword that was an emperor-grade celestial weapon. On the other hand, Ling Juyun was also less than 100 years old and had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of death. On top of that, he possessed a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon as well. Oya had no intention of challenging these 2 people at all. Chapter 3026 Another emperor-grade celestial weapon. What? Oya's words frightened Murong Xiao. AP purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. Just like purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons were rare among king-grade celestial weapons, purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapons were very rare and valuable among royal-grade celestial weapons as well. They were only second to soul defense royal-grade celestial weapons. In fact, a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon was almost as valuable as an ordinary emperor-grade celestial weapon. That's right, Oya nodded. She no longer wasted time and descended to 3 stone blocks 100 meters below the second highest stone blocks. With her strength, it would not be difficult to claim one of 3 stone blocks. Naturally, just because Oya was wise enough to give up on fighting Ling Juyun for his seat, it did not mean others would give up. Soon enough, a red-clad middle-aged man, one of the 4 men who were terrified of Duan Lingtian, flew toward Ling Juyun. Although Murong Xiao's seat was on the same level as Ling Juyun's seat, he did not dare to challenge Murong Xiao for her seat since Murong Xiao's strength was widely known. On the other hand, Ling Juyun was just a nameless young man. Moreover, since Duan Lingtian had communicated with Ling Juyun through voice transmission earlier when he had given Li Yuan's point to Ling Juyun, most people did not know they were acquainted. Although they had seen Ling Juyun obtaining the points, they assumed Duan Lingtian had randomly chosen Ling Juyun. Li Yuan was a never-seen-before genius from a grade 8 sect. For that reason, the sect regarded him as their lifeline. Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinlun had even more formidable backgrounds. Both of them came from grade 7 clans that had many powerhouses. If any of these people knew who murdered the geniuses from their clans and sects, there was no doubt they would seek revenge. For these reasons, they were not surprised Duan Lingtian had given the points away. They had assumed the points were given to Ling Juyun because he was seated closest to Duan Lingtian. Only Oya, Shui Jingyu, and a few others knew that Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun were acquainted and had witnessed Ling Juyun's strength during the second trial in the Celestial Lord Temple. However, they were all busy fighting for a good seat or comprehending the law of time. They did not have the time nor the energy to warn the others who were unaware. Yunzan, Murong Xiao recognized the red-clad middle-aged man who planned to challenge Ling Juyun. He was a disciple from a grade 8 sect, and he was not as young as the other participants. His appearance was that of a middle-aged man, but he was, in fact, more than 1,000 years old. He had suppressed his cultivation base and comprehended the profundities from Allah so he could enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Not only did Yunzan comprehend 2 profundities from the law of earth, but due to his age, he had many combat experiences as well. All these factors contributed to his strength. Murong Xiao did not think she would be able to defeat Yunzan during the time when she had just begun to comprehend the second profundity from the law of water. Ling Juyun looked at Yunzan, who was standing nearby, indifferently before he said in a frosty voice, "I'll give you a chance. Get out of my sight immediately. Otherwise, you'll have to stay in the Celestial Lord Temple in the southern heaven ancient realm forever." After repeating Duan Lingtian's earlier words to Li Yuan, Ling Juyun thought to himself, "I feel cool saying this." Yunzan did not expect Ling Juyun to repeat Duan Lingtian's words to him. Since Ling Juyun did not make an effort to lower his voice, everyone heard his domineering words. They stopped fighting immediately and looked at the 2 second highest seats. They saw a gray-clad young man sitting cross-legged on one of 2 stone blocks with a sheathed long sword on his lap. His words, naturally, caused an uproar. Many of them were rendered speechless by his words. He's less than 100 years old. Hey, aren't his words a copy of Duan Ling Tian's words to Li Yuan? This is my first time seeing such a lazy person. Is it that difficult for him to think of his own line? Is there a need to copy someone else's line? Does this guy think he's Duan Ling Tian? Is he under the delusion that he possesses an emperor-grade celestial weapon like Duan Ling Tian? Are emperor-grade celestial weapons so easy to obtain now? All of them were also curious if Ling Zhuyun would be able to withstand the attack from Yun Zan. Many of them knew who Yun Zan was. On the contrary, most of them had never heard of or seen Ling Zhuyun before. The red-clad middle-aged man is Yun Zan. He's an outer elder of the grade 8000 Autumn sect. He intentionally suppressed his cultivation base to that of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial so he could enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. He has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. Coupled with his 1,000 years of experience, he's actually quite strong. I've never seen the gray-clad young man before. Is there anyone who knows anything about him? At this moment, someone looked at Shui Jingyu and asked, "Mister, you arrived with Duan Ling Tian and that gray-clad young man, right? How strong is he? Is he a match for Yun Zan?" "I don't know." Shui Jingyu shook his head, feigning cluelessness. He knew Ling Zhuyun was extraordinarily strong and possessed a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. He had no intention of revealing this since he despised Yun Zan and the other shameless old men who deliberately suppressed their cultivation bases just to enter the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm and compete with their juniors for treasures and fortuitous encounters. Many people who had arrived in Time Valley with Duan Ling Tian and Ling Zhuyun were also asked the same question. All of them pretended not to know anything, sharing the same thought as Shui Jingyu. It seems like this gray-clad young man who's less than 100 years old has only comprehended 1 profundity from a law. Impossible. If he's truly so weak, do you think he'd have the guts to claim the second highest seat? I think he has comprehended 2 profundities from a law. He's not even 100 years old and you think he has comprehended 2 profundities from a law? Do you really think there are so many geniuses like Duan Ling Tian? Perhaps he wants to take advantage of Duan Ling Tian's reputation to fool people into thinking he's as strong as Duan Ling Tian. There were a lot of discussions going on, and in the end, most of them agreed Yun Zan would win Ling Zhuyun's seat. They did not think Yun Zan was going to show Ling Zhuyun any mercy due to the arrogant words Ling Zhuyun had copied from Duan Ling Tian. Indeed, Yun Zan was infuriated and humiliated by Ling Zhuyun's response. His eyes were narrowed, and his face was flushed red from anger. In just a blink of an eye, his celestial origin energy surged out. Since it had been boosted with the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity, the energy around him was mustard color. At the same time, sand and pebbles around him rose into the air. Although Yun Zan and Duan Ling Tian comprehend the same law, unlike Duan Ling Tian, he really comprehended the 2 profundities from the law of Earth. In truth, Duan Ling Tian had only fully comprehended 1 profundity and was in the midst of comprehending the second profundity. The mustard energy around Yun Zan surged violently as more pebbles and stones flew toward him. In the end, the stones and pebbles almost completely covered him. The air rippled like water into the surroundings. The law of Earth's shaking profundity. Ling Zhuyun raised an eyebrow when he saw this. He unhurriedly lifted his hand. Upon seeing this, many people thought he was going to unsheath his sword. However, they were proven wrong when they saw him raising his hand over his head. What's he doing? Mirong Xiao, who was closest to Ling Zhuyun, frowned slightly, perplexed. In the next moment, she saw a black vortex appear on Ling Zhuyun's palm. Then, the tip of a sword slowly came out from his palm. Her eyes widened in shock, and her heart raced in her chest. An emperor-grade celestial weapon. It was widely known that emperor-grade celestial weapons could be kept in one's body. After all, under everyone's watchful eyes, a 3-foot-long sword with bolts of gray lightning flashing around it appeared in Ling Zhuyun's hand. An emperor-grade celestial weapon. Another emperor-grade celestial weapon. How's this possible? When did emperor-grade celestial weapons become so common? Duan Ling Tian has 1, and Ling Zhuyun also has 1. Everyone, including Shui Jingyu and the others, was dumbfounded when they saw Ling Zhuyun taking out an emperor-grade celestial weapon. To them, Emperor-grade celestial weapons were legendary and incredibly rare. How could they not be dumbstruck seeing two Emperor-grade celestial weapons consecutively? At this moment, a trembling voice laden with horror rang from the void where the stones and pebbles gathered. I give up. I give up. I give up. Chapter 3027 Yunzan's Death. Yunzan, who had spoken domineeringly and had threatened to kill Ling Juyun earlier, was filled with horror and fear as soon as Ling Juyun drew out his 3-foot-long sword. The sword was clearly an Emperor-grade celestial weapon that had been boosted by a profundity of Allah. I surrender. I surrender. Yunzan cried out, afraid that Ling Juyun would strike at him with the sword that had gray lightning bolts flashing around it. You're surrendering now. Ling Juyun looked at Yunzan that was shrouded by a sandstorm and nonchalantly said, isn't it a little too early for you to surrender? Under everyone's watchful eyes, another Ling Juyun suddenly appeared. However, this Ling Juyun had red eyes and emitted a strange aura. Is that a doppelganger? Shui Jingyun said in surprise. I know Ling Juyun has comprehended two profundities from the law of death, and this technique is the undead doppelganger. However, I didn't expect him to possess an Emperor-grade celestial weapon as well. Shui Jingyu had been shocked when Duan Lingtian drew out his Emperor-grade celestial sword earlier. He was shocked again when he discovered Ling Juyun possessed an Emperor-grade celestial sword as well. His curiosity was piqued. He could not help but wonder if they had obtained it from the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. It was impossible. The other participants were shocked when they heard Shui Jingyu's words. They could not help but shake their heads and sighed, feeling pity for Yunzan, who had provoked a monstrous genius like Ling Juyun. The law of death, the undead doppelganger. This gray-clad young man, Ling Juyun, has comprehended the law of death. Moreover, he has also comprehended two profundities from the law of death. The law of death is powerful as it is. Since he has comprehended two profundities, his strength should be on par with Yunzan even if he didn't use his Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Ling Juyun is definitely going to emerge victorious now that he has brought out his Emperor-grade celestial weapon. You're stating the obvious. Can't you see Yunzan cowering in fear and waving the white flag? He's close to kneeling before Ling Juyun. Yunzan probably didn't expect he'd be so unfortunate to meet such a strong opponent. The sound of wind howling rang in the air, followed by a series of explosions. Ling Juyun's doppelganger charged toward Yunzan with the Emperor-grade celestial sword in hand. As it drew closer to Yunzan, gray sword cheese shot out of the sword and formed a wall that surrounded Yunzan. A loud explosion rang in the air as Yunzan charged against the wall of sword cheese in an attempt to breach it. His expression changed drastically when he saw the wall of word cheese merely shook for a moment before returning to normal. The sound of explosions continued to ring in the air. Before Ling Juyun's doppelganger reached him, Yunzan frantically cast all the techniques in his arsenal and used his king-grade celestial weapon to break free. Alas, despite his attempts, the wall of sword cheese remained standing. Despair was written all over his face at this moment. When Ling Juyun's doppelganger passed through the wall of sword cheese and was about to bring the sword down, Yunzhong pleaded desperately in a last-ditch attempt to save himself, "Please spare me. My possessions are all yours as long as you let me live. Please." Yunzan's voice echoed clearly in Time Valley. Everyone could hear the anguish and despair in his voice. His helplessness was palpable. At this moment, a miserable cry rang in the air. No. Soon after, silence descended in the valley again. With this feat, the other participants viewed Ling Juyun in a completely new light. In fact, they felt Ling Juyun was more formidable than Duan Lingtian, since Ling Juyun had comprehended the law of death, one of the four supreme laws. This made them incredibly fearful of him. Based on Ling Juyun's strength, with his Emperor-grade celestial weapon, there's no doubt he's a match for Duan Lingtian. Why did he relinquish the highest stone block to Duan Lingtian? Ling Juyun and Duan Lingtian were in the same group. They must have a good relationship. Who knows, they might even know each other for a long time now. They're both peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial under 100 years old, and both of them possess an Emperor-grade celestial weapon. They must have come from the same place. What kind of force is able to give their peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials an Emperor-grade celestial weapon each? Why would they even be interested in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm? Not even the upper realm has anything that interests them, right? Who knows? In any case, I don't think it's a coincidence that both of them are in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm at the same time. Similar to the others, Shui Jingyu and the others who were with Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun during the second trial in the Celestial Lord Temple had the same question as well. Did Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun come from the same place and knew each other beforehand? A slight frown appeared on Shui Jingyu's face as he thought to himself, I remember Ling Juyun approaching Duan Lingtian during the end of the first trial in the Celestial Lord Temple. They even spoke privately in another hall. If they knew each other from before, they could have just communicated through voice transmission in the first place. He had a feeling Duan Lingtian and Ling Juyun only met not too long ago. In the end, Shui Jingyu shook his head and sat cross-legged on the stone block before he began to comprehend the law of time. Whatever, it's none of my business whether they knew each other from before or not. I better start comprehending the law of time. Meanwhile, Murong Xiao looked at Ling Juyun fearfully and said, with your strength, you could have competed with Duan Lingtian for the highest seat. Murong Xiao had already known Ling Juyun was not a simple person after listening to Oya's words. She had thought his defenses must be remarkable since he had a purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon. Who knew his offensive power was even more remarkable? It was only natural since he had an emperor-grade celestial weapon to boost his attacks. What does it have to do with you? It's none of your business. Ling Juyun scowled at her disdainfully before he closed his eyes and began to comprehend the law of time. Murong Xiao's words had touched a nerve in Ling Juyun. He was not afraid of Duan Lingtian and could hold his own against Duan Lingtian. However, since Wanzhou had to depend on Duan Lingtian now that she became his sole artifact, he had no choice but to yield to Duan Lingtian in fear of Duan Lingtian venting his anger on Wanzhou. Why you? Murong Xiao's expression soured immediately. Similar to Duan Lingtian, Ling Juyun was rude to her. They were nothing like the men who fawned over her. She even began to wonder if she had lost her charm. Little did she know, Ling Juyun came from an extraordinary background and had met many women who were much more beautiful than her. Moreover, she was not even as beautiful as Wanzhou, who had become the artifact soul of Duan Lingtian's artifact. Murong inhaled deeply to calm her anger. She decided not to waste any more time and began to comprehend the law of time. Meanwhile, some participants resumed fighting over stone blocks and some of them began to comprehend the law of time. After a day and night had passed, Time Valley finally regained its tranquility. Everyone was now seated on their own stone block. Duan Lingtian, who was seated on the highest stone block, looked calm. However, inwardly, he was in turmoil. Due to being seated at the highest point, his progress was, naturally, ahead of the others since he could feel the flow of time more clearly than the others. Moreover, he was the first to begin comprehending the law of time. The law of time is mysterious and tricky. It can be fast, it can be slow, and it can even stop. This must be the effect from the law of time's fundamental profundity, the time elemental profundity. Time is fleeting. No one is able to escape from the clutches of time. Perhaps, an emperor-grade celestial weapon like the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda could slow down time for a while, but it has no way of reversing or stopping time at all. 100 years or 1,000 years can pass with a thought, a cycle. Duan Lingtian was so immersed in comprehending the law of time that he was completely oblivious to his surroundings. Chapter 3028. They came out from the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Duan Lingtian was not even aware of the commotion that was caused by Ling Juyun earlier. He was fully immersed in comprehending the law of time after he had extended his divine consciousness to protect himself. At this moment, including Duan Lingtian, there were more than 40 people who were comprehending the law of time. They could be considered as the strongest participants among those who had entered the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. The others who were not in the Celestial Lord Temple were either dead or wandering around and killing each other while they waited for the exit of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm to open. Before the exit opened, they could continue to kill to obtain points. Meanwhile, a figure was hovering above molten lava at the foot of an erupting volcano. He muttered to himself, I wonder how Brother Duan and Jia Chao are doing. The handsome young man held a 7-foot-long spear in his hands, and he looked rather exhausted. His robes were tattered. It was clear that he had just won a battle. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would quickly recognize the handsome young man as Huang Jialong. He was a good friend of Duan Lingtian, whom Duan Lingtian met in the central area after leaving the borderlands. Huang Jialong smiled as he looked at his accumulative points jade that contained 11 points. I finally accumulated more than 10 points. Although Huang Jialong had accumulated more than 10 points, he was not brought to the Celestial Lord Temple. This was because it was too late by the time he accumulated the necessary points. Apart from Huang Jialong, there were many participants who accumulated the necessary points too late and were not brought to the Celestial Lord Temple as well. At this moment, the participants outside the Celestial Lord Temple continued killing, unaware that a group of people had a fortuitous encounter in a place called the Celestial Lord Temple. However, not everyone who was in the Celestial Lord Temple chose to undergo the trials. Instead, they chose to stay in a safe room since they did not think they were strong enough to survive the trials. Moreover, some of them only managed to enter the Celestial Lord Temple because they had help from others. Huang Jia Chao, who had Duan Ling Tian's help to obtain 10 points, was an example of this. Such an act was considered cheating. Meanwhile, Huang Jia Chao was cultivating in a safe room in the Celestial Lord Temple. He sighed in relief as he thought to himself, I wonder how Brother Duan is doing. He must have left his room and ventured into the Celestial Lord Temple. It'd be fairly easy for him to survive with his strength. Unbeknownst to him, Duan Ling Tian did not only survive, but he was faring the best out of everyone who had chosen to venture into the Celestial Lord Temple, in the center of the scaling cloud lake where the portal to the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm was located. Yonger. A plaintive cry rang in the air, drawing a few people's attention. At this moment, the majority of people present on the scene had already grown numb to the mournful cries that would ring in the air from time to time. After all, many of the participants from various forces were dying every day in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Hu Linyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, would periodically scan through the names on the scoreboard to look for the name of his son, Hu Jingyong. At this moment, Hu Jingyong's name had disappeared from the scoreboard. This meant that his son must have perished in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. He was still mourning the loss of his brightest son when an exclamation rang in the air. There's a change at the top of the scoreboard. Everyone, including Hu Linyi, instinctively turned to look at the scoreboard. Ling Juyun. Hu Linyi's heart skipped a beat as he saw Ling Juyun's name had risen to the top, replacing Marong Xiao. His eyes moved below Ling Juyun's name and saw Duan Ling Tian had dropped from second to third place. His expression turned unsightly upon seeing this. Not only did he lose his son, but Duan Ling Tian had even dropped to third place. He was about to look away when Duan Ling Tian's name suddenly rose to second place again, kicking Marong Xiao down to third place. Upon seeing this, the expressions of the two elders from the Marong clan soured. How's this possible? Everyone broke out in an uproar when the two dark horses occupied the top 2 places on the scoreboard. The top 3 rankings didn't change for quite a long time. Who knew a drastic change would happen at this hour? Marong Xiao dropped from first place to third place just like that. Ling Juyun and Duan Ling Tian are sectless cultivators from the Thousand Nation territory. Since when did they have such talented sectless cultivators there? These two sectless cultivators are truly extraordinary. They've achieved more than any sectless cultivators had achieved in the past. That's right, 2 sectless cultivators occupying the top 2 places are unprecedented in the history of the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Half a month passed in just a blink of an eye. The void above the center of scaling cloud lake rippled before a gateway appeared. Upon seeing this, many people who were waiting began to perk up. They'll be coming out any moment now. The gateway to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm has appeared. Seems like there are only 30% of participants left now. How tragic. Soon after, many people began to discuss the deaths of Sima Chun, Dongfang Jinlun, Li Yuan, and Yun Zan. Their deaths were the most shocking ones among all the participants who perished in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinlun were the respective geniuses of their grade 7 clans. Li Yuan was also the first genius to appear in his grade 8 sect. Finally, Yun Zan was an elder from a grade 8 sect who had deliberately suppressed his cultivation base so he could enter the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Since 4 of them had comprehended 2 profundities from Allah, there was no doubt that they were rather powerful. In fact, it should not be difficult for them to rank in the top 10 with their strength. Alas, not only did they not rank in the top 10, but they were dead. A total of 4 people who had comprehended 2 profundities from Allah had died in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm this time. This is unprecedented. Sima Chun, Dongfang Jinlun, Li Yuan, Yun Zan. They were some of the most famous peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the regions under the profound nether mansions. Control. No one expected them to die in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Who could have killed them? Ling Zhuyun, Duan Ling Tian, Marong Xiao Xiao, or was it the collective force of a few people? Who knows? Duan Ling Tian is only a few points away from Ling Zhuyun, whereas Marong Xiao Xiao is short of roughly a dozen points. The point gaps are too small. The point gaps after the 4th rank are very small as well. It's really difficult to tell who killed Sima Chun and the others. Perhaps they were killed by a group of people, or they could have died trying to obtain treasures or fortuitous encounters, and their points were given to those who were fortunate enough to be in the vicinity. That's possible as well. One by one, figures began to appear in the gateway. Those with stronger cultivation bases could feel the powerful force sending people to the gateway. The group of people who just appeared looked around in confusion, clearly disoriented. In fact, it seemed as though they had lost their memories and did not know how they left the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. This group of people was precisely the people who had entered the Celestial Lord Temple. Where am I? How did I end up here? Wasn't I in the middle of a snow mountain? What's going on? Why was I sent out? I feel like I've forgotten something. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who was looking around, saw a figure he was familiar with in the midst of these people. Jia Chao, Chapter 3029, The Lost Memories. Duan Ling Tian was confused as well. He had suddenly appeared at the gateway at the center of Scaling Cloud Lake. He remembered running into Sima Chun from the Grade 7 Sima clan. After killing Sima Chun, he had accumulated more than 10 points in his accumulative point Jade, but he could not recall what happened from that moment onward. All he knew was he had suddenly been sent out of the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. I remember after killing Sima Chun, I had 11 points in my accumulative point Jade. Duan Ling Tian instinctively checked his accumulative point Jade. He was shocked to discover he had accumulated 286 points in his accumulative points Jade. Since he had started out with 1 point, this meant he had accumulated 285 points from other people at some point. Out of the 285 points I accumulated, I can only account for 10 points. Where did the remaining 275 points come from? Is there something wrong with my accumulative points Jade? No matter how hard Duan Ling Tian tried to search his memory, he still could not figure out where the points came from. At this moment, the people around Duan Ling Tian were slowly regaining their senses. Similarly, they were surprised when they saw their points. Since when did I accumulate so many points? I remember only having 12 points. Me too. I remember I had 11 points, but now, I have 23 points. My points are the same. However, I feel like I've forgotten something. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, I feel like I've forgotten something as well. At this moment, a gray figure began to look around his surroundings. His expression seemed a little panicked. He was none other than Ling Zhuyun, the genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming nation. So that's Ling Zhuyun. He's Ling Zhuyun, the genius sectless cultivator who ranks first in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. He's really less than 100 years old. He's not even 100 years old, and he managed to rank first. Did he rely on his strength, or is it just luck? Whatever it is, it doesn't change the fact that he's the winner. At this moment, Ling Zhuyun had become the focus of everyone's attention. The group of people who had exited the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm looked at the scoreboard and was shocked to see Ling Zhuyun's name at the top. Meanwhile, Ling Zhuyun could not care less about the attention. His face was pale as he muttered to himself anxiously in a voice only audible to him, Sister Wanger. Where's she? Did something happen to her while we were in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm? I'm pretty sure I lost some of my memories. I can't recall some things. How did I obtain 288 points? I remember the last time I checked, I only had 14 points. I don't remember anything that happened next. Duan Ling Tian and the other participants were still flustered and confused when the voice of Zongsun Shangqi, the elder from the Zongsun clan, rang in the air. There's no need to panic. What you're going through right now has happened to others in the past as well. This is due to a fortuitous encounter in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. Those who ran into this specific fortuitous encounter would have memories related to it erased. Your predecessors were also surprised when they found their points had increased and found they were in possession of new spatial rings, but they had no memories of obtaining the points or spatial rings. Moreover, some of them had even comprehended the law of time, although they had no recollection of it. When they heard Zongsun Shangqi's last sentence, the eyes of the participants who went into the Celestial Lord Temple lit up. The law of time. The law of time was the most mysterious and profound law among the four supreme laws. It would be a huge gain if they really did comprehend the law of time. The law of time. Pieces of information regarding the law of time suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. Broken scenes of time slowing down, speeding up, and stopping appeared in his mind. That's the law of time. At this moment, a childish voice suddenly rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. Boy, some formation in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm has erased some of your memories. Let me recount them for you. It was none other than the chaos divine earth. At this moment, the mellifluous voice of a woman rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. Please do me a favor and inform little Feng that I'm alright. He has also lost some of his memories. I'm sure he must be anxious to discover my sudden absence from his sea of consciousness. Who are you? Duan Lingtian was shocked to hear a strange woman's voice in his mind. His expression changed drastically. Why was there another presence in his sea of consciousness? The sea of consciousness was where his soul resided, and it was constantly protected by the profound divine metal. Nothing could get past the profound divine metal. Boy, there's no need to worry. After I'm done talking, you'll know who she is. As for you, girl, don't worry. He'll speak to that lad, Ling Juyun, on your behalf after I fill him in about what happened, the chaos divine earth said reassuringly. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he heard the chaos divine earth's words. Meanwhile, the woman had fallen silent after the chaos divine earth reassured her. Boy, after you accumulated 11 points by killing Sima Chun, the southern heaven celestial lord spoke to you. Then, a guiding force brought you to a place called the Celestial Temple Lord. During the journey to the Celestial Lord Temple, you met that lad, Huang Jia Chao, and saved him. The Chao Divine Earth began to recount what happened in detail after Duan Lingtian lost his memory. So after killing Sima Chun, I also killed Dongfang Jinlun and Li Yuan. Just like Sima Chun, two of them had also comprehended two profundities from Allah. Meanwhile, Ling Juyun comes from the divine offering land. Wanzher used to be the artifact soul of a prominent Devata artifact and has chosen me to be her master by becoming the artifact soul of the seven orifices exquisite sword. In exchange for that, I promised to avenge her former master as long as the person who killed her former master deserved it. Although Duan Lingtian learned about what happened, he felt a sense of detachment to the memories since he had forgotten about them. Even then, he did not doubt the veracity of the chaos divine earth since he trusted it. Moreover, after he checked his spatial ring, the things in there corresponded with the chaos divine earth's words. I even managed to claim the best place to comprehend the law of time in a place called Time Valley. Jia Chao is here with us because I helped him accumulate 10 points to enter the Celestial Lord Temple. He must have survived because he didn't leave the safe room in the Celestial Lord Temple. With these thoughts in mind, Duan Lingtian instinctively turned to look at Huang Jia Chao. Coincidentally, Huang Jia Chao was making his way toward him. He asked in confusion, Brother Duan, I remember you saved me. However, all I can remember is us having a conversation before you saved me. After that, I have no memories of anything else. Do you know what happened after that? Although Duan Lingtian knew what happened, he did not intend to tell Huang Jia Chao. It was best nobody knew about it. Ling Juyun. Duan Lingtian shifted his eyes to Ling Juyun, who had an unsightly expression on his face. Ling Juyun looked deeply unhappy and distressed even though he was ranked first on the scoreboard. He must have discovered Wanzher's absence. I didn't expect him to come from the divine offering land and even possess emperor-grade celestial weapons and Devata artifacts. Naturally, Duan Lingtian only knew these things because of the Chaos Divine Earth's reminder. Chapter 3030 A Cold Snort. After discovering what happened, Duan Lingtian finally understood why the woman's voice in his mind wanted him to inform Ling Juyun that she was alright. Ling Juyun. Duan Lingtian sent a message through voice transmission. Ling Juyun looked at Duan Lingtian, perplexed, as Duan Lingtian informed him about what happened when they were in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Temple. From when they passed the first trial in the Celestial Lord Temple until Wanzher left Ling Juyun's Sea of Consciousness and entered Duan Lingtian's Sea of Consciousness and what happened afterward, he recounted everything in detail. To prove the veracity of his words, Duan Lingtian also brought up the purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapon that Ling Juyun used in the Celestial Lord Temple and the Devata artifact he had used in Time Valley. Indeed, the sword Ling Juyun had used in Time Valley was a Devata artifact. Although it was only a primitive Devata artifact, its powers were on par with an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Ling Zhuyun's expression eased. He no longer doubted Duan Lingtian's words. With this, Duan Lingtian and Ling Zhuyun were the only ones who knew about the Celestial Lord Temple. Everyone, including Murong Xiao, did not and could not remember anything at all. Meanwhile, Murong Xiao checked her accumulative points jade before she looked at the top 3 names on the scoreboard. I've accumulated 232 points, but I still didn't rank first. First place, Ling Zhuyun with 298 points. Second place, Duan Lingtian with 286 points. Murong Xiao frowned. She had never heard of these 2 names before. It was obvious they were not known in the profound Nether Mansion. She was shocked and confused that these 2 unknown young men managed to claim the top 2 spots in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. At this moment, the 2 elders from the Murong clan approached Murong Xiao and greeted her, second miss. Not only was Murong Xiao a genius disciple of the Murong clan, but she was also the clan leader's only daughter. She was a woman who could hold her own among men. One of the elders from the Murong clan asked, "Second miss, why you really can't remember what happened?" "I only remember how I accumulated 12 points. What happened afterward, I have no recollection of it at all. Nonetheless, I didn't expect I'd fail to rank first even after accumulating 232 points, Murong Xiao said with a sigh as she shook her head. She looked at the 2 names at the top of the scoreboard again and asked, "Elders, does anyone know those 2 who rank at the top?" Second miss, Ling Zhuyun represents the East Ming nation, and Duan Lingtian represents the supporting Fall nation. Both of them are sectless cultivators, one of the elders replied. Second miss, they're no ordinary sectless cultivators. Not only did they rank at the top, but both of them haven't even reached the age of 100. The other elder said, "What, they haven't even reached the age of 100? Murong Xiao was slightly surprised at the first elder's remark, but she was thoroughly shocked when she heard the second elder's words. Not only were they unknown sectless cultivators, but they were also younger than 100 years old. Ling Zhuyun. Murong Xiao followed the crowd's gaze and saw Ling Zhuyun. Then, she probed him with her divine consciousness. Indeed, he was not even 100 years old. And Duan Lingtian. Then, Murong Xiao shifted her gaze to Duan Lingtian. Similarly, she discovered he was also younger than 100 years old. Duan Lingtian could tell someone had probed him with their divine consciousness. When he looked up, he saw Murong Xiao staring at him. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Earth's voice rang in his mind. "This woman is Murong Xiao. Murong Xiao. The Chaos Divine Earth had spoken briefly about her earlier. She had tried to curry favor with him when they were in Time Valley and had given up after he ignored her. Based on the look on her face, she doesn't remember me." When their eyes met, Duan Lingtian could tell she was looking at him as though she was looking at a stranger. "The participants who have come out, please return to the force you represent." The voice of Zongsun Shangqi, an elder from the Zongsun clan, rang in the air again. One after another, the participants returned to their respective forces. Duan Lingtian and Huang Jia returned to the supporting Fall nation, whereas Ling Zhuyun returned to the East Ming nation. "Congratulations, Duan Lingtian." Hu Linyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall nation, greeted Duan Lingtian with a beaming smile on his face. It seemed as though he had temporarily forgotten about the death of his son, Hu Jiyong. "Congratulations to you as well, Jia Chao. You made it to the top 100, Hu Linyi said with a smile as he looked at Huang Jia. I can't seem to find the 4th prince's name," Huang Jia thought to himself as he looked through the names on the scoreboard. Since Hu Jiyong's name was not on the scoreboard, it could only mean one thing: Hu Jiyong had died in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He gasped inwardly as he looked at Hu Linyi furtively. "Yonger is dead," Hu Linyi muttered softly after sensing Huang Jia's gaze. "I'm sorry for your loss, Your Majesty," Huang Jia said. Meanwhile, a crowd had gathered around Hu Linyi to congratulate him after Duan Lingtian returned to his side. "Congratulations, Emperor Hu. Emperor Hu, you're really fortunate to be able to recruit such a monstrous talent. There's no doubt that you'll be handsomely rewarded. Second place, Emperor Hu, with such a remarkable outcome, your rewards will surely fill everyone with envy." Traces of jealousy could be seen in the eyes of the people who had come forth to congratulate Hu Linyi. Some of them were even cursing him inwardly for his luck. After all, the 3 sects and 2 clans would generously reward the factions of the top-ranking participants. The higher the ranks of the participants, the more generous the rewards would be. Since Duan Lingtian ranked second, Hu Lingyi's rewards would only be second to the Emperor of the East Ming nation. The Emperor of the East Ming nation would, naturally, have the best rewards since Ling Zhuyun was ranked first in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Zhuyun, you truly didn't let me down. The Emperor of the East Ming nation grinned ear to ear as he welcomed Ling Zhuyun with open arms. He was clearly overjoyed. He was still shocked that Ling Zhuyun had ranked first. Although he knew Ling Zhuyun was powerful, he did not expect Ling Zhuyun to make it to the top 10, let alone first place. Meanwhile, people were also gathered around Marong Xiao who was ranked third to congratulate her. They did not forget to flatter her as well. Congratulations, Miss Marong, for ranking third. With the help from the 3 sects and 2 clans and your innate talent, it'd be fairly easy for you to enter the profound Nether Mansion and accomplish amazing feats. Congratulations, Miss Marong. Marong Xiao nodded perfunctorily when faced with congratulatory words and flattery. Her gaze remained fixed on Duan Lingtian and Ling Zhuyun, the duo who surpassed her and claimed the top 2 rankings. At this moment, a gray-clad old man standing among the throng of people shifted his gaze between Ling Zhuyun, Duan Lingtian, Marong Xiao, and the other participants. Which of them killed Chun'er? He was none other than the Grand Elder of the Sima clan, Sima Pingdong. He was searching through the participants for the person who killed his beloved grandson, Sima Chun. Similarly, the people of the Dongfang clan were looking at the participants in search of the person who killed Dongfang Jinlun. The grade 8 sects Li Yuan and Yuzan belonged to were also searching for their murderers. Who killed Li Yuan? Who killed Elder Yunzan? At this moment, Sima Dongping's voice rang thunderously in the center of Scaling Cloud Lake as he declared, "No matter who you are, if you're able to provide us with clues about the person who killed my grandson, Sima Chun, I, Sima Pingdong, and the Sima clan will be indebted to you." Everyone was taken aback by Sima Dongping's sudden outburst. It did not take long before they were shocked again. The people from the grade 7 Dongfang clan followed in Sima Dongping's footsteps and declared, "Whoever's able to provide us with clues about the person who killed Dongfang Jinlun, the Dongfang clan will be indebted to you as well." The 2 clans publicly declared their determination to find the killers because Sima Chun and Dongfang Jinlun were no ordinary disciples of the clans, they were their brightest disciples. HMPH. A cold snort rang in the air at this moment, drowning out all the voices immediately. Chills ran up everyone's spines. Chapter 3031 The Domineering Behind Feng. It seems like both of you don't have any regards for the 3 clans and 2 sects. A frosty voice rang in the air, causing the people in the surroundings to feel as though they had been dropped into an ice cave. A gust of wind stirred in the air before a figure seemingly appeared out of thin air before Sima Pingdong, the Grand Elder of the Sima clan. Beihai Feng. Before Sima Pingdong had time to react and mobilize his celestial origin energy, Beihai Feng raised a brush in his hand and attacked at lightning speed. The brush spun before it transformed into a dragon-like energy and shot toward Sima Pingdong. The void rippled in its wake. It easily breached Sima Pingdong's celestial origin that shrouded him protectively. Then, the dragon-like energy whipped its tail at him before he exploded into a mist of blood, leaving only a spatial ring and armor behind. The remaining force from the attack dissipated into a gust of wind, causing the robes of the onlookers, including Duan Lingtian, to flutter in the air. Those who were standing near Sima Pingdong earlier widened their eyes in horror and instinctively retreated. "He's dead." Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He did not expect Sima Pingdong would die just like that. The crowd inhaled sharply when they saw how swift Beihai Feng's attack was. "The Grand Elder of the Sima clan is dead." The Grand Elder of the Sima clan is one of the clan's strongest powerhouses. And yet, the 3rd sect leader of the coupling sect killed him with just a strike. Although Sima Pingdong was caught off guard, he should still be able to retaliate, right? I'm not surprised. It's known that the 3rd sect leader of the coupling celestial sect is even stronger than the 1st sect leader of the coupling sect. Moreover, he's also one of the 10 inspectors of the profound Nether Mansion. How unfortunate for the Grand Elder of the Sima clan. If the coupling celestial sect had sent another person as a representative, he would probably only be rebuked for his actions. However, since the 3rd sect leader represents the profound Nether Mansion as an inspector as well, he, naturally, has to be stricter since Sima Pingdong blatantly disregarded the rules of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. While most people were in shock over Sima Pingdong's death at Beihai Feng's hand, the people from the grade 8 forces that Li Yuan and Yun Zan were from gulped. They felt incredibly lucky they did not recklessly speak up earlier. Otherwise, they would definitely be killed by Bihai Ming Feng as well. Even Sima Ping Dong, who was much stronger than them, had died. How could they hope to survive? Grand Elder. The other elder from the Sima clan could only smile bitterly after he witnessed Sima Ping Dong's death. After the commotion from Bihai Ming Feng killing Sima Ping Dong died down, the onlookers quickly shifted their eyes to the person from the Dongfang clan who had made a declaration earlier about looking for Dongfang Jin Lun's murderer earlier. After all, similar to Sima Ping Dong, he had also blatantly disregarded one of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realms rules. As expected, Bihai Ming Feng's body flickered out of sight and appeared in front of the elder from the Dongfang clan. The elder from the Dongfang clan who had witnessed Sima Ping Dong's death paled immediately when he saw Bihai Ming Feng in front of him. For someone who had easily killed Sima Ping Dong, it would be like killing an ant if Bihai Ming Fei wanted to kill him. He quickly fell to his knees and kowtowed as he said, "Third sect leader, please have mercy. Please forgive me." Bihai Ming Feng was indifferent to the pleading of the elder from the Dongfang clan. He raised the brush in his hand again. This time, a sword cry rang in the air as a bright light shot out of the tip of the brush like a shooting star. In the next moment, a bloody hole could be seen on the glabella of the elder from the Dongfang clan. His hand was still raised in a defensive posture as he fell to the ground. Earlier, Bihai Ming Feng had collected Sima Ping Dong's spatial ring and armor, but he did not collect the possessions of the elder from the Dongfang clan though he did not find them worthy of him. After all, with Bihai Ming Feng's status, even Sima Ping Dong could not match his wealth and resources, let alone an ordinary elder from the Dongfang clan. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Bihai Ming Feng calmly returned to his original position after killing the elder from the Dongfan clan. Zhang Guangzheng, the vice sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, smiled wryly as he said, "Sect leader Bihai, I'm afraid the majority of the participants who survived the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm will flock to the coupling Celestial sect now after witnessing your strength." Heng Chan, the hall master of the Arhat Hall in the Cloud Platform Celestial sect, said with a hint of displeasure, "That's right. Sect leader Bihai, that's unfair." Zongsun Shangqi and Gongyang Yu, the representative leaders from the Zongsun clan and the Gongyang clan, only smiled wryly. What could they do? The third sect leader of the coupling Celestial sect was undoubtedly powerful. It was only natural if the participants wanted to join the coupling Celestial sect. All of you were clearly displeased when Sima Ping Dong made his declaration earlier, but none of you dared to take action. Bihai Ming Feng looked at Zhang Guangzheng and Heng Chan from the corners of his eyes as he said nonchalantly, "Since it was clear none of you would do anything about it, I, naturally, had to take action." Zhang Guangzheng and Heng Chan could not refute Bihai Ming Feng's words. They were, indeed, displeased, but they did not dare to act in fear of embarrassing themselves. After all, their strength was only on par with Sima Ping Dong's strength. If Sima Ping Dong decided to flee, it was unlikely that they would be able to stop him. To avoid embarrassment, they thought it was best not to interfere. After Bihai Ming Feng had taken matters into his hands, those who wanted to seek revenge no longer dared to misbehave. At this moment, someone exclaimed, "There are more people coming out." At this moment, a figure had appeared at the gateway. Soon enough, more and more figures began to appear. Jia Long. It did not take long before Duan Lingtian found Huang Jia Long among the sea of people. He knew Huang Jia Long was alive since Huang Jia Long's name was still on the scoreboard. Although Huang Jia Long's points were only a few points ahead of Huang Jia Chao, Huang Jia Long had accumulated those points without any help. Out of the 9 participants from the supporting Fall Nation, only 4 survived. Apart from me, Jia Long, and Jia Chao, Meng Chu Yu is the only one who survived, Duan Lingtian thought to himself after he scanned the names on the scoreboard. Meng Chu Yu was one of the 2 women among the participants from the supporting Fall Nation. An old lady who was a celestial king had accompanied her here. "Brother Duan," Huang Jia Long called out as he made a beeline toward Duan Lingtian and the people from the supporting Fall Nation. After Huang Jia Long greeted Hu Linyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, he turned to Duan Lingtian and curiously asked, "Brother Duan, how many points did you accumulate?" He waved his accumulative points jade as he continued to say, "I accumulated 22 points. Duan Lingtian glanced at the scoreboard and said with a faint smile on his face, "Why don't you have a look at the scoreboard?" Huang Jia Chao kindly reminded his brother and said meaningfully, "You should start at the top of the scoreboard." Huang Jialong immediately shifted his gaze to the top of the scoreboard. He exclaimed, "First place, Ling Juyun with 298 points. Shit, that genius sectless cultivator from the East Ming nation is insane. How did he make it to the top? Forget about him, why don't you look at the next name?" Huang Jiachao prompted. Huang Jialong was shocked speechless when he saw the second name on the scoreboard. Duan Ling Tian, 286 points. These words, impact was like a bomb to Huang Jialong. "B brother Duan, why you're ranked second?" Huang Jialong looked at Duan Ling Tian incredulously. How on earth did you do it?" "It just happened," Duan Ling Tian said with a shrug. At this moment, Meng Chuyu brought with her a gust of wind that carried her fragrance as she moved toward her grandmother. Finally, the 4 surviving participants from the supporting Fall Nation had gathered. Chapter 3032 Everyone's out. Meng Chuyu accumulated 31 points. Her points are higher than Jia Long's. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Meng Chuyu, clearly surprised by her result. It seems like she hid her strength during the Southern Heaven combat. 0.31 points were considered a lot for participants who did not enter the Celestial Lord Temple. With these points, Meng Chuyu managed to make it into the top 100. Duan Ling Tian ranked second. Meanwhile, Meng Chuyu's eyes widened in surprise when she looked at the scoreboard. She instinctively turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. She knew he was outstanding and was the strongest among the overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the supporting Fall Nation, but there were many outstanding geniuses from the regions under the profound Nether Mansion's control. Put aside the many Grade 8 and Grade 7 forces, there were 1,000 Grade 8 nations like the supporting Fall Nation as well. In such a highly competitive environment, how could she not feel shocked that Duan Ling Tian managed to rank second? It just happened. Huang Jialong was rendered speechless, the corners of his lips were twitching. He had only accumulated 22 points after fighting with his life on the line in several close calls with death. However, according to Duan Ling Tian, he had, just so happened, to accumulate 286 points. In the end, Huang Jialong sighed, slightly upset, before he changed the topic. "Brother Duan, have you decided which of the 3 sects and 2 clans to join? In my opinion, the Zhongsun clan and Gongyang clan aren't worth your time since they'll definitely favor and prioritize their lineal disciples over you. They might put in a little effort to help you enter the profound Nether Mansion, and that's about it. On the other hand, the Simplicity Celestial Sect, the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, and the Coupling Celestial Sect are different. Nepotism is rarely an issue. They definitely won't hesitate to use all their resources to help you enter the profound Nether Mansion." "I agree." Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly. This had occurred to him as well, so he did not consider joining the Zhongsun clan and the Gongyang clan at all. Huang Jialong's eyes were as bright as the stars in the night sky as he said, "Why don't we join the Coupling Celestial Sect together? Not only is Bihai Mingfeng the 3rd sect leader, but the sect has many female disciples who are supreme grade cauldrons." Duan Ling Tian, naturally, knew Huang Jialong did not literally mean the women were cauldrons. Cauldron was a term used to refer to beautiful females with no cultivation base to serve and help male disciples raise their cultivation bases. These women who were raised by the coupling sect were not forced to become cauldrons. They had all consented to it. For this reason, despite having a bad reputation in several regions, the profound Nether Mansion, the coupling celestial sect was not considered an evil sect. Duan Ling Tian said, "The female disciples and the cauldrons are probably the only reason you want to join the coupling celestial sect." Huang Jialong laughed sheepishly. Duan Ling Tian was right about his reasons for wanting to join the coupling celestial sect. Then, he looked at Huang Jiachao and asked, "Jiachao, you're really lucky. Not only did you survive, but you even accumulated 17 points." Before entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Huang Jialong knew it was dangerous in there. However, only when he was in there did he realize how dangerous it was. At one point, he even wondered if his brother, Huang Jiachao, would be able to survive. "Indeed, I'm really lucky. Brother Duan saved my life in the nick of time. Otherwise, I would have died," Huang Jiachao said with a sigh. He was filled with gratitude toward Duan Ling Tian. After all, without Duan Ling Tian, he would not be standing here with them now. "What happened?" Huang Jialong asked. After Huang Jiachao recounted his close call with death, Huang Jialong thanked Duan Ling Tian profusely. However, Duan Ling Tian was lost in his thoughts at this moment. If the Chaos Divine Earth did not tell him he had saved Huang Jiachao, he would not have known about it at all. After all the memories from the moment he learned about the Celestial Lord Temple to the time he was sent out had been erased. Huang Jiachao had memories about Duan Lingtian saving him because he had only learned about the Celestial Lord Temple after Duan Lingtian had saved him. Both of you lost your memories. Huang Jialong was shocked when he learned Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao had lost some of their memories during their time in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. On the contrary, he remembered all his time in the lower realm. Huang Jiachao nodded before he said, I don't know what happened. But I was sent out first along with a group of people, including Duan Lingtian, who was clearly the strongest among all the participants. It's unfortunate that I lost my memories. A wry smile could be seen on his face as he spoke. An old man who had accompanied Hu Lingyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, here said, didn't you hear Elder Zongsun Shangqi's words? Those who lost their memories had a specific fortuitous encounter. Moreover, among these people, there are some who have comprehended the law of time. Hu Lingyi said, the possibility is minute. At least, in the past 10,000, no one in the regions under the profound Nether Mansion's control had successfully mastered the law of time in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. At most, in recent years, some people from Grade 6 forces only managed to comprehend the law of time's fundamental profundity, the time elemental profundity. Therefore, don't feel bad if you didn't successfully comprehend the law of time. He had clearly said these words in an attempt to console Duan Lingtian and Huang Jiachao. The duo nodded. Your Majesty is right, the law of time is the most profound among the four supreme laws. It'd be difficult for ordinary people to comprehend it. Huang Jialong nodded in agreement. If I'm not mistaken, I think I've successfully comprehended the law of time, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He could not wait to test the powers of the law of time. After all, the law of time was the most profound and mysterious among the four supreme laws. It surpassed the law of space, the law of life, and the law of death. Nobody, including Duan Lingtian, could resist the chance to comprehend such a powerful law. As time passed by, more and more people were gradually sent out of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. After 10 days, the participants who survived the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm had all been sent out. Soon enough, the gateway disappeared without a trace. Zongsun Shangqi, the representative leader from the Zongsun clan, did not waste any time and said, the surviving overarching heavenly supreme celestials, please come forward and hand over your accumulative point jades. The participants, including Duan Lingtian, began to move to hand over their accumulative point jades that shone with 4 distinctive colors. With just a glance, it was easy to see which color dominated the other 3 colors. It seems like the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect won the bet, after all. Heng Chong, the Hall Master of the Arhat Hall in the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, said with a chuckle before he looked at Bihai Mingfeng, Zhang Guangzheng, Zongsun Shangqi, and Gongyang Yu. The golden accumulative point jades that were distributed by the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect made up most of the jades in the participants' hands. Every time the gateway to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened, the 3 sects and 2 clans would have a bet among themselves. The force with the most corresponding accumulative point jades held by surviving participants in the end would be the winner. With this, all the wagers that were put out by the remaining 4 forces would go to the winner. Zhang Guangzheng grunted as he tossed a spatial ring to Heng Chan. Bihai Mingfeng did not seem to care that he had lost. After all, the wager he had put up was from the coupling celestial sect. What he cared about the most now was to recruit the top 3 participants to join the coupling celestial sect. He had been surreptitiously looking at Ling Juyun, Duan Lingtian, and Mirong Xiaoxiao. Although Mirong Xiaoxiao was a woman, he did not pay her any special attention. In fact, he seemed more interested in Ling Juyun and Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Which force do you plan to join? Duan Lingtian instinctively looked up and saw Ling Juyun standing in the distance and looking at him. He replied through voice transmission, why? Are you planning to join the same force as me? Yes, Ling Juyun replied honestly. I'm worried Sister Wanzher will be in trouble if you die, Ling Juyun bluntly replied. Wanzher was the artifact soul of a prominent artifact that used to belong to his sister. Since she forcibly separated herself from the original prominent artifact, she had not fully recovered from her injuries. Wanzhor had chosen Duan Lingtian as her master and became the artifact soul of his 7 orifices exquisite sword. However, before she completely integrated with the sword, she would not survive if Duan Lingtian died. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by Ling Zhuyun's blunt words and did not bother to reply to him. He said to Wanzhor, "It seems like he's still worried about you." Chapter 3033 Staying Composed. Wanzhor said to Duan Lingtian, "Tell him that I hope both of you don't join the same force. Both of you need separate training. Joining the same force will only hinder both of your progress since both of you will instinctively rely on each other. Even if both of us join different forces now, in the end, we'll still end up in the profound nether mansion. However, you're right, at least, we'll learn to face difficulties independently before joining the profound nether mansion," Duan Lingtian replied. He agreed with her words, so he conveyed her message to Ling Zhuyun. Wanzhor could only rely on Duan Lingtian now to communicate with Ling Zhuyun since she resided in Duan Lingtian's sea of consciousness. "Please tell Sister Wanzhor that I understand, and I'll act as she has advised." Ling Zhuyun nodded. Although he was disappointed, he had no intention of going against Wanzhor's words at all. At this moment, Zongsun Shangqi flew into the air. After he looked at Duan Lingtian, Ling Zhuyun, and Marong Xiao Xiao, he announced, "Can the top 3 participants in the forces they represent please step forward to claim their rewards?" Apart from the 3 participants, an elder from the Marong clan and the emperors of the supporting Fall Nation and the East Ming Nation respectively flew up into the air. Ling Zhuyun and the emperor of East Ming Nation were the first to receive the spatial rings that contained their respective rewards. The emperor of the East Ming Nation was clearly delighted after he looked into the spatial ring. The people in the surroundings from grade 8 and grade 9 forces looked at the emperor of the East Ming Nation enviously. Based on his expression, there was no doubt his rewards were great. On the other hand, those from grade 7 forces remained unmoved as though they did not think much of the rewards. The emperor of the East Ming Nation is the emperor of a grade 8 nation, and yet, he's not even as composed as that lad who's not even 100 years old. One of the emperors from a grade 8 nation mockingly said. This was because after receiving the rewards, Ling Zhuyun remained calm and indifferent. It was as though the rewards did not impress him at all. Generally, the rewards for participants in the forces they represented were of almost equal value. Therefore, Ling Zhuyun, who possessed even more valuable items, was more composed compared to the emperor of the East Ming Nation. "Emperor Lu, you're just jealous." The emperor of the East Ming Nation laughed heartily despite the other party's unpleasant words. After all, he knew the other party was just jealous. Nevertheless, many people were impressed by how composed Ling Zhuyun was under such circumstances. Heng Chan from the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect looked at Ling Zhuyun with a profound gaze as he said, "Not only is Ling Zhuyun's innate talent and comprehension skill high, but her maturity far surpassed his age as well. There's no doubt he'll be the pride of the Southern Heaven Territory in the future." After all, he knew it would be impossible for him to remain as calm as Ling Zhuyun if he was handsomely rewarded when he was still a peak overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Bihai Ming Feng looked at Heng Chan and asked, "Heng Chan, are you interested in this lad as well?" "Of course. If he's willing to join our Cloud Platform Celestial Sect, we won't spare any resources to help him even if he eventually leaves our sect for the profound Nether Mansion. It's fate if he joins our sect, after all." After Heng Chan finished speaking, he closed his eyes and joined his palms together with a tranquil expression on his face. Upon seeing this, Zhang Guangzheng from the Simplicity Sect scoffed before he said, "Heng Chan, you bald donkey. This lad is destined to become one of the elite powerhouses in the Southern Heaven Territory. You're only interested in him because of the benefits he'd bring the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect. So, quit acting enlightened in front of us. Do you think we're stupid?" Gongyang Yu could not help but chuckle when he heard Zhang Guangzheng's blunt remarks. Bihai Ming Feng's expression remained the same. He only looked at Heng Chan disdainfully. Nevertheless, Bihai Ming Feng and Zhang Guangzheng were also impressed with Ling Zhuyun's composure as well. Little did they know, Ling Zhuyun was so calm because he had already possessed an Emperor-grade celestial weapon and a Devata artifact. Despite still having their uses, it was only natural that the rewards from the 3 clans and 2 sects did not impress him. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Hu Linyi, the emperor of the supporting Fall Nation, each received a spatial ring as well. Hu Linyi's eyes flashed with excitement after he claimed ownership of the ring and looked at the contents. It seemed as though he had forgotten his son's death. At this moment, when Duan Lingtian checked his spatial ring, he discovered he had been rewarded with a few celestial talismans and a few bottles of medicinal pills. There was no king-grade celestial weapon at all. After that, he extended his divine consciousness to investigate the uses of the celestial talismans through the memory celestial talismans that came with them. The Thunder Talisman contains 2 profundities from the Law of Thunder. It's inscribed by a celestial king and is capable of killing almost all celestial dukes. On the other hand, the Spring Rain Talisman contains 2 profundities from the Law of Wood. It's also inscribed by a celestial king and tremendously speeds up one's recovery rate. After looking through the other celestial talismans, Duan Ling Tian found the only common celestial talismans he was rewarded with was the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman. The 3 sects and 2 clans didn't reward me with any celestial weapons. They must know that I'm not lacking in celestial weapons after coming out of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Based on my ranking, it won't be difficult for them to guess that I've obtained king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords. It'd be pointless if they gave me celestial weapons of the same grade. Little did they know, I've also obtained many medicinal pills and celestial talismans in there, Duan Ling Tian mused inwardly. For this reason, he was also rather calm after being rewarded by the 3 sects and 2 clans. However, the people who were not privy to his thoughts were impressed by his composure as well. This Duan Ling Tian is indeed extraordinary as well. For a sectless cultivator to remain calm at this moment is really something. Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun are definitely the black horses of this year's event. I wonder where these 2 sectless cultivators come from. Somehow, I feel it's unlikely that they're sectless cultivators. Based on Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun's remarkable strength at such a young age, many people did not think they were mere sectless cultivators. Meanwhile, after Murong Xiao and the elder from the Murong clan were rewarded, Murong Xiao asked, I thought we would be rewarded by the force that we choose to join. That was a thing of the past. From this year onward, the 3 sects and 2 clans will reward the participants before the participants choose the factions they want to join. In fact, this is an order from the profound Nether Mansion. Zongsun Shangqi said with a sigh. A hint of helplessness could be heard in his voice when he neared the end of his words. Although the rewards were issued by the 3 sects and 2 clans, the Zongsun clan and Gongyang clan's contributions to the rewards were significantly less compared to the other forces. For this reason, most outstanding overarching heavenly supreme celestials would not join their clans. Although there was nothing they could do about it, they did not feel resentful, only helpless. I see what you mean. Murong Xiao nodded. Similarly, Murong Xiao and the elder from the Murong clan remained indifferent to the rewards. However, no one was surprised by their lack of reaction. After all, the Murong clan was a grade 7 clan. They were on the same level as the Zongsun clan and the Gongyang clan in terms of wealth and resources, after all. They were only less famous because the other 2 clans were closely affiliated with the profound Nether Mansion. Chapter 3034 Choices. No wonder the 3 sects and 2 clans give out the rewards to the participants first. When those who also noticed the difference compared to the previous years heard the reply, they finally discovered why they had felt as though something was different this year. In the past, the overarching heavenly supreme celestials and the forces they represented would only be rewarded by whichever one of the 3 sects and 2 clans they chose to join. Since the outstanding participants and the forces they represented were rewarded according to their rankings, Zongsun Shangqi said, the participants who rank 4th to the 10th and the forces they represent, please step forward. After that, the participants who were ranked 11th to the 20th and the forces they represented were also rewarded. As time continued to pass, all the outstanding participants and the forces they represented were rewarded. Naturally, the lower the ranking, the lesser rewards would be. After all the rewards were given out, Zongsun Shangqi looked at all the participants before his eyes finally rested on Ling Juyun. Then, he said, the top 30 participants starting from the top to bottom, please step forward one by one and choose the force you've decided to join. Please be informed that once the decision is made, it'll be irrevocable. Think carefully before making your choice. Ling Juyun, who ranked first, stepped forward first. He looked at the 5 representative leaders from the 3 sects 2 clans. At this moment, different voices were ringing in his mind. The 5 representative leaders had sent him voice transmissions persuading him to join their respective forces. They promised they would spare no resources in helping him enter the profound Nether Mansion as quickly as possible if he chose to join them. The crowd and the people from the 3 sects and 2 clans held their breaths as they waited for Ling Juyun to choose. I choose to join the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect. Ling Zhuyun eventually chose to join the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect. Although the majority of the members of the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect were monks, the sect had secular disciples as well. Unlike the monk disciples, secular disciples were not required to shave their heads, wear a kasaya, or obey the Buddhist commandments. However, only geniuses were accepted as secular disciples in the sect. This was a compromise made by the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect. In the past, there was no secular disciple at all. Whoever joined the sect back then had to become monks and obey the Buddhist commandments. The Cloud Platform Celestial Sect welcomes you. Heng Chan grinned from ear to ear when he heard Ling Zhuyun's words. He had promised everything he could that was within his authority to entice Ling Zhuyun to enter the sect. Ling Zhuyun turned to look at the emperor of the East Ming nation and bowed slightly before he flew toward Heng Chan and stood next to him. Heng Chan, you old donkey. Since you looked confident earlier, you must have made a huge promise to him, right? Zhang Guangzheng from the Simplicity Celestial Sect asked as he looked at Heng Chan enviously. Old Zhang, as the saying goes, those who are unwilling to take risks won't be able to achieve great things. How can you expect people to join the Simplicity Celestial Sect if you're unwilling to promise them much? Heng Chan smugly said. Zhang Guangzheng ignored Heng Chan. His eyes were now trained on the purple figure who had just stepped forward. Which sect should I choose? The Simplicity Celestial Sect or the Coupling Celestial Sect? Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly after Ling Zhuyun made his choice. He could not make up his mind at all. Although Bihai Ming Feng, the third sect leader of the Coupling Celestial Sect, was powerful and was one of the 10 inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion, it was not enough to make Duan Ling Tian blindly join the Coupling Celestial Sect. As Duan Ling Tian struggled to make a choice, Zongsun Shang-Chi's voice rang in his mind. Duan Ling Tian, as long you join the Zongsun clan, we're willing to give you a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord and 3 escape-type celestial talismans. Although the offer is good, it's still rather lacking. Ordinary cultivators might be tempted by Zongsun Shang-Chi's offer, but Duan Ling Tian was not moved at all. Duan Ling Tian, if you join the Gongyang clan. Soon after, Gongyang Yu from the Gongyang clan sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian as well. However, his offer was only slightly better than the Zongsun clan's offer. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian was rather moved by Bihai Ming Feng's offer. Duan Ling Tian, if you join the Coupling Celestial Sect, not only you will become our core disciple, but after you successfully join the Profound Nether Mansion, I'll be able to help you as well. Next, the determined voice of vice sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, Zhang Guangzheng, rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Duan Ling Tian, you'll be treated like our sect leader's personal disciple if you join the Simplicity Celestial Sect. The old ancestor of our sect is one of the 10 inspectors of the Profound Nether Mansion. He'll definitely look after you when you join the Profound Nether Mansion. Apart from that, you'll be allowed to select an item from our sect's treasure vault that has existed since the establishment of our sect. Duan Ling Tian was very tempted by this offer. Based on his knowledge, he knew the Simplicity Celestial Sect was the oldest 7th-grade sect in the regions under the Profound Nether Mansion's control. Not even the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect and the Coupling Celestial Sect could compare to it. Duan Ling Tian, Heng Chan of the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian as well. However, his offer was almost on par with Bihai Ming Feng's offer. Both the Coupling Celestial Sect and the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect's offers were slightly inferior to the Simplicity Celestial Sect's offer. What did the old monk offer you before you joined the Cloud Platform Celestial Sect? Duan Ling Tian asked Ling Zhuyun through voice transmission. After receiving a reply from Ling Zhuyun, Duan Ling Tian could not help but curse inwardly, old donkey. He discovered Heng Chan's offer to him was far inferior to what he had promised Ling Zhuyun. In the end, Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to Zhang Guang. I want to select 3 items from the Simplicity Celestial Sect's treasure vault. If you agree to this, I'll join the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Zhang Guangzheng did not reply immediately. Duan Ling Tian knew Zhang Guangzheng must be communicating with the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect through a communication celestial talisman. After a few moments, Zhang Guangzheng replied, the most we can offer you is 2 items. If you insist on 3 items, I'm sorry, but we'll have to pass on you. Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly before he announced his decision, I choose the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Then, he flew to stand next to Zhang Guangzheng. Zhang Guangjung smiled stiffly and said, "The Simplicity Celestial Sect welcomes you." Bihai Ming Feng's expression turned unsightly when he failed to get Ling Juyun and Duan Ling Tian to join the coupling Celestial Sect. He asked meaningfully, "Old Zhang, old donkey, I wonder what you promised them." He felt his offer to the top two participants was not lacking. Why did they not accept his offer? Zhang Guangjung and Heng Chan only responded with only a smile to Bihai Ming Feng's question. Bihai Ming Feng shifted his gaze to Duan Ling Tian and sent him another message voice transmission. "Tell me, what did old Zhang promise you? I'll give you 3 shadow void escaping talismans in return." "I want 10 talismans," Duan Ling Tian replied. The shadow void escaping talismans were nothing to the third sect leader of the coupling Celestial Sect. Therefore, he was unafraid to bargain for more. "Lad, that's daylight robbery." All right, 10 talismans it is," Bihai Ming Feng quickly replied. After discovering what Zhang Guangjung had promised Duan Ling Tian, the corners of Bihai Ming Feng's mouth twitched. Not only would Duan Ling Tian be treated like the personal disciple of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect and gain the help of the sect's old ancestor after joining the profound Nether Mansion, but the sect even promised to let him choose 2 items from their treasure vault. Let alone Duan Ling Tian, even Bihai Ming Feng was tempted by this offer. One must know the treasure vault in the Simplicity Celestial Sect had existed for a long time now. In fact, its history was even longer than that of the profound Nether Mansion. The treasure vault was protected by defensive formations cast by their celestial lords, so it was almost impossible to breach. With this knowledge, he gracefully accepted his loss. Bihai Ming Feng turned to look at Ling Juyun and was about to ask him what the cloud platform Celestial Sect had promised him when Duan Ling Tian sent another voice transmission to him, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch. "If you give me another 10 shadow void escaping talismans, I'll tell you what the cloud platform Celestial Sect promised him." Is this lad shameless? Chapter 3035 Heading to the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Bihai Ming Feng looked at Duan Ling Tian before he shifted his gaze to Ling Juyun. Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to Bihai Ming Feng again. "It's useless. With just a word from me, he'll refuse to tell you what the cloud platform Celestial Sect promised him." Then, he sent a voice transmission to Ling Juyun. "If the third sect leader of the coupling Celestial Sect, Bihai Ming Feng, asks you what the cloud platform Celestial Sect promised you, don't tell him anything. Tell him to ask me instead." Ling Juyun was confused. Suddenly, Bihai Ming Feng's voice rang in his mind. Then, he said to Duan Ling Tian, "He just sent me voice transmission asking about it. Tell him to ask me instead," Duan Ling Tian said. In Ling Juyun's opinion, this was just a trivial matter. Since Wanzher had chosen Duan Ling Tian as her master, he would definitely not go against Duan Ling Tian for such a trivial matter. "Why don't you ask Duan Ling Tian?" Ling Juyun replied to Bihai Ming Feng through voice transmission. Although Bihai Ming Feng was powerful, Ling Juyun was not impressed. After all, he came from the Divine Offering land where there were many powerhouses stronger than 10 direction celestial emperors. How could he be intimidated by a mere celestial king? After receiving Ling Juyun's reply, the corners of Bihai Ming Feng's mouth twitched. He glanced at Duan Ling Tian and sent him a message through voice transmission. "Lad, I can't believe he actually cooperated with you." "Thank you, third sect leader Bihai, I'm flattered. The same rule applies. 10 shadow void escaping talismans." After so many years in the profund Nether Mansion, this was the first time Bihai Ming Feng felt helpless before a junior. Alas, there was nothing he could do under such circumstances. It would tarnish his reputation if he publicly lashed out a junior. "Fine, just tell me what you know." After receiving Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission, Bihai Ming Feng glanced at Heng Chan from the cloud platform Celestial Sect. I didn't expect Heng Chan, this old donkey, would act so swiftly and decisively. What Heng Chan had promised Ling Juyun was not inferior to what the Simplicity Celestial Sect promised Duan Ling Tian. Bihai Ming Feng thought to himself regretfully, I should have known better and made a bigger offer. It doesn't matter since the resources don't come from my own possessions anyway. It was his first time leading an entourage to the opening of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, after all. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision. He was inexperienced and did not expect it to be so competitive. He thought to himself determinedly, I must win Murong Xiao over. Alas, before Bihai Ming Feng could make an offer to Murong Xiao, she declared as soon as she stepped forward, I choose the Gongyang clan. Before Bihai Ming Feng, Zhang Zhengguang, and Zongsun Shangqi could make an offer, Murong Xiao had already announced her intention to join the Gongyang clan. Naturally, Heng Chan did not make an offer since the Cloud Platform Celestial sect was a religious sect, and female disciples were not accepted. Even if Murong Xiao ranked first, the sect still would not recruit her. Their limit was accepting outstanding secular disciples. Gongyang Yu, you're fast. Zongsun Shangqi looked at Gongyang Yu and sighed. He was puzzled. Why did Murong Xiao join the Gongyang clan? The Gongyang clan's offer could not be that good. Moreover, with the limitations of a clan, she should have chosen to join one of the sects. Apart from that, she was from a grade 7 clan that was wealthier than the Gongyang clan. I didn't offer Miss Murong anything, Gongyang Yu said with a smile. You didn't? Who'd believe you? Why would she choose to join the Gongyang clan if you didn't promise her anything? Zongsun Shangqi looked at Gongyang Yu incredulously. Elder Zongsun, it seems like you're unaware that there's an upcoming marriage alliance between the Gongyang clan and the Murong clan. The third young master of our clan will be marrying the fourth miss of the Murong clan, Gongyang Yu said with a smile. Zongsun Shangqi, Zhang Guangzheng, and Heng Chan were taken aback when they learned about this. Bihai Ming Feng narrowed his eyes and lightly said, based on what I know, the fourth miss of the Murong clan and Murong Xiao are biological sisters. The third master of the Gongyang clan is set to be the future clan leader of the Gongyang clan as well. With this, it made sense why Murong Xiao chose to join the Gongyang clan. She would be doing a favor for the Gongyang clan and paving the way for her younger sister at the same time. This girl is not a simple person, Bihai Ming Feng thought to himself as he studied Murong Xiao. After Murong Xiao had made her choice, the other participants made their choices one after another. After learning from his past mistake, Bihai Ming Feng put in great effort and recruited almost half of the remaining participants to join the coupling celestial sect. Perhaps, he was trying to make up his loss for failing to recruit the top 3 participants. He put greater effort and managed to recruit the remaining top 10 participants. Sect leader Bihai, the coupling celestial sect has recruited a large number of talents this time, Zhang Guangzheng said with a smile. Old Zhang, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Why don't you trade Duan Lingtian for the top 15 participants I've recruited? Bihai Ming Feng replied via voice transmission to avoid offending the 15 participants who were standing around him. In any case, he was only speaking casually. He knew Zhang Guangzheng would not agree to it. As expected, Zhang Guangzheng only responded with a smile. As time passed by, all the participants had chosen a force to join. The majority had chosen to join the 3 sects. In fact, the number of participants who had chosen to join the 2 clans was less than half the number of participants who joined the coupling celestial sect. At this moment, Zongsun Shangqi announced to the participants who had just joined the 3 sects and 2 clans, after an hour, we will leave the scaling cloud lake. The peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials took this time to bid farewell to the forces they represented. Brother Duan, why didn't you join the coupling celestial sect? They have beautiful scenery and beautiful women in the sect. In fact, the female disciples make up half of the disciples. They even have many cauldrons. Huang Jialong said with a sigh through voice transmission. He was reluctant to part with Duan Lingtian. Work hard, and we'll meet in the profound nether mansion, Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. The outstanding talents in the 3 sects and 2 clans would be given an opportunity to join the profound nether mansion. The profound nether mansion would serve as a greater platform for them to compete against other mansions in the Southern Heaven territory. From there, they could even advance to the top 10 clans and top sects in the Southern Heaven territory. Although Huang Jialong felt depressed having to part ways with Duan Lingtian, he had no choice but to accept it. He was determined to enter the profound nether mansion. It would be fairly easy for Duan Lingtian to join the profound nether mansion with his innate talent and high level of comprehension, but it would be challenging for him. After all, the 3 sects and 2 clans had many highly talented individuals, and yet, only a handful could join the profound nether mansion. Ling Juyun said threateningly, you better take good care of Sister Wanger. I won't let you go if you mistreat her. It'll depend on how obedient she is, Duan Lingtian replied teasingly. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's reply, Ling Juyun's eyes blazed with fury. He really wanted to fight Duan Lingtian now. Duan Lingtian said, it's impossible for us to fight now. Why don't we have a round of battle after we join the profound nether mansion? The Chaos Divine Earth had informed Duan Lingtian that Ling Zhuyun did not compete with him for the highest place to comprehend the law of time in Time Valley, even though Ling Zhuyun was capable of holding his own against him, because Ling Zhuyun was worried he would mistreat Wanzher. After learning about Ling Zhuyun's strength, he was quite keen to fight with Ling Zhuyun. He really wanted to see which was stronger, Ling Zhuyun's 2 profundities from the law of death or his 1 profundity from the law of earth that was boosted by the Chaos Divine Earth. I'd be more than glad to do so, Ling Zhuyun replied valiantly. 1 hour passed in just a blink of an eye. The representative leaders of the 3 sects and 2 clans, Bihai Mingfeng, Zhang Guangzheng, Heng Chan, Zongsun Shangqi, and Gongyang Yu, left the center of the scaling cloud lake with their people. Before they parted, they bade each other farewell. The Simplicity Celestial sect was located in a different direction from the rest of the sects and clans. Therefore, under Zhang Guangzheng's lead, Duan Lingtian and the others flew in a different direction. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian traveled closely to Zhang Guangzheng, inciting the others' jealousy and envy. Chapter 3036 The Heavenly Emperor Palace in the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Those who were jealous of Duan Lingtian were those peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had just joined the sect as well. They were confident of their strength and were of the opinion that Duan Lingtian only ranked second due to sheer luck. An old man glared at Duan Lingtian's back with eyes that were burning with jealousy. This Duan Lingtian is definitely weaker than me, but he's traveling so close to Vice Sect Leader Zhang. Moreover, it seems like Vice Sect Leader Zhang values him a lot. This old man was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire. With this, he was undoubtedly one of the stronger participants to enter the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. He was ranked 9th and was the only participant in the top 10, apart from Duan Lingtian, who chose to join the Simplicity Celestial sect. He had chosen to join the Simplicity Celestial sect because the sect possessed the most fire element king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities out of the 3 sects and 2 clans. With this, he would have a higher chance of comprehending other profundities from the law of fire. In fact, he had no wish to join the profound Nether Mansion at all. After all, the mansion would only accept people with remarkable innate talents and high comprehension skills under the age of 300. His only goal was to join the Simplicity Celestial sect and obtain king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained profundities from the law of fire. The old man seethed in anger and jealousy as he watched a young man who was not even 100 years old given the privilege to travel next to Zhang Guangzheng, the vice sect leader of the Simplicity sect. It was unfortunate that he had lost all memories of the Celestial Lord Temple in Time Valley. Otherwise, he would not even dare to have such thoughts. During his stint in Time Valley, the old man had witnessed Duan Lingtian kill Li Yuan with just a strike. Similar to him, Li Yuan had also comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire. Although he coveted the highest seat in Time Valley, he did not dare to do anything after he had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength. Unfortunately, his memories of that time were gone, so he thought Duan Lingtian had only ranked second due to sheer luck. The old man was not the only one who felt jealous. A few strong peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials were having a hushed discussion as they glared at Duan Lingtian. This Duan Lingtian isn't even 100 years old. He's only able to rank second due to luck. That's right, it's already extremely difficult for someone under 100 years to break through and become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, let alone comprehending 2 profundities of a law. HMPH. Not only is he handsomely rewarded because of his rank, but he's also receiving better treatment because of it. All of them thought Duan Lingtian ranked second due to luck, except for Shui Jingyu, the second prince of the Southern Qi nation, who had also joined the Simplicity Celestial sect. His strength was on par with the few peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials because he had comprehended the fundamental profundity of the law of thunder, the thunder elemental profundity. Unlike the rest, he did not underestimate Duan Lingtian. After all, before he entered the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, he had a duel with Duan Lingtian. For this reason, he knew how formidable Duan Lingtian was. These idiots must not know that Duan Lingtian has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth despite being younger than 100 years old, Shui Jingyu thought to himself when he heard the hushed discussions in his surroundings. Meanwhile, Zhang Guangzheng asked Duan Lingtian, are you really a sectless cultivator? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded slightly. It was true he did not have a force he belonged to in this Devata realm. He was truly a sectless cultivator. Even those who belonged to small forces in the borderlands were considered sectless when they came to the central area. It's extremely rare for a sectless cultivator to achieve such remarkable feats at such a young age. However, from this day onward, you're no longer a sectless cultivator. You're a true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect. Zhang Guangzheng was skeptical when he heard Duan Lingtian's reply. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on the matter. A true disciple? What's a true disciple? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. A true disciple is how we address the most outstanding disciples in the Simplicity Celestial sect. There can only be 10 true disciples in the Simplicity Celestial sect, no matter what. 10 years ago, one of our true disciples had fallen. Since then, we've been short of one true disciple. Now that you joined our sect leader has decided to make you a true disciple, Zhang Guangzheng explained. Is there a difference between true disciples of the Simplicity Celestial sect and the core disciples of the Coupling Celestial sect? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course, there's a difference. There are only 10 true disciples in the Simplicity Celestial sect while there are at least 100 core disciples in the Coupling Celestial sect, Zhang Guangzheng replied. Upon hearing Zhang Guangzheng's words, Duan Lingtian felt that Bihai Mingfeng, the third sect leader of the Coupling Celestial sect, was very stingy. Bihai Mingfeng had promised that he would become a core disciple of the Coupling Celestial sect if he joined the sect. However, there were at least 100 core disciples in the Coupling Celestial sect. How was that special? Since there are only 10 true disciples in the Simplicity Celestial sect, they must have special privileges, right? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course. Zhang Guangzheng nodded. The true disciples of the Simplicity Celestial sect will be given access to all king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities in the sect. There are other privileges as well. You'll learn about them when we arrive at the sect. Duan Lingtian continued to ask, then, what do you mean by being treated like the personal disciple of the sect leader earlier? Being a true disciple is almost the same as being the personal disciple of the sect leader. I didn't expect you to become a true disciple of our sect earlier. The sect leader had only informed me of his decision after you've chosen to join us, Zhang Guangzheng explained. Each of the 81 Devata realms had a sacred place called the Heavenly Emperor Palace. It was where the Devata realm's heavenly emperors cultivated. Apart from that, Heavenly Emperor Palaces also represented the powers and authority of heavenly emperors. In the past, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyong, was forced to flee into one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realm, the Asura Hell. After that, a fight between a few titled celestial emperors broke out as they fought for the throne. In the end, an inverse center celestial emperor successfully became the new heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. A gust of wind stirred up as a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air in the night sky above the heavenly emperor palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Chen Chu Bo. A voice resounded in the entire heavenly emperor palace of the solitary destructive heaven as soon as the figure appeared. The people in the heavenly emperor palace were shocked when they heard the name, Chen Chu Bo, echoing through the palace. Who was so daring to use the name of the inverse center celestial emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? It was the name of the heavenly emperor, after all. Who is that? How dare he call the name of our heavenly emperor? Is he a rebel? At this moment, a tall and muscular man flew into the air and confronted the intruder. Who's it? How dare you call the name of our heavenly emperor? It's me. A handsome young man with a medium build who was dressed in white robes looked at the tall and muscular man. You, the tall and muscular bearded man widened his eyes when he saw the white-clad young man. Why, your majesty? His eyes reddened instantly before tears streamed down his face. It was as though he had turned into a crying little girl in a blink of an eye. This big fella, the white-clad young man shook his head helplessly. Then, he said teasingly, don't you serve Chen Chu Bo now? You were going to defend Chen Chu Bo earlier, weren't you? Your majesty, stop teasing me. I didn't leave because your soul pearl indicates that you're still alive. I stayed to wait for your return. The bearded man smiled bitterly. Then, he furrowed his brows as he asked, Your Majesty, why does your voice sound a little muffled? The white-clad young man replied nonchalantly, I'm speaking to you through my doppelganger using the law of Earth. The bearded man exclaimed in shock, Your Majesty, did you have a breakthrough? Chapter 3037 The Death of a Titled Celestial Emperor. It's Master Meng Luo, HMPH. Even Master Meng Luo is shocked by that person's audacity to call the Heavenly Emperor by name. Even if he doesn't die, he'd be crippled, at least. Not necessary. Since that person is so bold as to use the Heavenly Emperor's name, he might be really strong. When the people from the Heavenly Emperor Palace of the solitary destructive heaven heard the bearded man's voice, they recognized his voice immediately. The bearded man was Meng Luo, a 9 Palaces Celestial Emperor. He was a titled Celestial Emperor, and his title was Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor. The Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor, Meng Luo, entered the Heavenly Emperor Palace in the solitary destructive heaven a long time ago. His strength was only second to the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He was the former right-hand man of Feng Qingyong, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. After Feng Qingyong was forced to flee to the Asura hell by his attacker, someone else became the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. However, Meng Luo chose to stay. Many people flew up into the sky to watch the excitement. At this moment, Meng Luo's thunderous voice resounded in the Heavenly Emperor Palace again. Chen Chu Bo, His Majesty has returned. Hurry up and relinquish the throne. Upon hearing Meng Luo's words, the eyes of many elders in the Heavenly Emperor Palace lit up. The Heavenly Emperor has returned. Someone laughed heartily. I knew His Majesty would survive the Asura hell. However, Chen Chu Bo is not a pushover. I heard that he had a breakthrough recently. He's not any weaker than His Majesty. HMPH. Do you really think His Majesty's strength will remain the same after returning from Asura hell? Let's go and greet His Majesty. A group of elders from the Heavenly Emperor Palace rose into the air and made their way toward the 2 figures standing in the distance. Upon seeing the white figure, the group of elders bowed and greeted him in unison. Your Majesty. The white-clad young man standing in front of the group of elders was none other than the former master of the Heavenly Emperor Palace in the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyong. Feng Qingyong nodded slightly in response before he shifted his gaze eastward. A tall figure could be seen in the distance. He was a middle-aged man dressed in a silver robe. His complexion was jade-like, and he had a majestic air about him. The silver-clad middle-aged man advanced toward Feng Qingyong from the distance. Every time he took a step, the void would ripple violently in his wake. How surprising. Feng Qingyong, I didn't expect you to survive the Asura hell. Chen Chu Bo. Feng Qingyong looked at the silver-clad middle-aged man indifferently. Based on Feng Qingyang's words, it was obvious the silver-clad middle-aged man was none other than Chen Chu Bo, the new Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Over the past few years, you've taken good care of the solitary destructive heaven on my behalf. You've worked hard. Now that I've returned, you can relinquish your title as the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Despite Feng Qingyang's indifferent tone, everyone could sense the threat in it. Feng Qingyong, you intend to resume the position of Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. We'll have to see if you're strong enough to do so. Chen Chu Bo did not expect Feng Qingyong to be so blunt about his intention. He narrowed his eyes, and a cold expression appeared on his face immediately. Feng Qingyong replied calmly, if I'm not mistaken, I've bested you before. That's in the past, Chen Chu Bo said with a scoff, I'm not what I used to be. I wonder if your strength has improved. As soon as he finished speaking, a crescent 3-foot-long blade emitting a fierce aura appeared in his hand. You're currently the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, and yet, you don't even have a Devata artifact. Feng Qingyong looked at the 3-foot-long blade in Chen Chu Bo's hand nonchalantly with a faint smile on his face. It was obvious he was mocking Chen Chu Bo's shabby weapon. Chen Chu Bo sneered as he said, Feng Qingyong, don't try to intimidate me. Don't think I'm unaware that the soul of your Devata artifact, solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword, was destroyed during that attack. Currently, the strength of your solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword is, at most, equal to the celestial weapon in my hand. Kuang Ling. Upon hearing Chen Chu Bo's words, Feng Qingyong recalled the scenes when the soul artifact of his solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword had sacrificed himself to save him. His hands were tightly fisted as he recalled his promise to Kuang Ling, the sole artifact of his sword. Kuang Ling, I promise I'll kill that person to avenge you when the divine offering land reopens. When Feng Qingyong regained his senses, he said to Chen Chu Bo, should we have a deathmatch? Of course, it's meaningless if we don't put our lives on the line. Chen Chu Bo replied without any hesitation. All right, Feng Qingyong nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly transformed into a beige energy. Then, the beige energy divided into countless energy swords before they swept out. In just a blink of an eye, the energy swords formed a cage that seemed like it could contain heaven and earth above the heavenly emperor palace in the solitary destructive heaven. A series of thunderous explosions rang in the air as heaven and earth shook. All of a sudden, the cage shrank rapidly, imprisoning Chen Chu-bo. Chen Chu-bo's expression had changed as soon as he saw Feng Qingyang transforming into the beige energy. As the cage shrank, he could keenly feel a domineering force pressing down on him to the point where he could not even mobilize his celestial origin energy. His voice was laden with despair and fear as he said, "Feng Qingyang, you've actually broken through and become a god." Most 10 Directions heavenly emperors struggled to become a god. It was an insanely difficult process. A god, His Majesty has become a god. It seems like the calamity that befell His Majesty not only did not kill him but presented him with a fortuitous opportunity. Instead, the group of elders from the heavenly emperor palace in the solitary destructive heaven was clearly delighted and in awe of this discovery. I was wondering how His Majesty suddenly transformed into an energy similar to that from the law of earth. As it turned out, it's just his doppelganger. I've long heard that after one becomes a god, if one has completely mastered all the profundities from a law, one would be able to create a doppelganger. As it turns out, His Majesty only sent his doppelganger back. Just a doppelganger is enough to crush a titled celestial emperor like Chen Chu-bo. The strength of a god is truly terrifying. Meanwhile, despair tightened its clutches on Chen Chu-bo when he felt his celestial origin energy had been completely suppressed. Apart from that, he could not cast the profundities he had mastered as well. As the cage grew smaller and smaller, he knew his death was imminent. He hastily cried out, "Feng Qingyang, I'll relinquish the position of heavenly emperor to you. I don't want to be a heavenly emperor anymore. Since you've become a god, there's no need for you to fight a mere celestial emperor like me, right?" Chen Chu-bo was drowning in fear at this moment. Although Feng Qingyang was strong in the past, he could still hold his own against Feng Qingyang with his current strength. However, now that Feng Qingyang had broken through and become a god, they were in completely different leagues. Although his strength had improved greatly, how could he be a match for a god? He did not even have the strength to defend himself at this moment. "Weren't you very enthusiastic about having a deathmatch?" Feng Qingyang's voice seemed to come from all directions when he spoke. At the same time, the cage shrank at an even faster speed. Chen Chu-bo widened his eyes in horror. At this moment, not only was his celestial origin energy suppressed, but even his body had been immobilized. The most terrifying thing was the pillars of the cage that emitted the auras of the profundities from the law of earth. Just the auras alone made him as though he was suffocating. Chen Chu-bo hastily said, "Feng Qingyang, as long as you spare my life, I swear to serve you for 1,000. No, for 10,000 years. As the cage continued to shrink, he could acutely feel a strange energy coursing through his body. At the same time, he could feel his vitality draining away. He panicked and began to beg for mercy. "No, thanks," Feng Qingyang curtly replied. "No." Chen Chu-bo's eyes widened in fear as he let out a miserable wail. This was his last word in this world. A soft sound rang in the air as Chen Chu-bo exploded into a cloud of blood mist when the cage closed on him. With this, Chen Chu-bo, a celestial emperor, had died. After Chen Chu-bo died, the cage melted back into the beige energy before the energy transformed into Feng Qingyang. Feng Qing swept his gaze across everyone present on the scene as he said, "Before I fought with him, I had sealed the sound in the place. I don't want anyone else knowing about my breakthrough. If I find out that someone leaks this information..." He trailed off. Although Feng Qingyang did not finish his sentence, the others knew what he meant when they saw the killing intent flashing in his eyes. Chapter 3038 Zheng Hongyi. Upon sensing Feng Qingyang's killing intent, one of the elders in the heavenly emperor palace of the solitary destructive heaven said, "Your Majesty, we'll definitely keep this to ourselves." The others followed the elder's lead and bowed before they swore to keep the matter a secret. All of them felt chills running up their spines when they recalled the earlier scenes. Their heavenly emperor's doppelganger alone was more than enough to kill Chen Chu-bo, the inverse center celestial emperor, who was a 10 Directions celestial emperor. It should be noted that Chen Chu-bo was one of the strongest 10 Directions celestial emperors in the solitary destructive heaven. Apart from that, they were also slightly confused. Was the law of destruction not the law that Feng Qingyang was most skilled in? Why did Feng Qingyang use the law of earth to create a doppelganger instead? It did not take long before word of Feng Qingyang's return and the battle above the Heavenly Emperor Palace in the solitary destructive heaven spread out. Feng Qingyang, the former Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, the Flaming Heaven Celestial Emperor, had returned from the Asura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in Devata realms. He had killed the inverse center Celestial Emperor, Chen Chu Bo, and reclaimed the position of Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive realm. This news, naturally, caused a huge uproar among the celestial lords and celestial emperors in the solitary destructive heaven. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's strength has improved significantly after his mighty return from the Asura Hell. It seems like being forced into the Asura Hell was a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy for him to kill Chen Chu Bo. That's right, the old Chen Chu Bo might be weaker than Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, but over the years, his strength had grown comparable to Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's strength in the past. Even with such significant improvement in his strength, he was still killed by Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. Although he had lost his soul artifact, one could see how strong he is. With Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's current strength, he's probably ranked top 10 among the 81 Heavenly Emperors of the Devata realms. Many people were of the opinion that Feng Qingyang's strength was now enough for him to rank in the top 10 among all the Heavenly Emperors. In the past, Feng Qingyang was only ranked 18th on the list. Moreover, that was mostly attributed to the Devata artifact he possessed. Without it, he would have ranked further back. The Devata artifact Feng Qingyang possessed was famously known as being the best divine sword in the Devata realms. Back then, he had only managed to defeat the former Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, all thanks to the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword. Feng Qingyang did not obtain his title from the title temple. According to the title temple's rule, there was another way to obtain a title. When one defeated or killed a Heavenly Emperor of a Devata realm, the title temple would bestow one with a title. That was how Feng Qingyang obtained his title. Feng Qingyang's title, the Flaming Heaven Celestial Emperor, was derived from his Devata artifact, the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword. Since the people in the solitary destructive heaven were unaware that Feng Qingyang had become a god, they merely ranked him in the top 10. Out of the 81 heavenly emperors, apart from Feng Qingyang, there was only one who had become a god. He was, naturally, ranked first. The heavenly emperors in the second and third places were only imminent gods. Only Feng Qingyang alone knew why he deliberately kept his breakthrough a secret. On an island in the Heavenly Emperor Palace of the solitary destructive nation, Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, stood like a guard outside a little wooden hut. He asked a white-clad young man sitting in front of a wooden desk, "Your Majesty, are you keeping the fact that you've become a god a secret because of the title temple?" Feng Qingyang, the white-clad young man, who had regained his position as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, looked up and replied, "Meng Luo, some things are better kept to yourself. There's no need to say it out loud." Yes. Upon hearing this, Meng Luo no longer pressed for an answer. After a while, he changed the topic and asked, "Your Majesty, how did you escape the Asura Hell?" Not only was the Asura Hell one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, but it was also one of the more deadly places among the 7 deadliest places. Rumor had it that only the top 3 strongest heavenly emperors in the Devata realms were capable of surviving the Asura Hell. "I'm not actually out of the Asura Hell," Feng Qingyang calmly replied, "my physical body is still trapped there. What you're seeing is a doppelganger I created from the law of Earth. Nevertheless, I'm really lucky. Otherwise, I would have long died in the Asura Hell." Despite Feng Qingyang's indifference, Meng Luo could vaguely sense a hint of fear in Feng Qingyang's voice when Feng Qingyang spoke about the Asura Hell. With this, Meng Luo speculated that the Asura Hell must be so dangerous that even gods could die in there. Otherwise, why would Feng Qingyang, who had already become a god, still be stuck in there? He asked fearfully, The Asura Hell is so terrifying. It's more terrifying than you can imagine." Feng Qingyang's tone still remained indifferent, but his hands were tightly fisted, and his palms were drenched in sweat. After a while, Meng Luo asked, "Your Majesty, where's your Law of Destruction's doppelganger?" Feng Qing had comprehended all the profundities from the Law of Destruction before he finished comprehending all the profundities from the Law of Earth. After becoming a god, he could create a doppelganger from each law he had mastered. Since his doppelganger from the Law of Earth was here, where was his doppelganger from the Law of Destruction? Feng Qingyang replied, "I've sent him to deal with another matter. In the spirit overarching heaven, In the Southern Heaven Territory, a region under the profound Nether Mansion's control, as one of the 3 sects and 2 clans, the Simplicity Celestial sect was closely associated with the profound Nether Mansion and owned many mediocre celestial crystal veins. In the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate, a giant spirit-gathering formation was set up in the center of the mediocre celestial crystal veins to gather all the heaven and earth spirit energy from the celestial crystal veins. For this reason, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate was much denser compared to the outside world. It was an almost perfect place for cultivation. Naturally, the density of the heaven and earth spirit energy was not equal in the Simplicity Celestial sect. There were some places where the heaven and earth spirit energy was 5 times denser than other places in the estate. At this moment, under the lead of Zhang Guangzheng, the vice sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, Duan Lingtian and the others had already entered the sect's estate. As they strolled around, the disciples of the Simplicity Celestial sect would respectfully greet Zhang Guangzheng whenever they saw him. Vice sect leader, Lord Vice sect leader. Many of the disciples were also looking at Duan Lingtian curiously. How could they not be curious about the young man who was allowed to travel so close to their vice sect leader? His identity must not be simple since he was given such treatment. At this moment, someone called out from afar, "Senior uncle." Soon after, a green-clad young man appeared before Zhang Guangzheng and bowed at him. Upon seeing the newcomer, Zhang Guangzheng asked with a smile, "Hong Yi, does your master know that I've returned?" "Yes." The green-clad young man nodded. "My master asked me to invite you and junior brother Duan Lingtian to see him. As for the others, I will make the necessary arrangements for them." After that, he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian who was standing next to Zhang Guangzheng and asked, "I'm guessing this is brother Duan Lingtian." As soon as Hong Yi appeared, Duan Lingtian had already noticed the traces of jealousy in the depths of Hong Yi's eyes. Now that Hong Yi was staring at him, he could even see traces of hatred in his eyes. He was puzzled when he saw this. "Who's he? It's our first time meeting, but he already hates me. Jealous? Does he hate me because he's jealous?" Despite his thoughts, Duan Lingtian nodded slightly in response to Hong Yi. Zhang Guangzheng looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "Duan Lingtian, he's Zheng Hong Yi. He's the 3rd disciple of the current sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect." After a short moment, Zhang Guangzheng continued to say, "Let's go and see the sect leader." Then, he turned to Zheng Hong Yi and said, "Hong Yi, I'll leave the others to you. Please take care of them." "Yes, senior uncle." When Zheng Hong Yi shifted his eyes back to Zhang Guangzheng, the traces of jealousy and hatred seemed to have disappeared. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave with Zhang Guangzheng, Zheng Hong Yi's voice rang in the air. "Brother Duan Lingtian, you're the first person in the history of Simplicity Celestial sect to become a true disciple before even stepping foot into the sect." Duan Lingtian could hear the resentment and unwillingness in Zheng Hong Yi's voice when Zheng Hongxi said the words, "True disciple." True disciple. As soon as Zheng Hong Yi finished speaking, not only the disciples of the Simplicity Celestial sect in the surroundings were shocked, even the participants who had followed Zhang Guangzheng here from the scaling cloud lake were shocked. Duan Lingtian was already given the title of a true disciple before he even set foot in the Simplicity Celestial sect. Simplicity Celestial sect's true disciples are given the best treatment in the sect. I heard that 2 of the true disciples are the sect leader's direct disciples as well. Chapter 3039 Sun Liang Peng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. Although Zheng Hong Yi is a direct disciple of the current sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, he's not a true disciple. That's probably why he's so obviously jealous of Duan Lingtian. Put him aside, even I am jealous. Although the group of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials had just joined the Simplicity Celestial sect, they knew about true disciples in the sect. Meanwhile, the patrolling disciples began to discuss among themselves. It's true that there's an opening for the 10th true disciple. However, Lord Sect Leader bestowed it to a person who's not even an official disciple of the sect yet. Who the hell is he? Not only did Lord Sect Leader make him a true disciple, but Lord Vice Sect Leader is treating him respectfully as well. This group of people whom Lord Vice Sect Leader brought back to the sect is the surviving participants from the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm who had chosen to join our Simplicity Celestial sect. It's likely that the young man is a participant as well. Based on Lord Vice Sect Leader's treatment of him, he must have ranked quite high on the scoreboard. Ranked quite high on the scoreboard? He's not even 100 years old, how high could his rank be? He's not even 100 years old. It's unlikely for a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial less than 100 years old to comprehend more than one profundity of a law. Why would Lord Vice Sect Leader treat someone like that so respectfully? He's probably not a simple person. After all, how could Lord Sect Leader make someone ordinary a true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect? All of the disciples were extremely curious as to why the purple-clad young man was so favored by the sect leader and the vice sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. As the vice sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, Zhang Guangzheng's hearing was, naturally, good. It was not hard for him to overhear the discussions in his surroundings. He said, although Duan Ling Tian is younger than 100 years old, he's ranked second on the Southern Heaven Ancient Realms scoreboard. He paused for a beat before he continued to say, apart from that, he's also a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended two profundities from the law of earth. After Zhang Guangzheng finished speaking, he said to Duan Ling Tian with a smile, Duan Ling Tian, don't mind them. Let's meet the sect leader. All right, Duan Ling Tian nodded. He looked at Zheng Hongyi a final time before he turned away. He finally discovered why Zheng Hongyi was jealous of him and hated him. After all, he, a newcomer, was made a true disciple while Zheng Hongyi, the sect leader's direct disciple, was not a true disciple. As a direct disciple of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, Zheng Hongyi must have long hoped to become the sect's 10th true disciple. It's only natural that he's upset after the spot has been given to me. When they were out of hearing range, Zhang Guangzheng confirmed Duan Ling Tian's speculation. If it weren't for you, Zheng Hongyi would very likely become our sect's 10th true disciple. Apart from Zheng Hongyi and Shui Jingyu who knew Duan Ling Tian's true strength, the disciples of the Simplicity Celestial Sect were shocked by Zhang Guangzheng's words before he left. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who's not even 100 years old comprehended two profundities from the law of earth. How's that possible? It could be attributed to sheer luck if he only ranked second on the scoreboard. However, it's clear he's extraordinary based on the fact that he managed to comprehend two profundities from the law of earth at his age. He's more than extraordinary. Even the most talented person in the history of the Simplicity Celestial Sect was not capable of such a feat. I didn't expect the purple-clad young man to be such a monstrous talent. With this, it's no wonder he's given such treatment. No wonder Lord Sect Leader made him a true disciple. He's a peerless genius. Even some of the participants of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm who chose to join the Simplicity Celestial Sect were shocked since they did not know about Duan Ling Tian's strength. There were a few who were rather skeptical of Zhang Guangzheng's words. Duan Ling Tian really comprehended two profundities from the law of earth. Of course, before the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm opened, I witnessed Duan Ling Tian's fight with Shui Jingyu, the second prince of the Southern Qi nation. Shui Jingyu was thoroughly defeated. A middle-aged peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial said as he looked at Shui Jingyu who was standing nearby, Shui Jingyu is here as well. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. Everyone's eyes immediately shifted to Shui Jingyu. Shui Jingyu nodded. It's true. Duan Ling Tian has, indeed, comprehended two profundities. Apart from the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity, he has comprehended a defensive profundity as well. I used all my strength at that time but still failed to breach his defense. As the talented second prince of the Southern Qi nation, Shui Jingyu was fairly famous among the disciples present on the scene. They knew about his strength as well. With his confirmation, they no longer doubted Duan Ling Tian's strength. Zheng Hongyi looked at Duan Ling Tian and Zhang Guangzheng's backs until they disappeared from his sight. Then, he inhaled deeply and suppressed his resentment before he said, "Everyone, please come with me. I'll bring you to complete the necessary procedure to officially join the sect before bringing you to your accommodations." As Zheng Hongyi led the newcomers away, his eyes flashed with killing intent. He's just a mere peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. No one would suspect me even if he met with an accident. He had already sentenced Duan Ling Tian to death in his heart because Duan Ling Tian had snatched away his chance of becoming a true disciple. Before Duan Ling Tian appeared, although it was not 100% guaranteed, he was still the most likely candidate to become the 10th true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Duan Ling Tian's appearance had completely destroyed his chance of becoming a true disciple. The cultivation place of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect was, naturally, one of the places with the best cultivation environment in the Simplicity Celestial Sect. It was 5 times better than the area Duan Ling Tian was in. the cultivation place of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect was situated in a small valley with lush green trees. The sound of birds chirping rang in the air as the smell of blooming flowers permeated the place. When they arrived in front of a wooden hut in the middle of the valley, Zhang Guangzheng bowed slightly and called out, "Sect leader. Senior brother Zhang, I've said many times that there isn't a need for you to be so courteous with me. You can just address me by my name like you used to. After all, if it weren't for you, I would have died a long time ago, let alone becoming the sect leader." Soon after, Duan Ling Tian saw a slender figure above the wooden hut. It was a middle-aged man dressed in an old robe. His appearance was average, but his eyes were keen and bright. "So he's the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. We can't just dispense with formality," Zhang Guangzheng said as he looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man only smiled helplessly. Then, he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian, who was standing next to Zhang Guangzheng, and said with a smile, "You must be Duan Ling Tian. I'm Sun Liangpeng, the current sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect." His smiling face looked kind and amiable when he spoke to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian greeted Sun Liangpeng immediately. "Sect leader, senior brother Zhang had told me about you through a communication celestial talisman." Sun Liangpeng looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "However, I'd still like to test your strength if you don't mind." Sun Liangpeng did not wait for Duan Ling Tian's reply as he continued to say, "It goes without saying that I'll suppress my celestial origin energy to that of a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and I'd only use 2 profundities from a law. Of course, I don't mind." Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by Sun Liangpeng's request. After all, the Simplicity Celestial sect had promised him great things. It was only normal that they wanted to verify his strength. "Great." Sun Liangpeng's eyes brightened. Then, he flew into the sky as swift as a swallow. In just a blink of an eye, he was already more than thousands of meters above the ground. Duan Ling Tian moved and flew up as well. At the same time, he called out to the Chaos Divine Earth, "Chaos Divine Earth, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect isn't an ordinary person. When you're defending me from his attacks, try to emulate the law of Earth's defensive profundity." "Alright, that's a small matter." The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. He was clearly not worried that Sun Liangpeng would discover his existence. "I heard your strength lies with the defensive profundity from the law of Earth. I'll attack with my celestial origin energy that's been suppressed to the level of a peak overarching heaven's supreme celestial and 2 profundities from the law of metal. Apart from that, I'll also use a few Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities." Sun Liangpeng said as he stood across Duan Ling Tian. He raised his hand, and a strange sword appeared in his hand almost immediately. The sword was more than 4 feet long, and its sharp edge glinted fiercely in the light. Sun Liangpeng asked, "This is a king-grade celestial nurtured by a celestial lord. Since you're ranked 2nd in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, I'm sure you managed to obtain a king-grade celestial weapon nurtured by a celestial lord as well, right?" Chapter 3040 Entering the Treasure Vault. "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded. In the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, apart from the weapons he obtained from those he killed, he had found 2 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons nurtured by celestial lords. "All right." Sun Liangpeng nodded. Then, he lifted his arm and waved his sword around. Brilliant sword rays that looked like golden ice flowers appeared immediately. The golden light intensified and spread into the surroundings soon after. It was clear he had just cast a technique. "Apart from the metal elemental profundity, I'm also using the law of metal's offensive profundity." Sun Liangpeng explained to Duan Ling Tian that this offensive profundity from the law of metal was a type of slashing technique. It was also the most powerful offensive profundity from the law of metal. It's known as the piercing profundity. As soon as Sun Liangpeng finished speaking, the sword rays that looked like ice flowers merged into one and shot toward Duan Ling Tian like an angry dragon at top speed. As it flew, it began to contract until it was as thin as a needle. Despite its size, it seemed capable of tearing the void. A buzzing sound rang in the air as it continued to make its way forward. "How fierce." So this is the piercing profundity, the law of metal's strongest offensive profundity. Duan Ling Tian had learned about the law of metal's profundities from the profound divine metal, so he knew the piercing profundity was the strongest offensive profundity from the law of earth even if Sun Liangpeng did not explain it to him. After Sun Liangpeng struck, Duan Ling Tian began to move to avoid being hit. However, he discovered the attack had locked onto him. Moreover, His speed was not faster than Sun Liang Peng's attack. It was impossible to avoid it. Since he could not avoid it, he decided to stop moving. A black armor appeared on the surface of Duan Lingtian's skin immediately. Then, he quickly sent his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity, into the armor. He did not waste any time and began to cast his Duke-grade celestial method, the Immobilization King method, and his Duke-grade divine ability, the Eastern Purple Chi. He did not stop and continued to cast his Heaven-grade assistive divine ability, the Elementary Devouring Tactic, as well. He did not hold back and unleashed all his defensive skills. At the same time, the Chaos Divine Earth's energy rolled out of Duan Lingtian's body and shot into the black armor. In just a blink of an eye, glittering crystals appeared on the black armor. Is this the crystal barrier profundity? Upon seeing this, Sun Liang Peng's eyes brightened. As the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he was knowledgeable about all types of laws and profundities. The crystal barrier profundity was one of the two profundities from the law of Earth. His assistive divine ability isn't a Duke-grade divine ability. The force of the techniques he had cast is about the same as my attack. I wonder if he'd be able to resist my attack. Sun Liang Peng was looking forward to the outcome. At the same time, he directed the long golden needle to Duan Lingtian, who was covered in black armor. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. Boy, use your gravitational space profundity just in case he manages to see through the fake crystal barrier profundity I created. Alright, Duan Lingtian did not waste any time and cast the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity. After that, the long golden needle began to face a slight resistance. However, after a brief pause, it continued moving toward Duan Lingtian. The gravitational space profundity. Sun Liang Peng's eyes lit up again. Although he has yet to completely master it, he has grasped the basics. It's only a matter of time before he successfully masters it. How surprising. A peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial less than 100 years old managed to comprehend the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity, the crystal barrier profundity, and gravitational space profundity. In the last hundreds of thousands of years in the regions under the profound nether mansion's control, we've not seen a monstrous genius such as him. The Simplicity Celestial Sect has truly found a treasure this time. At this moment, Sun Liang Peng was thoroughly convinced of Duan Lingtian's strength. With just a thought, he made the long golden needle disappear. Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he saw Sun Liang Peng withdrawing his attack all of a sudden. I have seen enough of your strength, Sun Liang Peng said with a smile when he saw the confused expression on Duan Lingtian's face. Then, he turned to look at Zhang Guangzheng, who had also risen up into the air as well. I appreciate your effort in leading the new disciples back to the sect, senior brother Zhang. I'll take care of the rest from here. Alright, Zhang Guangzheng understood Sun Liang Peng's intention. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's talent and strength, Sun Liang Peng intended to personally initiate Duan Lingtian into the sect so that Duan Lingtian would feel a sense of belonging to the Simplicity Celestial Sect. What could be more welcoming than the sect leader personally tending to you? After Zhang Guangzheng left, Sun Liang Peng said with a smile, Duan Lingtian, let me bring you to the Simplicity Celestial Sect's treasure vault. Initially, I plan to let you select 2 items from the treasure vault. However, after meeting you, I feel like we'll get along well. Therefore, I've decided to let you select 3 items from the treasure vault. Sun Liang Peng is really skilled at currying favors. Duan Lingtian could, naturally, tell Sun Liang Peng wanted to get on his good side. In the end, he only replied, Sect leader, I'll surely take you up on your generous offer if I see something I like. Duan Lingtian's meaning was clear. He would only select the 3rd item if he found anything to his liking. Otherwise, he would not pick a 3rd item to avoid owing Sun Liang Peng a favor. Alright, despite the unchanging smile on Sun Liang Peng's face, he was shocked inwardly. Duan Lingtian might be young, but he's not a simple person. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to stay calm under these circumstances. Unless he meets with an untimely death, he'll surely grow to become a terrifying figure in the future. This isn't only limited to the regions under the profound nether mansion but includes the entire Southern Heaven territory as well. He did not underestimate Duan Lingtian at all. Even though Duan Lingtian was young and relatively weak now, there were numerous layers of formations protecting the Simplicity Celestial Sect's treasure vault. Even normal celestial lords would not be able to break in. For that reason, there was no guard guarding the treasure vault. It might seem easy to enter the treasure vault now. However, without me, even ordinary celestial lords wouldn't be able to break in, Sun Liangpeng said as they navigated through the complex underground paths. Duan Lingtian nodded. He could see how detailed the formations were when Sun Liangpeng bypassed them. Soon after, they arrived in front of an altar. It was not big, but there was a huge human statue on it. The statue seemed to be modeled after a Taoist priest who was pointing a 3-feet-long sword at the sky. Although it was just a statue, it emitted a piercing aura. Sun Liangpeng bowed at the statue 3 times before he explained to Duan Lingtian, "This is the statue of our Simplicity Celestial Sect's founder, Han Fei Yu." Under Duan Lingtian's watchful eyes, Sun Liangpeng lifted his hand and began to draw a complex pattern in the air. The entire process lasted 15 minutes. After Sun Liangpeng was done, the pattern he had drawn with his celestial origin energy that had been boosted by his law of metal's fundamental profundity, the metal elemental profundity, shone with a golden light and seemed to come to life. Soon enough, it flew toward the statue on the altar. When it shot into the status, 2 beams of golden light suddenly shot out from the statue's eyes. The sharp cry of a sword whistling in the air resounded immediately as the 3-foot-long sword in the statue's hand began to shoot out golden rays. The golden rays then merged with the 2 beams of lights from the statue's eyes. Then, the golden light shot toward Duan Lingtian and Sun Liangpeng. "Relax, don't resist it," Sun Liangpeng reminded Duan Lingtian. As soon as Sun Liangpeng finished speaking, the beam of golden light shone on Duan Lingtian. He felt as though he was being pulled in a specific direction. He had instinctively wanted to struggle but stopped himself when he recalled Sun Liangpeng's words. Is this a transportation formation?" The pulling force grew stronger. Then, Duan Lingtian's vision turned black before he was lifted up. When his vision returned him, he discovered he was standing in a spacious mansion. Chapter 3041 Clear Heavens Divine Wood. The mansion was incredibly spacious. With just a glance, no exit or entrance could be seen at all. "This is the Simplicity Celestial Sect's treasure vault," Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, said. "There might not be a lot of things here, but each of them is a masterpiece." A hint of pride could be heard in Sun Liangpeng's voice as he continued to say, "Even the worst king-grade celestial weapons in here are purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons nurtured by celestial lords. Ordinary king-grade celestial weapons nurtured by celestial lords aren't worthy of being kept in our sect's treasure vault. Are there any royal-grade celestial weapons here?" Sun Liangpeng seemed to deflate slightly upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Indeed, the Simplicity Celestial Sect possessed a royal-grade celestial weapon, but it was the only one the sect possessed. Nobody but him knew about its existence, and it was in his possession. Since the founding of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, only the sect leaders of the Simplicity Celestial Sect were privy to the existence of the royal-grade celestial weapon in the sect. It was passed down from one sect leader to another. Moreover, the sect leaders were not allowed to use it unless the sect was in dire straits. This was because the Simplicity Celestial Sect would not be able to hold onto the weapon if word of it spread. Sun Liangpeng inhaled deeply before he said, "No. Royal-grade celestial weapons are too rare and precious. How could the Simplicity Celestial Sect possess any? Even if we have one, we would have given it to the profound Nether Mansion. The Simplicity Celestial Sect is simply not powerful enough to keep a royal-grade celestial weapon." After he finished saying this, he quickly changed the topic. "Although our sect's treasure vault doesn't have a royal-grade celestial weapon, it has many valuable items. The other items aren't any less valuable compared to purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons nurtured by celestial lords." In fact, Duan Lingtian had scanned through all the items here as soon as he arrived. Apart from the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that were nurtured by celestial lords, there were roughly 100 items here. The auras of the 3 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons here were similar to his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons. There were brocade boxes, celestial talismans, formation compass, and refining materials in the treasure vault. Duan Lingtian recognized some of the refining materials. Although they were rare, he had no use for them at the moment. There were roughly a dozen items that Duan Lingtian did not recognize. Among all the shiny treasures, there was a seemingly ordinary dried twig that caught Duan Lingtian's attention. "Is this some rare medicinal ingredient that I haven't seen before?" Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly. All of a sudden, the chaos divine earth's childish voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Boy, you're really lucky. I didn't think we'd be able to find the first form of the clear heavens divine wood in such a place. Clear heavens divine wood. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened in shock upon hearing the chaos divine earth's words. It's the 5 divine elements clear heavens divine wood. The clear heavens divine wood was one of the 5 divine elements, similar to the profound divine metal, the chaos divine flame, the chaos divine earth, and the world cleansing divine water. Duan Ling Tian's gaze fell on a seemingly ordinary dried twig. So, this is the clear heavens divine wood. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. He did not expect this seemingly ordinary dried twig was one of the 5 divine elements, the clear heavens divine wood. Well, after thinking about it, it's not that surprising. After all, the 3 first form profound divine metals I'd seen were ordinary looking as well. Then, Duan Ling Tian turned to Sun Liangpeng. He pointed at the first form clear heavens divine wood and feigned ignorance as he asked, "Sect leader, what's this? Is it a medicinal ingredient used to refine pills?" "No." Sun Liangpeng stepped forward and picked up the ordinary dried twig in his hand. In the past, the 3rd sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect had accidentally stumbled upon this twig. It's a rather strange relic. We suspect it contains the law of wood's twining profundity. After he finished speaking, he sent his celestial origin energy into the clear heavens divine wood. Soon after, several vines sprouted on the dried twig. In just a blink of an eye, the vines grew longer and twined themselves around Sun Liangpeng's arm that was holding it. In the end, it looked as though his arm had become one with the twig. Once you withdraw your celestial origin energy from it, it'll return to its original form. Sun Liangpeng said as he withdrew his celestial origin energy. Then, the vines disappeared into the twig immediately, reverting to the appearance of an ordinary dried twig one would be able to find under trees. Alas, many disciples had studied it over tens of thousands of years, but no one had managed to comprehend the law of wood's twining profundity from it. In fact, even those who had comprehended the twining profundity could not use it to improve their comprehension. By that, I mean they can't improve the twining profundity from the rudimentary stage to the initial stage with it, Sun Liangpeng continued to say. He was afraid Duan Ling Tian was unaware that Duke-grade celestial methods and divine abilities only allowed one to comprehend profundities to the rudimentary stage, so he patiently explained, to further comprehend profundities to the initial stage, one must have the corresponding royal-grade celestial methods or divine abilities. To comprehend them to the mastery stage, one has to have the corresponding emperor-grade celestial methods or divine abilities. In any case, what we know so far is we can't comprehend the law of wood's twining profundity from it, nor could we use it to improve our comprehension of the twining profundity from the rudimentary stage to the initial stage. Perhaps, it'd be of use to improve the profundity from the initial stage to the mastery stage. Sun Liangpeng was subtly trying to convince Duan Ling Tian to choose the twig. Duan Ling Tian looked at Sun Liangpeng knowingly and asked, "Sect leader, do you even believe the words you said?" Sun Liangpeng smiled in embarrassment when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He knew it was unlikely that the twig in his hand could help one improve the twining profundity from the initial stage to the mastery stage. After all, if it was capable of doing that, it should be able to help those who had comprehended the twining profundity to the rudimentary to comprehend it to the initial stage. In the end, Sun Liangpeng awkwardly said, "I was speaking carelessly. It's likely that it doesn't have any use and only serves as a collectible. If you want something practical, you should pick something else." After he finished speaking, he put the twig down. To Sun Liangpeng's surprise, Duan Ling Tian reached out to pick up the twig he had just put down. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to still be interested in it. "You're right, it might not be a practical item, but it's still a collectible. It's perfect. I happen to like collecting unique items. Let this be my first item then." As Duan Ling Tian spoke, he put the dried twig into his spatial ring. "Duan Ling Tian, you." Sun Liangpeng only regained his sense after Duan Ling Tian had put the twig away. He asked with a slight frown on his face, "Are you sure?" The Simplicity Celestial sect had studied it for tens of thousands of years and still failed to discover its use. Therefore, Sun Liangpeng did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to figure out its use as well. In order to leave a good impression on Duan Ling Tian, he gently reminded, "It doesn't actually have any practical uses. Don't worry, I have thought through it. I'll just take it since I haven't seen anything else I like." Duan Ling Tian said as he moved to look at the other items in the treasure vault. Duan Ling Tian's flippant attitude made Sun Liangpeng think Duan Ling Tian was rather capricious. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian looked at 2 bottles of unknown liquid and asked hopefully, Chaos Divine Earth, are there any other 5 divine elements in their first forms here? What about a first form world cleansing divine water? There are 2 bottles of unknown liquid here. Could they be the world cleansing divine water? Boy, do you, the 5 divine elements are easily found like radishes in the market. The Chaos Divine Earth retorted in its childish voice. Based on its words, it was clear the 2 bottles did not contain the world cleansing divine water. Sect leader, what's inside these bottles? Duan Ling Tian asked as he pointed at the 2 bottles. Although he knew they did not contain the world cleansing divine water, his interest was still piqued. After all, they must be valuable since they were kept in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's treasure vault. Chapter 3042 The Stellar Sand. These 2 bottles of liquid are rare and precious ingredients. This bottle contains the rare ingredient needed to forge a soul defense royal grade celestial weapon, while this bottle contains the ingredient needed for a celestial lord to inscribe powerful celestial talismans. Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, replied. Duan Ling Tian finally realized why these 2 bottles were kept in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's treasure vault. These ingredients were extremely rare and valuable even in the entire Southern Heaven territory. As Sun Liangpeng guided Duan Ling Tian around the treasure vault and explained the various items in the vault to him, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, apart from the clear heaven's divine wood, nothing else catches my eyes. Is there nothing in here that catches his eyes? Sun Liangpeng was rather speechless when he saw Duan Ling Tian looking through the 100 items in the treasure vault with a slight frown on his face. He could tell Duan Ling Tian was not having difficulties choosing an item. Instead, it was clear to him that nothing caught Duan Ling Tian's eyes at all. He could not help but wonder again if Duan Ling Tian was truly a sectless cultivator. After all, could sectless cultivators remain so indifferent faced with these treasures? In the end, Duan Ling Tian decided to ask the Chaos Divine Earth for advice. Chaos Divine Earth, what do you think I should choose? I have no idea as well. There's no doubt these are all treasures, but to me, they're nothing, the Chaos Divine Earth replied. After listening to the Chaos Divine Earth's words, Duan Ling Tian was going to randomly pick one of the items when a familiar voice rang in his mind. There's a red box with golden trimmings on your right. Take it. The voice belonged to the Chaos Divine Flame. Senior, you're awake. Duan Ling Tian was surprised. Previously, the Chaos Divine Flame and the Profound Divine Metal had exhausted themselves and entered deep slumber after they helped him with getting the branch from the Divine Tree of Life to acknowledge him as its master. Yes, the Chaos Divine Flame replied. Its voice sounded weak, unlike before when it was filled with vigor. Senior, the red box contains the ingredient to forge a royal-grade celestial weapon. It's called the Stellar Sand, Duan Ling Tian said after he recalled what Sun Liangpeng had said about the content of the red box. The Stellar Sand will benefit you. It'll speed up the integration of the Soul Sword in your Sea of Consciousness with the Divine Sword in your body, the Chaos Divine Flame replied. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he heard the Chaos Divine Flame's words. Wanzhou used to be the sole artifact of a prominent Devata artifact. For her to completely integrate with the 7 orifices exquisite sword in Duan Ling Tian's body would require a long time. He, naturally, could not wait for her to completely become the sole artifact of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, since it meant he would have an additional helper by his side. The soul of a Devata artifact was capable of manifesting in the form of a human, after all. How do I use the Stellar Sand? Duan Ling Tian asked. All you need to do is obtain the Stellar Sand. You can leave the rest to me, the Chaos Divine Flame replied. With this, Duan Ling Tian reached out to pick up the red box with golden trimmings. For his second item, he decided to choose the box of Stellar Sand. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian picking up the box, Sun Liangpeng kindly reminded Duan Ling Tian, as I said earlier, this box contains the ingredient needed to forge a royal-grade weapon. However, it's only one of the few rare materials needed to forge a royal-grade weapon. Therefore, you won't be able to forge a royal-grade celestial weapon with this ingredient alone. I know. Duan Ling Tian nodded and glanced at the box in his hand. After he put away the box of Stellar Sand, he said, Sect Leader, I'll choose this box as my second item. We can leave the treasure vault now. As Zhang Guangzheng, the vice sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, had promised, Duan Lingtian had chosen 2 items from the treasure vault. Sun Liangpeng expected Duan Lingtian to take up his offer and choose the 3rd item as well. It was out of his expectation that Duan Lingtian was ready to leave after choosing 2 items in the treasure vault. Therefore, he reminded good-natured Dly, Duan Lingtian, you can choose another item from the treasure vault. Sect leader, thank you for your generosity. However, there's nothing else I want in the treasure vault. If there's something I like, I wouldn't hesitate to owe you favor just to obtain it, Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. Indeed. If there were an item that caught Duan Lingtian's eyes in the treasure vault, he would not hesitate to obtain it even if it meant owing Sun Liangpeng a favor. However, there was really nothing that caught his eyes in the vault. Sun Liangpeng was rendered speechless by Duan Lingtian's words. Why were the items that had been passed down generation after generation unappealing to this young man who was not even 100 years old? Baffled, he could only lead Duan Lingtian to the transportation formation in the treasure vault. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had reappeared in front of the altar again. The lifelike statue stood quietly on the altar. Its posture had reverted to its original state. Let's go, Sun Liangpeng said and brought Duan Lingtian back to where they came from. During their journey back, Duan Lingtian mused inwardly, there must be more than one transportation formation that leads to the Simplicity Celestial Sect's treasure vault. They could be located anywhere as far as 10,000 miles or 1,000,000 miles away. Since Duan Lingtian had entered the treasure vault through a transportation formation, he did not know the location of the treasure vault. It would not surprise him if Sun Liangpeng did not know the exact location of the treasure vault as well. Moreover, he suspected the treasure vault was not in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate at all. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian asked, Sect leader, do you know the exact location of the treasure vault? Sun Liangpeng paused in his steps for a moment before he resumed walking again. Why do you ask? The treasure vault must be located somewhere else since it requires a transportation formation for us to get there. The altar and the formations along the path protect the treasure vault, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Sun Liangpeng and said, if I'm not mistaken, the most important protective measure is the transportation formation. To be precise, the key to activating the transporting formation to the treasure vault is the most important protective measure. Duan Lingtian, not only do you have a high innate talent and comprehension skills, but you're far more knowledgeable than ordinary people, Sun Liangpeng said, slightly taken aback by Duan Lingtian's conjecture. Based on his reaction, it was clear that Duan Lingtian had hit the nail on the head. Sun Liangpeng looked at Duan Lingtian, perplexed, as he asked skeptically, are you really just a sectless cultivator? Duan Lingtian's innate talent, comprehension skill, and knowledge were not common among sectless cultivators. Most sectless cultivators had little knowledge about treasures and affairs of the world. Duan Lingtian's analysis of the transportation formation and the treasure vault clearly showed his intelligence. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian was clearly unimpressed by the items in the treasure vault. Thus, he could not help but suspect Duan Lingtian's background. After all, with this, even the sectless cultivator by the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord's side was not superior to Duan Lingtian. Sect leader, I'm really just a sectless cultivator. In fact, the reason I joined the Simplicity Celestial Sect is to enter the profound Nether Mansion. In any case, it shouldn't matter to the Simplicity Celestial Sect whether I'm a sectless cultivator or not, right? Duan Lingtian asked. You're right, Sun Liangpeng nodded, agreeing with Duan Lingtian's words. Was Duan Lingtian really a sectless cultivator? After thinking about it for a moment, he agreed it mattered not if Duan Lingtian was a sectless cultivator or not. After all, it would not affect the Simplicity Celestial Sect. After exiting the complex underground passage, the dazzling light hit the duo's eyes. At this moment, Sun Liangpeng said, Duan Lingtian, this is a true disciple's token. There are only 10 of these tokens in the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Duan Lingtian turned to look at the wooden token in Sun Liangpeng's hand. There were green lines that snaked across the wooden token's surface. Apart from you, there are 9 other true disciples in the Simplicity Celestial Sect. The weakest true disciple is a 5-element celestial duke. The cultivation bases of true disciples aren't as important as their innate talents. Saying that, in the history of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, you're the second person to be made a true disciple with the cultivation base of an overarching Heaven Supreme Celestial. Chapter 3043 True Disciple. the first overarching heavenly supreme celestial to become a true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect was like you. He had comprehended two profundities from Allah when he was under the age of 100. However, his innate talent wasn't as good as yours. He only became an overarching heavenly supreme celestial when he was slightly over 100 years old. Even then, when he first became an overarching heaven supreme celestial, his strength far surpassed peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had yet to comprehend Allah. Sun Liangpeng's eyes brimmed with sadness as he spoke. Although the true disciple could not be considered as a peerless or monstrous genius, he was still a genius with a bright future since he managed to comprehend two profundities from Allah before even reaching the age of 100. Such a person was rare even in the southern heaven territory, let alone the profound nether mansion. What happened to that disciple? Duan Ling Tian asked. Based on Sun Liangpeng's expression, it was not difficult to tell that the true disciple met with a mishap and died an untimely death before he could grow into his full potential. Apart from that, the Simplicity Celestial sect was still a grade 7 sect under the profound nether mansion. If that true disciple were still around, the sect should have risen and become a grade 6 sect. Even if the sect would not become a top sect in the southern heaven territory, the sect would have been the same grade as the profound nether mansion. He was assassinated when he just turned 500 years old and became a one basic celestial duke. He was killed by a professional assassin who was a 5 elements celestial king. Although the assassin was killed before he could flee, there was nothing we could do to save that true disciple's life. Due to his death, the Simplicity Celestial sect lost its chance to rise and achieve greatness. Sun Liangpeng smiled bitterly when he finished speaking. Did the sect manage to find out who sent the assassin or where the assassin came from? Duan Ling Tian asked. No, Sun Liangpeng shook his head and said, we have no conclusive evidence that pointed to where he came from or who sent him. However, from what we could gather from his possessions in his spatial ring, it was likely that he did not come from any of the regions under the profound nether mansion. In fact, there are no assassin guilds in the profound nether mansion capable of employing 5 elements celestial kings. Generally, assassin guilds in the profound nether mansion don't thrive due to the suppression from the profound nether mansion. It's the same in the regions under other grade 6 mansions rule. Sun Liangpeng's eyes glinted coldly as he spoke. Hence, the elders of the Simplicity Celestial sect concluded that someone must have hired an assassin outside of the profound nether mansion to kill the genius true disciple of our sect. The assassin guild that could employ a 5 elements celestial king must be from a superior mansion. Our sect's only a grade 7 sect. How could we investigate the assassin guild in another superior region? However, one thing's certain. The person who hired the assassin is definitely from one of the regions under the profound nether mansion. Sun Liangpeng continued to say, that true disciple was widely regarded as a rarely seen genius in the profound nether mansion. Even in the southern heaven territory, he could still be considered as a genius who appeared every 100 years. Once he had grown into his potential, he would surely affect the power balance of the ruling regions under the profound nether mansion. In the end, Sun Liangpeng shook his head and said with a sigh, in any case, it's a thing of the past. Let's not speak about it anymore. I can only say the sect was unlucky. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lost such a genius. An assassin who was a 5 elements celestial king. After hearing Sun Liangpeng's words, he instinctively asked, sect leader, now that I'm a true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect, will I be targeted? Sun Liangpeng was slightly taken aback and amused when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Then, he said, don't worry, Duan Ling Tian. You joined the Simplicity Celestial sect through your participation in entering the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. No matter how gifted you are, you're not a threat to those people. Those people would only target disciples raised by the sect from young since these disciples belong to the sect. No offense, but disciples who join the sect halfway like you are unlikely to wholeheartedly help the sect even if they're grateful for the sect's care. He was confident Duan Ling Tian would not suffer the same fate as that true disciple. That's a relief. Duan Ling Tian nodded slightly and sighed in relief. He still had 2 uses from his consumable royal grade celestial weapon that would allow him to deal with a 5 elements celestial king. However, an assassin would most likely ambush him. If he was caught unaware, he would not have time to use his consumable royal grade celestial weapon, and he would be dead, as a result. Now that you've become a true disciple, you have access to all the sect's king grade celestial methods and divine abilities. You'll find them on the top floor of the library. Just show your true disciple token, and you're free to take what you need from there. Sun Liangpeng began to list the privileges of a true disciple to Duan Ling Tian. After listening to Sun Liangpeng, Duan Ling Tian discovered a true disciple had more benefits compared to the direct disciples of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. There were things freely given to true disciples that the sect leader's direct disciples had to fight for. Vice sect leader Zhang had only promised me that I would receive similar treatment as a direct disciple of the sect leader. I owe it all to sect leader Sun for becoming a true disciple in the sect, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he glanced at Sun Liangpeng. Duan Ling Tian, I've informed my men to deal with your registration. Now, I'll take you to your residence for the duration of your stay in our sect, Sun Liangpeng said as he beckoned Duan Ling Tian to follow him. Then, he led Duan Ling Tian northward. Sect leader, I have a friend who's currently staying in the supporting Fall Nation's palace. I wonder if you can arrange for someone to bring him here. Duan Ling Tian asked without beating around the bush. Of course, Sun Liangpeng replied without any hesitation. He smiled as he said, after you've settled down, I'll ask my second brother to go to the Thousand Nations territory and bring your friend here. My second brother comprehends the law of wind, so he'll be back in 3 days even if he has to travel to the ends of the Thousand Nations territory. He only needs 3 days to return to the sect after traveling to the ends of the Thousand Nations territory. Duan Ling Tian was genuinely shocked. Even a 5-element celestial king or a 6-combination celestial king would not have such speed. Based on Duan Ling Tian's knowledge, 6-combination celestial kings and 7-star celestial kings were the strongest in a grade 7 sect like the Simplicity Celestial sect. It was rare for such a sect to have an 8-trigram celestial king. Sect leader, you can simply arrange for anyone to pick him up. There's no need to go to such length. Duan Ling Tian said. The person whom Duan Ling Tian wanted to bring to the Simplicity Celestial sect from the supporting Fall Nation was none other than Lu Guanglin, since Lu Guanglin did not follow him to Scaling Cloud Lake. He had sent Lu Guanglin a message through a communication celestial talisman, asking Lu Guanglin if he preferred to stay in the supporting Fall Nation or the Simplicity Celestial sect. Lu Guanglin did not hesitate to reply that he would follow Duan Ling Tian no matter where Duan Ling Tian went. My second brother has nothing better to do right now. It'd be a great opportunity for him to go out, Sun Liangpeng said with a smile. Sect leader, may I ask which elder is your second brother? Duan Ling Tian had heard about the elders of the Simplicity Celestial sect from Zhang Guangzheng during the journey back to the sect. However, Zhang Guangzheng did not mention anything about Sun Liangpeng's second brother. He wondered inwardly, who could it be? My second brother is not an elder of our sect. Sun Liangpeng shook his head with a smile on his face upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's question. In fact, he's not human, he's a celestial beast. Normally, he cultivates on the solitary night summit and rarely leaves that place. As he spoke, his eyes shifted to the peak of a mountain in the distance. The mountain was the highest mountain in the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate, and it towered into the clouds. Its peak that was like the tip of a green sword was shrouded by the clouds. Chapter 3044 Profound Celestial Ice. Celestial Beast. Duan Ling Tian had encountered 2 celestial beasts in human forms when he was in the supporting Fall Nation's Passage City. Therefore, he was not surprised that Sun Liangpeng's second brother was a celestial beast. Yes, Sun Liangpeng nodded. During my early years, I met my second brother when I left the sect to train outside. We had saved each other's lives before. When I became the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, he decided to leave his clan and stay in the Simplicity Celestial sect with me. After that, he looked at the vast valley ahead of him and said with a smile, that's the residence and cultivating place for the true disciples and inner disciples of the Simplicity Celestial sect. Duan Ling Tian followed Sun Liangpeng's gaze. He saw many independent courtyards from the bottom of the valley to midway up the valley. They were densely packed together, so it was difficult to count how many independent courtyards there were in the valley. At this moment, a few figures could be seen entering and leaving the courtyards. Those are the inner disciples of the Simplicity Celestial sect, Sun Liangpeng said to Duan Ling Tian as a group of people entered the valley. Then, Sun Liangpeng looked at the sky above the valley. 10 small islands could be seen suspended in the sky. Each of the islands had a small courtyard. He explained, the 10 suspended islands are where the true disciples live. Although true disciples and inner disciples stay in the same valley, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the true disciples, residences is 1 time greater than the heaven and earth spirit energy in the inner disciples, residences. In fact, true disciples, cultivation environment isn't inferior to my cultivation environment. We're not deliberately providing true disciples with a better cultivation environment and the inner disciples with an inferior one. We have no choice because the heaven and earth spirit energy from the celestial crystal vein is limited. He had explained all this because he was worried Duan Ling Tian, as a sectless cultivator, might not know why the cultivation environment for the disciples was different. At this moment, the duo had entered the valley and arrived in front of a floating island. Sun Liangpeng said with a smile, "This is where you'll be staying." Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. At this moment, although he had not entered the courtyard, he could keenly sense the cultivation environment here was at least 2 times better than other places in the Simplicity Celestial sect despite Sun Liangpeng saying it was only 1 time greater. Meanwhile, the appearance of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, naturally, drew the attention of the inner disciples in the valley. They were surprised to see Sun Liangpeng and were curious about the newcomer, Duan Ling Tian. "It's the sect leader. I wonder what brings the sect leader here. It's my first time seeing him here. I've been in the sect for 30 years, and this is the first time I've seen the sect leader here. I don't think I've ever heard about the sect leader coming here before. Who's the purple-clad young man standing next to the sect leader?" At this moment, the inner disciples who left the valley earlier spoke up to clear the confusion. With their words, the other inner disciples learned that Duan Ling Tian was one of the participants who was recruited to the Simplicity Celestial sect after surviving the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient sect. "When I was out earlier, I heard that Vice Sect Leader Zhang has returned from Scaling Cloud Lake." Scaling Cloud Lake, that's where the entrance to the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient realm is located, right? Vice Sect Leader Zhang must have brought many of the participants back to the sect. I heard Senior Zheng Hongyi has brought the participants to register and obtain their identity tokens. However, one of the participants was brought by Vice Sect Leader Zhang to meet the sect leader. This purple-clad young man must be that person. Since the sect leader singled him out to meet him, he must be extraordinary. I wonder what's so special about this purple-clad young man that the sect leader personally brought him here. I heard from the patrolling disciples that the sect leader has made this person the sect's 10th true disciple. It must be true since the sect leader brought him to one of the floating islands. The inner disciples who had just learned about the Simplicity Celestial sect's new true disciple were shocked. That newcomer is a true disciple. How's that possible? The surviving participants of the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm are only peak overarching Heaven's Supreme Celestials. In fact, in our sect's history, there was only one person who was made a true disciple when he was just an overarching Heaven's Supreme Celestial, right? Is there a mistake? As the group of disciples speculated among themselves, Duan Ling Tian, who was standing next to Sun Liangpeng, suddenly flew up into the air. The wooden token fastened to his waist glowed green as green threads from the token snaked across his body. Before Duan Ling Tian landed on the floating island, the disciples saw the air rippling around the island. When the green threads from the token came in contact with the rippling air, the ripples stopped immediately. That's a true disciple token. A true disciple token is needed to enter a true disciple's residence. Otherwise, one wouldn't be able to pass the formations protecting the island. It seems like it's true that the sect leader has made him a true disciple. He's only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial and a newcomer to our sect. How can he be a true disciple? The last position of a true disciple is given to a newcomer. Why him? In my opinion, he must be incredibly outstanding for the sect leader to appoint him as a true disciple and also personally showing him his residence. Our sect leader isn't a fool, after all. There were some disciples who were jealous of Duan Ling Tian being appointed as a true disciple, and there's some sensible disciples who knew Duan Ling Tian had to be outstanding for Sun Liangpeng to make him a true disciple. After all, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect was wise. He would not act this way without a reason. Meanwhile, Sun Liangpeng exchanged soul pearls with Duan Ling Tian and said, "If there's anything, feel free to contact me directly. This is my soul pearl. Take mine, and give me yours. This way, we can get in touch easily." After he finished speaking, he finally took his leave. Upon seeing Sun Liangpeng and Duan Ling Tian exchanging soul pearls, more and more inner disciples were convinced Duan Ling Tian must be extraordinary. This place is, indeed, one of the best places to cultivate in the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate. The cultivation environment here is really good. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. the sizes of the true disciples, courtyards and the inner disciples, courtyards were the same. The only differences were the locations of the courtyards and the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. In Duan Ling Tian's courtyard, 2 small trees were planted among the beds of flowers. The lush greenery was a pleasing sight. A stone table surrounded by several stone benches was located behind one of the small trees, while an antique wooden house half the size of the courtyard was located behind the other small tree. Duan Ling Tian walked to the entrance of the wooden house and pushed the door open. There was nothing in there except for a huge bed. The bed was translucent, and it emanated a faint chill. It was clearly not an ordinary bed, it was an ice bed. Ice beds could help with cultivation. The older the ice beds, the better it was for cultivation. He had long learned about ice beds when he was still in the mundane realm. I know that ice beds aid one's cultivation in the mundane realms. However, does it really work for celestials in the Devata realms as well? Duan Ling Tian was feeling slightly skeptical. After all, the difference between celestials and cultivators in mundane realms was supremely vast. In his opinion, this ice bed should be different from the ones in the mundane realms. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Boy, this is no ordinary ice bed. If I'm not mistaken, this ice bed is made from the profound celestial ice. Cultivating on this ice bed will help you to focus and prevent you from going berserk due to chi deviation. Moreover, it's said that those who have incredibly high comprehension skills could comprehend the law of ice from the profound celestial ice. The profound celestial ice. Duan Ling Tian's suspicion was confirmed by the Chaos Divine Earth. Indeed, this ice bed was different from the ice beds in the mundane realms. The law of ice. Duan Ling Tian did not care that the profound celestial ice could help prevent chi deviation. After all, the chances of his chi deviating were 0. Instead, his interest was piqued by the law of ice. One had to know that in Devata realms, if 2 people had the same cultivation bases and comprehended the same number of profundities, it would be almost impossible for the person who comprehended the law of water to win the person who comprehended the law of ice. Although ice originated from water, to a certain degree, it was superior to water. However, it had to be said that each had its merits. After all, ice lacked the fluidity of water. It's so cold, Duan Ling Tian exclaimed as soon as he sat on the ice bed without using any technique to deflect the cold. The bone-chilling cold surged up to his brain immediately. He quickly mobilized his celestial origin to dispel the cold. Chapter 3045 Wang Hong. After Duan Ling Tian settled down, he began to cultivate the king-grade cultivation method, the Tai Profound method. It was imparted to him by Huaner's grandaunt before the remnants of her soul vanished. I wonder how's Huaner doing? Whenever Duan Ling Tian cultivated the Tai Profound method, he would inadvertently be reminded of Huaner. He could not help but worry about her. Since Duan Ling Tian had closed his eyes to cultivate, he was unaware that ice figures had appeared on the ice bed as the branch from the divine tree of life in his body began to swiftly absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy. These ice figures were elegant and graceful like deities as they danced at a fast pace. If Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, was here, he would have been shocked. When one cultivated on the profound celestial ice bed, one would have to achieve a certain level of cultivation before the ice figure would appear. The more lifelike the ice figures were, the more terrifying one's cultivation speed was. Even when Sun Liangpeng cultivated on the ice bed, the ice figures that appeared were not as lifelike as Duan Ling Tian's ice figures. After about an hour had passed, Duan Ling Tian finally decided to stop cultivating. He opened his eyes and took out the box of stellar sand that he had obtained and asked the Chaos Divine Flame, "Senior Chaos Divine Flame, how do I use the stellar sand? Take out the divine sword, and I'll wrap my flames around it. Then, I'll guide the soul artifact in your sea of consciousness to integrate with the divine sword. At that time, pour the stellar sand on the flame, and I'll be able to speed up the integration process." The Chaos Divine Flame was quick to reply even though its voice still sounded weak. All right, Duan Ling Tian quickly acted according to the Chaos Divine Flame's instructions. He took the 7 orifices exquisite sword and let it hover in the air. Then, with a wave of his hand, a gray flame appeared around the 7 orifices exquisite sword. The 7 orifices exquisite sword was, naturally, unaffected by the flames. After all, the gray flame was only slightly stronger than an ordinary prominent celestial fire. It was not even as strong as a Duke-grade celestial fire. It would be strange if such a weak flame managed to burn the 7 orifices exquisite sword, and he would have questioned if the sword was truly a Devata artifact. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Flame said to Wanjur, the soul artifact, little Wanjur, it might feel a little unbearable after this. However, as long as you endure it, the integration between you and the sword would be more than half completed. Wanjur said fearlessly in her cold voice, I've already endured the pain of forcibly leaving my original artifact, how could I be afraid of such insignificant pain? While Duan Ling Tian was speeding up the process of Wanjur's integration with the Seven Orifices exquisite sword using the stellar sand, Zheng Hongyi, Sun Liang Peng's third direct disciple, brought the new disciples who had just registered to the valley where inner disciples and true disciples resided and cultivated. As soon as Zheng Hongyi appeared in the valley, he drew a group of inner disciples' attention. These disciples were also curious about the overarching heavenly supreme celestial standing behind Zheng Hongyi. It's Senior Zheng Hongyi. The group of people behind him are peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. They must be the outstanding peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials whom Vice Sect leader Zhang brought back from scaling Cloud Lake. These people are directly promoted to inner disciples of the sect. HMPH. Although they're directly promoted to inner disciples of the sect, if their innate talents are poor, they'll be kicked out eventually. At this moment, one of the inner disciples flew into the air and appeared in front of Zheng Hongyi. He called out, Senior Hongyi. It seemed like he had a good relationship with Zheng Hongyi. After he greeted Zheng Hongyi, he said, the sect leader was here earlier. Master. Zheng Hongyi frowned slightly. Was he alone? No, he was with a purple-clad young man. In fact, I heard he personally sent the young man to the vacant true disciples' courtyard, the inner disciple said. All right, I understand. Zheng Hongyi nodded slightly. At this moment, despite his calm appearance, a flame of fury rose in his heart. There was nothing he could not go against his master's wish. After all, he knew if he displeased his master, with just a word, his master could easily cast him out of the Simplicity Celestial sect. Senior Hongyi, that purple-clad young man robbed you of the position of a true disciple. If it weren't for him, that position would have been yours. The inner disciple was confused when he saw Zheng Hongyi's calm appearance. He knew how much Zheng Hongyi had desired to become a true disciple. Why was Zheng Hongyi not angry? Zheng Hongyi looked at the inner disciple from the corners of his eyes and said, Wu Feng, you'd better watch your mouth. The position of a true disciple isn't guaranteed to be mine even without his presence. Moreover, his innate talent and comprehension skills are incredibly high. He's worthy of becoming a true disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect. By saying these words, do you mean to say the sect leader lacks insight? His eyes flashed coldly as he spoke. Upon hearing these words, Wu Feng, the inner disciple, was so frightened that he paled immediately and no longer dared to speak. I'll hand them over to you now. You'll be in charge of arranging their accommodations, Zheng Hongyi said to Wu Feng before he left. After Zheng Hongyi's figure vanished from sight, Wu Feng turned to look at the group of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials and said, Follow me. The group of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials felt slightly dissatisfied as they trailed after Wu Feng. They were welcomed by the direct disciple of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect before being passed over to an ordinary inner disciple. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian was personally welcomed by the sect leader. The differences in treatments were too big. Wu Feng glanced at the group of peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials before he asked, Does everyone know that purple-clad young man? With the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial's explanation, Wu Feng and the other inner disciples finally understood what kind of genius the newly appointed true disciple was. He was a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who comprehended two profundities from Allah even though he was not even 100 years old. Moreover, he was ranked second in the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm. While Wu Feng arranged the accommodations for the newcomers, the other inner disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian's floating island and discussed among themselves. As it turns out, that purple-clad young man is a monstrous talent. He's not even 100 years old, and yet, he's already so formidable. Can you imagine what he'd be like once he grows into his full potential? No wonder the sect leader treats him so well. With his high innate talent and comprehension skills, even the profound nether mansion would be too small for him once he grows into his full potential. Even the southern heaven territory might be just a stepping stone for him to enter a greater sect. That's right. He's more than qualified for the position of a true disciple in our Simplicity Celestial sect. The group of inner disciples who were dissatisfied with Duan Lingtian becoming a true disciple earlier was finally convinced of his abilities. At this moment, one inner disciple who had just returned to the valley shook his head when he heard the discussions in the surroundings. He said with a sigh, I thought either Zheng Hongyi, Wang Hong, or me will be appointed as the 10th true disciple. I didn't expect that someone would appear out of nowhere and take that position. As soon as the other inner disciples saw this person, a few of them greeted him enthusiastically. Senior Zhuang Fan. These inner disciples' enthusiasm could be attributed to the fact that Zhuang Fan was one of the 3 most outstanding inner disciples. The other 2 outstanding inner disciples were Zheng Hongyi, Sun Liang Peng's 3rd disciple, and Wang Hong, the granddaughter of the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial sect. Among the 3 of them, Zheng Hongyi and Wang Hong had extraordinary backgrounds. Zhuang Fan was the only one who came from an ordinary background. Perhaps, due to a sense of camaraderie, the inner disciples were rather supportive of Zhuang Fan. Zhuang Fan smiled faintly and nodded in response to the inner disciples' greeting. He had always been approachable and kind like the gentle spring breeze. Meanwhile, in a small and quiet valley in the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate, a beautiful young lady with an enchanting figure who was dressed in a red long robe stood casually in front of a waterfall as she looked at the young man in front of her. Zheng Hongyi, did you come looking for me because of Duan Lingtian? The young man said with a solemn expression on his face. Wang Hong, in the past, we competed for the position of a true disciple. However, the position was taken away by Duan Lingtian as soon as he arrived. Are you willing? The young man was none other than Zheng Hongyi. He had rushed here as soon as he left the valley where the inner disciples and true disciples resided. What can I do even if I feel unwilling? This is your master's decision. Even my grandfather can't do anything about it, Wang Hong said with a smile as she looked at Wang Feng meaningfully. It was as though she could not care less that the position of a true disciple had been taken away. Wang Hong, quit pretending in front of me. Those who don't know you might be fooled, but I know you care about this more than anyone else, Zheng Hongyi said with a sneer. Chapter 3046 The Blood Skull Gang. Upon hearing Zheng Hongyi's words, the gentle and relaxed expression on Wang Hong's face changed slightly. In the end, she looked at him meaningfully and asked, since you came looking for me, does it mean you have a way of dealing with that person? Killing intent flashed in the depths of her eyes when she spoke. She loathed the person who robbed her of the position of a true disciple. Just as Zheng Hongyi had said, she cared about this position more than anyone else. Wang Hong, since there are only 2 of us here, I won't mince my words, Zheng Hongyi said as a formation compass appeared in his hand. When he sent his celestial origin energy in the compass, a light barrier appeared around the duo. This formation was a sound and vision isolation formation. Even celestial kings could not hear or see inside the barrier unless they forcefully destroyed the formation. Upon seeing this, Wang Hong raised an eyebrow and said, you're quite careful. Speak. Wang Hong, I intend to hire an assassin to kill Duan Lingtian. Zheng Hongyi bluntly said. Hire an assassin? Wang Hong smiled mockingly. And I thought you had a great idea. The assassin organizations in the profound Nether Mansion might be able to keep a simple assassination a secret. However, this concerns the 3 sects and 2 clans. Do you really think they'd be able to keep it a secret? Put everything else aside, if your master applies just a little pressure on the assassin organization, you'd be found out immediately. If the assassin organizations in the profound Nether Mansion were capable, any candidates who were an obstacle on Zheng Hongyi, Zhuang Fan, and Wang Hong's path in becoming a true disciple would not have survived. After listening to Zheng Hongyi's words, she felt he was too simple-minded. Did I say I'll hire an assassin from the assassination organizations in the profound Nether Mansion? Zheng Hongyi was not angry when he heard Wang Hong's mocking words. He calmly said, I intend to hire a powerful assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, one of 3 most famous assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory. Blood Skull Gang. Wang Hong's eyes widened imperceptibly when she heard Zheng Hongyi's words. The Blood Skull Gang was one of the 3 biggest and infamous assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory. The Blood Skull Gang had a terrifying reputation. Rumor had it that the Blood Skull Gang had assassins who were celestial lords. There was news of their assassin killing a 10 Directions celestial king with just a strike. Although it was a sneak attack, to be able to kill a 10 Directions celestial king with just 1 strike, the assassin had to be a celestial lord at least. After Wang Hong tried to calm down, she said with a slight tremble in her voice, You Why you have means of getting in touch with the Blood Skull Gang? Zheng Hongyi could clearly see the obvious change in Wang Hong's attitude, but he did not make fun of her. After all, the Blood Skull Gang's infamy was truly terrifying. Let alone Wang Hong, even her grandfather or the elders of the Simplicity Celestial sect would be frightened if they knew he had means of contacting the Blood Skull Gang. After all, despite being known throughout the Southern Heaven territory, not everyone would be able to contact or employ the Blood Skull Gang's services. Just to get in touch with the Blood Skull Gang and employ their services, one needed a grade 6 forces leader or someone of equal strength and status to act as a guarantor. Since the gang only accepted high-profile and highly difficult jobs, their clients were, naturally, those with high status. When Wang Hong recalled this point, she frowned and said skeptically, "Wait a minute. Even if you have a way to get in touch with the Blood Skull Gang, you don't have a guarantor." Normally, that would, indeed, be a problem. Zheng Hongyi nodded slightly as he said, "However, what if I told you the last time I left the sect, I met the young master of the Blood Skull Gang and befriended him?" The young master of the Blood Skull Gang? Wang Hong gasped. Yeah, his father is one of the 3 vice leaders of the Blood Skull Gang. Although he's just a bastard child, he still has a little say in the gang. Because I helped him, we exchanged our soul pearls, and he had promised that I'd be able to hire an assassin from the gang without the need of a guarantor from a grade 6 force, Zheng Hongyi said in one breath. Zheng Hongyi's words were partially false. The truth was the young master of the Blood Skull Gang had promised him 2 chances to hire an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang without a guarantor. He, naturally, did not reveal this to Wang Hong since it would make her wary of him and guard against him. If that's the case, you don't need my help at all in taking Duan Lingtian down, Wang Hong said. That's right. However, you should know that even the weakest assassin from the Blood Skull Gang is a 1 basic celestial king. Although I'd be able to hire an assassin, I would need a lot of celestial crystals. Let alone the strongest assassins, even the price to hire a 1 basic celestial king is rather high. It'd be somewhat troublesome for me to ask for such a huge number of celestial crystals from my family. After Zheng Hongyi finished speaking, he looked at Wang Hong meaningfully. So you found me to share the burden of hiring the assassin? Wang Hong sneered. Indeed. Zheng Hongyi nodded slightly. Do you really think I'd jump into this hole you've dug? It's your business if you want to kill Duan Lingtian. What does it have to do with me? Wang Hong said disdainfully as she looked at Zheng Hongyi as though she was looking at an idiot. Oh, you will jump into the hole. Zheng Hongyi said confidently. Wang Hong, it's undeniable that your family background is superior to mine. I won't be able to afford to hire a 1 basic celestial king from the Blood Skull Gang. The price would leave me penniless. If you're unwilling, then both of us can only watch as Duan Lingtian takes the position of the 10th true disciple. Zheng Hongyi continued to say, although he'll leave the sect sooner or later, when he leaves for the profound nether mansion, he will still carry the title of a true disciple. Among the 9 true disciples, 6 are already in the profound nether mansion while 3 still remain in the sect. You should think about this carefully before you decide. After he finished speaking, he dispersed the formation and prepared to leave the valley. This valley was the cultivation place of Wang Longshang, the grand elder of the Simplicity Celestial sect. As his granddaughter, Wang Hong could freely come and go in this valley. The cultivation environment here was not inferior to the true disciples' cultivation environment. Despite being a direct disciple of Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, Zheng Hongyi was not afforded this kind of treatment. He was only able to cultivate in the inner disciples' residences. This was because Sun Liangpeng wanted to make a point that his direct disciples would not be given any special treatment just because of their relationship with him. You have my soul pearl, I'll wait for your reply, Zheng Hongyi said before he left. It's best if you make a decision as soon as possible. After all, they'd need to investigate the target before they send the assassin out to finish the job. They'd give us the price after they're done with their investigations. Since Duan Lingtian is just a sectless cultivator, it's safe to assume the price would be in the range both of us can afford. Then, he left, not the slightest bit worried Wang Hong would reject his proposal. After Zheng Hongyi left, Wang Hong's expression darkened as she cursed, damn it. It was just as Zheng Hongyi had said. With her temperament, she could not tolerate a newcomer of the sect occupying the position of the sect's last true disciple. However, if she accepted Zheng Hongyi's proposal, it would mean she would be led by the nose by Zheng Hongyi. This was, naturally, not to her liking. However, her dislike could not compare to her need to eliminate Duan Lingtian, who had become the last true disciple despite just joining the sect. She thought to herself, I can't let Zheng Hongyi have the upper hand. I'll wait for him to contact me on his own initiative before I agree to his proposal. However, he can forget it if he wants me to bear half of the cost. At most, I'd bear 30% of the cost. Despite her thoughts, when Zheng Hongyi came looking for her half a month later, she agreed to bear half of the cost to hire the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. Naturally, prominent celestial crystals were nothing to the Blood Skull Gang. Zheng Hongyi and Wang Hong had to make up for the cost with king-grade celestial weapons and other precious treasures as well. After Wang Hong had agreed, Zheng Hongyi did not waste time and took out a communication celestial talisman to contact the bastard son of the vice leader of the Blood Skull Gang whom he had met by chance. Young Master Chen, I'm Simplicity Celestial Sect's Zheng Hongyi, the person you met in the Profound Forest. You promised me 2 chances to hire an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang without a guarantor. I'm ready to use the first chance now. Zheng Hongyi waited for 15 minutes before a reply finally came. The message was simple and direct. Details of the target. Zheng Hongyi hurriedly replied, Duan Lingtian. He's a sectless cultivator, less than 100 years old, and has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. He rose to prominence in the profound Nether Mansion's lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Lower Realm and joined the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Chapter 3047 Chen Li. In a vast region, which was separate from grade 6 mansions in the Southern Heaven territory, in a grand mansion in a huge city, a young man sat in front of a table, sipping tea, in the front yard of the grand mansion. He's not even 100 years old, but he has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. After he finished speaking, the teacup in his hand shattered due to the excessive force he had exerted. Another young man who was sitting across him looked at the broken cup in his hand and asked in confusion, Chen Li, what happened? It's nothing. I just received a message from someone in a grade 7 sect in the profound Nether Mansion. That person wants to employ the organization's services to assassinate someone. The young man who was holding the broken teacup in his hand had an extraordinary bearing. He was none other than Chen Li, the illegitimate son of one of the vice leaders of the Blood Skull Gang. Chen Li was a young man with a pale face and a frail figure. He was dressed in a robe with silver trimmings. He seemed like a degenerate who spent all his time on women and wine. However, in truth, the state of his body had nothing to do with a degenerate lifestyle. It was due to malnourishment. Before he was born, his mother was on the run from the assassin sent by his father's legal wife and almost died as a result. Due to some luck, she managed to safely give birth to him, but his body ended up very weak as a result. For this reason, his father, who felt incredibly remorseful and guilty toward him, was very considerate and good to him. Moreover, he had 9 elder sisters and 13 younger sisters, making him the only son in the family. His father had expended considerable effort to obtain nourishing pills for him, allowing his body to improve to that of an ordinary man. Unfortunately, after that, his body's constitution made no further improvement. Due to this reason, his innate talent and comprehension skills were only ordinary and were the weakest among his sisters. However, due to being the only son, his father treated him far better compared to his sisters. Assassinate who? The young man sitting across Chen Li asked. He looked elegant, dressed in a long white robe. He looked rather scholarly as he held a folding fan in his hand. There was a perpetual faint smile on his face that made him seem rather amiable. The 2 young men were like polar extremes. The target must be complicated for you to lose your composure, the scholarly young man said. He's not even 100 years old, but he's a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. He rose to prominence in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm and was ranked 2nd. As a result, he joined the Simplicity Celestial Sect. The client is also from the same sect as the target, Chen Li said. If my memory serves me right, the client is Zheng Hongyi, the 3rd direct disciple of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Chen Li speculated out loud, for him to want to assassinate a fellow sect member, it's obvious that person has gotten in his way in the sect. He wants to employ the Blood Skull Gang so it won't leave any clues that lead back to him. If Zheng Hongyi were here, he would have been taken aback by the accuracy of Chen Li's speculation. Then, Chen Li muttered to himself in a low voice, not even 100 years old, but he's a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. Moreover, he's a sectless cultivator. His innate talent and comprehension skill are truly high. As he spoke, his eyes flashed fiercely with envy and jealousy. Due to his average innate talent and comprehension skills, he was the most envious and jealous of people with high innate talent and comprehension skills. Upon hearing Chen Li's words, a shocked expression appeared on the scholarly young man's face. Not even 100 years old. He's a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended two profundities from the law of earth. Moreover, he's a sectless cultivator. That grade 6 mansion has such a talent among their folds. In the past 100 years, such a talent was extremely rare even among the 10 major clans and 5 major sects in the Southern Heaven territory. The scholarly young man asked curiously, "So what's your reply?" I agreed. I owe him a favor, after all. I'm accepting this job on behalf of the Blood Skull Gang, Chen Li said. The scholarly young man reminded Chen Li, it's best to be cautious and thoroughly investigate his background before you act. With such a high innate talent and comprehension skills, I have a feeling he's not a sectless cultivator. Since he was friends with Chen Li, he, naturally, did not want Chen Li to provoke somebody he could not afford to provoke. Moreover, the person who had made the request was from a grade 7 sect. There was no need to take someone from a mere grade 7 sect so seriously. Rest assured, a rare smile appeared on Chen Li's face. Don't you have any confidence in the Blood Skull Gang's intelligence department? They'd be able to dig out all information regarding the target. If he truly has an extraordinary background, the Blood Skull Gang won't make a move at all. No harm rejecting that person's request after I confirm the target's background if need be. Although Blood Skull Gang had a terrifying reputation in the Southern Heaven territory, there were a few people they would not dare to make a movie against. For example, they would not dare to act against the people of the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord who controlled the entire Southern Heaven territory. Apart from that, they would not act against members of the 10 major clans and the 5 leading clans. In the Southern Heaven territory, above grade 6 forces were 15 grade 5 forces collectively known as the 10 major clans and the 5 leading sects. They were, naturally, not to be trifled with. That's good. The scholarly young man nodded after listening to Chen Li's words. His slightly furrowed brows eased. He was aware that the intelligence department of the Blood Skull Gang was incredibly efficient and thorough even in the entire Southern Heaven territory. In fact, even the intelligence department of the sect he belonged to was not necessarily superior to the Blood Skull Gang's intelligence department. After all, the Blood Skull Gang was an assassin organization. It was of utmost importance that they had a superior and wide information network. When are you planning to return? Chen Li asked the scholarly young man. I'll leave tomorrow. It's been quite a while, so it's time for me to return. Come and visit me when you have the time, the scholarly young man said with a faint smile on his face. I will. After all, you're my only friend and best friend. A smile appeared on Chen Li's pale face, making him look rather sinister. If there was one person with high innate talent and comprehension skills whom Chen Li was not jealous of, it would be the scholarly young man. After all, the scholarly young man was his only friend. There were only 2 people whom Chen Li considered important, his deceased mother and his best friend. Upon hearing Chen Li's words, the scholarly young man sighed inwardly. In the end, he rose to his feet and patted Chen Li's shoulder and said with a faint smile on his face, "You're also my best friend." The smile on Chen Li's face widened when he heard those words. Alas, it made him look even more sinister. He was, in fact, genuinely moved and happy. However, due to his facial features, he looked rather sinister whenever he smiled. In the Simplicity Celestial sect in the profound Nether Mansion, standing at the peak of a mountain that had been flattened, Duan Ling Tian looked at a tower in excitement. This is the library. There were 2 libraries in the Simplicity Celestial sect. One was for those in the outer sect, and the other was for those in the inner sect. The 9-story tower was none other than the Simplicity Celestial sect's library in the inner sect, where all kinds of cultivation methods, celestial methods, and divine abilities were kept. It also contained many books and memory celestial talismans of various topics. One would have to show their identity token that proved their identities as inner sect disciples before they would be granted entry. At this time, Duan Ling Tian only had his eyes on the 9th floor of the library. After all, the 9th floor was where the Simplicity Celestial sect's king-grade celestial methods, divine abilities, and sect-guarding techniques were kept. Only those with a high status in the sect and true disciples were allowed to comprehend these celestial methods and divine abilities. Therefore, access to the 9th floor was only given to these people. Duan Lingtian was unaware that he would need to show his identity token before he would be allowed to enter the library. When he was stopped by two Taoist priests guarding the entrance, he quickly brought out his identity token. True disciple. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian's identity token, the eyes of the two Taoist priests almost popped out of their sockets. They hastily stepped aside to let Duan Lingtian in. One of the Taoist priests looked at Duan Lingtian curiously and said, "So you're the newcomer whom the sect master has made a true disciple." Although the other Taoist priest did not speak, his eyes were brimming with curiosity as well when he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian only responded with a slight nod before he entered the library. Meanwhile, a few inner disciples looked at Duan Lingtian's retreating back in a daze. They had no idea the person in front of them was the genius who had caused a commotion half a month ago in their sect. It's said that Duan Lingtian isn't even 100 years old, but he's a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who has comprehended two profundities from the law of earth. It's hard to imagine there's such a genius in the profound nether mansion, let alone our simplicity celestial sect. What's even more shocking is he's a sectless cultivator. Chapter 3048. The top floor of the library. Half a month had passed since Duan Lingtian had arrived at the Simplicity Celestial sect. During that time, with the Chaos Divine Flame, he had been staying in his residence to help Wanjur integrate with his 7 orifices exquisite sword. After using up the stellar sand, the integration between Wanjur and the sword was 60% complete. If he could obtain another ingredient similar to the stellar sand, he would be able to completely integrate Wanjur into the 7 orifices exquisite sword. At that time, the 7 orifices exquisite sword would return to its peak state as a prominent artifact, and Wanjur would also be able to leave the 7 orifices exquisite sword and manifest a human form. After Duan Lingtian had used up the stellar sand, he decided to make his way to the Simplicity Celestial sect's library. He had, naturally, come for the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that were stored on the top floor of the library. Although he might not be able to comprehend all of the Simplicity Celestial sect's king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that were contained in consumable memory celestial talismans, he still wanted to memorize all of them since he had access to them. "I'll try to memorize as many king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that are available," Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he made his way to the top floor. There were disciples guarding the entrance to each floor of the library. They, naturally, did not obstruct Duan Lingtian when he showed them his true disciple token. All of the disciples, without exception, were shocked when they saw his true disciple token. After all, he was famous in the Simplicity Celestial sect for being a newcomer who became a true disciple despite only being an overarching heaven supreme celestial. Everyone, except for those in closed-door cultivation or away from the sect, had heard about him. The person guarding the library's top floor was a gray-haired old man with a wrinkly face. "So, you're Duan Lingtian. Truly remarkable, senior." Although Duan Lingtian did not know the old man's identity, he still bowed out of courtesy. "You've achieved remarkable feats at such a young age, but you know to show respect to your seniors. A young man like you is rare in this day and time." A smile appeared on the old man's wizened face. His smile looked worse than if he was crying. The old man did not beat around the bush and asked, "Are you here for the king-grade celestial methods, divine abilities, or the cultivation methods?" "Senior, I'm here for the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities," Duan Lingtian replied. The old man nodded before he asked, "Which kind of king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities?" "What do you mean?" Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. "What I mean is what law contained in the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities do you want?" the old man explained. "Can't I have all of them?" Duan Lingtian asked. He had planned to take all the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities available. Since they were all consumables, it would not affect the Simplicity Celestial sect at all. "You want all of them?" the old man said in a displeased tone, clearly angered. "Who told you that you can have all of them? Tell me so I can have his legs crippled." Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback by the old man's reaction. After all, he did not expect the old man to react in such a manner. He only smiled wryly as he replied, "Senior, nobody told me that I can take all of them, but nobody told me that I can't either." Duan Lingtian recalled that Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, had told him that he could come to the top floor of the library for the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. However, Sun Liangpeng did not say anything about the number of celestial methods and divine abilities he was allowed to take. After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old man's expression eased. Then, he explained, the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities on the top level of the library are only limited to one law, even for a true disciple. This has always been the rule in the Simplicity Celestial sect. The ancestors were worried that greed might cloud the descendants' minds, hence, such a rule was established. You're allowed to choose a law and take all the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain that law. However, you'll have to use the memory celestial talismans here before you leave. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. He did not expect such a rule would exist in the Simplicity Celestial sect. He had initially planned to take all of the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities and memorize them for later use. After listening to the old man, he knew he could only choose one law. The old man said, I heard that you've already comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. I recommend you choose the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of earth. There's 1 king-grade celestial method and 2 king-grade divine abilities that contain the law of earth in the Simplicity Celestial sect. Senior, may I know more about the king-grade celestial method and divine abilities that contain the law of earth? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes, of course. The old man nodded. Then, he led Duan Lingtian to a bookshelf. Each of the king-grade celestial method and divine abilities had a memory celestial talisman with an explanation. Extend your divine consciousness into the memory celestial talismans that correspond with the king-grade celestial method and divine abilities too. Learn about them, the old man said before he moved to the side and silently watched Duan Lingtian. All right, Duan Lingtian replied. He extended his divine consciousness into the first memory celestial talisman and a barrage of information flooded his mind immediately. This is a king-grade divine ability called the Dragon Escape ability. It contains the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity, and another profundity called the Ground Escape technique. The Ground Escape technique is the law of Earth's only movement profundity. However, before reaching the mastery stage, this profundity is useless in the air and can only be used on the ground. Duan Lingtian had heard about the Ground Escape technique from the Chaos Divine Earth, so he was aware of its weakness. Before comprehending the Ground Escape technique to the mastery stage, one can only use it on the ground. However, when it's at the mastery stage, one would be able to use it in the air by using the Earth elemental profundity to mimic the ground in the air. These were Chaos Divine Earth's words. Then, Duan Lingtian withdrew his divine consciousness from the first memory celestial talisman and moved on to the next one. Let's see what the other king-grade divine ability and celestial method are. This is a king-grade celestial method called the Thorn Cage method. Apart from the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity, it also contains the gravitational space profundity. This king-grade celestial method seems similar to the Black Rock Prison method I have. They contain the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He could not help but feel slightly disappointed by this discovery. After a short moment, he extended his divine consciousness into the last memory celestial talisman. This is a king-grade divine ability called the Earth Pulsation ability. Apart from the Earth elemental profundity, it also contains the vibration profundity. The vibration profundity, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. According to the Chaos Divine Earth, defensive and assistive abilities were the law of Earth's forte. However, the law of Earth had an offensive profundity called the vibration profundity. The Earth Pulsation ability that contains the vibration profundity is more tempting than the Dragon Escape ability that contains the Ground Escape technique. The Thorn Cage method is similar to the Black Rock Prison method since they contain the gravitational space profundity, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He was in a dilemma. The king-grade celestial method and divine abilities that contained the law of Earth could help him tremendously. However, since he had only started to comprehend the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity, relatively recently, he could still switch to another law to comprehend if he so wished. In the end, Duan Lingtian looked at the old man and asked, Senior, where are the king-grade celestial methods and abilities that contain the law of metal and fire? He had decided to look at the king-grade celestial methods and abilities that contained the law of metal and the law of fire first before he made a decision. If the two laws had more king-grade celestial methods and abilities compared to the law of Earth, he would choose either one of those two laws. Chapter 3049 Duan Lingtian's Choice. Duan Lingtian had no interest in the other king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained other laws. With the help of the Chaos Divine Earth, he was able to comprehend the law of earth faster than an ordinary person. As for the law of metal and law of fire, he had the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame to help. With his speed of comprehension, without the help of the 5 divine elements, even a person with a high level of comprehension would not be able to surpass his speed of comprehending the law. Duan Ling Tian, don't be greedy. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the old man furrowed his brows. He had expected Duan Ling Tian to choose the king-grade celestial method and divine abilities that contained the law of earth. I know, senior. Despite the faint smile on Duan Ling Tian's face, his eyes were brimming with determination as he looked at the old man. Please show me the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of metal and the law of fire. The old man felt skeptical when he saw how insistent Duan Ling Tian was to have a look at the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained the law of metal and the law of fire. Duan Ling Tian had already comprehended the law of earth, but now, it seemed like he intended on comprehending the law of metal or the law of fire as well. He thought it was absurd. The old man thought to himself, Duan Ling Tian's not even 100 years old, but he's a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It's already remarkable that he's able to comprehend 2 profundities from the law of earth. It's impossible for him to comprehend another law now. However, due to Duan Ling Tian's persistence, he did not voice his thoughts and led Duan Ling Tian to the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained the law of metal and the law of fire. At this moment, the chaos divine earth's childish voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind. Boy, you're doing the right thing. If there are more king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of metal or the law of fire, you should choose one of them. It continued to say, the thorn cage method is almost the same as the black rock prison method, so it's useless to you. The dragon escaping ability is only useful in the later stage, and it isn't practical now. Finally, the earth pulsation ability is good, but it's only limited to one use. Take a look at the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of metal and the law of fire before you decide if you want the king-grade celestial method and divine abilities that contain the law of earth. Upon hearing the chaos divine earth's words, Duan Ling Tian felt even more confident of his decision. When the old man led Duan Ling Tian to a shelf that held the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities from the law of metal, he said, there's only one king-grade celestial method that contains the law of metal in the Simplicity Celestial sect. Only one. Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback. Then, he shook his head and said, Senior, can you please lead me to the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire? Since the Simplicity Celestial sect only had a king-grade celestial method that contained the law of metal, there was no way Duan Ling Tian would have chosen it regardless of the profundity it contained. He would be better off choosing the king-grade celestial method and divine abilities that contained the law of earth. At least, he would be able to comprehend 2 new profundities, the ground escape technique, and the offensive profundity, the vibrational profundity. As for the thorn cage method, it contained the gravitational space profundity like the black rock prison method. There was no way of confirming if his comprehension of the gravitational space profundity would improve if he comprehended it again through the thorn cage method. The old man did not say anything in regard to Duan Ling Tian's request. After all, Duan Ling Tian must be insane if he chose to comprehend one king-grade celestial method that contained the law of metal as opposed to comprehending one king-grade celestial method and 2 king-grade divine abilities that contained the law of earth. Senior, I hope there won't be only one king-grade celestial method or divine ability that contains the law of fire. Duan Ling Tian said, if that was the case, then he would save time and choose the king-grade celestial method and 2 divine abilities that contained the law of earth. How's that possible? The old man replied with pride, we have more king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire compared to the other laws. In all the regions under the profound nether mansion, the Simplicity Celestial sect ranked second, behind the profound nether mansion, in having the most king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up as soon as he heard the old man's words. After the profound nether mansion, the Simplicity Celestial sect had the most king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained the law of fire. Duan Ling Tian asked curiously, Senior, how many king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire do we have? Have a look, the old man said as he came to a stop in front of a shelf. All of these. Duan Ling Tian's eyes widened. There were 10 memory celestial talismans that were lined up on a shelf. There was a mix of 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained the law of fire. The other 5 memory celestial talismans were the introductory talismans. Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness into the first memory celestial talisman on the left. Just like before, a barrage of information flooded his mind. This is a king-grade celestial method that contains the law of fire. It contains the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, and the blazing sun profundity. Duan Ling Tian had learned from the chaos divine earth that the blazing sun profundity was an assistive profundity that could confuse one's opponent. Then, Duan Ling Tian shifted his attention to the next memory celestial talisman. This is a king-grade divine ability that contains the law of fire. It contains the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, and the fire escape technique. The fire escape technique was one of the 2 movement profundities from the law of fire. It was just like the ground escape technique from the law of earth, but it was, perhaps, more useless. At the rudimentary stage and the initial stage, it could only be used where fire was present. One could only use it freely with the fire elemental profundity after it had been comprehended to the mastery stage. In order to achieve the mastery stage, one had to obtain an emperor-grade divine ability that contained the law of fire's fire escape technique. Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness into the 3rd memory celestial talisman. This contains the law of fire's explosion technique. The explosion technique was one of the 3 main offensive profundities from the law of fire. It had explosive characteristics and was extremely powerful. Duan Ling Tian was the most interested in this offensive profundity from the law of fire that was contained in the king-grade divine ability. After all, its offensive power was much stronger than the law of earth's offensive profundity, the vibrational profundity. Then, Duan Ling Tian moved on to the 4th memory celestial talisman. This contains the law of fire's pillaging profundity. The pillaging profundity was one of the 2 movement profundities from the law of fire. However, it was much more useful compared to the fire escape technique. It could be used from the rudimentary stage, and the speed it granted was almost as swift as the law of wind's gale profundity. As the saying went, fly like the wind, and surge like the fire. Finally, Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness to the last memory celestial talisman that was located on the right. This king-grade celestial method contains the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, and the burning profundity. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. Based on its name, one could easily tell the law of fire's burning profundity was an offensive profundity. The chaos divine earth's words confirmed Duan Ling Tian's suspicion. Boy, you're extremely fortunate. The burning profundity is one of the 3 main offensive profundities from the law of fire. The 3 main offensive profundities from the law of fire are the explosion profundity, the burning profundity, and the corrosive profundity. The explosion profundity and the burning profundity are the most powerful offensive profundities. On the other hand, the corrosive profundity is rather tricky to comprehend. The chaos divine earth urged Duan Ling Tian, just choose these 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire. With the help from the chaos divine flame, it won't take you long to comprehend them. Apart from the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, if Duan Ling Tian chose these 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, he would be able to comprehend another 5 profundities from the law of fire. The profundities were the blazing sun profundity, the fire escape profundity, the explosion profundity, the pillaging profundity, and the burning profundity. Even without the chaos divine earth's reminder, Duan Ling Tian still would have chosen the 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained the law of fire out of practicality. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man and said, "Senior, I'll choose these 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities." "Are you sure?" The old man, "Yes, I've made up my mind," Duan Ling Tian replied without any hesitation as he nodded. "All right." The old man nodded and said nothing else. After all, he had tried to dissuade Duan Ling Tian earlier. Although he was not optimistic about Duan Ling Tian's decision, he had no right to intervene. Chapter 3050 The Blood Skull Gang's Price. The old man raised his hand to collect the 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities before passing it to Duan Ling Tian. Then, he reminded Duan Ling Tian, "You must use these 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities here. It's forbidden to leave the library with them." The memory celestial talismans that contained the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities were consumables. They would vanish after they were used. Once the memory celestial talismans on the top floor of the library were used up, they must be replaced for future generations' use. In order to inscribe the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities on the memory celestial talismans, one must first master the profundities. I understand, Duan Ling Tian replied. Then, he shattered all 5 memory celestial talismans one after another in front of the old man. The contents of the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities soon appeared in his mind. Duan Ling Tian closed his eyes to digest the information from the 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. His eyes glinted, and a smile appeared on his face as soon as he opened his eyes. He thought to himself excitedly, I have now obtained 6 profundities from the law of fire, including the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity. It's only a matter of time and effort before I master them. When Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he looked at the old man and said, Thank you, senior. It's nothing. The memory celestial talismans belong to the sect anyway, the old man replied. I'm expressing my gratitude not because you've given me the 5 memory celestial talismans. I'm thankful because I'm able to find them quickly with your help, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. The old man was rather surprised. In the end, he shook his head and said with a smile, Lad, you really know how to compliment someone. All right, if you have extra time on your hands, you should have a look at the other floors. You might come across something. Thank you, senior, for your kind reminder. Duan Ling Tian thanked the old man once again before he left the top floor of the library. As the old man had suggested, he decided to look around the other floors. After all, there could be records there that could help him broaden his knowledge. 3 months passed silently. Duan Ling Tian had spent the past 3 months in the library due to all the information contained in the memory celestial talismans that were useful to him. He had spent the past 3 months studying them. It's been 3 months. Duan Ling Tian was surprised when he discovered he had spent 3 months in the library. It's time to leave. Duan Ling Tian knew he should prioritize breaking through and becoming a celestial duke. After that, with the help from the chaos divine flame, he would comprehend the 6 profundities from the law fire that were contained in the 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities he had obtained. After leaving the library, before Duan Ling Tian arrived in the valley where the true disciples and inner disciples resided, a figure appeared in front of him. Duan Ling Tian, sect leader. It was none other than Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. Is there anything that I can help you with, sect leader? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously as Sun Liangpeng descended from the sky and stood before him. A slight frown could be seen on Sun Liangpeng's face as he bluntly asked, I heard from old Zhou that you went to the top floor of the library. However, instead of choosing the king-grade celestial method and divine abilities that contain the law of earth, you chose those that contain the law of fire instead. After Duan Ling Tian had left the top floor of the library, the old man had sent Sun Liangpeng a communication celestial talisman detailing Duan Ling Tian's choice. Sun Liangpeng was perplexed, unable to understand why Duan Ling Tian had made such a choice. He did not think Duan Ling Tian had also comprehended the law of fire, on top of 2 profundities from the law of earth. He had intended to look for Duan Ling Tian immediately, but he dismissed the idea when he learned that Duan Ling Tian was engrossed in studying. It was only when he received a communication celestial talisman from one of the disciples guarding the library saying that Duan Ling Tian had left the library today that he came to look for Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, although the Simplicity Celestial sect has many king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire, it's unnecessary for you to choose them. Your best choices are the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of earth, Sun Liangpeng said without beating around the bush. Duan Ling Tian asked with a knowing smile, Sect leader, do you think I chose the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain the law of fire out of greed? He did not take offense since he knew Sun Liangpeng was only reminding him out of his good intention. Upon seeing the smile on Duan Ling Tian's face, Sun Liangpeng blurted out, Don't tell me you've also comprehended the law of fire. Sect leader, when the time comes, you'll have your answer. I intend to return to my courtyard and cultivate now. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Duan Ling Tian said before he left. A hint of confusion could be seen in Sun Liangpeng's eyes as he watched Duan Ling Tian leave. Duan Ling Tian's confidence and decision left him even more puzzled. What kind of person is he? Is it possible for someone to be so talented? Meanwhile, In a small courtyard in the valley where the true disciples and inner disciples resided, Zheng Hongyi watched Duan Lingtian make his way back to his residence with a frown on his face. He thought to himself, after 3 months, I finally received a reply. Zheng Hongyi received a communication celestial talisman from the illegitimate child of one of the vice leaders of the assassin organization, the Blood Skull Gang. He had waited for 3 months for the reply to come, and at one point, he even thought that person had reneged on his promise. Duan Lingtian is from the borderlands. Zheng Hongyi was taken aback after hearing the message. The borderlands. The southern heaven territory was divided into the central area and the borderlands. In Zheng Hongyi's opinion, the borderland was a barbaric land. After all, due to the formations cast at the borders of the central area and the borderlands that restricted those who were not, at least, celestial king from entering the central area, only weak people would stay in the borderlands. The borderlands consisted mainly of weak forces. Even the most powerful forces were only comparable to grade 9 forces. He really did not expect the genius sectless cultivator, Duan Lingtian, would come from the borderlands. The borderlands have someone as talented as him. Is it possible that he's the reincarnation of some powerhouse? Zheng Hongyi mused inwardly. Although the requirements to reincarnate were very demanding and the success rate was low, there were many people who were willing to take the risk and succeeded. As a result, once reincarnated, the starting point of these people was relatively high. With their memories from the past, it was only natural that they would have an easier time comprehending profundities. Their comprehension skills were also, naturally, higher than ordinary people since they had memories from their past lives. For this reason, Zheng Hongyi could not help but wonder if Duan Lingtian was the reincarnation of some power. A transcender. As he continued listening to the message, Zheng Hongyi was further baffled. Duan Lingtian was just a transcender who ascended to the Devata realm from a mundane realm. Not only did he accomplish such amazing feats before reaching the age of 100, but he's a transcender. He has to be the reincarnation of some powerhouse. Otherwise, it's impossible for someone like him to have such absurdly high innate talent and comprehension skills, Zheng Hongyi thought to himself. Similarly, Chen Li, the illegitimate son of one of the vice leaders of the Blood Skull Gang, Chen Li, also said in his message that the people sent to investigate Duan Lingtian also suspected Duan Lingtian to be a reincarnated celestial. Duan Lingtian would be shocked if he knew how much information the Blood Skull Gang had gathered about him in just 3 months. They even managed to find out he had ascended to this Devata realm from a mundane realm. Chen Li said to Zheng Hongyi through a communication celestial talisman, the Blood Skull Gang had put in a huge amount of effort to investigate Duan Lingtian's identity. According to the rules of the Blood Skull Gang, you don't have to pay for the investigation fee. However, we want all of the target's possession after he dies. That's fine. Young Master Chen, may I know if you already have a price for hiring an assassin to assassinate Duan Lingtian? Zheng Hongyi asked with barely suppressed eagerness. He was not surprised by the rule Chen Li had stated since other assassination organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory had the same rule as well. Chen Li replied, 6 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons or 2 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that have been nurtured by celestial lords. 3 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons can be replaced with 1 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that have been nurtured by a celestial lord. Alternatively, 5 ordinary king-grade celestial weapons can be used to replace 1 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon. Chapter 3051 The Fire Elemental Profundity. That's the price to hire a 1 basic celestial king from the Blood Skull Gang. If you want someone stronger to do the job, the price will, naturally, be different. However, in my opinion, even the weakest assassin in the Blood Skull Gang should be sufficient to kill a mere peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Yes, it's sufficient, Zheng Hongyi agreed. He could not help but gulp when he heard that price that was quoted. Although he knew it was going to be costly to hire an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, he did not expect it to be so expensive. He thought to himself, the price to hire a 1 basic celestial king from the Blood Skull Gang is 2 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that have been nurtured by celestial lords. Thank the heavens that Wang Hong will share the cost with me. Although I can afford to pay 2 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that have been nurtured by celestial lords, if I use them to pay for the assassin, I'd be without protection. Zheng Hongyi felt rather fortunate. With Wang Hong sharing the cost of hiring an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang with him, he would only have to part with one of the two purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords in his possession. With this, he would have one left for his protection. Although he hated Duan Ling Tian for robbing him of the final position of a true disciple in the Simplicity Celestial sect, he would not have given up two celestial weapons that could protect him just to take Duan Ling Tian's life. Soon after, Zheng Hongyi's eyes lit up as he thought to himself, based on Chen Li's words, the two purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that have been nurtured by celestial lords can also be replaced with 6 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons. This means a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that have been nurtured by celestial lords can be replaced with 3 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons. In the regions under the profound nether mansion, a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord can be exchanged with 4 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons. As for the exchange rate for other king-grade celestial weapons, they're the same. Zheng Hongyi's eyes lit up as he thought to himself. Coincidentally, Zheng Hongyi possessed 2 ordinary purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons. As Long Wang Hong handed over her purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord, he could trade it for 4 ordinary purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons. After the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang had completed his task, he would only need to hand over 6 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons. With this, he would not have to give up his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. Young Master Chen, I have no problem with the price you've quoted. May I know when the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang would be dispatched? Zheng Hongyi asked Chen Li via the communication celestial talisman. He could not wait for the assassin to kill Duan Ling Tian. Unfortunately, it was impossible for the assassin to arrive today. Moreover, even if the assassin managed to arrive today, if Duan Ling Tian did not leave the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, it would be difficult for the assassin to make a move. After all, a one basic celestial king was not capable of breaching the Simplicity Celestial Sect's defenses and killing someone in the sect's estate. Even on the off chance that the assassin managed to kill his target, it would be difficult for him to escape. Apart from that, the assassin might have the support of the Blood Skull Gang, but the Simplicity Celestial Sect was under the profound nether mansion that was supported by one of the 10 major clans in the Southern Heaven Territory. Compared to the 10 major clans in the Southern Heaven Territory, the Blood Skull Gang was truly insignificant. In fact, the Blood Skull Gang did not dare to receive assignments that were related to the people of the 10 major clans. We'll send our one basic celestial king out within 3 days. When he arrives, he'll find a way to get in touch with you. According to the Blood Skull Gang's rules, you're required to pay half of the price as a deposit beforehand. When he arrives, you'll need to hand over the deposit first, and after he has completed his job, you'll hand him the remaining half, Chen Li said. All right, Zheng Hongyi replied. After Zheng Hongyi bade farewell to Chen Li, he continued thinking about the price the Blood Skull Gang had charged him. 2 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that have been nurtured by celestial lords to hire a one basic celestial king. The price is 5 times higher compared to the assassin organizations in the profound nether mansion. However, he knew the price was reasonable considering the assassin and the target's abilities and the distance the assassin had to travel. Moreover, if he had hired an assassin from the organizations in the profound nether mansion, it would be easy for his master, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, to trace the assassination attempt back to him if his master had gone to the profound nether mansion for help. The assassin organizations in the profound nether mansion would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the pressure from the mansion. If he was exposed as the mastermind behind Duan Ling Tian's assassination, not only would he lose the chance to become a true disciple, but his master might even kill him. Even if his master spared his life, he would definitely be expelled from the Simplicity Celestial Sect and have his cultivation base crippled. For all these reasons, he did not have any complaint about the price the Blood Skull Gang charged him despite it being exorbitant. As the saying went, caution is the parent of safety. I should look for Wang Hong and collect a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord from her. After I trade her purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that has been nurtured by a celestial lord for 4 ordinary purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons, coupled with 2 of my purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons, I'll have enough to pay the Blood Skull Gang. With this thought in mind, Zheng Hongyi left his courtyard in search of Wang Hong. Zheng Hongyi was rather delighted and pleased with himself when he thought about his plan that would ensure he would not have to give up any of his 2 purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords. Alas, reality was cruel. When Zheng Hongyi informed Wang Hong about the price they would have to pay the Blood Skull Gang, she said, "Although I've not had any dealings with the Blood Skull Gang before, I know how top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory work. Before they start the job, they would ask for half the price as a deposit. Inform me when the assassin arrives, and I'll hand over the deposit. You can pay the remaining half after the job is done." Wang Hong's words completely shattered Zheng Hongyi's brilliant plan. He could not take advantage of her at all. Meanwhile, after Duan Lingtian returned from the library, he remained in his residence. He sat cross-legged on the ice bed in his room to comprehend the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, with the help from the Chaos Divine Flame. Previously, the Chaos Divine Flame had said to Duan Lingtian, "If you manage to obtain king-grade celestial methods or divine abilities that contain the law of fire, I can help you to completely comprehend the law of fire's fire elemental profundity in 3 hours." For this reason, Duan Lingtian was excited to see if the Chaos Divine Flame would really be able to help him comprehend the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, in 3 hours. During the process of comprehending the fire elemental profundity, Duan Lingtian thoroughly followed the Chaos Divine Flame's instructions. He summoned a gray flame to his fingertip just like how he would if he was refining pills. Then, he cleared his mind. Soon after, he felt himself merging with the Chaos Divine Flame. His emotions, joy, anger, and sorrow, would change in accordance with the gray flame. Many scenes from the past where he had used the Chaos Divine Flame, mostly when he was refining pills, flitted across his mind. Slowly but surely he began to lose all sense of time. When Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses, he discovered he had completely comprehended the law of fire's fire elemental profundity. Naturally, he did not know how much time had passed. It felt like a moment, but it also felt as though a century had passed. How long did I take to comprehend the fire elemental profundity? Duan Lingtian asked the Chaos Divine Flame. 2.5 hours, the Chaos Divine Flame replied. As soon as the Chaos Divine Flame finished speaking, the Chaos Divine Earth scoffed and said, "Nonsense." It was 2.5 hours and 3 breaths. The Chaos Divine Flame ignored the Chaos Divine Earth's words. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian could sense the jealousy in the Chaos Divine Earth's words. It was not surprising since the Chaos Divine Earth took an entire night to help him comprehend the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity, in the past. Although the Chaos Divine Flame's help was crucial in helping him to comprehend the fire elemental profundity in such a short time, he knew it was also, in part, due to his familiarity with the Chaos Divine Flame that was born from the times they refined pills. His understanding of the Chaos Divine Flame had subtly grown deeper each time he refined pills with the Chaos Divine Flame. For this reason, he was able to comprehend the fire elemental profundity in less than 3 hours. The fire elemental profundity. With just a thought, celestial origin energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body. After it was boosted with the fire elemental profundity, the celestial origin energy turned red like flames. A sizzling sound from the burning celestial origin energy rang in the air. Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and the fiery red celestial origin energy shot out like a terrifying beast shrouded in flames. Chapter 3052 The Profound Divine Metal Awakens. Attack-wise, my celestial origin energy seems to be more powerful when it's boosted by the fire elemental profundity compared to when it's boosted by the earth elemental profundity. It did not take long for Duan Lingtian to discover this fact. Then, Duan Lingtian tried to boost his celestial origin energy that had already been boosted with the fire elemental profundity with the earth elemental profundity as well. Alas, he felt the earth elemental profundity and the fire elemental profundity repelling each other when he did so. He was perplexed by this discovery. The Chaos Divine Earth explained, "Boy, before you become a god and can summon a clone, you can only use one law in battles. You can, naturally, switch between laws, but it's impossible to use more than one at the same time. To switch laws, you'll have to completely clear the fundamental profundity from a law in your celestial energy before boosting it with another law's fundamental profundity." The Chaos Divine Earth continued to say, "I'm sure you know all profundities from a law rely on the law's fundamental profundity. This means, you're also limited to using the profundities from the same law as the fundamental profundity you'd chosen to boost your celestial origin energy with. Saying that, you should continue to comprehend the law of earth, the law of fire, and the law of metal whenever you have the chance. After all, with the chaos divine flame, profound divine metal, and me around, you'd be able to swiftly comprehend the profundities from the three respective laws, the chaos divine earth said. With our help, you have the chance of comprehending all the profundities from the law of earth, the law of fire, and the law metal before you break through the divine barrier and become a god. Moreover, if you're able to help us evolve into higher forms, it's possible for you to comprehend all the profundities from the three laws to the mastery stage before you become a god. So this means that before I break through and become a god, I can only use one law at a time. Duan Lingtian knew it was not realistic for him to switch to a different law in the midst of battles. After all, it would take time to clear a law's fundamental profundity from his celestial origin energy before replacing it with another law's fundamental profundity. It would be best for him to stick to the law that he had comprehended the most. Yes, the chaos divine earth said, before you become a god, it's best for you to use the law you're most familiar with and have a high comprehension of. Based on current circumstances, focusing on the law of fire is your best option. Although Chaos Divine Earth was able to help Duan Lingtian to swiftly comprehend the various profundities from the law of Earth, that was only if Duan Lingtian managed to obtain king-grade celestial methods or divine abilities that contained the law of Earth. Currently, Duan Lingtian only possessed one king-grade celestial method that contained the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity. The number of profundities from the law of Earth that he had access to was limited compared to the 5 profundities from the law of fire, the blazing sun profundity, the fire escape profundity, the explosion profundity, the pillaging profundity, and the burning profundity, that he had obtained from the Simplicity Celestial Sect's king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. On the other hand, including the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity, he currently only had access to 2 profundities from the law of Earth. Duan Lingtian nodded in agreement. Based on the current circumstances, it's true that it's best that I focus on the law of fire for now. Although you should focus on comprehending the law of fire's profundities, you should also comprehend the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity when you have time. After all, you've already mastered the basics of the gravitational space profundity and can use it with minimal power, the Chaos Divine Earth continued to say. When Duan Lingtian thought about the 5 profundities from the law of fire that he had obtained from the Simplicity Celestial Sect's king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities, he asked the Chaos Divine Flame, Senior Chaos Divine Flame, now that I've comprehended the law of fire's fire elemental profundity, which of the 5 profundities from the law of fire should I prioritize? Before the Chaos Divine Flame could reply to Duan Lingtian, the Chaos Divine Earth spoke up first. I can answer this question for you. You can prioritize the explosion profundity, the pillaging profundity, or the burning profundity. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Flame finally said, prioritize comprehending the pillaging profundity or the burning profundity. In comparison to the pillaging profundity and the burning profundity, even with my help, it'd be more difficult and it'd take longer for you to comprehend the explosion profundity. As a celestial alchemist, you have more experience with controlling the heat and the speed of the heating. These skills are helpful in comprehending the pillaging profundity and the burning profundity. On the other hand, your experience is lacking in regard to fire explosions. Therefore, it'd be faster for you to comprehend the other 2 profundities compared to the explosion profundity. The Chaos Divine Flame understood Duan Lingtian's situation better compared to the Chaos Divine Earth, so its suggestion was more detailed. The Chaos Divine Flame concluded, the burning profundity is an offensive profundity while the pillaging profundity is a movement profundity. The most powerful offensive profundity from the law of fire isn't the burning profundity but the explosion profundity. Therefore, between the burning profundity and the pillaging profundity, I suggest you prioritize comprehending the pillaging profundity. Alright, I'll heed your advice, Senior. Duan Lingtian had no objection to the Chaos Divine Flame's suggestion. Moreover, you could shroud yourself in flames when you charge toward or attack your opponents after comprehending the pillaging profundity. With this, the pillaging profundity could deal considerable damage as well. Compared to the explosion profundity, the burning profundity, and the corrosive profundity, the pillaging profundity doesn't raise your offensive power as much. However, it would still contribute some. Alright, Duan Lingtian nodded. He understood what Chaos Divine Flame meant. Duan Lingtian recalled his encounter with Sima Chun of the Sima clan in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. Sima Chun had comprehended 2 profundities from the law of wind, the wind elemental profundity and the gale profundity. The gale profundity was a movement profundity, and it granted its user increased speed. Although it was not as powerful as an offensive profundity, due to inertia from speed, it, naturally, raised Sima Chun's offensive power as well even if it was just a little. After listening to the Chaos Divine Flame's advice, Duan Ling Tian did not waste time and began to comprehend the law of fire's pillaging profundity. Just a few months had passed, but Duan Ling Tian had already made impressive progress in comprehending the law of fire's pillaging profundity. He could already use it during battles. At this moment, his comprehension of the pillaging profundity was on the same level as his comprehension of the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity. All of a sudden, the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's mind, "Profound Divine Metal. You are finally awake." Previously, both the Profound Divine Metal and the Chaos Divine Flame had fallen into a deep slumber after they exhausted their strength from helping Duan Ling Tian claim ownership of the branch from the Divine Tree of Life in his body. The Chaos Divine Flame had recovered faster and had awakened earlier since it was in its third form. The Profound Divine Metal needed a few extra months to recover since it was only its second form. The Profound Divine Metal said groggily, "You little brat, what are you shouting for? I'm awake." Unlike the other times, the Chaos Divine Earth was not angered when the Profound Divine Metal referred to it as a little brat. Instead, it said with a chuckle, "Hey, I have good news and bad news for you. Which one would you like to hear first?" "Stop with the foreshadowing and get straight to the point," the Profound Divine Metal calmly said. "Even if you don't tell me, the Chaos Divine Flame will tell me." "Fine, I'll tell you the bad news first," the Chaos Divine Earth quickly said. "This lad obtained 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain profundities from the law of fire. Therefore, in the near future, he'll concentrate more on the law of fire instead of the law of metal. 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contain profundities from the law of fire. It seems like Lady Luck was on the lad's side when I was resting." The Profound Divine Metal was shocked by the Chaos Divine Earth's words. However, it seemed indifferent toward what the Chaos Divine Earth had referred to as bad news. After all, it was only in its second form, so it knew it could not do much to help Duan Ling Tian for now, even if Duan Ling Tian managed to obtain many king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained the law of metal. After a while, it asked, "What about the good news?" Upon sensing the Profound Divine Earth's indifference, the Chaos Divine Flame said apologetically, "Oops, I forgot you're still in your second form. However, fret not, there's good news like I said earlier." Before the Chaos Divine Earth finished speaking, the Profound Divine Metal asked Duan Ling Tian, "Boy, did you obtain a first form Profound Divine Metal?" "Yes, I was lucky and managed to obtain a first form Profound Divine Metal for you, senior." With just a thought, Duan Ling Tian brought out the first form Profound Divine Metal he had obtained from his spatial ring. As soon as the first form Profound Divine Metal appeared, a streak of golden light shot out of Duan Ling Tian's body like a lightning bolt toward the first form Profound Divine Metal. Then, as soon as they made contact, the golden light shrouded the first form Profound Divine Metal completely as though it had devoured the first form Profound Divine Metal. Chapter 3053 Huaner. In a lush green forest 10,000 miles north of Simplicity Celestial Sects estate, a skinny middle-aged man dressed in all black was hovering 3 feet above the ground. His complexion was deathly pale, and he was so skinny that his cheekbones were so prominent, causing his face to look sunken. It seemed he only had skin over his bones. Upon closer inspection, one would see a graphic blood-red skull on the chest of his robe. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly cocked an eyebrow as though he had sensed something. 2 distinct sounds of wind howling rang in the air, accompanied by 2 figures flying side by side at high speed. "Are you Zheng Hongyi?" the middle-aged man asked indifferently as he looked at the young man who just arrived. From the beginning until now, he did not spare the young woman next to the young man a glance at all. It was as though she did not exist in his eyes. If someone else were to ignore her in such a blatant manner, Wang Hong would have been furious. After all, apart from being a genius among the inner disciples of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, she was also the granddaughter of the Simplicity Celestial Sect's Grand Elder. Nevertheless, she did not dare to put on airs in front of the middle-aged man. Although the middle-aged man's cultivation base might be lower than her grandfather's, the middle-aged man was from a force that even grandfather could not afford to offend. The Blood Skull Gang was one of the 3 biggest and infamous assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory. It, naturally, had a terrifying reputation in the Southern Heaven Territory. The only people who did not fear them were those from the 10 major clans and the 5 leading sects. The Simplicity Celestial sect was merely a grade 7 sect. Although it was under the Profound Nether Mansion, it was only one of many grade 6 and grade 7 forces under the Profound Nether Mansion's rule. Yes, Senior, I'm Zheng Hongyi, Zheng Hongyi hurriedly responded. After all, as he stood in front of the middle-aged man, he could keenly feel the killing intent from the middle-aged man, causing chills to run up his spine. Who did you contact in the Blood Skull Gang to employ our service? The middle-aged man asked. It was clear he was trying to verify the people in front of him were indeed the Blood Skull Gang's clients. Chen Li, young Master Chen. Zheng Hongyi said, you know the rules, don't you? The middle-aged man said as he looked at Zheng Hong apathetically. I do. Zheng Hongyi nodded before he turned to the person next to him and prompted, Wang Hong. Senior, this is the deposit. With a wave of her hand, a rattan armor glowing with a green light appeared in Wang Hong's hand. With just a glance, it looked like it was woven from green glowing rattan. It was quite a dazzling sight. That is right, the middle-aged man took it and nodded in satisfaction after examining it. This is indeed a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon nurtured by a celestial lord. Then, he said, inform me as soon as the target leaves your Simplicity Celestial sect's estate. Once I have completed the mission, I'll return for the other half of the payment. Subsequently, the middle-aged man took Zheng Hongyi and Wang Hong's soul pearls and gave them his soul pearl to facilitate their communication. After that, he left and vanished without a trace. Zheng Hongyi and Wang Hong were not surprised. No matter what, the middle-aged man was still a one basic celestial king. Moreover, since the middle-aged man was from the Blood Skull Gang, he must be more powerful than ordinary one basic celestial kings in the Profound Nether Mansion. Put everything else aside, the laws and profundities he comprehended were undoubtedly above average since the Blood Skull Gang possessed many celestial methods and divine abilities that contained various laws. At this moment, Wang Hong looked at Zheng Hongyi and asked, what are we going to do if Duan Ling Tian doesn't leave the sect? If that happens, even the Blood Skull Gang would have no way of killing him, right? As far as I know, since he arrived at the sect, he has only left his residence once to go to the library. I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to lure him out of the sect. Even if you manage to lure him out, he'd probably ask your master to send some men out with him for protection. With that, the assassin might not succeed in killing him. Don't worry, Zheng Hongyi said dismissively and confidently, he'll leave the sect. Alone soon. How do you know? Wang Hong asked skeptically. It's a secret, Zheng Hongyi said before he took flight with a mysterious smile on his face. On the other hand, Wang Hong left the forest as well but with a displeased expression on her face. She was angered by how Zheng Hongyi had kept her guessing. No matter what, she had borne half of the cost to hire an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang to kill Duan Ling Tian. In the valley where true disciples and inner disciples of the Simplicity Celestial sect cultivated and resided, a middle-aged man wearing the uniform of an inner disciple stood outside Duan Ling Tian's residence and called out, Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, who was comprehending the law of fire's pillaging profundity, was startled by the sudden disturbance. Is someone looking for me? Duan Ling Tian walked out of the room in confusion and saw the middle-aged man standing near the entrance of his true disciple residence. Is there anything I can help you with? Earlier, before I entered the sect's estate, someone threw a letter at me from afar, the middle-aged man said as he handed a letter over to Duan Ling Tian. It was clearly written on the envelope that the letter was addressed to Duan Ling Tian. What a strange way of delivering a message. Duan Ling Tian frowned when he looked at the letter. It had been a while since he arrived in the Devata realm, the spirit overarching heaven, but this was his first time encountering someone who delivered letters by such ancient means. He asked, do you know the person who delivered the letter? I didn't see his face. The middle-aged man shook his head. Based on the voice transmission he sent, it's a man. A man. Duan Ling Tian frowned. Who could it be? Duan Ling Tian, I'll return if there's nothing else, the middle-aged man said. All right, thank you. Duan Ling Tian nodded. After the middle-aged man left, Duan Ling Tian opened the letter. There were 2 paragraphs in the letter. As soon as he saw the first 2 words of the letter, his expression changed drastically. The 2 words were Huaner. The letter read, 10,000 miles east of the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate, above the field and lake. Come alone. If I discover anyone with you, not only will you not see me, but she'll die as well. Huaner. Duan Lingtian had been worried ever since Huaner's disappearance. He grew even more worried after reading this letter. Huaner. She was kidnapped, and the kidnapper is asking to meet me. It's obvious he has a hidden agenda. Huaner probably doesn't even know my whereabouts. Even if she did, she would never reveal it. However, how did this person know about Huaner? Is she really with him? Although Duan Lingtian was anxious, he did not lose his rationality. After taking a deep breath, he managed to calm down. No matter if Huaner is with him or not, regardless of his intention, I must go. Although Duan Lingtian felt that it was unlikely that Huaner had been kidnapped and that it was likely that he was being lured out of the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate for sinister reasons, he did not dare to risk it. After all, there was a small likelihood that the person was truly holding Huaner captive. At that time, if he did not show up, that person would definitely harm Huaner. There's no doubt he has sinister intentions since he's adamant that I meet him alone. I need to be careful. Duan Lingtian no longer wasted any time. He left the valley where the true disciples and inner disciples resided and headed east. After Duan Lingtian left, a figure walked out of one of the inner disciples' residences. It was none other than Zheng Hongyi, the third direct disciple of Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. A wide smile could be seen on his face as he muttered to himself, he took the bait. The Blood Skull Gang truly lives up to its reputation. I was racking my brains for ways to lure him out of the sect, but the Blood Skull Gang did it so easily. I wonder what's written in the letter. Based on his words, it seemed like he knew the Blood Skull Gang had their means of luring Duan Lingtian out of the sect, but he did not know the specifics. 3 days ago, Zheng Hongyi had been so confident in front of Wang Hong because he had spoken to Chen Li beforehand. Chen Li had told him the Blood Skull Gang's assassin had a way to lure Duan Lingtian out of the sect alone. He left. Zheng Hongyi's eyes glinted coldly as he informed the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang of Duan Lingtian's departure through the communication celestial talisman. He took the bait. In a stone forest about 50,000 miles east of Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, the skinny black-clad middle-aged man seated on a giant rock opened his eyes as a sinister smile appeared on his face. Chapter 3054 The 10,000 Beast Heaven. The 10,000 Beast Heaven, like the spirit overarching heaven, was one of the 81 Devata realms. The difference was more than 90% of the inhabitants in the 10,000 Beast Heaven were celestial beasts. This was due to the hatred the 10,000 Beast Heaven's celestial beasts harbored against humans and other life forms. If the beasts encountered humans or other life forms, they would not hesitate to kill. On the other hand, the spirit overarching heaven was relatively peaceful. Humans and celestial beasts coexisted rather peacefully. Apart from the Heavenly Emperor's palace in the 10,000 Beast Heaven, another major force in the 10,000 Beast Heaven was the Dragon Clan. The patriarch of the Dragon Clan was a 10-direction celestial emperor and a titled Heavenly Emperor. In terms of strength, he was not much weaker than the Heavenly Emperor of the 10,000 Beast Heaven. Apart from the patriarch, there were also many powerhouses in the Dragon Clan. Their existence was the foundation and the backbone of the Dragon Clan, allowing the Dragon Clan to maintain high status in the 10,000 Beast Heaven. The Dragon Clan's estate was situated at a vast plain called the Ancient Dragon Plain. The entire plain belonged to the Dragon Clan as its name suggested. Usually, other celestial beasts would not come near here. At this moment, 2 figures shot out of the Ancient Dragon Plain's inner area to the outer area like a bolt of black lightning and a bolt of white lightning respectively. In just a blink of an eye, they vanished from the Ancient Dragon Plain. Soon after, a gray figure appeared out of thin air above the outer area. The figure belonged to an old man dressed in a long gray robe. He was tall and well built. At this moment, a hint of helplessness could be seen in his eyes. With a wave of his hands, a celestial talisman appeared in his hand. Following that, it started burning before transforming into a 7-color light beam that shot up into the sky. Almost simultaneously, the void in the distance seemed to ripple violently. Soon after, a group of people appeared in the distance in a formidable manner. The group consisted of 11 people, and their leader was a middle-aged man. All of them wore silver armors, and the middle-aged man's armor was clearly the sturdiest. Elder 13. As soon as the middle-aged man saw the old man, he hurriedly bowed. The other 10 people hastily followed suit. "Did you see the 2 little fellows who had just left?" the old man asked as he looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man shook his head. The old man felt a pang of disappointment before the middle-aged man continued to say as he pointed south, "Although I didn't see them, I felt two waves of celestial origin energies earlier. They were headed that way. When the middle-aged man finished speaking, the old man had already vanished like a ghost. After the old man left, the middle-aged man shook his head and muttered to himself, "It seems the ones who left are the little fellows." Upon hearing these words, one of the men asked curiously, "Captain, you know the people Elder 13 is after? Didn't you hear about it? A few years ago, our dragon clan's youngest elder, Elder Ji Shang, brought back 2 new members from the mundane realm." The middle-aged man responded with a question. "Yes, I did," the young man said. "It's said that there are 8-clawed divine dragons in the mundane realm. After entering our dragon cleansing pool, it looked like they were going to evolve into 9-clawed divine dragons. They're truly extraordinarily talented. Although they're not even 100 years old, they're already celestial dukes. One of them has comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water while the other one has comprehended 3 profundities from the law of destruction. Although the latter only comprehended 3 profundities, one of the profundities has already been comprehended to the initial stage. For this reason, the latter's combat strength is greater than the former." He continued to say, "Both of them are rare geniuses who might only appear in the 10,000 Beast Heaven's dragon clan once every 10,000 years. No wonder Lord Patriarch values them so much and tasked Elder 13 with the responsibility of watching over them." After he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly widened in horror as realization dawned on him. He looked at the middle-aged man in shock and asked, "Captain, was Elder 13 referring to them earlier?" "Of course," the middle-aged man said with a bitter smile. "Based on Elder 13's expression, it seems like he lost them due to his carelessness." He sighed as he continued to say, "I hope Elder 13 finds them. Otherwise, apart from Elder 13, even as the border patrols would be punished if something happens to them." Meanwhile, the gray-clad old man left the ancient dragon plains and headed south. He searched every inch of the area but did not find anything. His expression was grim as he muttered to himself helplessly, "Ever since both of them became celestial dukes, they keep trying to run away. I managed to stop them the last few times. This time, I was careless only for a moment, but they managed to escape. I hope they're fine. Otherwise, how am I going to explain it to Lord Patriarch?" At the same time, about 10,000 miles northeast of where the gray-clad old man was, 2 figures slowly came to a stop, one of them tall and the other was short. It was a young man and a young woman. The young man was dressed in all black. His face was chiseled, and his expression was cold. He was tall and muscular, looking like an iron tower when he stood unmoving. On the other hand, the young woman was dressed in a white robe. She looked pretty but not delicately so. She was about 180 centimeters in height, much taller than most women. She looked strong and healthy. However, standing next to the black-clad young man who was almost 2 meters tall, she looked slightly petite. Although her robe was loose, it did not fully conceal her curvaceous body. Her long legs were apparent even under her robes. At this moment, the white-clad young man sighed in relief and said, "I think we lost him." Then, she turned to look at the black-clad young man and asked, "Little Black, have you contacted Little Gold?" The black-clad young man said with a glint in his eyes, "She's already there. We just need to head there now. She lives such a comfortable life. There's no one constantly keeping an eye on her, and she can leave whenever she wants." The white-clad young lady grumbled softly as she followed the black-clad young man. Like 2 bolts of lightning, they took the sky again, heading south. While the pair traveled south, the dragon clan's Elder 13 was still looking for them. 3 days later, in a desolate city that was filled with ruins in the desert, a curvaceous golden figure could be seen standing above the ruins. It was a young lady dressed in a golden robe. Her features were sharp, and she looked pretty even without any makeup. Her beauty made the surroundings paled in comparison. Moreover, she was rather tall, standing at 175 centimeters. All of a sudden, her eyes shifted north. They're here. 2 figures could be seen approaching in the distance. As they drew closer, she could see that the 2 figures belonged to a black-clad young man and a white-clad young woman respectively. "Little White, Little Black," the golden-clad young woman cried out excitedly as soon as she saw the 2 figures. A wide smile could be seen on her face as she flew toward them. The white-clad young woman said with a smile, "Little Gold, it's been too long. You've grown prettier again. Little White, I can say the same for you. I don't understand. You and Little Black are twins, but why do you look so good when he's this ugly?" the golden-clad young woman said as she looked at the black-clad young man from the corners of her eyes. The corners of the black-clad young man's mouth twitched as he glared at the golden-clad young man. His icy and approachable aura seemed to intensify as he said, "Although you're prettier now, your chest is still as flat as ever. Those who don't know might even think you're a boy." It was rare for him to speak so many words at one time. The golden-clad young woman was about to lose her temper when the white-clad young lady quickly stepped forward to defuse the situation. All right, we haven't seen each other for so long. Why must both of you do this as soon as we meet? Don't forget why we're gathered today." The black-clad young man and golden-clad young man-woman who were glaring at each other looked away when they heard the white-clad young woman's last few words. The golden-clad young woman, "Little Gold," asked Little White. The white-clad young woman, "Little White, do you think Brother Ling Tian and Sister Ka are still in the Saint Province realm after all these years? We must go even if Brother Ling Tian and Sister Ka are no longer in the Saint Province realm. We are celestial dukes, so we don't have to be afraid of the mundane realm's secular krama." Little White replied. Although Little Black, the black-clad young man, was quiet, a hint of warmth could be seen in his eyes when the two women spoke about their Brother Ling Tian and Sister Ka. "With our current appearances, I don't think Brother Ling Tian and Sister Ka would be able to recognize us when we meet," Little Gold muttered. Chapter 3055 The Blood Skull Gang's Assassin. In the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory. In one of the regions under the profound Nether Mansion's control. On a vast grassland 80,000 to 130,000 miles east of the Simplicity Celestial sect. There was a brilliantly blue lake that was more than 1,000 meters wide in diameter in the middle of the grassland. The water was so clear that it reflected the clear blue sky and the sun from above. A gust of wind stirred up as a purple figure appeared in the empty sky above the lake. It was none other than Duan Ling Tian who had rushed here from the Simplicity Celestial sect. He had come here in a hurry after receiving a letter about Huaner. Duan Ling Tian looked around the surroundings but did not find anyone in the vicinity. However, he was not anxious. After all, the person had taken the trouble to lure him here, so that person would appear sooner or later. Therefore, he sat cross-legged in the air and continued to comprehend the pillaging profundity. With the Chaos Divine Flame's help, he was making tremendous progress comprehending the law of fire's pillaging profundity. At the rate I'm comprehending the pillaging profundity, I should be able to master it in 6 months, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Naturally, what he meant by mastering the pillaging profundity was comprehending it to the rudimentary stage. From the king-grade celestial method, this was the highest stage he could comprehend it to. Despite comprehending the pillaging profundity, Duan Ling Tian was still on alert. He had extended his divine consciousness out as he comprehended the pillaging profundity. With this, he would have plenty of time to react if someone approached him. Naturally, this was under the condition that the person's cultivation base was not significantly higher than his. Meanwhile, back in the Simplicity Celestial sect, 2 people in the sect were busy as well. They were none other than Zheng Hongyi, the third direct disciple of Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, and Wang Hong, the granddaughter of the Simplicity Celestial sect's grand elder. The duo went around the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate to make sure all of the powerhouses stronger than celestial kings were in the sect's estate. This was, naturally, to help the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. After all, the assassin whom the duo hired from the Blood Skull Gang was only a one basic celestial king. Although he was quite powerful, there were many powerhouses in the Simplicity Celestial sect who were stronger than him. As an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, he was cautious by nature. Upon learning that Duan Ling Tian had left the sect 3 days ago, he had sent a message to Zheng Hongyi to confirm if any powerhouses from the Simplicity Celestial sect had left the sect as well. "All the powerhouses on my side are accounted for. No one left," Wang Hong said to Zheng Hongyi. "It's the same on my end." Zheng Hongyi nodded. After that, Zheng Hongyi took a communication celestial talisman out. With the mark of the soul pearl, he sent a message to the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. "Senior, all of the powerhouses stronger than celestial kings are accounted for. None of them left the sect. It seems like Duan Ling Tian didn't tell anyone about your meeting." Then, he tried to ingratiate himself by adding, "You're truly capable, senior. Not only did you manage to lure Duan Ling Tian out of the sect, but you even managed to make him keep quiet about it." Noted. Despite Zheng Hongyi's attempt at flattery, the assassin's reply was curt and indifferent. In an area near the grassland. "It's time to strike." A middle-aged man who was sitting in the air suddenly rose to his feet. His eyes glinted coldly and killing intent surged from his body as he looked in the direction of the grassland. It seems like our information is accurate. The lady named Huaner is truly important to him. I can't believe he really came without notifying anyone. Couldn't he tell the purpose of the letter was just to lure him out of the sect? Don't tell me he really thinks he won't be in danger as long as he listens to my instructions. What a naive boy, the black-clad middle-aged man muttered to himself with a sneer on his face. Then, he shot toward the grassland, back in the center of the vast grassland where the lake was as clear as a mirror. From afar, the lake looked like a pearl that had fallen from the sky and embedded itself in the ground. It was a charming sight. Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged in the air. He looked like he was resting, but with a closer look, one would be able to see the faint ripples in the air near him. If it was dark, it would be easier to see the heatwave around his body that glowed faintly red. It was none other than the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity. Duan Ling Tian had been waiting at this place for a few days for the person who had sent him the letter. However, up until now, there was no sign of the person who had sent the letter. In order not to waste time, he had been comprehending the pillaging profundity as he waited. All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes at this moment and looked ahead warily. Someone's here. Soon enough, Duan Ling Tian saw a black figure that appeared like a ghost. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a long black robe. Although he was so skinny that he looked like a bag of bones, the fierce aura he emitted would strike fear into ordinary people's hearts. Soon enough, Duan Ling Tian's attention was drawn by the graphic blood-red skull on the middle-aged man's robe. It was so lifelike that it looked as though real blood was dripping down the skull. Isn't that the assassin organization, the Blood Skull Gang? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow as he looked at the middle-aged man's face that seemed sunken due to how thin he was. Before joining the Simplicity Celestial sect, Duan Ling Tian had never heard of the Blood Skull Gang, let alone being able to identify their emblem. However, during his time in the Simplicity Celestial sect's library in the inner sect, he had learned many things about the Southern Heaven territory. This included the three famous and strongest assassin organizations. Duan Ling Tian learned that the Blood Skull Gang's assassins wore standard uniforms embroidered with the gang's emblem. Slight differences in the emblem differentiated the assassins' ranks. You're rather knowledgeable. You recognized a Blood Skull Gang's assassin, the middle-aged man said as he stared at Duan Ling Tian coldly. Inwardly, he was rather shocked. This was because he discovered Duan Ling Tian had sensed his presence before he even appeared. After all, he was a one basic celestial king while Duan Ling Tian was only a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Duan Ling Tian ignored the middle-aged man's words and asked indifferently, "Where's Huaner?" Huaner. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback before he chuckled. "There's no Huaner. It's just a way to lure you out of the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate. I didn't expect you to follow the instructions so precisely and come alone. This Huaner must be important to you. She must be a woman, right? Alas, a prodigy like you is going to die today because of a woman." The expression on his face turned icy as he reached the end of his sentence. "So, you don't know where Huaner is?" Duan Ling Tian asked. Inwardly, he sighed in relief. "Wasn't I clear enough? It's a trick." The middle-aged man sneered. "I have to say the Blood Skull Gang's information network is really vast." "You even found out about Huaner," Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. Then, he asked, "Can you tell me who hired the Blood Skull Gang to assassinate me?" "As far as I know, it's not easy to employ the Blood Skull Gang's services. Not everyone is qualified. You're, indeed, knowledgeable." The middle-aged man looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he was a dead man walking and said, "Well, there's no harm telling you this since you're going to die anyway. Unfortunately, the Blood Skull Gang has its rules so you can only die with your curiosity and regrets." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying energy surged out of his body, and the air began to ripple around him. The killing intent radiating from his body was terrifying. In just a blink of an eye, the middle-aged appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian like a phantom. He swung his fist that was wrapped in cerulean celestial origin energy at Duan Ling Tian. Based on the color of his celestial origin energy, it was obvious he had used the law of water's water elemental profundity. The middle-aged man's fist moved like a fierce water dragon as he aimed it at Duan Ling Tian's head. Clearly, he intended to kill Duan Ling Tian with just a strike. His expression was blank when he attacked, He clearly did not think he would have any difficulty killing Duan Lingtian with just a strike. However, in the next moment, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock, and his expression changed drastically. A clear sound rang in the air. Duan Lingtian did not move from where he stood as he leisurely extended his right hand and easily caught the middle-aged man's fist. The yellow glow around his hand was extremely eye-catching. Chapter 3056A Reincarnated Celestial Lord. The middle-aged man was thoroughly shocked. In fact, he had felt something was amiss earlier when he saw the lack of fear in Duan Lingtian, even when Duan Lingtian discovered he was an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. Moreover, Duan Lingtian seemed knowledgeable about the Blood Skull Gang. However, the middle-aged man knew Duan Lingtian was a transcender from a mundane realm and did not come from a powerful faction. The Blood Skull Gang's investigation and Zheng Hongyi, an inner disciple of the Simplicity Celestial sect, had confirmed this. Although there was suspicion that Duan Lingtian was a reincarnated powerhouse, nobody put much importance on it. After all, regardless of how powerful he was in his past life, he was just a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial at the moment. How's this possible? The middle-aged man was further shocked when he discovered he could not free his fist from Duan Lingtian's grip even after he cast a few profundities from the law of water. Duan Lingtian held the middle-aged man's grip in a leisurely manner. Regardless of how the middle-aged man struggled or what profundity he used, his grip remained firm. After a while, Duan Lingtian scoffed as he looked at the middle-aged man's futile struggles. He impatiently yanked the middle-aged's fist in an upward motion. The sound of flesh tearing rang in the air as Duan Lingtian tore the middle-aged man's arm away from his body before he threw the severed arm away. A splashing sound rang from the lake as the middle-aged man's severed arm fell into the lake. Tendrils of red blood spread in the water, dyeing it red. The middle-aged man could still retrieve his arm from the lake to reattach it, but he was too afraid and too shocked to do so at this moment. His expression made him look as though he had seen a ghost. Aren't you a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial? How can your celestial origin energy be so powerful? When the middle-aged man finished speaking, it seemed as though he had just regained his senses. He quickly widened his distance from Duan Lingtian as though Duan Lingtian was a ferocious beast that was capable of devouring him whole. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian caught his fist, he could sense the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity in Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy. Most importantly, it was clear to him that Duan Lingtian, who had only used the earth elemental profundity, was so powerful that even though he had used all his strength and cast all the profundities he had mastered, he still could not free his fist. He knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian now. 10 Directions Celestial Kings are capable of overwhelming me like this, but it seemed like his celestial origin energy is even more powerful than 10 Directions Celestial Kings. It feels as though his celestial origin energy is on par with that of a celestial lord. The middle-aged man thought to himself. Duan Lingtian had only come to the southern heaven ancient realm not too long ago. This means he's really just an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, his celestial origin energy seems to be as powerful as that of a celestial lord. This must be because he's using some powerful celestial talisman or some consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. This means his powers aren't infinite. However, until he has exhausted his powers, it'd be as easy as flicking his fingers for him to kill me. It did not take long for the middle-aged man to figure out why Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy was comparable to that of a celestial lord. Regardless, there was only one thought in the middle-aged man's mind now: run. Alas, before the middle-aged man could flee, Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy that was laced with the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity surged out. It was as though he knew the middle-aged man was going to run away. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the earth elemental profundity shot out and formed several black pillars around the middle-aged man, effectively trapping the middle-aged man. Although Duan Lingtian had merely comprehended the basics of the law of Earth's gravitational space profundity, he was already capable of using the king-grade celestial method, the black rock prison method. Naturally, his gravitational space profundity was not very powerful now. The bulk of his strength came from his celestial origin energy that was equivalent to that of a celestial lord now. With the celestial origin energy of a celestial lord, it was naturally incredibly powerful even if he had only cast the law of Earth's earth elemental profundity and the gravitational space profundity that he barely comprehended. Meanwhile, the pull of gravity in the black rock prison was so strong that the middle-aged man was doubled over at this moment. The middle-aged man roared as his celestial origin energy boosted by the law of water's water elemental profundity surged. He was clearly trying his best to break free from the prison. Alas, nothing he did affect the Black Rock prison at all. I can't escape, I'm going to die. Fear flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. He was certain he was going to die. Duan Ling Tian looked at the middle-aged man expressionlessly and said, "Tell me who hired you, and I might show you mercy. After all, as an assassin, you're just doing your job." Contrary to Duan Ling Tian's expectation, the middle-aged man's expression suddenly turned eerily calm, and a sinister smile bloomed on his face. Soon after, he shone with a blindingly bright blue light before he exploded into a blood mist in the Black Rock prison, leaving only his armor and spatial ring behind. He committed suicide. Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly. Well, it's not surprising. After all, for the Blood Skull Gang to gain such notoriety, their assassins definitely would not give away their clients' names so easily. Duan Ling Tian speculated out loud. However, assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory have a rule of demanding half of the price as a deposit before they make their moves. Since I have his spatial ring, I might be able to find the deposit he received and find some clues about the person who hired him to assassinate me. However, that's only under the condition that the person is from the regions under the Profound Nether Mansion sect. Nevertheless, I don't think there's anyone outside of the Profound Nether Mansion who knows me, let alone wants me dead. Regions under the Profound Nether Mansion have prominent celestial crystals, at most. An organization like the Blood Skull Gang isn't lacking in prominent celestial crystals. This means that person most likely used other items to hire the assassin. Duan Ling Tian continued murmuring to himself, coming to a conclusion. Although there are a few people whom I killed in the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm who had extraordinary backgrounds, there's no way the forces behind them know I'm the murderer. Therefore, it's impossible that those people hired an assassin to kill me. It's highly likely that the person who hired the assassin is from the Simplicity Celestial sect. With this thought in mind, a name appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind, Zheng Hongyi. He had met Zheng Hongyi, the third direct disciple of Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, when he first arrived at the sect. Based on the other inner disciples' words, Zheng Hongyi was one of the candidates who was considered for the final position of a true disciple before I was given the spot. When I met him, I could see his jealousy and hatred. Could he be the one who hired the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang? However, how did he manage to hire an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang? The gang is very selective of their clients, after all. With all these questions in mind, Duan Ling Tian returned to the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate. When I return to the sect, I'll look for the sect leader. Perhaps, there are some items in the assassin's spatial ring that he'll be able to identify if they belong to Zheng Hongyi. With that, I'll be able to determine if Zheng Hongyi is the culprit. Despite being the direct disciples of the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, Duan Ling Tian was aware that Zheng Hongyi was of average talent compared to Sun Liangpeng's other direct disciples. This was also one of the reasons Zheng Hongyi was not selected as a true disciple in the end. Duan Ling Tian was confident Sun Liangpeng would not shield Zheng Hongyi if Zheng Hongyi truly turned out to be the culprit. Regardless if Sun Liangpeng dealt with Zheng Hongyi privately or openly, Duan Ling Tian was certain Sun Liangpeng would not let Zheng Hongyi go unpunished if Zheng Hongyi was found guilty. If Duan Ling Tian was merely an ordinary inner disciple from the Simplicity Celestial sect, Sun Liangpeng might not have cared. However, Duan Ling Tian was well aware of his value to Sun Liangpeng from the way Sun Liangpeng had treated him when he joined the Simplicity Celestial sect. Meanwhile, the Blood Skull Gang had already received the message the assassin sent before he committed suicide. The target, Duan Ling Tian, might be a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, but he has a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon or celestial talisman that granted him the strength of a celestial lord. I have failed my mission. After the Blood Skull Gang received the communication celestial talisman, the liaison for this job, Chen Li, the illegitimate son of one of the vice leaders of the Blood Skull Gang, was also informed about the matter immediately. What? Duan Ling Tian possessed a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon or a celestial talisman that granted him the strength of a celestial lord. Chen Li was stunned. Naturally, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian to possess such an item. It's even more likely now that he's the reincarnation of a celestial. Moreover, he must have been remarkable in his past life. He must have recovered his memories and managed to retrieve all these extraordinary items from his past life. In Chen Li's opinion, Duan Ling Tian's consumable royal-grade celestial weapon or celestial talisman that could grant him the powers of a celestial lord had to be something Duan Ling Tian left behind in his past life. Moreover, he was certain Duan Ling Tian was not just the reincarnation of a celestial lord, but Duan Ling Tian had to be the reincarnation of an extraordinary celestial lord. Chapter 3057 I Killed Him. In the Simplicity Celestial Sects estate in one of the regions under the profound Nether Mansion's control, in a secluded valley, Zheng Hongyi and Wang Hong were sitting in front of a stone table waiting for the message from the Blood Skull Gang's assassin to inform them of his mission completion. What's taking him so long? Wang Hong furrowed her brows. With his strength, it should be easy for him to kill Duan Ling Tian. He should have sent us a message by now, notifying us of the job completion. I agree. Although I've confirmed the matter with him, is it possible he's being cautious and taking his time to make sure Duan Ling Tian didn't bring anyone with him? Zheng Hongyi speculated out loud. That's possible. Why don't you send him another message and urge him to finish the job quickly? Wang Hong suggested. Zheng Hongyi nodded slightly. Wang Hong waited as Zheng Hongyi sent a message to the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. Suddenly, she noticed the drastic change of expression on his face. An ominous feeling rose in her heart, and a frown appeared on her face as she asked, "What's wrong?" He's dead, Zheng Hongyi replied with a trembling voice. A feeling of dread welled up in his heart. What? Wang Hong was taken aback. Zheng Hongyi raised his hand, revealing a shattered soul pearl lying on his palm. This is the assassin's soul pearl that I've been using to communicate with him. Dead? How's that possible? Wang Hong looked at him incredulously. Is it possible that Duan Ling Tian sought help from your master? Is it possible that your master sought help from powerhouses who aren't from the sect to help Duan Ling Tian? This was the only reason Wang Hong could think of. Not even in her wildest dreams could she have expected that Duan Ling Tian was the one who had forced the assassin to his death. I have no idea. Zheng Hongyi shook his head. He was still stunned, unable to regain his senses. After calming herself down, Wang Hong said, "Contact young Master Chen. The Blood Skull Gang should be the first to know if their assassins are dead." Moreover, the assassin had most likely sent a message back to the gang before he died. Zheng Hongyi took out another soul pearl and sent a communication celestial talisman to the owner through the soul mark imprinted on the pearl. The owner of the soul pearl was none other than the illegitimate son of one of the vice leaders of the Blood Skull Gang, Chen Li. Young Master Chen, the soul pearl left by the assassin you sent has shattered. He's dead. Did he send a message back to the organization before his death? Zheng Hongyi asked without beating around the bush. As the duo waited for Chen Li's reply, Wang Hong asked, "Zheng Hongyi, do you think the assassin managed to kill Duan Ling Tian before he died?" "I have no idea." Zheng Hongyi shook his head. "We'll have to wait for young Master Chen's reply to find out what happened. I hope the assassin managed to send a message back before his death." Wang Hong nodded slightly. The duo continued to wait in silence. As time continued to pass, their expressions turned grimmer and grimmer. "It's here," Zheng Hongyi exclaimed suddenly as his eyes lit up. Wang Hong instinctively turned to look at Zheng Hongyi. Her eyes were shining brightly as well. It did not take long before Zheng Hongyi's expression changed drastically as his eyes widened in shock. "What's wrong?" Wang Hong asked. Zheng Hongyi remained silent. He was shocked to the core by the message he had just received from Chen Li. The content of Chen Li's message was as such: "Zheng Hongyi, the assassin from our Blood Skull Gang has failed his mission. Based on the rules of our organization, the mission will continue and our price will be reduced by half. Since the dead assassin had collected half the price, you no longer need to make any payment. We will arrange for another assassin to take care of Duan Ling Tian. However, we'll need your cooperation if it's deemed necessary. Young Master Chen, do you know who killed the assassin? Was he killed by a powerhouse from the Simplicity Celestial Sect?" Zheng Hongyi asked. "No," Chen Li lightly replied and dispelled all of Zheng Hongyi's thoughts with his following remark: "You don't need to know how he died. All you need to know is that the Blood Skull Gang will complete this mission." Zheng Hongyi's expression changed drastically after hearing Chen Li's words. He no longer dared to ask any questions. At this moment, Wang Hong asked again, "Zheng Hongyi, has young Master Chen replied to you?" "Yes." Zheng Hongyi finally returned to his senses. He nodded slightly. Young Master Chen said the assassin failed his mission. However, the Blood Skull Gang will complete the mission of killing Duan Lingtian. He failed. Wang Chen's heart sank. Did he say how the assassin failed? Was he killed by a powerhouse from the Simplicity Celestial sect? I asked him the same question, but all he said was the Blood Skull Gang will see the job to its end. Rest assured, even if the assassin died, our involvement won't be exposed. The Blood Skull Gang is known for protecting their clients' identities. Zheng Hongyi said. Wang Hong narrowed her eyes and looked at Zheng Hongyi knowingly as she said, Zheng Hongyi, based on what I know, the Blood Skull Gang has a rule that if they fail the first attempt, the price would be reduced by half. Zheng Hongyi knew he could not hope to profit from this when he heard Wang Hong's words. He sighed before he took out 2 ordinary purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons and handed them over to her. Wang Hong received it with a smug expression on her face. Wang Hong, young Master Chen said that the Blood Skull Gang might need us to cooperate with the new assassin. If you don't want to be involved in this matter anymore, pass me the 2 king-grade celestial weapons I've just given you first in case further payment needs to be made, Zheng Hongyi said in a last-ditch attempt to regain his prized king-grade celestial weapons. Wang Hong only sneered as she put away the 2 king-grade celestial weapons and retorted, Zheng Hongyi, why wouldn't I be involved? The Blood Skull Gang won't expose both of us. I don't mind cooperating with them to kill Duan Lingtian as long as it's within my capabilities. All of a sudden, a thought appeared in Zheng Hongyi's mind, causing his expression to change dramatically again. Wang Hong, if I'm not mistaken, the purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord that you gave to the assassin was obtained from the profound nether mansion by your grandfather, right? Wang Hong was puzzled. She did not know why Zheng Hongyi would ask such a question. Since the assassin is dead, his spatial ring must have gone to the person who killed him. If the person who killed him is a powerhouse from the Simplicity Celestial sect, it's possible that the powerhouse might be able to recognize your king-grade celestial weapon in the assassin's spatial ring. Zheng Hongyi said solemnly as he looked at Wang Hong. The gravity of the situation finally dawned on Wang Hong after she heard Zheng Hongyi's words. Her expression changed drastically as well. Indeed, the king-grade celestial weapon she had given the assassin was given to her by her grandfather. Most of the powerhouses stronger than celestial kings in the Simplicity Celestial sect knew about that king-grade celestial weapon that used to be in her grandfather's possession. Wang Hong, I think you should discuss this matter with your grandfather. If shit happens, I'm afraid you're going to get in trouble if you don't have your grandfather's support, Zheng Hongyi said with a panicked expression on his face. His first thought was not to push all the blame on Wang Hong. After all, he knew, based on her temperament, if something were to happen to her, she would definitely drag him down with her. I'll look for my grandfather at once. Wang Hong did not waste any time and took flight to search for her grandfather. After Wang Hong left, Zheng Hongyi muttered under his breath with a grim expression on his face, I didn't expect it'd be troublesome to kill a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. If the person who killed the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang is a powerhouse from the Simplicity Celestial sect, that person must have already returned to the sect to report to Master, right? Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian went to look for Sun Liangpeng as soon as he returned to the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate. Sun Liangpeng was slightly surprised when he saw Duan Lingtian. He asked, Duan Lingtian, what brings you here? Sect leader. Duan Lingtian began to recount what happened. He told Sun Liangpeng how he was lured out of the sect's estate by an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. What? The Blood Skull Gang? A horrified expression appeared on Sun Liangpeng's face as soon as Duan Lingtian mentioned the assassin was from the Blood Skull Gang. Why didn't you inform me about this earlier? I was worried that he had really captured Huaner. If that was the case, I might jeopardize her life by telling you about it, Duan Lingtian explained. What happened after that? Sun Liangpeng asked. He was drenched in cold sweat imagining what could have happened. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian returned safely. After that, Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted coldly as he slowly said, I killed him. Chapter 3058 The Suspect. What? Although Sun Liangpeng, as the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, had experienced and seen many things in life, he was still shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Beads of cold sweat could be seen on his forehead after he found out someone had hired an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang to kill Duan Lingtian. He had assumed that some powerhouse had appeared at the critical moment and saved Duan Lingtian. Not even in his wildest dreams did he expect Duan Lingtian to say that he had killed the assassin. The Blood Skull Gang was one of the top 3 assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory. Even the weakest assassin was a one basic celestial king. Most, if not all, of the one basic celestial kings in the Blood Skull Gang had comprehended a few profundities of Allah, so they were much stronger than ordinary one basic celestial kings in the regions under the profound Nether Mansion's control. Moreover, the Blood Skull Gang was comparable to a grade 5 force. For this reason, they were not lacking king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. After a moment of silence, Sun Liangpeng looked at Duan Lingtian and tentatively asked, "Duan Lingtian, why you're joking, right?" "Sect leader, there's no reason for me to joke about this," Duan Lingtian replied with a shrug. At the same time, he released his formidable divine consciousness and let it shroud Sun Liangpeng. As soon as Sun Liangpeng sensed Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness, his expression changed drastically. He felt the domineering aura easily confining him, making him feel like a helpless and lonely boat in the middle of a storm that would capsize at any moment. Isn't this the divine consciousness of a 10-direction celestial king? Sun Liangpeng's heart thumped wildly in his chest. It felt similar to the time when he felt pressured by the divine consciousness of a vice mansion master of the profound Nether Mansion. His expression soon changed to one of incredulity as he looked at Duan Lingtian. After a brief moment, Duan Lingtian withdrew his divine consciousness. When Sun Liangpeng regained his senses, he asked in shock, "Duan Lingtian, why is your divine consciousness so powerful?" Duan Lingtian stared at Sun Liangpeng and asked, "Sect leader, would you believe me if I say my divine consciousness was even more powerful than this when I killed the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang?" "More powerful than this? Does this mean your divine consciousness was comparable to the divine consciousness of a celestial lord at that time?" Soon after, realization dawned on Sun Liangpeng, and he quickly asked, "Could it be that you possess a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon?" Although there were some powerful celestial talismans capable of raising one's celestial origin energy and divine consciousness to those of a celestial lord, the effects would only last a short while before one's strength reverted to its original state. However, consumable celestial weapons were different. The improved strength would decrease according to one's usage of it. For example, when Duan Lingtian first used his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, his strength was that of a celestial lord. After killing the assassin, his strength had dropped to that of a 10-direction celestial king. "Isn't that obvious?" Duan Lingtian asked in return. After Sun Liangpeng recovered from his shock, he asked, "Duan Lingtian, did you obtain your consumable royal-grade celestial weapon in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm?" "No, I obtained it elsewhere." Duan Lingtian shook his head. "How many times can you use it?" Sun Liangpeng asked solemnly. Duan Lingtian feigned a grim expression as he replied, "Twice. This is my second time using it, so I've used it all up." He had deliberately hidden the fact that he still had one more use. Who knew if Sun Liangpeng would covet his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon? After all, consumable royal-grade celestial weapons were tempting even to sect leaders of grade 7 sects such as Sun Liangpeng. It was not surprising since the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon could raise one's divine consciousness and celestial origin energy to the level of a celestial lord. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Sun Liangpeng smiled wryly and said, "What a waste. Duan Lingtian, you should have informed me about it. I could have secretly protected you. Since you're just a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, it's likely that the Blood Skull Gang had sent an assassin weaker than me. He wouldn't have discovered my presence even if I were to follow you there." Duan Lingtian looked at Sun Liangpeng meaningfully and said, "What if the person who hired the assassin is from the Simplicity Celestial sect? What if he came to look for you and found you missing? It wouldn't have taken much for him to guess where you've gone." "Duan Lingtian, are you saying that you suspect someone from our Simplicity Celestial sect hired an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang to kill you?" Sun Liangpeng was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. "That's a possibility," Duan Lingtian said. "Do you have evidence to prove your suspicion?" Sun Liangpeng asked as his eyes glinted coldly. If it was true that someone from the Simplicity Celestial sect was behind this assassination attempt, he would not let that person get away with it. "Unfortunately, no." Duan Lingtian shook his head. "Did you have any conflict with anyone since you arrived in the Simplicity Celestial sect?" Sun Liangpeng asked. "There isn't any conflict. However, I think my presence has negatively affected some people's interests." It's possible they want me dead because of a conflict of interest, Duan Lingtian said. A conflict of interest? You've only arrived in the Simplicity Celestial sect a few months ago. How could this be? Sun Liangpeng asked, puzzled. Duan Lingtian looked at Sun Liangpeng meaningfully and slowly spat out 2 words, true disciple. Sun Liangpeng's eyes narrowed as soon as he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Indeed, this might cause a conflict of interest. Before you came along, there were 3 potential candidates for the position of the final true disciple. There's my direct disciple, Zheng Hongyi. However, the cost of hiring an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang is too high. Based on what I know about him, he can't afford the price. Then, there's Wang Hong. She's the granddaughter of the Grand Elder of our Simplicity Celestial sect. I don't think she's capable of hiring an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang as well. Finally, there's Zhuang Fan. He's rather mysterious. We found nothing even after we tried to investigate his identity and background. In fact, the Grand Elder wanted to recruit him as a direct disciple, but he rejected the Grand Elder, Sun Liangpeng said. Mysterious. Duan Lingtian cocked an eyebrow. Does this mean you think Zhuang Fan is most likely to be the one who hired the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang? Not necessarily. Although Zhuang Fan's origin is a mystery, he's not as passionate as Zheng Hongyi and Wang Hong in regard to becoming the sect's true disciple, Sun Liangpeng said. Naturally, it's possible that he's only putting up a front. As though he had just recalled something, Sun Liangpeng suddenly turned to look at Duan Lingtian and said, the Blood Skull Gang is one of the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory. Half of the price has to be paid up front as a deposit before the assassins make a move. If it's really one of those 3 who had hired the assassin, they must have already paid the deposit. The profound Nether Mansion only has prominent celestial crystals, but the Blood Skull Gang wouldn't be interested in prominent celestial crystals. He paused for a moment before he continued to speculate out loud. This means whoever hired the Blood Skull Gang must have used something else as payment. In my opinion, it has to be king-grade celestial weapons, at least, or possibly king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords. King-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords. Am I worth such a price? Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback. He was just a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Why would his life be worth so much? The Blood Skull Gang is one of the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory. Therefore, their price is, naturally, higher compared to other ordinary assassin organizations. Moreover, they need to travel quite a distance to kill you, so the price would, naturally, be higher, Sun Liangpeng explained. It seemed like he was rather knowledgeable about the Blood Skull Gang. This is the assassin's spatial ring. Duan Lingtian took out a spatial ring and emptied the contents out of the ring. In just a moment, a pile of items appeared on the ground. Sect leader, please have a look and see if there's anything you find familiar. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Sun Liangpeng wasted no time in looking through the items. When Sun Liangpeng shifted his gaze to one of the items, his eyes narrowed immediately. Although Sun Liangpeng had tried to conceal his reaction, it did not escape Duan Lingtian's notice. Duan Lingtian watched as Sun Liangpeng deliberately looked away from the item that had clearly caught his attention. Then, he picked up an armor glowing with green light before he said in a leisurely tone, Sect leader, it seems like you're familiar with one of the items. Chapter 3059 Wanqian Zan. Sun Liangpeng smiled somewhat sheepishly when he saw Duan Lingtian holding the armor glowing with green light. Duan Lingtian stared at Sun Liangpeng intently as he said, this seems to be a king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. It's likely used as the payment to kill me. It's truly a high price to pay. The corners of his mouth lifted into a cold smirk as he continued to say, Sect leader, are you going to continue pretending you don't recognize this king-grade celestial weapon? Sun Liangpeng did not deny Duan Lingtian's words. Instead, he answered honestly, this king-grade celestial weapon belongs to Wanqian Zan, the Grand Elder of our Simplicity Celestial sect. I know he possesses such a king-grade celestial weapon, but I can't say for sure if he had given it to someone else. The Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial sect, Wanqian Zan. Duan Lingtian slightly raised an eyebrow as he speculated, Sect leader, earlier, you mentioned one of 3 candidates who were considered for the position of a true disciple before I came along was Wang Hong, the Grand Elder's granddaughter, right? Based on your words, is it right to say that this king-grade celestial weapon was probably given to Wang Hong by the Grand Elder, and she had used it to pay an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang to kill me? If the Grand Elder wanted to kill me, he could have done so himself without the need of hiring someone else. The culprit is definitely not the Grand Elder, Sun Liangpeng said confidently. Moreover, it's also unlikely for Wang Hong to be the culprit. If she wants you dead, she could have asked the Grand Elder to kill you. Why would she go to such trouble to hire an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang? Why don't you come with me to meet the Grand Elder? We can ask him to whom he had given this jade light armor to. After he finished speaking, he beckoned to Duan Ling Tian to follow him. Before leaving, Duan Ling Tian kept the items on the ground back in the spatial ring. After all, this was his reward for killing the one basic celestial king from the Blood Skull Gang. There were quite a number of valuable things in there, so he could not possibly discard them. Apart from the jade light armor, there were a few other king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords in the spatial ring as well. The name, Wang Qianzan, would make one envision a person with a muscular build. However, in reality, Wang Qianzan was rather skinny. Apart from the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang whom he had recently killed, Duan Ling Tian had never met anyone as skinny as Wang Qianzan. Sect leader. The Grand Elder bowed as he greeted Sun Liangpeng. Then, his eyes instinctively moved to Duan Ling Tian, who was standing next to Sun Liangpeng. Grand Elder. Sun Liang smiled slightly before he began to introduce Duan Ling Tian to Wang Qianzan. This is Duan Ling Tian. You must have heard of him. Wang Qianzan nodded slightly before he said, of course. Our Simplicity Celestial Sect is blessed to have such a rare and peerless genius who hasn't been seen in the profound Nether Mansion in the past 10,000 years. Grand Elder. Duan Ling Tian greeted Wang Qianzan. Then, he did not beat around the bush and directly brought the jade light armor out. Sun Liangpeng did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be this direct. The jade light armor. Wang Qianzan exclaimed in shock. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked in confusion, Duan Ling Tian, why is the jade light armor in your possession? I'd traded it for some materials I needed to inscribe a celestial talisman 3 years ago. From the moment Duan Ling Tian had brought out the jade light armor, he had been looking at Wang Qianzan intently to see if he could discover anything from Wang Qianzan's reactions and expressions. However, Wang Qianzan seemed genuinely surprised and confused by the jade light armor in his hand. Sun Liangpeng asked, Grand Elder, are you certain you traded it away 3 years ago? Wang Qianzan nodded without any hesitation. I remember trading it for, at least, a dozen rare materials. Duan Ling Tian, are you an acquaintance of the sectless cultivator whom I traded with? If that's the case, we can be considered as fated. Duan Ling Tian's expression was calm as he continued to ask, Grand Elder, do you have any evidence to prove that you traded the jade light armor away to a sectless cultivator for rare materials 3 years ago? Evidence. Wang Qianzan furrowed his brows slightly. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence. However, I can confirm the jade light armor in your hands is the one I used to own. The intricate patterns on its surface and its aura are exactly the same. Every king-grade celestial weapon had its unique characteristics. Although some weapons might have similar appearances, if closely inspected, one would be able to see the differences between the auras of the weapons. Is he telling the truth? Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly. Is it possible that during our journey here the sect leader sent him a message to inform him of this matter so he could prepare himself? Duan Ling Tian knew if Sun Liangpeng decided to shield Wang Qianzan, even if he had the jade light armor, it would be impossible for him to find out who had hired an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang to kill him. Grand Elder. Sun Liangpeng began to recount what had happened to Duan Ling Tian to Wang Qianzan, including how they found the jade light armor in the assassin's spatial ring. What? The Blood Skull Gang. Consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Wang Qianzan's expression changed drastically. He was clearly shocked. If Wang Qianzan is lying, then his acting is truly worthy of an award like those on Earth. Duan Ling Tian mused inwardly as he observed Wang Qianzan. Sun Liangpeng concluded, the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang most probably obtained the jade light armor from the sectless cultivator you traded with 3 years ago. That must be it. Wang Qianzan nodded slightly. Then, he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and said with a hint of concern, Duan Ling Tian, I understand you're worried the assassin might harm your friend, but you should have spoken to the sect leader. After all, if you're worried about the assassin discovering you've sought help, the sect leader could have asked powerhouses outside the sect to help you. With that, you wouldn't have had to use your consumable royal-grade celestial weapon on a mere one basic celestial king. Although he was an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, it's still not worth it. It was clear he felt it was a waste that Duan Ling Tian had used his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Sun Liangpeng had only mentioned Duan Ling Tian suspected someone in the Simplicity Celestial sect had hired the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, but he did not mention Wang Hong was one of the main suspects. For this reason, Wang Qianzan was rather calm. It looks like it's been a waste of time coming here. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself before he bade Sun Liangpeng and Wang Qianzan farewell. It did not matter if Wang Qianzan was lying or not, since he did not have the evidence to prove Wang Hong had used the Jade Light Armor to hire the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang to kill him. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a terrifying killing intent as he continued thinking to himself, Wang Qianzan, you can protect your granddaughter for now. If I find out the Jade Light Armor is indeed given to the assassin by Wang Hong, prepare to die with her when that time comes. Duan Ling Tian would have died if he did not have the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Therefore, he was eager to find out the culprit. Now that all signs pointed to Wang Hong, he would not easily let it go unless he found evidence that proved otherwise. Meanwhile, after Sun Liangpeng left Wang Qianzan's residence, Wang Qianzan sent a communication celestial talisman to his granddaughter. He recounted what he had learned from Sun Liangpeng and Duan Ling Tian's visit. Duan Ling Tian possesses a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, and he killed the one basic celestial king assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. Wang Hong was stunned by this discovery. She did not expect this at all. Then, she quickly relayed what she had found out to Zheng Hongyi. Duan Ling Tian has a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon that will raise his cultivation base in divine consciousness to that of a celestial lord. Similar to Wang Hong, Zheng Hongyi was shocked when he found Duan Ling Tian was the one who had killed the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. Chapter 30606 Combo Celestial King. Duan Ling Tian, who is he exactly? He even has a consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. Wang Hong and Zheng Hongyi were similarly shocked. Zheng Hongyi, do you think it's possible that Duan Ling Tian is a reincarnation of a powerful celestial lord? Is there a possibility the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon is something he left behind in his past life? Wang Hong asked Zheng Hongyi through a communication celestial talisman. There's a high possibility of that. Zheng Hongyi replied, unfortunately, we're too weak. Otherwise, we can claim everything he owns after he dies. Wang Hong said greedily, it's impossible for me. However, it's not impossible for you to claim his possessions. Zheng Hongyi replied, it's not impossible for me. Wang Hong asked in confusion. Her interest was piqued. Well, if the Grand Elder is willing to kill Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian's possessions will, naturally, go to him. At that time, as his granddaughter, wouldn't you have the pick of Duan Ling Tian's possessions? Zheng Hongyi said, clearly trying to tempt Wang Hong. After returning to his residence, Duan Ling Tian received a message from Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, as soon as he stepped foot into his room. Duan Ling Tian, according to the rules of the Blood Skull Gang, if their assassin failed a mission, they would send another assassin to finish the job. Additionally, the price would be halved. Therefore, it's best if you don't leave the grounds of the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate at all. If you must leave, at least inform me about it so that I can assign someone to protect you. Sun Liangpeng's voice was solemn. It was clear he took the threats of an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang very seriously. Thank you for your reminder, sect leader. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian knew the Blood Skull Gang would not give up so easily. He had learned about this while he was in the Simplicity Celestial sect's inner sect library. Nevertheless, he still thanked Sun Liangpeng for Sun Liangpeng's kind intention. After killing the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, my current cultivation base is roughly that of a 10-direction celestial king. However, because my comprehension of the profundities isn't too deep, if I have to face a 5-element celestial king who has comprehended the same number of profundities as the assassin I killed, it'd be impossible for me to defend myself unless I use the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Duan Ling Tian thought himself. The deeper one comprehended a profundity, the greater one's improvement would be. The improvements could even be a few times greater. After a while, Duan Ling Tian shook his head and thought to himself, I should focus on fully comprehending the law of fire's pillaging profundity now. As long as the assassin the Blood Skull Gang sends isn't too powerful, I should be capable of defending myself with my current cultivation base if I have a better comprehension of the pillaging profundity. He no longer wasted time and focused on comprehending the law of fire's pillaging profundity. With the Chaos Divine Flame's help, he progressed rapidly. Meanwhile, at the borders of the profound Nether Mansion, a black figure crossed the profound Nether Mansion's territories in just a blink of an eye. He was the new assassin that the Blood Skull Gang had sent to kill Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he muttered to himself as he flew in the sky, "What's going through the organization's mind? Is it necessary to send me out for this job? The target is essentially like a 10-direction celestial king who has only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. Any 4-phenomenon celestial king from the organization is more than capable of killing him. A 3 talents or 4-phenomenon celestial king from the Blood Skull Gang was much stronger than a 1 basic celestial king. It was fairly easy for a 4-phenomenon celestial king from the Blood Skull Gang to kill someone who was no different from a 10-direction celestial king who had only comprehended 2 profundities from a law. Unless he has comprehended more than 4 profundities, he'd die if he meets a 6-combo celestial king like me." The assassin was clearly very confident about killing Duan Lingtian. After all, 6-combo celestial kings from the Blood Skull Gang had strength comparable to leaders of ordinary grade 7 forces. For this reason, he felt it was a waste that the Blood Skull Gang sent him to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, unaware that the Blood Skull Gang had already sent a 6-combo celestial king to assassinate him. In the valley where the true disciples and inner disciples of the Simplicity Celestial sect resided, a figure flew out from one of the inner disciples' residences. He was enthusiastically greeted by his peers as soon as he appeared. Senior Brother Zheng. This person was none other than Zheng Hongyi, the 3rd direct disciple of Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. It has only been a month, but the new assassin from the Blood Skull Gang has arrived. It took the previous assassin a few months before he arrived. It seems like this assassin is much stronger than the previous one. Well, it's only natural they'd sent someone powerful. After all, I've told young Master Chen that Duan Lingtian possesses a consumable royal grade celestial weapon. That was how he killed the previous assassin. His current strength is still comparable to a 10-direction celestial king. Zheng Hongyi thought to himself, it's unlikely that the Blood Skull Gang has sent a 10-direction celestial king here. Although Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to a 10-direction celestial king due to the consumable royal grade celestial weapon, he has only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth. One of them is law of earth's fundamental profundity, the earth elemental profundity. He continued to speculate inwardly, a 3 talents or 4-phenomenon celestial king from the Blood Skull Gang is more than enough to kill him. The profundities the assassins from the Blood Skull Gang comprehended aren't any weaker than elders with the same cultivation basis from the Simplicity Celestial sect. To take only 1 month to travel here, the assassin has to be a 3-talent celestial king, at least. Zheng Hongyi's eyes flashed with excitement. Before he left the valley, he looked at one of the true disciples' residences and sneered. "Duan Lingtian, your time's up. It's best if you stay in your residence like a coward. Otherwise, you'll certainly die." This time Zheng Hongyi had left the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate alone to meet the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang without informing Wang Hong. Chen Li, the illegitimate child of one of the vice leaders of the Blood Skull Gang, had a designated place where Zheng Hongyi would meet with the assassin. Previously, Zheng Hongyi had only brought Wang Hong along since she had to pay the deposit. However, there was no need for further payment to be made, so he did not bother to inform Wang Hong at all. Finally, Zheng Hongyi met with the assassin in a remote and desolate canyon. "Senior," Zheng Hongyi greeted the man respectfully. The assassin was a middle-aged man with a medium build. He wore the assassin's standard long black robe from the Blood Skull Gang. His appearance was average, but his eyes were fierce and cold. Zheng Hongyi felt chills running up his spine when he met the assassin's eyes. The middle-aged man looked at Zheng Hongyi and said nonchalantly, "I'll try to lure the target out. However, if you're able to lure the target out, the Blood Skull Gang will reward you with 10 bottles of Duke-grade celestial pills." The assassin's strength was on par with Sun Liangpeng's strength. It would be difficult for them to defeat each other. He was also confident he would be able to breach the Simplicity Celestial sect's defense to kill Duan Lingtian and escape unharmed. However, he did not dare to do so. This was because the profound Nether Mansion would not let this matter slide even if the Simplicity Celestial sect was just a grade 7 force. If the profound Nether Mansion mobilized their forces, it would be difficult for him to leave the profound Nether Mansion's territories after he completed his mission. This was because the estates of the 3 sects and 2 clans were protected by special formations. An indelible mark would appear on his body once he entered the estates, even if it was just for a short time. With the mark, the profound Nether Mansion would have no problem tracking him. Once he was found, the inspectors from the profound Nether Mansion would surely kill him. 10 bottles of Duke-grade celestial pills. Zheng Hongyi's eyes lit up when he heard the middle-aged man's words. Duke-grade celestial pills were beneficial to celestial dukes, similar to how overarching heaven pills were beneficial to overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Despite the same effects, Duke-grade celestial dukes were far more valuable and rare compared to overarching heaven pills. Although Zheng Hongyi was the 3rd direct disciple of the sect leader of Simplicity Celestial Sect, Duke-grade celestial pills were still valuable to him. He would only use them if he was very close to a breakthrough. In the Devata realms, a bottle of Duke-grade celestial pills would contain 10 pills. With 10 bottles, it meant that he would possess 100 pills. After the 2 men exchanged soul pearls, Zheng Hongyi returned to the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. He could barely contain his excitement whenever he thought about the 10 bottles of Duke-grade celestial pills. He thought to himself eagerly, how can I lure Duan Ling Tian away from the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate? Chapter 3061 Zheng Hongyi's Plan. After Zheng Hongyi returned to the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, he monitored Duan Ling Tian's movements constantly as he tried to devise a plan to lure Duan Ling Tian out of the sect's estate. However, days passed, and he still could not come up with a suitable plan to lure Duan Ling Tian away from the sect's estate. Zheng Hongyi sighed inwardly. It seems like I won't be able to get the 10 bottles of Duke-grade celestial pills. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was in his room comprehending the law of fire's pillaging profundity. With the guidance from the chaos divine flame, his progress was incredibly fast. In just a blink of an eye, 5 months had passed since Duan Ling Tian had used his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon to kill the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. A figure that was completely engulfed in flames moved around in a spacious room. All of a sudden, the fiery figure came to halt. As the flames on the figure's body subsided, they revealed a handsome purple-clad young man. I can still go faster. The purple-clad young man mused out loud. As soon as he finished speaking, his body moved and flames engulfed his body again. The windows and the door rattled as the flames surged. The wind stirring in the room fanned the flames, causing them to surge and burn even hotter. Only the ice bed in the room seemed unmoved at the moment. However, upon closer inspection, one would be able to see the ice bed was thrumming at a high frequency. After a moment, the purple-clad young man halted his movements again, and the flames around his body disappeared. A smile could be seen on his face. He was clearly in high spirits. He murmured to himself, so this is the rudimentary stage of the pillaging profundity. How remarkable. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Ling Tian. He had spent 5 months in closed-door cultivation and had mastered the law of fire's pillaging profundity at the rudimentary stage with the help from the chaos divine flame. The pillaging profundity was comparable to the law of wind's gale profundity. It was quick and powerful in regard to offensive powers. Duan Ling Tian had obtained 5 king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained profundities from the law of fire. Currently, he had successfully comprehended and mastered one of the 5 profundities. I'll visit Guanglin, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself after a moment. At the same time, Zheng Hongyi's eyes brightened up as soon as he saw Duan Ling Tian leaving his residence. He had been monitoring Duan Ling Tian all this time. Duan Ling Tian did not notice Zheng Hongyi when he stepped out of his residence. After all, as soon as he appeared, he had attracted the attention of many inner disciples. It was hard to notice Zheng Hongyi among the crowd disciples. Lu Guanglin had been brought to the Simplicity Celestial Sect after Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, sent someone to bring him over from the supporting Fall Nation in the Thousand Nations territory. He was staying in a beautiful valley instead of staying in the valley where the true disciples and inner disciples resided. This beautiful valley was where guests of the Simplicity Celestial Sect stayed. Its cultivation environment was excellent. It was almost as good as the inner disciples' cultivation environment. Since Lu Guanglin had arrived in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, Duan Ling Tian had yet to meet Lu Guanglin. Regardless, he had kept in touch with Lu Guanglin through communication celestial talismans, so he knew where Lu Guanglin was staying in the sect's estate. A group of inner disciples watched as Duan Lingtian flew up into the air and disappeared from sight. He's left. Upon seeing this, Zheng Hongyi's eyes lit up. However, he dared not follow Duan Lingtian. Instead, he quickly sent a message to the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. Senior, Duan Lingtian has left his residence and is headed east. However, I can't be sure if he's leaving the sect. Currently, his strength is comparable to a 10-direction celestial king, so I daren't follow him. Based on Zheng Hongyi's words, one could see he was a level-headed person. He was not blinded by greed over the 10 bottles of Duke-grade celestial pills and did not act rashly. After an hour had passed, Zheng Hongyi saw Duan Lingtian returning. He wasted no time in informing the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang about it. He was worried the assassin would be needlessly waiting for Duan Lingtian to appear. Naturally, it was not that he was considerate, he was just worried the assassin would be displeased with him for having to wait for Duan Lingtian to appear. As Duan Lingtian made his way to his residence, he thought to himself and sighed inwardly, who knew that Guang Lin would have comprehended the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity, even though he has only been in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate for less than a year. During Duan Lingtian's visit, he had found that Lu Guanglin had comprehended the law of Earth's fundamental profundity, the Earth elemental profundity. He did not expect Lu Guanglin to have such high comprehension skills. Although he himself had only spent one night comprehending the Earth elemental profundity, it was because he had the Chaos Divine Earth's help. Unlike him, Lu Guanglin did not have a Chaos Divine Earth to guide him. Therefore, Lu Guangling's achievement was rather commendable. Lu Guanglin had managed to comprehend the law of Earth's Earth elemental profundity from a king-grade divine ability that was given to him by Sun Liangpeng. Duan Lingtian knew Sun Liangpeng had done that to raise his favorability in his eyes. He was rather pleased with Sun Liangpeng since Lu Guanglin had been loyal to him. At this time, he had already considered Lu Guanglin as one of his own. Before he left for the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he had told Lu Guanglin that Lu Guanglin could stay in the supporting Fall Nation or come to the Simplicity Celestial Sect. At that time, Lu Guanglin did not hesitate to follow him. In fact, at that time, he had inwardly wished Lu Guanglin would choose to stay in the supporting Fall Nation since it would be dangerous for Lu Guanglin to follow him. Regardless, when Lu Guanglin chose to follow him to the Simplicity Celestial Sect, he respected Lu Guanglin's decision. Duan Lingtian was gone for an hour. What did he do during that time? Zheng Hongyi was perplexed and curious. After investigating the matter, he learned about Lu Guanglin. A follower, Zheng Hongyi thought to himself, it's not difficult to knock his follower out and take him out of the sect's estate. However, would Duan Lingtian be willing to risk his life and leave the sect's estate for his follower? In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was unlikely to risk his life for a mere follower. After all, if he were in Duan Lingtian's shoes, he would certainly not risk his life for a follower. As thoughts of the 10 bottles of the Duke-grade celestial pill surfaced in Zheng Hongyi's mind again, he thought to himself determinedly with a covetous smile on his face, I don't care. I'll just take a chance and use that man as bait to lure Duan Lingtian out of the sect's estate. There's a chance, regardless of how small it is, that Duan Lingtian would leave the sect's estate for his follower. If I'm lucky, the 10 bottles of Duke-grade celestial pills will be mine. I'll try and find an opportunity to knock him out with a White Thunder electric talisman before I sneak him out of the sect's estate. Zheng Hongyi quickly formulated a plan to kidnap Lu Guanglin. Although he was determined to use Lu Guanglin as bait, he did not dare to be careless and reckless. After all, if he was exposed, it would be the end for him. For this reason, he needed to be extremely cautious. Zheng Hongyi and the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang met on a barren plain located at the west of the Simplicity Celestial Sect estate. Who is he? The assassin asked as he furrowed his brows after Zheng Hongyi dragged an unconscious middle-aged man out of his little world. Zheng Hongyi replied, he's Duan Lingtian's follower. My master had sent someone to bring him to the Simplicity Celestial Sect from the Thousand Nations territory. A follower? The assassin frowned. You mean to use this man to lure Duan Lingtian out of your sect's estate? Yes, Zheng Hongyi replied. The assassin sneered before he said, do you really think Duan Lingtian would risk his life for a mere follower? Senior, this is the only idea I have. I think it's worth a try. I don't want to keep you waiting. I know there's no guarantee it'll work. However, what if it works? Zheng Hongyi said in an attempt to persuade the assassin. The assassin pondered on Zheng Hongyi's words for a moment before he finally said, "Your words make sense." Based on his words, it was clear Zheng Hongyi had successfully convinced him. Upon hearing these words, Zheng Hongyi sighed in relief inwardly. After a moment, he said tentatively, "Senior, this person has seen my face. He knows me. If we manage to successfully lure Duan Lingtian out, please kill this man as well." The assassin from the Blood Skull Gang nodded slightly. Although he did not care about Zheng Hongyi's life or death, Zheng Hongyi still had his uses if this plan failed. Chapter 3062 A Master of Formations. Zheng Hongyi did not consider the possibility of the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang betraying him. He failed to consider that the assassin's priority was only to kill Duan Lingtian and complete his mission from the Blood Skull Gang. It was not important to him if Lu Guanglin exposed Zheng Hongyi or not. Now that roughly half a year had passed since Duan Lingtian's first assassination attempt, Duan Lingtian did not expect to receive another letter from the Blood Skull Gang. Moreover, the content was roughly the same as the first letter. Instead of Huaner, the subject had turned to Lu Guanglin. This time, he was able to verify that Lu Guanglin had, indeed, been kidnapped. After Duan Lingtian informed Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, of Lu Guanglin's disappearance in the letter from the Blood Skull Gang, Sun Liangpeng said, "We can confirm the person who abducted your follower isn't the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. It's impossible for outsiders to enter the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate unannounced. If a stranger enters the sect's estate unannounced, it'd trigger the formations in our sect." "You mean to say the person who abducted Lu Guanglin is an insider? A member of the Simplicity Celestial sect?" Duan Lingtian asked. "Yes," Sun Liangpeng replied. "According to the letter, they want me to go alone. If you or any powerhouses from the sect follow me, I'm afraid the insider will inform the assassin about it," Duan Lingtian said. "Duan Lingtian, I've come up with a plan earlier. When the first assassination attempt happened half a year ago, I'd pretended to order to second brother to leave the sect on a business trip," Sun Liangpeng replied confidently. "He's waiting for my instruction outside. I'll send him to protect you when you meet the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang." Duan Lingtian bluntly asked, "Sect leader, are you sure he's able to protect me?" There was no doubt Duan Lingtian would leave the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate to rescue Lu Guanglin. However, he needed to be fully prepared before he left the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate since he was unsure of the assassin's strength. Duan Lingtian had speculated the Blood Skull Gang would not send an overly strong assassin to kill him. They had probably sent someone strong enough to get the job done. However, he also knew the Blood Skull Gang no longer treated him as a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial but a 10-direction celestial king that had comprehended two profundities from the law of earth. However, his strength that was granted by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon would dwindle every time he sued it, Sun Liangpeng reassured Duan Lingtian. "Don't worry, although my second brother is only a 5-elements celestial king, his comprehension of the law of wind is powerful. It's not an exaggeration to say that all 5-elements celestial kings in the profound Nether Mansion's territories aren't a match for him. His strength should be easily stronger than a 5-elements celestial king assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. In fact, his strength should be comparable to a 6-combo celestial king assassin from the Blood Skull Gang." Sun Liangpeng continued to say confidently, "Although your cultivation base is comparable to a 10-direction celestial king, your comprehension of the law is weak. Therefore, it's unlikely for the Blood Skull Gang to send an overly powerful assassin to kill you. Based on my knowledge, at most, they would send a 4-phenomenon celestial king or 5-elements celestial king to get the job done. Since my second brother is capable of dealing with a 6-combo celestial king from the Blood Skull Gang, it won't be difficult for him to kill an assassin who's a 4-phenomenon celestial king or a 5-elements celestial king. Even if the assassin tries to escape, it'd be futile due to my second brother's comprehension of the law of wind. If he truly can't kill the assassin, he'd still be able to send me a message. At that time, I'll join forces with him to kill the assassin." Duan Lingtian nodded. He felt more at ease after hearing Sun Liangpeng's words. Then, he asked urgently, eager to rescue Lu Guanglin, "Sect leader, when can I leave?" "You can leave now. My second brother is in the vicinity of the sect's estate. He's skilled in stealth and camouflage, they're part of his characteristics as a celestial beast. Let alone assassins who are 5-elements celestial kings, even 6 combos and 7 stars celestial kings won't be able to detect his presence," Sun Liangpeng said. Where did the assassin want to meet? The east, Sun Liang Peng asked. The west side, Duan Ling Tian replied. All right, you can leave now. Keep in touch with me if you can. I'll have my second brother follow you closely to protect you. After that, Duan Ling Tian no longer wasted any time and made his way west of the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. The meeting place was rather far from the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. Duan Ling Tian did not use his celestial origin energy to travel. Instead, he used a celestial boat. A celestial boat was, at least, a Duke-grade celestial weapon. The process to forge a celestial boat was incredibly intricate. He had only heard of celestial boats before he entered the Simplicity Celestial Sect. There were 3 grades of celestial boats. Needless to say, the higher the grade, the faster the celestial boat's speed would be. The fastest celestial boat had speed comparable to a 9 palaces celestial duke. The slowest had speed comparable to a 3 talents celestial duke. These were the differences between a prominent and primitive duke-grade celestial boats. A mediocre duke-grade celestial boat had speed comparable to a 6 combo celestial duke. The celestial boat Duan Ling Tian was traveling in was a primitive celestial boat he had bought from an elder in the Simplicity Celestial Sect with celestial crystals. That elder was a Duke-grade celestial weapon craftsman who was able to forge Duke-grade celestial boats. The elder was the Simplicity Celestial Sect's only Duke-grade celestial weapon craftsman capable of forging Duke-grade celestial boats. However, he had only mastered the technique of forging primitive Duke-grade celestial boats. So far, he had only managed to forge 2 mediocre Duke-grade celestial boats and had not been able to refine prominent Duke-grade celestial boats yet. I finally arrived. After traveling for a day and a night, Duan Ling Tian finally arrived at the designated meeting place. The meeting place was a barren plain that only had a big and lonely tree. The tree had many branches, of which many were broken, but was leafless. I was clearly withered. The soul pearl. It did not take long for Duan Ling Tian to find a soul pearl hanging on one of the tree's branches since it had been mentioned in the letter. After collecting the soul pearl, he was supposed to contact the author of the letter through the soul mark on the soul pearl. As soon as Duan Ling Tian's divine consciousness made contact with the soul mark on the soul pearl, the tree branches began to shake violently. At the same time, spots of light like the stars began to appear around the branches. Duan Ling Tian could sense a mysterious energy from the spots of lights that caused them to glow even brighter. The white light expanded and shrouded the tree and Duan Ling Tian soon after, and he felt his vision go dark. His heart skipped a beat as he exclaimed, It's a transporting formation, ... Watch out. A voice rang out belatedly as a green bird the size of a small hill that looked like a goshawk suddenly appeared in the air. Soon after, the goshawk transformed into a young man dressed in green robes. The green-clad young man's expression was dark and unsightly as he looked at the tree that had reverted to its original and unassuming appearance. The assassin from the Blood Skull gang is also a master of formations. This transporting formation is laid out so well that even I failed to detect its presence. I wonder where Duan Ling Tian has been transported to. The green-clad young man was none other than Sun Liang Peng's second brother. He was a celestial beast with a human form who was a 5-elements celestial king. In fact, based on Sun Liang Peng's words, no 5-elements celestial kings in the profound Nether Mansion's territories were a match for him. He was clearly remarkable, and yet, Duan Ling Tian had disappeared under his watch. It's a one-time formation, the green-clad young man confirmed after investigating the tree and the formation. Then, he no longer wasted time and sent a message to Sun Liang Peng with a grim expression on his face, eldest brother. In the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, Sun Liang Peng's expression changed drastically after he received the green-clad young man's message. The assassin from the Blood Skull gang is also a master of formations. Not anyone could simply set up a transporting formation even if they had the necessary materials. One had to be skilled and powerful to set up such a formation. There were only a handful of people in the profound Nether Mansion's territories who were capable of such a feat. Chapter 3063 A fierce battle with the assassin from the Blood Skull gang. He might not necessarily be a master of formations. Maybe he had someone else set up the formation, the green-clad young man replied. Damn it, I didn't expect the assassin to be so cunning that he even prepared a transporting formation that you couldn't detect in time. Sun Liang Peng was dejected. The traveling distance of a one-time transporting formation is limited. Second brother, search your surroundings thoroughly. I'll join you at once. As soon as Sun Liang Peng finished speaking, he left the Simplicity Celestial sect immediately. At the same time, he brought with him powerful high-ranking officials of the sect to search for Duan Lingtian as well. It did not take long before half of the Celestial Kings in the Simplicity Celestial sect left the sect's estate to search for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had been transported to a desolate and eerie canyon. There was a strong stench that permeated the air that Duan Lingtian was forced to erect a barrier around himself to keep the stench at bay. Fortunately, maintaining the barrier would not deplete his celestial origin energy. Even if he kept the barrier up for 200 years, it would not affect his strength that was granted by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. With this, he had no fear of his strength falling from that of a 10-direction celestial king to a 9-palaces celestial king. It's a transporting formation. The sect leader's second brother was not transported along with me. It must be a one-time transporting formation. This assassin is well prepared. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath to calm down. He could only rely on himself now. Duan Lingtian surveyed his surroundings with a cold expression as he nonchalantly said, "Since I'm already here, why don't you show yourself?" As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a mocking voice echoed in the canyon. What an incredible bond between a servant and his master. Duan Lingtian quickly extended his divine consciousness to locate the whereabouts of the voice's owner. In a corner of the canyon, a figure walked out of a cave with another person hanging over his shoulder. The figure slowly emerged from the darkness that blanketed the canyon, revealing a middle-aged man with a medium build who dressed in the Blood Skull Gang's standard uniform for their assassins. It was similar to what the previous assassin had worn. The middle-aged man's appearance was ordinary, but his eyes were fierce and cold. Duan Lingtian felt chills running up his spine when he met the assassin's gaze. "Guang Lin!" Duan Lingtian soon cried out. His expression turned grim when he saw the unconscious Lu Guanglin. He extended his divine consciousness into Lu Guanglin's body only to discover traces from a white lightning talisman. This was the reason Lu Guanglin had remained unconscious all this time. Duan Lingtian used his divine consciousness to nullify the effect of the white lightning talisman, and it did not take long before Lu Guanglin began to slowly open his eyes. His eyes widened when he saw Duan Lingtian, and he cried out in a hoarse voice, "My lord." His voice sounded weak as though he had suffered terribly. Then, Lu Guanglin hurriedly sent Duan Lingtian a voice transmission. He revealed the identity of the person who had brought him out of the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate. Although he did not know where he was or what was going on, he could tell that someone had plotted against his master. Therefore, he did not waste any time revealing what he thought was crucial information to Duan Lingtian. Zheng Hongyi. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened when he heard Lu Guanglin's words. At this moment, an indifferent voice echoed in Duan Lingtian's ear. "It's time for you to wait for your master in hell." No. Duan Lingtian's face darkened even more. His celestial origin energy surged out into fiery flames. Like a ball of fire, Duan Lingtian charged toward the assassin. "You're too late." The assassin was one step ahead. He moved like a phantom in the air. At this moment, he held an inconspicuous silver thread in his hand. When he moved his hand, Lu Guanglin's body was immediately torn apart by the silver thread. "Guanglin!" Duan Lingtian cried out in despair as he came to a halt. He watched Lu Guanglin being torn apart in front of him with reddened eyes. At the same time, the flames surrounding his body began to surge again. "Don't worry, you can accompany him in hell." The assassin sneered when he saw Duan Lingtian losing his composure. He looked at Duan Lingtian as though Duan Lingtian was a dead man walking. He said flatly, "Die." As soon as the assassin finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as he turned into a ball of flame and charged toward the assassin. His speed was so fast that it was comparable to the assassin's speed. "I'd love to see how long you can keep up with me since the power of your celestial origin energy isn't yours." The assassin moved and evaded Duan Lingtian. He intended to force Duan Lingtian to deplete his power that was granted by his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. As he moved around, the assassin thought to himself solemnly, "Those people in charge of gathering information are really unreliable. These clearly aren't profundities from the law of earth. They're clearly the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, and the pillaging profundity. Fortunately, they sent me to complete this mission. I'm afraid if they had sent a 4-phenomenon celestial king or a 5-element celestial king to do this job, they would have died here." Senior Chaos Divine Flame. Duan Lingtian's expression was grim. He was well aware of the assassin's intention. He called out to the chaos divine flame before a gray flame surged out of his body and fused with the flames shrouding his body. A loud explosion rang in the air. The next moment, the flames on Duan Ling Tian's body surged higher, and his speed had increased as well. At this moment, his speed was even faster than the assassin. This is the explosion profundity. The assassin's expression changed drastically. He knew it was impossible for him to avoid Duan Ling Tian now. Due to the power of the explosion earlier, he had assumed Duan Ling Tian had comprehended the explosion profundity. The explosion profundity was an offensive and movement profundity from the law of fire, so it could increase one's speed as well. The assassin stopped running away. He turned around and opened his arms. The air in his surroundings rippled as an ear-piercing buzzing noise rang in the air. The thread in his hand suddenly transformed into tens of thousands of sword chi. He and the thread glowed with a green light, and the wind seemed to shroud him as he made a move. Based on this, it was clear he had comprehended the law of wind. Moreover, excluding the law of wind's fundamental profundity, the wind elemental profundity, it could be seen that he had cast 3 profundities at this moment: the gale profundity, the wind gathering profundity, and the slicing profundity. A 6-combo celestial king. With this, Duan Ling Tian figured out the assassin's cultivation base, and he also recognized the law of wind's profundities the assassin was using. 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. Duan Ling Tian did not hesitate and brought out the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword to parry the assassin's attack. To avoid the assassin from recognizing the sword as something beyond celestial weapons, he had intentionally pretended to bring the sword out from his spatial ring. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when a series of buzzing noises rang in the air again. The wind blade profundity. After the assassin cast the gale profundity, the wind gathering profundity, and the slicing profundity, he cast the wind blade profundity as well. Chapter 30643 of the 5 Divine Elements join forces. A series of buzzing noises rang in the air. The thread in the assassin's hand suddenly transformed into tens of thousands of sword chi that glowed with a green light. This indicated that he had cast the wind blade profundity. As he moved the thread in his hand, the air stirred violently into a tornado. Soon enough the tens of thousands of sword chi were engulfed in the tornado. The raging tornado spun until it was in front of the assassin, effectively blocking Duan Ling Tian's vision. Meanwhile, the raging tornado continued to grow bigger and bigger. This is the law of wind's tornado profundity. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed slightly. Excluding the law of wind's fundamental profundity, the wind elemental profundity, the assassin had cast 5 profundities from the law of wind: the wind gathering profundity, the gale profundity, the slicing profundity, the wind blade profundity, and the tornado profundity. Brat, you're just a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had used a consumable royal grade celestial weapon. You should feel proud that I'm killing you by unleashing all my strength. In just a flash, the assassin entered the raging tornado, impervious to the tens of thousands of sword chi and thread in there. All your strength. With these words, Duan Ling Tian knew the assassin had attacked without any reservations. Apart from the king-grade celestial thread that had been nurtured by a celestial lord, the assassin had also cast 6 types of profundities from the law of wind. The law of wind had a total of 9 profundities, including the fundamental profundity, the wind elemental profundity. In the southern heaven territory, it was rare to encounter someone who had comprehended all 9 profundities from a law. The first few profundities were usually easier to comprehend, but the later profundities would become more difficult to comprehend. This was due to many conflicting factors regarding the various profundities from a law. One had to find the balance between the conflicting profundities to fully master and comprehend the profundities. With this, it could be seen that the assassin had rather remarkable comprehension skills. After all, he was a 6-combo celestial king who had managed to comprehend and mastered 6 profundities from the law of wind to the rudimentary stage. Die, brat, the assassin barked. As soon as the assassin finished speaking, the tornado swept toward Duan Ling Tian at an incredible speed. Its speed was not inferior to Duan Ling Tian's speed. If Duan Ling Tian could maintain his current speed, it was possible for him to evade the tornado. Unfortunately, his strength granted by the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon that was currently comparable to that of a 10-direction celestial king would only continue to drop. Based on the current situation, if this kept up, in more or less 30 breaths, his cultivation base and strength would drop to that of a 9-palaces celestial king. At that time, he would not be able to evade the tornado and would be caught up in it. The assassin laughed as he watched Duan Lingtian dodge the tornado with all his might. I'd like to see how long you can keep this up before your celestial origin energy weakens. You'll definitely die within 50 breaths. He's right, I can't continue like this. Otherwise, I'd die after 30 breaths. Duan Lingtian was running out of options. He could only sweep through the canyon to avoid being engulfed by the tornado. He knew in roughly 30 breaths, he would no longer be able to maintain much of a distance between him and the tornado. After all, the tornado profundity contained the wind elemental profundity, the wind gathering profundity, the gale profundity, the slicing profundity, and the wind blade profundity. With my current strength, it's not difficult to deflect his attack with the help from the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. However, it'll greatly deplete the strength of my celestial origin energy that had been boosted. It would drop to the strength of an 8 trigrams celestial king at least. Even then, the assassin would just suffer minor injuries. It'd still be fairly easy for him to kill me after that. Faced with the raging and formidable tornado, this was the first time in a long time that Duan Lingtian felt like death was imminent. At this moment, with a rare solemnity that was rarely heard in its childish voice, the Chaos Divine Earth said, "Chaos Divine Metal, we need to act together now. Otherwise, the boy will die." "I know," the Chaos Divine Metal replied in an equally solemn tone. "Boy, attack him with all your might. Use your sword and focus on his vital spot. We have only one chance to do this right," the Chaos Divine Metal said to Duan Lingtian in a grim tone. "Don't rush. You're not any slower than him, so it's not difficult for you to target his vital spot," the Chaos Divine Earth reassured Duan Lingtian and confidently said, "He'll probably think your attempt to struggle is futile and that you're just being stubborn. Most importantly, he probably thinks it isn't necessary to dodge your attack. When he realizes how deadly your attack is, it'd be too late for him to react. This is a fight to the death. Even if we kill him, you'll still suffer serious injuries even with the defenses from the Chaos Divine Earth." The Chaos Divine Flame chimed in at this moment. "After killing him, muster up whatever strength you have left and send it into your purely defensive celestial weapon to defend against his attack." Upon hearing the words of 3 of the 5 divine elements, Duan Lingtian, who was frustrated and slightly panicked, calmed down like the sea that had regained calmness after a storm. It did not take long for him to calm down due to his many experiences in close calls with death. He knew the importance of maintaining one's composure in situations such as this one. Those who lost their calm were likely to perish. Meanwhile, the assassin watched through the raging tornado as it swept toward the fiery figure that was attempting to run away from it. However, all of a sudden, the fiery figure came to halt. In just a blink of an eye, the fiery figure switched direction and was charging toward the tornado. Heatwaves appeared as Duan Lingtian charged toward the assassin who was in the tornado. The flames on his body collided with the raging tornado in the process. The assassin scoffed. "Your resistance is futile." He did not think much about this. In his opinion, this was just a desperate struggle before Duan Lingtian's death. Duan Lingtian probably wanted to fight before his strength further weakened. He thought he had a good understanding of Duan Lingtian's capabilities, therefore, he was not afraid. Although Duan Lingtian's current strength was that of a 10-direction celestial king's, Duan Lingtian had only comprehended 3 profundities from the Law of Fire, including the Law of Fire's fundamental profundity, the Fire Elemental profundity. Moreover, at most, Duan Lingtian possessed a purely offensive and purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by celestial lords. The tornado continued to sweep out unimpeded. The flowers and trees were uprooted, part of the destruction that the tornado left in its wake. Even a tree that was so wide that it needed 5 to 6 adults to fully form a circle around it was easily uprooted. The tornado continued to spin, causing the rocks from the canyon wall to fall. "I can see him in the tornado now. Just a little bit closer, and I'll be able to target his vital points." When Duan Lingtian finally collided with the tornado, he felt a pressure so immense that he felt as though he was suffocating. At the same time, the Chaos Divine Earth shot out of Duan Lingtian's body and merged with the flames on his body, alleviating the pressure on him. The collision of the flames and tornado brought about a thunderous explosion. The shockwave from the collision swept out in all directions, causing the canyon to quake. "There's a tremor over there." Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, and high-rank officials from the sect were still searching for Duan Lingtian at the eastern side of the canyon when they sensed a slight disturbance. Although the tremor was weak, judging by the distance, Sun Liangpeng could tell a fierce battle was being fought. That's it, it should be there. Sun Liangpeng moved at the speed of light toward the direction of the canyon. Hang in there, Duan Lingtian. I'm coming, it's there. At the same time, Sun Liangpeng's second brother, the green-clad young man, reverted to his celestial beast form and swept toward the canyon as well. At this moment, many of the high-ranking officials from the Simplicity Celestial sect had already noticed the slight disturbance. One after another they made their way to the canyon. There seems to be a commotion in that direction. Let's go and have a look. It's quite a distance away, but we can feel the tremors from here even if the tremors are weak. This means the fight is extremely fierce. It should be Duan Lingtian and the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. Chapter 3065 The Death of the Assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. In the desolate canyon, fire and wind raged. It looked as though the end of the world had arrived. I got it, Duan Lingtian exclaimed as he held the seven orifices exquisite sword while being engulfed in flames. Then, a sword ray shot out, cutting the silk thread in the tornado. The sword ray continued on its trajectory, unimpeded by the wind blades in the tornado, as it made its way toward the glabella of the assassin who was standing in the eyes of the tornado. He's rather strong to be able to draw so close to me. The assassin from the Blood Skull Gang was rather taken aback when he saw Duan Lingtian advancing despite his torn purple robes and his body being riddled with wounds from the wind blades in the tornado. Well, it doesn't matter. It's coming to end now. The assassin's mouth curved into a cruel smile. Then, he opened his arms before he brought them together again. At the same time, the thread in his hand shot toward Duan Lingtian with the might of a troop of an army. As soon as the thread left his hand, the wind blades followed its lead and shot toward Duan Lingtian as well. The assassin was expressionless when he made his killing blow. Clearly, he was confident. To him, Duan Lingtian was already a dead man. At the same moment the assassin attacked, the profound divine metal's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. Boy, now, die. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as soon as he heard the profound divine metal's words. At the same time, his sword burst with dazzling seven-color lights. The seven orifices exquisite sword that looked ordinary earlier fully showed its brilliance at this moment. Seven sword rays of different colors shot out and swirled. Around the sword, each different color sword rays had its own distinct auras. After a brief moment, the seven orifices exquisite sword seemed to be boosted when the sword rays shone even more brilliantly than before. At this moment, the sword looked incredibly formidable and domineering as a terrifying aura filled the air. The Blood Skull Gang's assassin who had just made his killing move could tell how extraordinary the seven orifices exquisite sword was at this moment. If he could not tell how extraordinary it was at this moment, he would have lived all his years in vain. In the next moment, a golden thread appeared in the midst of the seven-color lights near the seven orifices exquisite sword. Upon closer inspection, one would see it was actually a golden energy that seemed to flow like liquid gold. The silk thread left the hands of the Blood Skull Gang's assassin and shot toward Duan Lingtian with the numerous wind blades in tow. It seemed as though they were capable of ripping Duan Lingtian into a million pieces. Faced with the assassin's attack, Duan Lingtian seemed fearless as he held onto his sword that had sword rays swirling around it. The sword seemed so sharp that it was as though it could slice through air itself. As it forged on, it repelled the assassin's golden silk thread and wind blades. Naturally, it was inevitable that some of the wind blades had landed on Duan Lingtian. He could not have defended against every single one of them even with the protection from the Chaos Divine Earth and the purely defensive King-grade celestial weapon nurtured by a celestial lord. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's purple robe was torn beyond recognition and more wounds appeared on his body that was already riddled with injuries. An Emperor-grade celestial weapon. The Blood Skull Gang's assassin cried out when he finally had a good look at the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. At this moment, the seven orifices sword that contained the profound divine metal's strength was already close to the assassin's head. Due to Duan Lingtian's speed and close proximity, he had no time to react or dodge. When the profound divine metal lent his strength to the seven orifices exquisite sword, Duan Lingtian felt as though the sword was as heavy as lead. In just a brief moment, the seven orifices exquisite sword in Duan Lingtian's hand cleanly pierced through the assassin's glabella like a hot knife passing through butter. Blood dripped out from the wound immediately. The power from the profound divine metal surged into the assassin's sea of consciousness and completely destroyed his soul. Just like that, the assassin died with unwillingness and resentment. Before his death, he had sent all the remaining energy in his body into his king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. However, His opponent easily pierced through his defenses. It was as though the seven-color sword was merely piercing a paper-thin wall instead of a king-grade celestial weapon. Before his death, there was only one thought in his mind. How did Duan Lingtian manage to cast the law of metal's piercing profundity when Duan Lingtian clearly comprehended the law of fire? The assassin was, naturally, unaware that it was all the profound divine metal's doing. When it sent its energy into the seven orifices' exquisite sword, the effect was similar to the law of metal's piercing profundity. The law of wind had the slicing profundity that was somewhat similar to the law of metal's piercing profundity. Back when the assassin had studied the law of metal's slicing profundity, he had seen a floating image pearl of a powerhouse using the law of metal's piercing profundity. Therefore, he was aware of the similarities between the law of wind's slicing profundity and the law of metal's piercing profundity. It was a surprise that Duan Lingtian managed to comprehend the law of fire and the law of metal, but it was not completely out of the realm of possibility. However, how did Duan Lingtian cast both the law of metal and the law of fire at the same time? This was impossible. How could the assassin not be shocked and confused before his death? This went against his entire understanding of the laws. After the assassin's death, the tornado died down quickly and dispersed into a violent wind that blew in all directions. The impact of the fight made the entire canyon quake. While the energy dispersed, Duan Lingtian was panting heavily. He struggled to put his sword away as he felt like collapsing. The pain crashed back into him like a flood now that the adrenaline had slowly died down. He felt as though he was going to pass out at any moment. He swayed on his feet as he hastily retrieved a Duke-grade medicinal pill from his spatial ring to relieve the pain. When the pain was manageable, Duan Lingtian prepared to collect his rewards for killing the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. At the same time, the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. Boy, the Chaos Divine Flame and the profound Divine Metal have fallen into a deep slumber because of this. I'll be falling into a deep slumber soon as well. In the past, the Chaos Divine Earth had always sounded strong and energetic when it spoke. However, at this moment, his voice sounded weak and soft. Focus on your cultivation and improve your strength as fast as you can. Although the Chaos Divine Flame is hibernating, you can still use him to refine celestial pills. When you use the Chaos Divine Flame, try to gain a better understanding of its characteristics and observe it. It'll help with your comprehension of the law of fire. With that, you won't be fumbling in the dark cluelessly. Certainly, it would be ideal if you have the help of the Chaos Divine Flame, but you'll have to wait until he's awake for that. The Chaos Divine Earth's voice got softer and softer before it finally trailed off into silence. I guess I'm on my own for now, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian. An anxious voice rang from the periphery of the valley just when Duan Lingtian was about to collect his bounty from killing the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. Sect leader, Duan Lingtian was taken aback by this. When he regained his senses and finally identified the owner of the voice, he saw a lean middle-aged man dressed in a long robe. The middle-aged man was none other than Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. Duan Lingtian, you're badly injured. Sun Liangpeng's expression changed slightly when he saw the injuries Duan Lingtian sustained. Then, he asked, where's the Blood Skull Gang's assassin? There. Duan Lingtian looked at the place where the Blood Skull Gang's assassin had landed on and turned into a pulpy mess of flesh and blood. At the same time, he bit back his pain and flew toward the corpse that was nothing more than mush now. Sun Liangpeng was stunned speechless for a moment when he saw the sight. That's the Blood Skull Gang's assassin. Did Duan Lingtian kill him? When Sun Liangpeng regained his senses, Duan Lingtian had already put the assassin's spatial ring and defensive celestial weapons away. I've never seen a weapon like this. Although this is just a king-grade celestial weapon, it could be extremely terrifying if wielded by someone who has comprehended the law of metal and the law of wind, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the silk thread he had gained from killing the assassin. Earlier, he had seen how deadly the silk thread was. It was as though it could cut the void open. At this moment, Sun Liangpeng finally arrived next to Duan Lingtian. He looked at Duan Lingtian and curiously asked, Duan Lingtian, what's the cultivation base of the assassin? He was a 6-combo celestial king, Duan Lingtian replied tonelessly. Chapter 3066 Qing Hong. A 6-combo celestial king. Sun Liangpeng's expression changed drastically upon hearing Duan Lingtian's reply. A 6-combo celestial king assassin from the Blood Skull Gang was not like ordinary 6-combo celestial kings. The numbers of profundities they comprehended were higher than most 6 combo celestial kings in the profound Nether Mansion's territories. The assassin is a 6 combo celestial king. At this moment, another voice rang out from the periphery of the valley. Following that, a huge figure that almost covered the sky appeared. Duan Ling Tian saw a green flying beast that looked like a goshawk. In just a moment, the green flying beast had turned into a young man dressed in green robes. It did not take long before the green-clad young man arrived next to Duan Ling Tian and Sun Liangpeng. Duan Ling Tian, this is my second brother, Qing Hong. Sun Liangpeng introduced the green-clad young man to Duan Ling Tian as soon as the green-clad young man arrived. Although Qing Hong had been tailing Duan Ling Tian as soon as Duan Ling Tian left the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, Duan Ling Tian had yet to meet Qing Hong face to face prior to this. This was their first meeting. Even without Sun Liangpeng's introductions, Duan Ling Tian would have been able to guess the identity of the green-clad young man. He bowed and thanked Qing Hong. Thank you for your protection along the way, Senior Qing Hong. I didn't expect him to lead you to a one-time transportation formation. I was careless. Fortunately, you're fine. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain myself to my brother. Qing Hong said tonelessly despite his words. It was only natural since he was not familiar with Duan Ling Tian. He had only protected Duan Ling Tian due to his brother's directive. Otherwise, he would not care about Duan Ling Tian's life or death. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was aware of this as well. Therefore, he no longer paid any attention to Qing Hong after he thanked Qing Hong. The Blood Skull Gang's assassin should have comprehended the law of wind, right? Qing Hong asked Duan Ling Tian as he studied the canyon that was in ruins. He had also mastered the law of wind, therefore, it was not difficult for him to tell that damages in the canyon were caused by the law of wind. A Blood Skull Gang's 6 combo celestial king who comprehended the law of wind. Usually, someone like him would have comprehended 5 profundities from the law of wind, including the law of wind's fundamental profundity, the wind elemental profundity, Sun Liangpeng speculated out loud. Based on his knowledge, 6 combo celestial king assassins in top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven territory like the Blood Skull Gang would have at least comprehended 5 profundities of a law. 5 profundities? Duan Ling Tian laughed bitterly. Sun Liangpeng severely underestimated this assassin from the Blood Skull Gang whom he had just killed. Including the law of wind's wind elemental profundity, the assassin had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind. Duan Ling Tian was about to correct Sun Liangpeng when Qing Hong spoke up first. It's more than that. Based on the damages on the scene, I'd say the Blood Skull Gang's assassin had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind, including the wind elemental profundity. Upon hearing Qing Hong's words, Duan Ling Tian could not help but turn to look at Qing Hong. Qing Hong was absolutely right. He felt a chill run up his spine when he saw the confident expression on Qing Hong's face. Qing Hong was not even here to witness the fight, but he could pinpoint with accuracy the numbers of profundities the assassin had comprehended. Brother, are you sure? Sun Liangpeng was thoroughly shocked when he heard Qing Hong's words. You know how rare it is for a 6 combo celestial king, whether he's an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang or not, to be able to comprehend 6 profundities from a law. I'm certain. Qing Hong's gaze swept over the destroyed valley again. Brother, look at what is left behind from the fight. That is left behind by the law of wind's wind blade profundity. That is a mark left behind by the law of wind's slicing profundity. Moreover, judging from the damage these profundities caused, he must have comprehended the wind-gathering profundity as well and possessed a purely offensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. He pointed out the profundities from the law of wind he was sure the assassin had mastered before he looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, "Am I right?" Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded calmly. Inwardly, he was truly shocked by Qing Hong's accuracy. Sun Liangpeng gasped. Soon after, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a complicated and curious gaze as he asked. The assassin was a 6 combo celestial king who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind. Duan Ling Tian, how did you manage to kill him? Even if you have the cultivation base of a 10 directions celestial king from your consumable royal grade celestial weapon, you have only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth, right? It was only natural that Sun Liangpeng was confused. A 6 combo celestial king who had comprehended 6 profundities from a law of wind could easily kill a 10 directions celestial king who had merely comprehended 2 profundities from a law. The difference between the strength was almost 4 stages. A 10-direction celestial king had to comprehend, at least, 4 profundities from Allah to be a match for a 6-combo celestial king who had comprehended 6 profundities from Allah. How could Duan Ling Tian, who had merely comprehended 2 profundities from Allah, be a match for the assassin even if he had the cultivation base of a 10-direction celestial king? Perhaps, Duan Ling Tian had used a soul attack. After all, profundities could be used along with soul attacks. However, no matter what, Duan Ling Tian, who had just comprehended 2 profundities from the law of earth, should not be a match for the Blood Skull Gang's assassin who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind. Duan Ling Tian was already prepared for this question. An apologetic expression appeared on his face as he said, "Sect leader. In truth, the law of earth isn't my strongest suit. My comprehension of the law of fire is higher than that of the law of earth. I have comprehended 4 profundities from the law of fire. Coupled with that, I had to go all out and unleashed all my strength from the consumable royal grade celestial weapon before I could kill him. Even then, I'm severely injured. Even with medicinal pills, it'd take me 2 to 3 months, at least, to recover." He sighed after he finished speaking. Duan Ling Tian had already prepared to tell Sun Liangpeng that he had comprehended 4 profundities from the law of fire when he had, in fact, only comprehended 2 profundities from the law of fire. After all, if Sun Liangpeng knew the truth, it would not take long before Sun Liangpeng suspected he had other treasures like royal-grade celestial weapons, or there were still uses left in his consumable royal-grade celestial weapons. In fact, when Duan Ling Tian discovered the full extent of the assassin's strength earlier, he had briefly considered using the last of the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. At that time, for a brief period, his strength would exceed that of an ordinary celestial lord. With that, it would not be difficult for him to escape unscathed from the assassin even if he could not kill the assassin. However, in the end, he dismissed that idea. Sun Liangpeng fell into a daze when he heard Duan Ling Tian's explanation. It took him a while to recover his senses. Meanwhile, Qing Hong looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he had expected the explanation. He had been observing the surroundings. He did not find any trace from the law of earth, only the law of fire. At that time, he had already suspected that Duan Ling Tian was more skilled in the law of fire than the law of earth. With this, it made sense now why Duan Ling Tian did not choose the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained the law of earth and choose the king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained the law of fire instead when he was on the top floor of the inner sect library. When Sun Liangpeng finally regained his senses, he said with bright eyes, "Duan Ling Tian, you're really the most talented prodigy I've ever met. Not only throughout the history of the profound Nether Mansion's territories, but I've never heard of anyone in the Southern Heaven territory who's a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial and has comprehended 4 profundities before reaching the age of 100. Before reaching the age of 100, Qing Hong was stunned by Sun Liangpeng's words. He knew his brother valued Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, his brother would not have asked him to fetch Duan Ling Tian's servant from the Thousand Nations territory or protect Duan Ling Tian. However, he was unaware that Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old. Qing Hong nodded slightly as he thought to himself, "That's right. If he isn't so monstrously talented, why would my brother think so highly of him? It's useless. I still can't protect those who matter to me." Duan Ling Tian walked to the remnants of Lu Guanglin's corpse and silently pieced Lu Guanglin together before burying Lu Guanglin. His eyes were red, and regret swelled up in his heart as he thought to himself, "If I've insisted that Guanglin stays in the supporting Fall Nation, this wouldn't have happened." Someone in the Blood Skull Gang's branch outside of the profound Nether Mansion's territories noticed that the soul pearl of one of their 6-combo celestial king assassins had shattered. Chapter 3067 Denying it until his dying breath. Zhe Yunzhang was a name that was not particularly famous in the entire Blood Skull Gang. However, among the Blood Skull Gang's 6-combo celestial kings, he was rather famous. Among all the Blood Skull Gang's 6-combo celestial kings, only 3 of them had comprehended 6 profundities from Allah. As such, Zhe Yunzhang was considered one of the top 6-combo celestial kings in the Blood Skull Gang's branch he belonged. Zhe Yunzhang is dead. News of Zhe Yunzhang's demise spread in the Blood Skull Gang's branch and stirred up quite a commotion. Zhe Yunzhang died. If I'm not mistaken, his mission took him to the Grade 6 mansion, the profound Nether Mansion, right? Did he die there? I heard he went to finish a job that a 1 basic celestial king failed to complete. The target is a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Even then, not only did the one basic celestial king fail his mission, but he perished as well. Well, I'm not too surprised that a one basic celestial king failed to kill a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, even someone as powerful as Xianxia has died. It seems like that peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial must be protected by someone who's, at least, a 7-star celestial king. That's right, Xianxia was a 6-combo celestial king who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind. With his strength, it's unlikely that any 6-combo celestial king would be a match for him in the profound Nether Mansion's territories. The person who killed him must be a 7-star celestial king or someone stronger. The Blood Skull Gang's branch that Xianxia belonged to was shaken by the news of his demise. The high-ranking official of the branch, naturally, did not waste any time and sent a message to the headquarters of the Blood Skull Gang to inform them of what happened. He was slightly displeased for losing one of his stronger assassins. The mission sounded simple, but it was clearly more difficult than they imagined. Soon after, the high-ranking official received a reply from the headquarters. Did the 6-combo celestial king assassin from your branch manage to reveal who killed him before he died? No, he was probably killed from a sneak attack or they took him by surprise so he didn't have time to send a message back. The high-ranking official revealed his speculation. We've received your report, we will update you on this matter. For now, you're relieved from this job. This was the end of the message from the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters. The branch's high-ranking official sighed in relief. We finally got rid of that job. It's a pity that Xianxia became a sacrifice. I wouldn't have accepted the job if I knew the target is so difficult to deal with. Xianxia was definitely our branch's trump card among the 6-combo celestial kings here. What a pity, he was rather displeased that he had lost a capable subordinate. In a huge city on a vast land, unclaimed by any forces, in the Southern Heaven territory, inside a grand mansion in the city, a young man dressed in fine robes was seated in a pavilion in the front yard. He was silently sipping on a cup of tea when he received a message. After listening to the message, the young man's expression changed drastically. What? A 6-combo celestial king who had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind had failed to complete the mission and perished in the profound Nether Mansion. The young man dressed in the fine robes was none other than Chen Li, the illegitimate son, and the only son, of one of the vice leaders of the Blood Skull Gang. Due to his status as the only son, his father favored him greatly and doted on him. Thus, his status in the Blood Skull Gang was rather high. At this moment, Chen Li had just received a message from one of the heads in the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters. This person was also his father's right-hand man. Young Master Li, who was it that made the request to kill this peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial? In order to kill him, we have lost a 1 basic celestial king and a 6-combo celestial king. Moreover, this 6-combo celestial king who had died is no ordinary 6-combo celestial king. He had comprehended 6 profundities from the law of wind. He was a great asset to our Blood Skull Gang. His death had brought a lot of attention to this job. I'm afraid word of it will spread soon, the man said. At that time, I'm afraid there will be a lot of people from the 2 vice leaders factions who are at odds with Master who would seize the opportunity to pin the blame on you. After all, you're the guarantor for this mission. Upon hearing these words, Chen Li scoffed and replied to the message, so what if I am the guarantor? Guarantors are only responsible for making sure the clients give the due payment and making sure the clients don't sell us out. As for whether we accept the job or not, it all depends on the intelligence department, right? As it has always been, we only determined whether to accept a job or not after going through the intel gathered by those in the intelligence department. When has a guarantor ever had to be responsible for such a thing? Young Master Li, you're right. However, you know those men are always looking to find the slightest fault to cause trouble for Master. With your relation to Master, you're not just an ordinary guarantor. You should also know that if it weren't for your relationship with Master, you wouldn't have been able to become a guarantor at all. With this, there's no doubt they're going to make a mountain out of a molehill. It's likely that this matter will affect Master's chance to take over the position of the leader of the Blood Skull Gang. You have to understand the 2 vice leaders also have their eyes on that position, the head from the headquarters explained. Fine, I'll talk to father about this. Chen Li concluded the message. He was feeling vexed as well. How could this happen? His eyes flashed with anger as he muttered, it's all that Simplicity Celestial Sect's Zheng Hongyi's fault. Why didn't he choose someone else to kill? Why did he pick Duan Lingtian and drag me down like this? It was true that guarantors were not at fault if cases like that happened. However, it was different for Chen Li. He was not qualified to be a guarantor at all. The only reason he could even be a guarantor was only due to him being the son of one of the vice leaders of the Blood Skull Gang. This was a good reason for his father's competitors to use against his father. Zheng Hongyi. Chen Li grew even angrier when he thought about the culprit behind this mess. He wasted no time in sending a message to Zheng Hongyi and rebuking him. Nevertheless, to Chen Li's annoyance, according to the Blood Skull Gang's rules, once a job had been accepted, they had to see it to the end. It did not matter even if they had to sacrifice a 10-direction Celestial King to finish the job, let alone a 6-combo Celestial King. There was no doubt the next assassin that the Blood Skull Gang sent would no longer be a mere 6-combo Celestial King. Naturally, they would no longer recklessly rush to complete the mission. Further investigations had to be conducted before they acted again. After all, their previous intel on Duan Lingtian was obviously not sufficient. After a long time had passed, Chen Li's expression turned unsightly when he did not receive a reply from Zheng Hongyi. Killing intent flashed in his eyes immediately. Naturally, Chen Li was unaware that Zheng Hongyi could not reply to his message at this time. At this moment, Zheng Hongyi was facing a life or death situation. One wrong move, and it would be over for Zheng Hongyi. In the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate that was located in one of the Profound Nether Mansion's territories, a figure could be seen kneeling in the front yard of Sun Liangpeng's residence. Despite his submissive posture of kneeling, the person's head was held high defiantly. This person was none other than Zheng Hongyi. Zheng Hongyi glared at Duan Lingtian and angrily said, "Duan Lingtian, how can you accuse me of such a thing? Is it because my attitude toward you wasn't good when you first arrived in the sect?" The two people standing in front of Zheng Hongyi were Duan Lingtian and Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. After burying Lu Guanglin, Duan Lingtian had informed Sun Liangpeng of Zheng Hongyi's involvement in this matter. Before Lu Guanglin's death, Lu Guanglin had told him about the person who had knocked him out and brought him out of the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. Although Sun Liangpeng knew it had to be someone from the Simplicity Celestial Sect who had lured Duan Lingtian away from the sect's estate, he did not expect the culprit to be his third direct disciple, Zheng Hongyi. Upon their return to the sect's estate, Sun Liangpeng brought Duan Lingtian to his residence before summoning Zheng Hongyi over. However, Zheng Hongyi denied the accusations. He glared at Duan Lingtian defiantly as though he had been wrongly accused as he said with self-righteous indignation, "Duan Lingtian, I, Zheng Hongyi, might be jealous of you for becoming a true disciple. However, that doesn't mean I have thoughts of killing you. Moreover, you said I employed assassins from the Blood Skull Gang to kill you. Everyone knows that to employ the Blood Skull Gang service, one needs a guarantor. With my status and strength, how could I be capable of hiring an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang? Where do you think I could even find a guarantor?" Chapter 3068 Put to Death. Duan Lingtian calmly watched as Zheng Hongyi vehemently denied the accusations. After Zheng Hongyi finished speaking, he only said indifferently, "Are you done?" Fear rose in Zheng Hongyi's heart when he saw Duan Lingtian's calm expression. Does Duan Lingtian have evidence? When Zheng Hongyi was summoned here, he had assumed the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang was careless and allowed Duan Lingtian's subordinate to communicate with Duan Lingtian. Moreover, he assumed Duan Lingtian was lucky and managed to escape with his life intact. He was under the impression that the assassin was still alive and holding Duan Lingtian's subordinate hostage. At this moment, Duan Lingtian waved his hand and brought out a spatial ring. Then, he passed the spatial ring to Sun Liangpeng who was standing next to him and said, "Sect leader, please have a look and see if Zheng Hongyi's soul pearl is in this spatial ring." Sun Liangpeng had seen his third direct disciple firmly denying his involvement in this matter. Although he was inclined to believe Duan Lingtian, there was nothing he could without any evidence. Upon seeing the spatial ring, he was finally reminded that Duan Lingtian was in the possession of the assassin's spatial ring. If Zheng Hongyi was the one who hired an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, Zheng Hongyi's soul pearl should be with the assassin. Upon seeing this, Zheng Hongyi sneered. "It doesn't mean anything even if this spatial ring has my soul pearl. There are many people in the sect who have my soul pearl. It's not hard to verify this." Duan Lingtian turned frosty when he heard Zheng Hongyi's words. He said with a mocking smile, "Well, what if I told you this spatial ring belonged to the assassin? The spatial ring of the Blood Skull Gang's assassin? Zheng Hongyi was stunned speechless. Why was the assassin's spatial ring in Duan Ling Tian's possession? There was only one possibility for something like that: the assassin had died. Following that, Sun Liangpeng brought a soul pearl out from the spatial ring. An expression of fury appeared on his face immediately. As Zheng Hongyi's master, he was, naturally, familiar with Zheng Hongyi's soul mark. There was no doubt this soul pearl belonged to Zheng Hongyi. With this confirmation, Sun Liangpeng's expression turned frosty as celestial origin energy began to rise from his body. It seemed like he intended to kill Zheng Hongyi to seek justice for Duan Ling Tian. So it's really you, you insolent disciple, master, Zheng Hongyi cried out. A panicked expression appeared on his face when he saw the killing intent flashing in his master's eyes. He hastily said in an attempt to save his life, "You can't believe him. Just because he said the spatial ring belonged to the assassin, how can you just take his word for it? I watched Duan Ling Tian pick the spatial ring from the assassin's corpse." Sun Liangpeng's killing intent did not subside at all. He turned to look at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Duan Ling Tian, you have the right to deal with him. You can kill him to avenge your subordinate." "Thank you, sect leader." Duan Ling Tian nodded. When he turned to look at Zheng Hongyi, a terrifying killing intent raged in his eyes. Lu Guanglin had died because of him. He had to avenge Lu Guanglin no matter what. At this moment, Sun Liangpeng turned a deaf ear to what Zheng Hongyi said, ignoring Zheng Hongyi. He only watched on expressionlessly as though he did not care about Zheng Hongyi's life or death. Zheng Hongyi's expression changed drastically. Fear tightened its grip around his heart when he saw his master truly did not care about what happened to him. Duan Ling Tian was about to land the killing strike when Zheng Hongyi hastily said, "Duan Ling Tian, I'm not the only one who had dealt with the Blood Skull Gang. Wang Hong is involved as well. In the previous assassin's spatial ring, you should be able to find a purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. It's called the Jade Light Armor. It was given to her by the Grand Elder. She had used it as a deposit to pay the Blood Skull Gang." Faced with his impending death, he gritted his teeth and decided to drag Wang Hong down with him. If he had to die, he would not die alone. If they decided to spare Wang Hong due to her connection, he might have a chance of surviving as well. It was his last-ditch attempt to survive. Wang Hong, the killing intent in Duan Ling Tian's eyes intensified as he turned to look at Sun Liangpeng meaningfully. "Sect leader, it seems like the Grand Elder wasn't being honest when we spoke to him before. Insolent disciple, do you have evidence?" Sun Liangpeng asked icily as he stared at Zheng Hongyi. Despite his question, he was already rather certain of Wang Hong's involvement. "Master, I don't have any evidence. However, I can ask Wang Hong to meet me. You can hide while I speak to her," Zheng Hongyi said. All this time, Wang Hong was unaware that the Blood Skull Gang had sent another assassin. Naturally, she had no inkling as to what had happened at all. Then, Zheng Hongyi hurriedly sent Wang Hong a voice transmission telling her that the Blood Skull Gang had sent another assassin. Therefore, she agreed to meet him. It did not take long before Wang Hong arrived. As soon as she saw Zheng Hongyi, she did not greet him but immediately asked, "Zheng Hongyi, what's his cultivation base?" "According to my grandfather, Duan Ling Tian's current cultivation base is equivalent to a 10-direction celestial king." Before Zheng Hongyi could respond, Wang Hong continued to say, "If he's just a normal assassin, he won't be able to kill Duan Ling Tian." As soon as Wang Hong finished speaking, Zheng Hongyi looked at the air in front of him and asked, "Did you hear that?" Upon hearing this, Wang Hong's expression changed dramatically as an ominous feeling rose in her heart. "Wang Hong, you're a part of this as well?" Sun Liangpeng asked angrily. Wang Hong watched, frightened, as Sun Liangpeng and Duan Ling Tian appeared. Sun Liangpeng was furious. He did not expect Wang Hong to do such a foolish thing with Zheng Hongyi. Did she not take her grandfather, who was the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial sect, into consideration before she acted so foolishly? Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian only looked at Wang Hong coldly as though he was looking at a dead person. Sect leader, Wang Hong already had a bad premonition when Zheng Hongyi spoke to the air. When she saw Sun Liangpeng, she was shocked. When Wang Hong regained her senses, she glared at Zheng Hongyi and said through gritted teeth, "Zheng Hongyi, it's your own fault you got exposed. Why must you drag me down with you?" If she still did not understand Zheng Hongyi's intention, she would have lived her life in vain. After that, Sun Liangpeng spoke to Wang Hong's grandfather, the Simplicity Celestial Sect's Grand Elder, and the other high-ranking officials of the Simplicity Celestial Sect regarding how the duos should be dealt with. Zhang Guangzheng, the person who brought Duan Ling Tian to the Simplicity Celestial Sect, was the first to speak up. This is terrible. It's already bad enough that our disciples are killing among themselves. Now, they even dare to hire assassins. I think they should be put to death to serve as an example for the other disciples. With this, we can prevent something like this from happening again in the future. I agree. The other vice-sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, a middle-aged man with a medium build, agreed with Zhang Guangzheng. Apart from Wang Qianzan, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, who had not spoken up yet, the other high-ranking officials of the Simplicity Celestial Sect agreed with sentencing Zheng Hongyi and Wang Hong to death. Grand Elder, what do you think? Sun Liangpeng asked as he looked at Wang Qianzan. Everyone instinctively turned to look at Wang Qianzan. These eyes were like an immense pressure on him. Sentence them to death then, he said indifferently before he left without turning back. Despite Wang Qianzan's indifference, the other high-ranking officials of the Simplicity Celestial Sect could understand his feelings. Therefore, they were not offended by his abrupt departure. Sun Liangpeng had allowed Duan Ling Tian to personally execute Wang Hong and Zheng Hongyi. It could be considered as doing Duan Ling Tian a favor as well. After Duan Ling Tian had executed Wang Hong, he looked at Zheng Hongyi and asked curiously. Zheng Hongyi, I'm curious. Who's your guarantor? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the others who were present turned to look at Zheng Hongyi curiously as well. The Blood Skull Gang was one of the top assassin organizations in the Southern Heaven Territory. It was not easy to employ their services. One had to be or had to have a guarantor who was, at least, a leader of a grade 6 force or a celestial lord. A way to bypass that was to have connections with someone from the Blood Skull Gang. Most of the people present were certain Zheng Hongyi had a connection with someone from the Blood Skull Gang. Zheng Hongyi sneered. I'm going to die anyway. Why should I tell you? Well, if you answer my question, I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Otherwise, you'll die by 1,000 cuts and dismemberment. Duan Ling Tian's voice was frosty, and the killing intent in his eyes intensified, causing chills to run up people's spines. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words and seeing the killing intent in Duan Ling Tian's eyes, Zheng Hongyi's face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. He did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words at all. Out of fear, he hastily said, I met the son of a high-ranking official in the Blood Skull Gang once. I did him a favor, so he gave me his soul pearl and promised me 2 chances to employ the Blood Skull Gang's service. Chapter 30695 Years. Zheng Hongyi's reply confirmed the suspicion of the high-ranking officials in the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Zheng Hongyi managed to hire an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang to kill Duan Ling Tian because he had connections in the Blood Skull Gang. Duan Ling Tian clicked his tongue and shook his head before he said, You used one of the 2 chances that the son of a high-ranking official in the Blood Skull Gang gave you to kill me. I don't know if I should thank you for the honor or tell you that you've overestimated me. Duan Ling Tian, the winner takes all. I hope you'll keep your words and finish me off swiftly. Zheng Hongyi said in a deep voice before he closed his eyes. Then, Duan Ling Tian did not waste any more time and swiftly executed Zheng Hongyi. After that, Zhang Guangzheng, one of the vice-sect leaders of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, looked at Duan Ling Tian worriedly as he said, Duan Ling Tian, the Blood Skull Gang has lost 2 assassins on their mission to assassinate you. One of them was even a 6-combo Celestial King. I'm afraid they won't let the matter slide. Then, he continued to remind Duan Ling Tian, in the future, don't leave the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. As long as you're in the sect's estate, even top assassin organizations like the Blood Skull Gang won't dare to simply enter the sect's estate. Alright, Duan Ling Tian nodded. From this incident, he realized that he was still far too weak. He decided that unless it was a matter of utmost importance, he would not simply leave the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. Now that the 6-combo Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang had died, it was not difficult to figure out that the next assassin the Blood Skull Gang sent would be even more powerful. It was likely that the Blood Skull Gang would send someone even more powerful than Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, to kill him. The assassin would probably lie in wait outside the sect's estate. If it were not for the profound Nether Mansion, even the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate would not be safe. However, even in the sect, I'm afraid I'm not completely free from danger. If I'm not mistaken, the Grand Elder will probably want to avenge Wang Hong's death. It's not a stretch to say that he probably can't wait to kill me. Wang Hong only had herself to blame for her death. However, according to Sun Liangpeng, Wang Qianzan, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, had always been very protective of his granddaughter who was also his only relative. Based on Wang Qianzan's character, he definitely would not let this matter rest until he had gotten his revenge. Upon hearing Sun Liangpeng's words, the first thought that appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind was to leave the Simplicity Celestial Sect as soon as possible. There were both internal and external dangers in the Simplicity Celestial Sect, so why would he continue staying in such a dangerous place? However, when he thought about how Sun Liangpeng did not hesitate to mete out justice and sacrificed his third direct disciple because of him, his urge to leave dampened slightly. Although Zheng Hongyi and Wang Hong's actions were terrible, it would not be difficult for Sun Liangpeng to conceal the matter to save Zheng Hongyi and Wang Hong. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was aware that Sun Liangpeng was incredibly impartial because he valued Duan Lingtian's potential. After all, Sun Liangpeng would benefit greatly if Duan Lingtian successfully entered the profound Nether Mansion. If it were someone else in Duan Lingtian's shoes, Sun Liangpeng might not have dealt with the matter so decisively and fairly. Sun Liangpeng might have executed Zheng Hongyi anyway, but there was a chance Sun Liangpeng might spare Wang Hong. After all, by executing Wang Hong, he would offend and lose the support from Wang Chaozan, who had a high status in the sect. Nonetheless, Duan Lingtian still felt grateful to Sun Liangpeng. After all, there was no guarantee he would successfully enter the profound Nether Mansion, and at this moment, Sun Liangpeng did not benefit from him. After executing Zheng Hongyi and Wang Hong, Duan Lingtian did not return to his residence in the valley for true disciples and inner disciples. Instead, he returned to Sun Liangpeng's residence. Meanwhile, Wang Qianzan stood at the peak of a mountain nearby with a bitter expression on his face. He muttered to himself, the sect leader went to such lengths for an outsider, isn't he afraid that he'll offend the original sect members with his actions? Wang Qianzan's eyes were red, and his hands were tightly fisted. His celestial origin energy that surged out was turbulent, causing the air around him to ripple. It was just as Sun Liangpeng and Duan Lingtian had expected. Wang Chaozan had, indeed, planned to kill Duan Lingtian to avenge Wang Hong, his granddaughter. He was even ready to flee the sect and abandon his position as a Grand Elder of the sect for the sake of his revenge. Due to his experience and familiarity with the sect's estate, he was confident that he would be able to escape safely even if he had to face Sun Liangpeng or the strong powerhouses from the sect. However, it was out of Wang Chaozan's expectation that Sun Liangpeng would bring Duan Lingtian back to his residence. With this, it would be much more difficult for his plan to succeed. Before he could even get to Duan Lingtian, he would have to contend with Sun Liangpeng. Moreover, as the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Sect, he knew how difficult it was to breach the defenses in Sun Liangpeng's residence. After all, Sun Liangpeng's residence was also the residence of all the former sect leaders of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. It was protected by many complex formations that Wang Chaozan did not understand. If he drew too close to Sun Liangpeng's residence, it would be easy for Sun Liangpeng to detect his presence. Wang Qianzan's eyes flashed with hatred, fury, and killing intent as he looked at Sun Liangpeng's residence from afar. Duan Lingtian, you can stay there as long as you want. If I'm given even the smallest opportunity, I'll definitely kill you. When Duan Lingtian entered Sun Liangpeng's residence, he could feel an intense gaze on him. He instinctively turned to look at a mountain nearby and saw a figure standing at the peak of the mountain. His eyes narrowed slightly as he said, it's the Grand Elder. Sun Liangpeng finished Duan Lingtian's words. I've noticed his presence since earlier. He's been watching you like a predator eyeing its prey. It seems like I'm right, he has no intention to spare you. Then, he sighed and said helplessly, however, due to the sect's rules, there's nothing I can do to him before he attacks you. After all, he's still the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. Although Sun Liangpeng could easily kill Wang Chaozan, he needed a reasonable cause to kill the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Sect. He could not simply kill Wang Chaozhong for a crime he had yet to commit. Moreover, it would stir up dissatisfaction in the other high-ranking officials of the sect. Similarly, as the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, Sun Liangpeng could expel Wang Chaozan from the sect. However, he would still need a solid reason to do that. For these reasons, Sun Liangpeng's hands were tied. Although he knew Wang Chaozan could make a move against Duan Lingtian at any moment, there was nothing he could do about it for now. In the end, Sun Liangpeng said to Duan Lingtian, you should stay here and cultivate if you have nothing urgent to attend to. If you have to leave my residence or the sect's estate, please make sure to inform me about it so I can make the necessary arrangement to ensure your safety. This was the best solution he could come up with for now. After a moment, he continued to say, naturally, it's best if you don't leave the sect's estate at all. I'm rather certain the next assassin the Blood Skull Gang sends will be even more powerful than me. Alright, Duan Lingtian nodded. To him, the cultivation environment here was similar to the cultivation environment in his true disciple residence. Therefore, it did not make a difference to him whether he cultivated here or there. Moreover, he did not care much about cultivation environments since he had the main branch from the divine tree of life that he had claimed ownership over. The branch granted him unparalleled cultivation speed. Even Huan'er's divine crystal could not compare to it. Since the chaos divine flame was in deep slumber, Duan Lingtian noticed his comprehension speed when comprehending the law of fire's profundities had slowed down considerably. Therefore, he switched his attention to raising his cultivation base and tried to break through to become a celestial duke. It was a turning point once one became a celestial duke. After all, celestial dukes were able to create little worlds exclusive to them. According to the rumor, he could even possibly comprehend the law of space. The law of space was one of the 4 supreme laws that every celestial dukes could comprehend. Similar to the other supreme laws, the law of time, the law of life, and the law of death, the law of space could not be comprehended through celestial methods and divine abilities. The most common method for one to comprehend the law of space was through a little world once one had broken through and became a celestial duke. Naturally, there were other ways to comprehend the law of space as well, but they were hard to come by and required a lot of luck and rare opportunities. Time passed by silently as Duan Lingtian immersed himself in raising his cultivation base. At some point, his cultivation base had almost reached that of a celestial duke. In fact, he was just a step away from a breakthrough and becoming a celestial duke. However, he was rather annoyed since the last step to become a celestial duke seemed almost insurmountable. At this moment, Duan Lingtian inhaled deeply before opening his eyes. He decided to pause his cultivation for now and resume comprehending the law of fire. After Duan Lingtian comprehended the law of fire's fundamental profundity, the fire elemental profundity, and the pillaging profundity, he began to comprehend the law of fire's burning profundity. According to Chaos Divine Flame, since he had experiences with using the Chaos Divine Flame to refine pills, it would be slightly easier for him to comprehend the burning profundity compared to the other law of fire's profundities. Similar to when Duan Lingtian was cultivating, time continued to fly as he comprehended the burning profundity. Unknowingly, 5 years had passed since Duan Lingtian moved into Sun Liangpeng's residence. Duan Lingtian had spent most of his time over the past 5 years cultivating and comprehending the law of fire's burning profundity. At this moment, he was only one step away from completely comprehending and mastering the burning profundity. As for his cultivation base, the last step to becoming a celestial duke from a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial no longer seemed as insurmountable as before. At this moment, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, it shouldn't be too difficult for me to break through and become a celestial duke within a year. Chapter 3070 The Heaven Sacrificial Divine Fruit. Duan Lingtian was confident he would have a breakthrough and become a celestial duke within a year. When he regained his senses and slowly opened his eyes, he received a message from someone unexpected. Duan Lingtian had received at least dozens of messages from Huang Jialong updating him about what was happening in the coupling celestial sect over the past 5 years. However, this is the first time he received a message from Ling Juyun. Ling Juyun bluntly asked in the first message, "Have you broken through and become a celestial duke?" "Not yet, have you?" Duan Lingtian replied. He assumed Ling Juyun had a breakthrough and had become a celestial lord, so Ling Juyun had sent him a message to brag about it. No, Duan Lingtian was surprised by Ling Juyun's reply. Since Ling Juyun had not broken through, why did Ling Juyun ask him such a question? Was Ling Juyun trying to find out if he had surpassed Ling Juyun and became a celestial duke first? He was at a loss for words and did not know how to reply. Then, Ling Juyun sent another message. Duan Lingtian, I'll come and find you in 2 years. At that time, let's leave the spirit overarching heaven and go to the Jade Emperor Heaven. The Jade Emperor Heaven. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed imperceptibly when he heard Ling Zhuyun's words. He was rather familiar with the Jade Emperor Heaven. In fact, when he was in the process of ascending from the Yanhuang realm to a Devata realm, he was supposed to ascend to the Jade Emperor Heaven. Unfortunately, due to spatial turbulence in the colossal world that happened once every 10,000 years, many people who were ascending failed to reach their designated Devata realms. Duan Ling Tian, who had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, was one of those people. What are we going to do in the Jade Emperor Heaven? Duan Ling Tian asked. In Devata realms, celestials stronger than great overarching golden celestials could travel to another Devata realm through a transporting formation as long as they had enough celestial crystals. Up until now, Duan Ling Tian had never considered leaving the spirit overarching heaven. First of all, he had been here for quite some time and had grown familiar with this realm. Leaving to another Devata realm meant he had to familiarize himself with a new place all over again. Second, it was risky traveling from one Devata realm to another using a transporting formation. If one's cultivation base was weak, one could be easily killed by stronger powerhouses. For these reasons, he had never considered leaving the spirit overarching heaven for another Devata realm even though he was already a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. 3 days ago, someone came up to me. Ling Zhuyun promptly replied. That person asked if I could contact you after discovering that I've not broken through and has yet to become a celestial duke. He knew both of us were selected from the lower realm of the southern heaven ancient realm in the profound nether mansion. He wanted me to inform you that 3 years later we must leave the spirit overarching heaven for the Jade Emperor Heaven. Who's he? Why are you listening to his words? Why do we need to go to the Jade Emperor Heaven just because he told us to? Duan Ling Tian questioned Ling Zhuyun. Based on his understanding of Ling Zhuyun, there had to be a good reason why Ling Zhuyun agreed to that person's words. The man only mentioned he had discovered a secret realm that seems to be created by a celestial emperor in the Jade Emperor Heaven. It contains many valuable treasures. Not long after he entered the secret realm, he encountered a royal-grade celestial weapon, but he was incapable of wielding it. He even showed me the secret realm through his floating image peril. It was indeed a royal-grade celestial weapon, Ling Zhuyun said. Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted knowingly as he said, you mentioned earlier he only asked you to contact me after finding out you've yet to become a celestial duke. In your first message, you also asked me if I've become a celestial duke. Could it be that the secret realm could only be accessed by those who are celestial dukes or stronger? That's right, Ling Zhuyun replied. If the secret realm contains only royal-grade or even emperor-grade celestial weapons, I don't think they're enough to tempt you and make you so enthusiastic, right? Duan Ling Tian asked. Ling Zhuyun was from a powerful clan in the Divine Offering land, so he did not lack emperor-grade celestial weapons. Moreover, he even possessed Devata artifacts. Of course, it's not just royal-grade and emperor-grade celestial weapons, I'm also not interested in royal-grade and emperor-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. I want to go there because my artifact spirit has confirmed that man is a reincarnated celestial, Ling Zhuyun said. A reincarnated celestial? Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat. He had only met one of such people before. It was none other than his wife, Ka. In her past life, she was Sha Ning Shui, the eldest miss of the Sha clan. In this life, before she had awakened her memories, she had married Duan Ling Tian and gave birth to a daughter. Apart from that, rumor had been circulating in the Simplicity Celestial sect that Duan Ling Tian was a reincarnated celestial as well, since his achievements were so great even though he was so young. Yes, in fact, he's not an ordinary reincarnated celestial. My artifact spirit told me he was, at least, a celestial emperor in his past life. Ling Zhuyun said. The reincarnation of a celestial emperor. If he's the reincarnation of a celestial emperor, I think I know why he's going around gathering powerful peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Ling Zhuyun said, in my opinion, he must have obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit by accident and planted its seed in his past life. After he had regained his past memories, he's trying to gather enough powerful peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials to kill each other in front of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree as a sacrifice so that the fruits will ripen quickly, Ling Zhuyun replied. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit. What's that? Duan Ling Tian had gained much knowledge after arriving in the spirit overarching heaven. However, this was his first time hearing about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Since it had the word divine in its name, there was no doubt it was extraordinary. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit is a divine fruit. In fact, it'll only be effective for celestials below celestial dukes. Ling Zhuyun was not surprised that Duan Ling Tian had never heard of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit since it was extremely rare. Even if the seeds of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit appeared, they would be used as ingredients to refine celestial pills. People would rarely plant the seeds of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit because a tremendous amount of effort and rare ingredients were required to make the seed sprout and grow into a tree. Moreover, after the tree grew, it would require the deaths of many powerhouses below celestial dukes who had comprehended the laws as a sacrifice and an offering to make the tree grow. The success rate was only 10%. 10%. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. So much trouble, and its success rate is only 10%. This person who's trying to grow the tree is insane, right? That's right, he's a madman. Ling Zhuyun continued to say, when I was in the divine offering land, I heard that only 3 people managed to successfully consume the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Out of the 3 people, 2 of them had died before they grew into their full potential. The remaining person is now a celestial emperor in the 10,000 Beast Heaven, a celestial emperor of the 10,000 Beast Heaven. Duan Ling Tian exclaimed. The 10,000 Beast Heaven was a realm that was hostile toward humans and other life forms. The realm was dominated by celestial beasts. It was the survival of the fittest there. To become a celestial emperor in the 10,000 Beast Heaven was extremely tough. What are the benefits of eating the heaven sacrificial divine fruit? Why is it only celestials below celestial dukes are able to eat it? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. A celestial fruit that bore the divine word in its name and could only be consumed by celestials below celestial dukes. Duan Ling Tian was curious about its effects. It'll boost one's strength to unimaginable levels. Ling Zhuyun replied, I'm not talking about just helping a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial become a celestial duke. It's more like aiding a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to become a 10-direction celestial duke. In the cloud platform celestial sects estate, in a small and quiet courtyard, Ling Zhuyun was sitting in front of a stone table as he communicated with Duan Ling Tian. He was not surprised that he did not receive a reply from Duan Ling Tian after his previous message. Ling Zhuyun thought to himself, Duan Ling Tian still doesn't know that's just one of the medicinal effects of consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Another effect from the fruit is related to comprehending profundities from the laws. Duan Ling Tian was thoroughly shocked by Ling Zhuyun's words. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit was able to help a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial become a 10-direction celestial duke. His mind was blank, and his breathing grew heavy. Such heaven-defying fruits really exist. Its effect really lives up to its name. It took a few moments before Duan Ling Tian finally calmed and regained his composure. Chapter 3071 The Uninvited Guests in the Saint Province Realm. Duan Ling Tian was greatly tempted by the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. He was in a race against time to raise his strength so he could rescue his family and friends from the divine offering land after 1,000 years. Although not many years had passed, he knew it would gradually become increasingly difficult for him to raise his cultivation base as he progressed. For example, after becoming a celestial duke, the difficulty to advance to the next stage was much more difficult compared to advancing when he was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Needless to say, it was going to be even more difficult to progress and break through when one was a celestial king, celestial lord, or a celestial emperor. A celestial emperor required 1,000 years just to progress from a 1 basic celestial emperor to a 2-form celestial emperor. After that, one would be considered talented to be able to break through and become a 3-talent celestial emperor. Now that Duan Ling Tian had learned about the existence of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit from Ling Zhuyun, how could he not feel tempted? Consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit would help him to break through and become a 10-direction celestial duke in just an instant, after all. With this, he would save a lot of time. At this moment, a burning desire shone in his eyes. He could not wait to get his hands on the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. After calming down, Duan Ling Tian sent another message to Ling Zhuyun. Are you sure the heaven sacrificial divine fruit has such an amazing effect? Based on Ling Zhuyun's words, it was clear the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was a heaven-defying fruit. It was miraculous. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian was still slightly skeptical. Of course, you can ask Sister Wanzher if you don't believe me. She knows about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and its effects as well, Ling Zhuyun calmly replied. It was within his expectations that Duan Ling Tian would feel skeptical. It was only natural for those who had just learned about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit for the first time to feel skeptical. Although he was from the divine offering land, he had been skeptical as well when he first learned about it. Upon hearing Ling Juyun's words, Duan Ling Tian did not reply to Ling Juyun. Instead, he instantly asked Wanzher, do you know about the heaven sacrificial divine fruit? Then, he quickly recounted everything Ling Juyun had told him before she could reply. Wanzher's reply came almost instantly. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit is indeed capable of directly helping a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial to break through and become a 10-direction celestial duke within a month. Apart from that, the heaven sacrificial divine fruit also helps one's comprehension of the laws. However, it's only limited to one law. Based on what I'd heard, among those who had consumed the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, even the person who comprehended the least profundities from a law managed to comprehend 6 profundities. The person who managed to comprehend the highest number of profundities comprehended 8 profundities from the law of wind. Naturally, this included the law's fundamental profundity. Although after consuming the fruit, they did not manage to comprehend any one of the 4 supreme laws, the laws they comprehended was a law that they'd never encountered before. Duan Ling Tian fell silent after listening to Wanzher's words. Not only would the heaven sacrificial divine fruit help a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial become a 10-direction celestial duke within a month, but it could also help one comprehend 6 to 8 profundities from a law. With these thoughts in mind, his chest rose up and down as his breathing quickened. He was no longer skeptical after listening to Wanzher's words. He was fully convinced of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit's effects. Then, Duan Ling Tian sent a message to Ling Juyun again. Are you sure that madman is doing all this for the heaven sacrificial divine fruit? Maybe all he discovered is a secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor. If that's the case, why would he look for me? All he needed to do was spread the word, and there would be many overarching heavenly supreme celestials flocking to the Jade Emperor Heaven. The soul of my divine artifact has confirmed that he's the reincarnation of a celestial emperor. The souls of divine artifacts are sensitive toward reincarnated celestials. When Sister Wanzher has fully integrated with your 7 orifices exquisite sword, she'd be able to recognize reincarnated celestials as well if you ever meet one. Again, if you don't believe me, you can ask Sister Wanzher, Ling Juyun replied. Duan Ling Tian did not bother to ask Wanzher this time. He did not doubt Ling Juyun's words. Instead, he asked, if the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree bears fruits, how are we going to split it? Based on his knowledge, the more precious and miraculous the fruits were, the fewer fruits the tree would bear. Since the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was so heaven-defying, it was likely that the tree would only bear 1 fruit. Ling Juyun explained, the tree of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit will always bear 2 fruits. When the celestial emperor of the 10,000 beast heaven obtained the fruits, he had consumed 1. No one knows if he had kept the other for himself or if he had given it to another person. 2 fruits. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up brightly like the stars in the night sky when he heard these words. All right, after 2 years, I'll follow you to the Jade Emperor Heaven, Duan Ling Tian said to Ling Juyun. Then, he asked, what's the current cultivation base of the reincarnated celestial? Ling Juyun replied, he's a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial. After receiving that reply, Duan Ling Tian said before bidding farewell to Ling Juyun, all right, I'll see you in 2 years' time. Duan Ling Tian would not risk his life and leave the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate for trivial matters. However, for something as rare and precious as the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, he was willing to take the risk. After all, one had to take risks to achieve great things in life. Initially, I planned to work on breaking through and becoming a celestial duke. It seems like now I can only focus on comprehending the law of fire's burning profundity. Duan Ling Tian knew that since the reincarnated celestial was only looking for overarching heavenly supreme celestials, and the reincarnated celestial was also a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial himself, it meant the place that the reincarnated celestial had left behind in his past life mostly likely only allowed overarching heavenly supreme celestials to enter it. Moreover, Ling Juyun had also mentioned the sacrificial process required overarching heavenly supreme celestials. With that, Duan Ling Tian began to focus on comprehending the law of fire's burning profundity. When he reached a bottleneck, he would switch to comprehending the explosion profundity. Time passed by slowly, and Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of the burning profundity and the explosion profundity grew deeper. When he was in the mundane realm, he was also an alchemist. After ascending to the Devata realm, he had also become a prominent celestial alchemist. For this reason, he was more familiar with the fire element compared to the other elements. Moreover, his comprehension skills were high, to begin with. Therefore, even without the help of the chaos divine flame, his speed of comprehending the burning profundity and the burst profundity was still fast compared to ordinary people. In the Saint Province realm, one of the mundane realms in the colossal world, a crack appeared in the air above the sea in the Saint Province realm. Soon enough, a man emerged from the crack. The man was a muscular middle-aged man who was dressed in a tight green robe. He hovered in the air as he muttered under his breath, "So this is the Saint Province realm that Lord Feng Qingyong wants me to visit." This middle-aged man's life was saved by Feng Qingyong in the Asura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the 81 Devata realms. Although he was a 7-star celestial king, he would have been killed by a ferocious celestial beast in the Asura Hell if Feng Qingyong did not help him. Celestial dukes or those who were stronger could wander freely in the mundane realms without worrying about secular karma. After spending a month in the Saint Province realm, the middle-aged man finally confirmed that Duan Ling Tian, the man Feng Qingyong had tasked him to look for, had left the mundane realm. The middle-aged man muttered to himself, "It seems like Lord Feng Qingyong is unaware that the lad has left. I'll need to visit the heavenly palace in the solitary destructive heaven to inform Lord Feng Qingyong about this matter." With just a raise of his hand, a crack appeared in the void again, and the middle-aged vanished into the crack without leaving any traces behind. A month after the middle-aged man's departure, 3 figures appeared in the Saint Province realm. These 3 figures were beautiful young women and an aloof young man dressed in black robes. One of the young women looked like an angel dressed in an all-white robe. On the other hand, the other young woman looked like a princess dressed in a golden robe. These 3 people were none other than Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold, who had come to the Saint Province realm from the 10,000 Beast Heaven. "We're home." Little Gold inhaled deeply. A faint blush could be seen on her face. "Yes, we're finally home." Tears brimmed in Little White's eyes when she spoke. Although Little Black remained silent, his usually cold gaze had softened at this moment. This mundane realm, the Saint Province realm, was their hometown. They had many memories here. In fact, most of their memories revolved around a purple-clad young man they referred to as Brother Ling Tian. Chapter 3072, The 9 Palaces Celestial King Assassin. Duan Ling Tian did not know that his family and friends who were imprisoned by Yun Qingyan, in an attempt to threaten him, had been safely sent to the mundane realms from the divine offering land by Ka's uncle, Xianxia. After entering the spatial tunnel, each of them had different experiences. Among those Duan Ling Tian cared about, only Ka was still in the divine offering land. To be more precise, she was now in the realm battlefield that was open to the divine offering land and the other realms. Duan Ling Tian was also, naturally, unaware that the 3 little fellows that had a fortuitous encounter had left the 10,000 Beast Heaven and returned to their hometown in the Saint Province realm in search of him. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was completely focused on comprehending the law of fire's burning profundity and explosion profundity. He was completely oblivious to what was going on outside. While he focused on comprehending the 2 profundities from the law of fire, he was waiting for Ling Juyun to come to him 2 years later so they could leave the spirit overarching heaven and make their way to the Jade Emperor Heaven. Although he had decided to visit the Jade Emperor Heaven, he was not sure if he would continue to stay in the Jade Emperor Heaven. If things went according to plan, he should return to the spirit overarching heaven. After all, he still needed to repay the favor he owed to Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. In any case, regardless of where he was, the most important thing was for him to quickly improve his strength before 1,000 years was up. 1,000 years were not long, and he needed to get as strong as possible to rescue his family and friends in the divine offering land. 5 years had passed since Duan Ling Tian began to stay in Sun Liangpeng's residence. Wang Qianzan, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial sect, was furious but helpless to do anything. Does he really plan to stay in the sect leader's residence forever? Wang Qianzan had been monitoring Duan Ling Tian constantly over the past 5 years. He was beginning to feel weary. 5 years might not be a long time, but to thoroughly monitor the same place for 5 years was tedious and a torment. Outside of the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate, an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang had been lying in wait outside the sect's estate for the past 4 years. He was a 9 Palaces Celestial King assassin. It would be easy for such a powerful assassin to annihilate the Simplicity Celestial sect. However, let alone annihilate the sect, he did not even have the courage to breach the sect's defenses and enter the sect's estate. After all, the Simplicity Celestial sect was under the protection of the Profound Nether Mansion. Additionally, the Profound Nether Mansion was under one of the ruling top clans in the Southern Heaven Territory. The assassin had also met with Sun Liangpeng to persuade Sun Liangpeng to give up Duan Ling Tian. However, he was firmly rejected by Sun Liangpeng. Furious and helpless, the assassin could only wait outside the sect's estate. Fortunately for him, although Sun Liangpeng had soundly rejected him, he still had Wang Chaozan on his side. Wang Chaozan had been keeping an eye on things in the sect's estate for him. Alas, 4 years had passed, and yet, there were no movements from Duan Ling Tian. However, not only did he not leave the vicinity of the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate because he had yet to complete his mission, but he had even dug out a cave on the cliff of a steep mountain nearby. For the past 4 years, the cave had become his cultivation ground. Based on this, one could see he was determined to complete his mission. He waited patiently for the day when Duan Ling Tian had to leave the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate. As soon as there was news from Wang Chaozan, he would immediately make his move and kill Duan Ling Tian. Time continued to pass like a galloping horse. In just a blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. About 2 years and a month later, Duan Ling Tian received a message from Ling Juyun. Duan Ling Tian, I'll wait for you in Axe Mountain. It's located about 30 miles north of the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate. There's a transporting formation set up by the Profound Nether Mansion there that's able to transport us to various Devata realms. It's finally time to leave. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened when he received Ling Juyun's message. He stopped comprehending the law of fire's explosion profundity immediately. He had completely comprehended the burning profundity 3 months ago and had full mastery over it now. Currently, Duan Ling Tian had comprehended the law of fire's fire elemental profundity, the pillaging profundity, and the burning profundity. A year ago, the chaos divine earth, the profound divine metal, and the chaos divine flame had finally awakened from their slumber. The trio had fallen into a deep slumber previously because they had exhausted all of their strength to help Duan Ling Tian. After responding to Ling Juyun's message, Duan Ling Tian did not waste any time and sent a message to Sun Liangpeng. Sect leader, I'll need to leave the sect temporarily. In just a breath's time, Sun Liangpeng's voice rang from outside Duan Ling Tian's room. Come out and let's talk about this. Duan Ling Tian got off the ice bed and opened the door, revealing Sun Liangpeng who was standing at the entrance. The duo walked out to Sun Liangpeng's courtyard, and Sun Liangpeng sat on one of the 2 stone benches in front of a small stone table. Sect leader, Duan Ling Tian was rather moved when he saw Sun Liangpeng appearing so quickly after receiving his message. Take a seat. Sun Liangpeng gestured to Duan Ling Tian to sit down. He asked with a slight frown on his face. Do you really need to leave? In his opinion, Duan Ling Tian should know the predicament he was in. If Duan Ling Tian left the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate now, Duan Ling Tian would surely die. Yet, knowing these circumstances, Duan Ling Tian was still determined to leave. Therefore, he was certain Duan Ling Tian had a good reason for wanting to leave. For this reason, he did not dissuade Duan Ling Tian from leaving. He just wanted to ask about Duan Ling Tian's reason for leaving. Yes, I must leave, Duan Ling Tian replied solemnly. What's the reason? Sun Liangpeng asked bluntly. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Duan Ling Tian did not hide this matter from Sun Liangpeng. If he successfully obtained the heaven sacrificial divine fruit and returned to the Simplicity Celestial sect as a 10-direction celestial duke, Sun Liangpeng would still find out about it. Moreover, there was no need for him to worry about Sun Liangpeng coveting the heaven sacrificial divine fruit since the fruit was only effective for those below celestial dukes. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Sun Liangpeng's eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. Although the heaven sacrificial divine fruit was not in any of the records in the Simplicity Celestial sect's library, as the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, he had, naturally, heard about the fruit from his peers in the Profound Nether Mansion. The heaven sacrificial divine fruit was, indeed, a priceless treasure for those below celestial dukes. A peak overarching heavenly golden celestial would benefit tremendously from it. He or she could directly break through and become a 10-direction celestial duke after consuming the heaven sacrificial divine fruit. Sun Liangpeng took a long time before he regained his senses. Although he had heard about the heaven-sacrificial divine fruit, he did not expect the heaven-defying fruit to really exist. Then, he asked skeptically, Duan Ling Tian, are you sure it's a heaven-sacrificial divine fruit? It's a legendary existence. I've heard that it had appeared in other Devata realms before, but it hasn't appeared in the spirit overarching heaven before. Sun Liangpeng knew that even if someone planted the heaven-sacrificial divine fruits tree and offered enough sacrifices, its success rate of sprouting fruits was not more than 10%. Yes, I'm sure. Duan Ling Tian nodded and revealed what Ling Juyun told him to Sun Liangpeng. However, he did not mention anything about Ling Juyun's soul artifact since it would expose the fact that Ling Juyun possessed a Devata artifact. Unlike the heaven-sacrificial divine fruit that was useless to Sun Liangpeng, Devata artifacts were different. Sun Liangpeng would definitely covet a Devata artifact due to how precious and powerful it was. It would be of great use to Sun Liangpeng. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian lied and said Ling Juyun was capable of sensing the person was a reincarnated celestial emperor and knew that the reincarnated celestial emperor wanted to gather overarching heaven's supreme celestials as a sacrifice to the heaven-sacrificial divine fruit tree in the secret realm. He also told Sun Liangpeng the secret realm was likely left behind by the reincarnated celestial emperor in his previous life and only those below celestial dukes could enter the realm. If there's no doubt the person is a reincarnated celestial emperor, then it's certain he's deliberately looking for powerful overarching heaven's supreme celestials like you to hasten the fruit-bearing process of the tree, Sun Liangpeng said with a frown. However, the sacrificial process will involve the deaths of many overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Moreover, that reincarnated celestial emperor must be extraordinary and certain he would be able to obtain the fruit. Apart from that, the secret realm was created by him in his past life. He might not be able to fully control the secret realm in his current state, but he would definitely have an advantage in the realm. For this reason, even if the heaven-sacrificial divine fruit tree successfully bears fruit, it won't be easy for you to obtain the fruits. In fact, both you and your friend risk certain deaths. In his opinion, it would be extremely challenging for Duan Ling Tian to obtain the heaven-sacrificial divine fruit even if its tree bore fruits. Sun Liangpeng continued to say, even if you still have the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon, you can't use it in the realm since only those below the celestial dukes are allowed to enter. You might be forcibly sent out of the realm if you use your consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. It was clear that he was trying to reason with Duan Ling Tian and dissuade Duan Ling Tian from taking such a huge and unnecessary risk. Chapter 3073 The Wind Shadow Escape Talisman. If Duan Ling Tian managed to obtain the heaven-sacrificial divine fruit, his cultivation base would improve by leaps and bounds. No matter how dangerous it was, for some, it was worth the risk. However, if he failed to obtain the heaven-sacrificial divine fruit, his efforts would be in vain. Most importantly, even if every single requirement was met in order to make the tree bear fruits, the success rate was only 10% at most. If Sun Liangpeng were in Duan Ling Tian's shoes, he definitely would not risk his bright future just for the heaven-sacrificial divine fruit. Even if that person was a reincarnated celestial emperor and not a celestial emperor currently, with his past memories, it was easy for him to manipulate a group of overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Sect leader, I've made up my mind, Duan Ling Tian replied with a faint smile. Although his expression was gentle, the determination in his eyes was clear. He would not be swayed. Do you know the Blood Skull Gang has sent a 9 Palaces celestial king to kill you? Sun Liangpeng said as he looked at Duan Ling Tian solemnly. He tried to persuade me to hand you over to him, but I, naturally, refused him. I'm afraid he's still lying in wait for you outside the sect's estate. Once you leave the sect's estate, he'll definitely make a move and kill you. Sect leader, the sect must have a transporting formation similar to the one we used when you took me to the sect's treasure vault, right? If I leave the sect's estate through a transporting formation in the estate, the assassin won't know that I've left, Duan Ling Tian said. We do have a similar transporting formation, but it's impossible to escape the assassin's notice. His divine consciousness might not be able to detect your departure through a transporting formation in the sect, but I'm certain he has set formation outside the sect's estate that would be able to detect the use of the transporting formation in the sect's estate. With his speed, it won't be difficult for him to catch up to you, Sun Liangpeng said as he shook his head. The only transporting formation in the sect that would be undetectable by him is the one that connects to the sect's treasure vault. However, that transportation formation only leads to the treasure vault. It's impossible to leave the sect's estate with that transportation formation that leads to the sect's treasure vault. Upon hearing Sun Liangpeng's words, a frown appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. Is there really no other way to leave the sect without being detected by the assassin? Although Duan Lingtian knew the Blood Skull Gang would send a powerful assassin to kill him, he did not expect it would be so difficult to escape from the assassin even with the help of a transporting formation. It suddenly dawned on him that he had underestimated the situation. Safely leaving the sect was not as easy as he thought it would be. Do I really need to use the consumable royal grade celestial weapon again? If I have the strength of a one basic celestial lord, coupled with the profundities of mastered and the help of the chaos divine flame, the profound divine metal, and the chaos divine earth, it might be possible for me to kill the assassin, Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he furrowed his brows. He really did not wish to use the consumable royal grade celestial weapon unnecessarily since he only had one use left. If he used it, the consumable royal grade celestial weapon would then be rendered useless. Duan Lingtian was still in a dilemma when Sun Liangpeng frowned slightly with a slight hint of hesitance on his face. Sun Liangpeng's reaction did not escape Duan Lingtian's notice. His eyes lit up as he asked, "Sect leader, do you, perhaps, have a way? If you do, I'll be greatly indebted to you. Regardless if I manage to obtain the heaven sacrificial divine fruit or not, I'll definitely repay this favor." Duan Lingtian, I believe you. I know you're not someone who would go back on your words. However, what if you die? Sun Liangpeng asked as he shook his head, unconvinced. Duan Lingtian remained silent for a moment upon hearing Sun Liangpeng's words. He was confident in his and Ling Zhuyun's strength since they had secret weapons that they could not easily reveal. Alas, he could not reveal his source of confidence to Sun Liangpeng. After all, that would only attract trouble. In the end, he decided to use the consumable royal grade celestial weapon and request help from the Chaos Divine Flame, the Profound Divine Metal, and the Chaos Divine Earth to join forces and kill the Nine Palaces Celestial King who was lying in wait for him. Duan Lingtian did not waste any time and spoke to the Chaos Divine Flame. Senior Chaos Divine Flame, if I use the consumable royal grade celestial weapon, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, and the profundities that I've comprehended, along with help from three of you, is it possible for me to kill the Nine Palaces Celestial King? Under such circumstances, it shouldn't be a problem to kill most Nine Palaces Celestial Kings. However, there are powerful Nine Palaces Celestial Kings who have comprehended profundities from unusual laws. They're harder to kill. It's possible that he'll be able to exhaust the energy from the consumable royal grade weapon before he kills you. However, the Nine Palaces Celestial King assassin from the Blood Skull Gang doesn't fall in that category, the Chaos Divine Flame said. Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened up when he heard the Chaos Divine Flame's words. At this moment, Sun Liangpeng suddenly said, "Duan Lingtian, use this celestial talisman to leave the sect's estate." Duan Lingtian turned to look at Sun Liangpeng. He saw Sun Liangpeng passing a celestial talisman to him. The celestial talisman looked just like an ordinary celestial talisman. However, upon closer inspection, he saw the talisman was glowing faintly with a green light. His divine consciousness detected a movement ability that was somewhat similar to the pillaging profundity that he had comprehended. This is a wind shadow escape talisman. It's a reward given to me by the mansion master of the profound nether mansion after I successfully completed a mission for the mansion. It's a celestial talisman inscribed by a celestial lord that contained the law of wind's wind-style profundity and the gale profundity at the initial stage, Sun Liangpeng said. Duan Lingtian could not help but inhale sharply upon hearing these words. His heart skipped a beat when he looked at the celestial talisman. A celestial talisman inscribed by a celestial lord. Moreover, it contains the law of wind's wind-style profundity and the gale profundity at the initial stage. It had to be known that king-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained profundities from a law could only be mastered to the rudimentary stage. In order to comprehend profundities to the initial stage, one must obtain the corresponding royal-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. However, even apex powerhouses like a 10-direction celestial king could rarely comprehend profundities to the initial stage. This was because royal-grade celestial methods and divine abilities were extremely rare and valuable. Moreover, it was not easy to comprehend a profundity to the initial stage. Sun Liangpeng handed the celestial talisman over to Duan Lingtian. When he looked at the celestial talisman, a hint of reluctance could be seen on his face. With this celestial talisman, even a celestial lord won't be able to catch up to you. The assassin is only a 9 palaces celestial king, it's impossible for him to catch up to you after you use this celestial talisman. Sect leader, I can't possibly accept this. It's too precious. Duan Ling Tian could, naturally, see Sun Liang Peng's reluctance. The Wind Shadow Escape Talisman was too valuable. Although he was tempted, he refused to accept it. He shook his head and said, "This celestial talisman is an extremely valuable life-saving talisman. You should keep it." Duan Ling Tian would have accepted the talisman from Sun Liang Peng if he truly had no way of safely leaving the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. However, since he still had a way to leave unharmed, he rejected Sun Liang Peng. "Take it, I won't need it." Sun Liang Peng used his celestial origin energy to send the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman to Duan Ling Tian. The celestial talisman hovered in the air in front of Duan Ling Tian. So long as he reached out, the talisman would be in his hand. However, he tried to refuse again. "Sect leader," Sun Liang Peng interjected, "I'll just take it as me betting on you. If you return, you'll have to return this favor in folds. I'm not asking for much, just 2 or 3 Wind Shadow Escape Talismans will do." Based on his words, it seemed like he had already made up his mind to give the celestial talisman to Duan Ling Tian. After he finished speaking, a grin could be seen on his face. Duan Ling Tian knew Sun Liang Peng was joking and did not take this matter seriously. However, he took Sun Liang Peng's words to heart and promised himself to repay this favor. He said determinedly and confidently, "Sect leader, you won't regret this." With this, Duan Ling Tian accepted the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman before he bade farewell to Sun Liang Peng. Chapter 3074 Leng Yi. The Wind Shadow Escape Talisman was a one-time use celestial talisman. It granted the user an incredible speed for 10 breaths. The Wind Shadow Escape Talisman that Sun Liang Peng gave to Duan Ling Tian was inscribed by a celestial lord. It contained the law of wind's wind-style profundity and the gale profundity. Most importantly, the 2 profundities were at the initial stage. In the Southern Heaven territory, it was extremely rare for celestial lords and those weaker to master profundities to the initial stage. This was because royal-grade celestial methods and divine abilities that contained laws were very rare in the Southern Heaven territory. Even the sects and clans that possessed such royal-grade celestial methods and divine abilities protected them as though they were their lives. They were, naturally, uninclined to share it with others. Moreover, comprehending and mastering profundities to the initial stage was incredibly difficult compared to mastering them to the rudimentary stage. Even someone with high comprehension skills needed a long time to comprehend profundities to the initial stage unless they had external help. In the spirit overarching heaven, the Southern Heaven territory was not considered large at all. Therefore, how could a small region in the spirit overarching heaven have something like royal-grade celestial methods or divine abilities that contained laws? It was even more difficult to find external help that could help one quickly to comprehend the profundities to the initial stage. Duan Ling Tian was aware of all these things, therefore, he knew how valuable the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman that Sun Liang Peng had given him was. Perhaps, if one viewed this with a wider perspective, the value of this talisman was not much. However, in the Southern Heaven territory, it was a hard-to-come-by treasure. Even the people who were capable of inscribing such a talisman were rare. To inscribe this celestial talisman, not only did one have to be powerful, but one had to master the profundities of a law in the celestial talisman. Apart from that, one needed materials strong enough to hold the talisman creator's celestial origin energy and the profundities from a law. The Wind Shadow Escape technique could be considered as one of the finest of the celestial talismans in the Southern Heaven territory. In the current Southern Heaven territory, the number of celestial lords or those weaker who have comprehended profundities to the initial stage can be counted on one hand. Moreover, most of them are from top sects or clans. The Blood Skull Gang doesn't have celestial lord or those weaker who have comprehended any profundity to the initial stage, Sun Liang Peng said to Duan Ling Tian. Therefore, we can be certain the assassin sent by the Blood Skull Gang hasn't comprehended any profundity to the initial stage. Sun Liang Peng continued to say, a profundity that has been comprehended to the initial stage has the strength equivalent to 3 profundities that have been comprehended to the rudimentary stage. Moreover, with the celestial origin energy that had been imbued into the celestial talisman by the celestial lord who inscribed the talisman, you'll definitely be able to leave the 9 palaces celestial king assassin in the dust. However, the effect only lasts for 10 breaths. After hearing Sun Liang Peng's words, Duan Ling Tian was even more convinced it was best to accept the talisman and quietly leave the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate instead of killing that Blood Skull Gang's assassin with his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon that would definitely raise a commotion. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had already lied to Sun Liang Peng about using up the last of the power from the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon. It would be difficult to explain to Sun Liang Peng later how he managed to survive. Although the celestial talisman's effect would only last for 10 breaths, it should be enough for him to escape the assassin. Coupled with Sun Liang Peng's insistence, he decided to accept the celestial talisman to escape the Blood Skull Gang's assassin and safely leave the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate to meet Ling Juyun. At this moment, Sun Liang Peng asked, "Duan Ling Tian, when are you planning to leave?" "Now," Duan Ling Tian replied. "In that case, let me see you out." Sun Liang Peng rose to his feet. "I'll accompany you to the periphery of the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. At that time, you can use the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman and swiftly leave the sect's estate." "Many thanks, sect leader." Duan Ling Tian rose to his feet as well. He knew Sun Liang Peng accompanying him would allow him to use the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman to its full potential. Then, the duo no longer wasted time and left the courtyard, leaving Sun Liang Peng's residence. As soon as Duan Ling Tian and Sun Liang Peng emerged from Sun Liang Peng's residence, Wang Qianzan, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect, noticed their movements immediately. Wang Qianzan narrowed his eyes as they flashed with killing intent. Duan Ling Tian is finally willing to leave the sect leader's residence. Wang Qianzan had been keeping watch for 7 years now. After 7 years, Duan Ling Tian finally emerged from the sect leader's residence that no one dared to take half a step into without permission. When he saw Duan Ling Tian and Sun Liang Peng walking next to each other, making their way to the entrance of the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, he wasted no time in contacting the Blood Skull Gang's assassin who was waiting near the sect's estate. "Lord Leng Yi, Duan Ling Tian has left the sect leader's residence. Based on the direction they're heading, it seems like he's going to leave the sect's estate." With Sun Liang Peng next to Duan Ling Tian, Wang Qianzan knew it would be impossible for him to personally kill Duan Ling Tian when Duan Ling Tian left the sect's estate even if he attacked with all his strength. Sun Liang Peng was much stronger than him after all. Therefore, when he saw Sun Liang Peng accompanying Duan Ling Tian, he immediately contacted the Blood Skull Gang assassin. In Wang Chaozan's opinion, with the assassin's strength, even if Sun Liang Peng accompanied Duan Ling Tian on his trip, Sun Liang Peng would not be able to protect Duan Ling Tian. He was confident Duan Ling Tian would die. The Blood Skull Gang's assassin might not dare to make a move in the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate due to the profound nether mansion, but once Duan Ling Tian left the sect, he longer had anything to fear. He dares to leave the sect's estate. Near the Simplicity Celestial Sect estate, inside a cave on the cliff of a steep mountain, the 9 Palaces Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang narrowed his eyes. A contemptuous smile could be seen on his face. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he left the cave and made his way to the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate. Duan Ling Tian and Sun Liang Peng walked side by side at leisurely speed as they made their way to the sect's estate entrance. "Sect leader, the Grand Elder is still watching me," Duan Ling Tian said with an indifferent smile on his face. Earlier, as soon as the duo stepped out of Sun Liang Peng's residence, Duan Ling Tian had seen Wang Qianzan's figure from afar and could feel Wang Qianzan's cold gaze on him. Over these 7 years, the Grand Elder didn't relent at all. "Wang Hong's death has caused him to go insane for revenge," Sun Liang Peng said as he shook his head. During the past 7 years, whenever he left his residence, he would see the Grand Elder keeping a sharp eye on his residence, keenly watching every movement in his residence. Although he was displeased by Wang Qianzan's unbecoming behavior, even if he was the sect leader, there was nothing much he could do as long as Wang Qianzan did not make a move. Moreover, Wang Qianzan was a Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial Sect. As long as Wang Qianzan did not directly break the sect's rules, the other high-ranking officials of the sect would not agree to him disposing of Wang Qianzan as well. Therefore, despite his displeasure, he could only put up with Wang Qianzan constantly keeping an eye on his residence. "Sect leader, you said the Blood Skull Gang's assassin is very likely already lying in wait outside the sect's estate?" Duan Ling Tian asked. "Yes." Sun Liang Peng nodded slightly. "Don't tell me the Grand Elder acted so quickly and has already informed the assassin that I'm leaving the sect's estate?" Duan Ling Tian asked. "That's highly likely." Sun Liangpeng nodded slightly again. In fact, he was 100% certain Wang Qianzan had already notified the Blood Skull Gang's assassin as soon as they stepped out of his residence. Unfortunately for Wang Qianzan, it would be futile even if he had contacted the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. A sneer appeared on Sun Liangpeng's face as he said, "He would never expect that I would give you the only Wind Shadow Escape talisman in my possession." Soon enough, Duan Lingtian and Sun Liangpeng arrived at the edge of the Simplicity Celestial sect. There was an array of formations set up by masters of formations using a large number of resources. Once Duan Lingtian stepped out of the sect's estate, he would instantly lose the great protection from the Simplicity Celestial sect's formations. If the Blood Skull Gang's assassin were to kill someone within the formation, he would leave his aura on the formation. At that time, it would not be difficult for the profound Nether Mansion to track him down and kill him. Therefore, despite being a 9 Palaces Celestial King, he did not dare to make a move in the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate. That would only be seeking death. When Duan Lingtian and Sun Liangpeng arrived at the edge of the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate, the Blood Skull Gang's assassin who was hiding noticed the duo immediately. The assassin hid in the dark and stared at Duan Lingtian unblinkingly as he thought to himself, "Once Duan Lingtian leaves the sect's great formations, he'll definitely die." Sun Liangpeng is the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, after all. If I kill him, there will certainly be repercussions from the profound Nether Mansion. It's better that I spare Sun Liangpeng's life. My target is only Duan Lingtian alone. At this moment, celestial origin energy was already brewing on the surface of the assassin's body. As soon as Duan Lingtian stepped out of the protection of the Simplicity Celestial sect's great formations, he would make his move without any hesitation. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, who was standing at the edge of the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate, did not detect the assassin's presence. After all, the power from the consumable royal-grade celestial weapon had been exhausted when he killed the 6-combo Celestial King from the Blood Skull Gang. No matter how talented he was, how could a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial detect the presence of a 9 Palaces Celestial King if the 9 Palaces Celestial King deliberately kept his presence hidden? At this moment, Sun Liangpeng looked at Duan Lingtian and solemnly said, "Duan Lingtian, there's nothing much for me to say to you. I only hope that you'll cherish your life and put your life first. Although the heaven sacrificial divine fruit is precious, it's better to prioritize your life over the fruit. After all, if you lose your life, you'd lose everything." Chapter 3075 Arriving at Axe Mountain. Thanks for the reminder, sect leader. After Duan Lingtian thanked Sun Liangpeng, he raised his hand, and the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman materialized in his hand. Although the effect of the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman would only last for 10 breaths, as far as he was concerned, it was more than sufficient. "Sect leader, I'll take my leave now." Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Sun Liangpeng and stepped out of the boundary of the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate. As soon as one of Duan Lingtian's feet crossed the boundary between the Simplicity Celestial sect and outside, effectively leaving the great protective formation of the sect, the eyes of Leng Yi, the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang, glinted coldly. As he remained hidden in the dark, his celestial origin energy rose to the surface of his body. As Leng Yi watched Duan Lingtian leave the protection of the sect's formations, he saw Duan Lingtian shattering a talisman in his hand. As soon as Duan Lingtian shattered the talisman, an aura with a blue light began to spread into the surroundings. The shockwave from the aura was so fierce that it felt as though it would spread through heaven and earth. Began to shine. Naturally, at this moment, based on the aura, Leng Yi could tell the talisman was not ordinary. At the same time, Duan Lingtian had finally completely left the array of protective formations in the Simplicity Celestial sect. Leng Yi's eyes shone with killing intent as he allowed his celestial origin energy that had already been brewing on the surface of his body to erupt at this moment. Die. Leng Yi's figure flickered out of sight. When he reappeared, he was already charging toward Duan Lingtian like a ghost in the dark night. "Watch out!" Sun Liangpeng cried out in warning as soon as he saw Leng Yi. He was surprised by Leng Yi's sudden appearance. It seemed like he had completely forgotten that Duan Lingtian had already activated the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman. Meanwhile, Wang Qianzan, who was standing nearby in the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate, muttered to himself, "Die. Die. Die." His expression was filled with hatred, and his eyes shone with viciousness. He had deliberately come here so he could witness the assassin from the Blood Skull Gang killing Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, with a 9 Palaces Celestial King making a move, Duan Ling Tian's death was certain. Even if Duan Ling Tian used his consumable royal-grade celestial weapon and gained the strength of a one basic celestial lord, due to the low number of profundities he believed Duan Ling Tian had comprehended, he was confident Duan Ling Tian still would not be a match for the 9 palaces celestial king assassin sent by the Blood Skull Gang. Finally decided to show yourself, huh? Duan Ling Tian said coldly upon hearing Sun Liang Peng's warning. In just a blink of an eye, he seemed to have vanished into thin air from the spot he was standing in. The 3 people, Sun Liang Peng, Leng Yi, and Wang Qianzan, who were watching did not know where Duan Ling Tian disappeared to. In their eyes, Duan Ling Tian had simply vanished without any warning. When Leng Yi, the 9 palaces celestial king assassin, who was in the midst of charging toward Duan Ling Tian with great momentum saw Duan Ling Tian seemingly vanishing into thin air, his expression changed drastically. Although Duan Ling Tian was no longer in sight, his voice rang from a distance. There will be a day when I'll visit your Blood Skull Gang. Although he sounded calm, there was no missing the fury in his voice as well. What happened? Leng Yi came to a halt in the air. He surveyed his surroundings thoroughly, looking to see if Duan Ling Tian left any tracks behind. Alas, he found nothing. With this discovery, his expression turned extremely unsightly. At this moment, even if he was not smart, he could already guess what had happened. Duan Ling Tian must have used a speed-enhancing movement celestial talisman. Moreover, the effect of the movement celestial talisman was so great that he could not catch up to Duan Ling Tian at all. Lord Leng Yi. At this moment, Wang Qianzan sent a voice transmission to Leng Yi. His expression was equally as unsightly as Leng Yi's. This must have something to do with the sect leader of our Simplicity Celestial sect. He must have given Duan Ling Tian the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman that the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion rewarded him with. Otherwise, how could he escape from under your nose? Clearly, he was aware of the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman that Sun Liang Peng possessed. After seeing Duan Ling Tian successfully escaping death, it was not difficult for him to figure out Sun Liang Peng had given Duan Ling Tian the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman. Wang Qianzan continued to explain, that talisman was inscribed by a celestial lord. Not only did it contain his celestial origin energy, but it also contained the law of wind's wind-style profundity and the gale profundity. Moreover, both profundities aren't at the rudimentary stage, they had been comprehended to the initial stage. Based on my knowledge, the effect of the talisman only lasts for 10 breaths. Unfortunately, 10 breaths are more than enough to let Duan Ling Tian escape to the heavens if he so wished. Lord Leng Yi, by giving Duan Ling Tian the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman, is making a stand against the Blood Skull Gang. Wang Qianzan was truly vexed. He was extremely certain he would witness Duan Ling Tian's death today. Not even in his wildest dreams did he expect Duan Ling Tian to escape. Moreover, the only reason Duan Ling Tian was able to escape was due to Sun Liang Peng's Wind Shadow Escape Talisman. Therefore, part of his fury and hatred were not directed to Sun Liang Peng as well. For this reason, he had tried to instigate Leng Yi into making a move against Sun Liang Peng in his voice transmission. The wind-style profundity and the gale profundity. The aura I felt earlier must have been from those 2 profundities from the law of wind. Upon hearing Wang Qianzan's words, Leng Yi recalled the aura he felt earlier and confirmed the celestial talisman Duan Ling Tian had used earlier was undoubtedly the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman. With this knowledge, he was aware that he would not be able to catch up to Duan Ling Tian even though the talisman's effect only lasted for 10 breaths. Leng Yi, who was still hovering in the air, looked pointedly at Sun Liang Peng who had yet to leave. Sun Liang Peng, you actually gave that celestial talisman to Duan Ling Tian. I'm surprised you weren't reluctant to part with it. Upon hearing Leng Yi's words, Sun Liang Peng frowned. How could Leng Yi have known he had given the Wind Shadow Escaping Talisman to Duan Ling Tian? As thoughts raced through his mind, he coincidentally turned around and saw Wang Qianzan, the Grand Elder of the Simplicity Celestial sect. With that, he had no doubt that Wang Qianzan was the one who had told the Blood Skull Gang's assassin about the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman. After all, he knew Wang Qianzan was aware that he possessed the Wind Shadow Escape Talisman. Wang Qianzan even knew the speed granted by the talisman was so fast that ordinary celestial lords would have a hard time catching up. Sun Liang Peng looked at Wang Qianzan coldly before he turned to look at Leng Yi. He said indifferently, "Sir, what's wrong with me giving Duan Ling Tian my Wind Shadow Escape Talisman?" Don't tell me that as the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, I can't even reward an outstanding disciple of mine." When he finished speaking, a sneer could be seen on his face. Although the Blood Skull Gang's assassin was a 9 Palaces celestial king, Sun Liangpeng was confident Leng Yi would not dare to recklessly make a move. After all, he was the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. Most importantly, the Simplicity Celestial sect was under the protection of the Profound Nether Mansion. If Leng Yi killed him, it would definitely cause a commotion and alert the Profound Nether Mansion. The Profound Nether Mansion would definitely take action. After all, if a leader of one of the 3 sects and 2 clans under the Profound Nether Mansion's protection could be killed without any consequences, how would the others under the Profound Nether Mansion trust in the mansion's ability to lead? Therefore, he was confident that if Leng Yi killed him, the Profound Nether Mansion would hunt Leng Yi down and kill him to make an example out of him. With this, he was not the slightest bit afraid Leng Yi would make a move against him. "Very well, Sun Liangpeng, good job," Leng Yi said through gritted teeth as he stared at Sun Liangpeng. Although fury had overwhelmed his heart, due to his fear of the Profound Nether Mansion, he knew he could not make a move against Sun Liangpeng. After that, he turned around left. He no longer lingered in the vicinity of the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate and directly returned to report back to the Blood Skull Gang. After all, his target had already left, and he had no idea if his target would even return to the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate. Therefore, he did see a point in staying near the Simplicity Celestial sect's estate. Upon seeing Leng Yi leaving without doing anything, despair welled up in Wang Qianzhan's heart, and an expression of disappointment appeared on his face. "He's leaving just like this." Wang Qianzhan was still lost in his despair when Sun Liangpeng looked at him pointedly and said in a frosty manner, "Although I don't have any evidence of you colluding with that Blood Skull Gang's assassin, I'm telling you now that it's best if you willingly leave the Simplicity Celestial sect. Otherwise, I'm not sure I'll be able to stop myself from killing you on impulse." A sneer appeared on his face after he finished speaking. The intense killing intent in his eyes caused shivers to run up Wang Qianzhan's spine. Wang Qianzhan was well aware of Sun Liangpeng's character. Sun Liangpeng was someone who meant his words. In the past, Sun Liangpeng managed to surpass his competitors and successfully became the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect was precisely due to his determination and ruthlessness. Sun Liangpeng was not someone who would be lenient to the people who went against him. Although Wang Qianzhan was inwardly shocked, he maintained a calm exterior. "Since Duan Lingtian is gone, naturally, I'll no longer stay in the sect." After saying these words, he directly left the Simplicity sect's estate. If it were not for Duan Lingtian staying in the sect before this, he would have left the sect on the day his granddaughter was executed. How fast! So this is the speed of a celestial lord who has comprehended to movement profundities from the law of wind to the initial stage. After Duan Lingtian made several detours, he arrived near the place where he was supposed to meet Ling Juyun. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was still exhilarated from the speed that the celestial talisman granted him for 10 breaths. The effect of the wind shadow escape talisman made his body feel as light as a feather. While he moved, his surroundings were a blur. Even if he used his consumable royal celestial weapon, he would not have such a speed. After traveling for a short moment, Duan Lingtian finally saw his and Ling Juyun's meeting place. It was an ancient vast city. Axe Mountain City, Chapter 3076 above the Cloud Pavilion. After arriving near Axe Mountain City, Duan Lingtian immediately sent Ling Juyun a message to inform Ling Juyun of his arrival. Ling Juyun replied, "Head to the center of Axe Mountain City. You'll see a plaza with a few counters in the open. Go to one of the counters and tell them you're checking in for a stay after you mention my name. They will lead you to me." Duan Lingtian entered Axe Mountain City as instructed by Ling Juyun. The entrance to the city was bustling with people entering and leaving the city. After he entered the city, he saw the streets were similarly bustling with people in horse carriages. The shops on both sides of the main street were busy with people as well. Clearly, the businesses were doing well. This was especially true for shops that sold origin stones. Shops that sold medicinal pills and celestial talismans were second only to the shops selling origin stones. Apart from that, there were other shops selling celestial weapons, refining ingredients and forging materials, and floating image pearls. The shops that sold refining ingredients and forging materials were, naturally, ingredients and materials used to forge celestial weapons, refine celestial pills, and inscribing celestial talismans. As for the shops selling floating image pearls, Duan Ling Tian guessed they must be selling floating image pearls that could record battles between strong powerhouses. After all, in the Devata realms, it was common for people to watch battles between powerhouses recorded in floating image pearls to help their comprehension of the laws. As Duan Ling Tian walked down the main street, he thought to himself, it seems like I could comprehend the law of fire's burning profundity relatively fast even without the chaos divine flame's help because of the floating image pearl that contained a battle that was given to me by the sect leader. Floating image pearls were considered quite precious in the profound Nether Mansion's territories. Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect, was generous enough to give him floating image pearls. Although the sect's library contained many floating image pearls that contained recordings of battles between powerhouses using different laws, since the law of fire was popular in the Simplicity Celestial sect, floating image pearls related to the law of fire were difficult to come by due to high demand. Under such circumstances, Sun Liangpeng had given him floating image pearls from his private stash. Moreover, Sun Liangpeng had given him 12 floating image pearls that contained recordings of battles between powerhouses who had comprehended the law of fire. Out of the 12 recordings, 9 of them contained footage related to the burning profundity and other profundities from the law of fire. The floating image pearls the sect leader gave me mostly contain battles of powerhouses using the burning profundity and the explosion profundity. The powerhouses seldom used the other profundities from the law of fire. The value of a floating image pearl lay with the fact that one could see powerhouses casting and using profundities from laws. Out of the 12 floating image pearls that were given to Duan Ling Tian, there was only one powerhouse that could use 6 profundities from the law fire. That powerhouse was none other than Sun Liangpeng, the sect leader of the Simplicity Celestial sect. That floating image pearl that recorded Sun Liangpeng's battle was the most valuable among the 12. As for the next powerhouse in the floating image pearl that could cast the most profundities could cast 4 profundities from the law of fire. As Duan Ling Tian walked by shops selling floating image pearls, making his way to the center of Axe Mountain City, he murmured to himself, I'll return to have a look at the shops selling floating image pearls after I meet Ling Juyun. In the center of Axe Mountain City, there was a plaza. A more than 10 meters tall stone monument was erected at one side of the plaza. 3 words were etched on the stone monument, Above Cloud Pavilion. The Above Cloud Pavilion. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes imperceptibly. He had read about the Above Cloud Pavilion in the Simplicity Celestial sect's library. It was the biggest inn and had the most inns in the profound Nether Mansion and was owned by one of its subordinates. There was an Above Cloud Pavilion in every city in the profound Nether Mansion's territory. Duan Ling Tian mused inwardly, this city must have a transporting formation connected to other Devata realms. In the profound Nether Mansion's territories, the transporting formations in the city did not necessarily belong to the profound Nether Mansion. However, since the cities were under the profound Nether Mansion, the mansion, naturally, had a claim on the transporting formations to other Devata realms as well. In fact, the transporting formations in the profound Nether Mansion's big cities could accurately send one to one's intended Devata realm. Unlike the transporting formations in smaller cities, one would be randomly sent to another Devata realm. This was because the profound Nether Mansion wanted to boost the economy of the bigger cities in its territories. I should have known. This city is so secluded. By right, it shouldn't be so busy. If not for the profound Nether Mansion, how could it prosper? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and entered the plaza before heading to one of the counters. Duan Ling Tian was rather fortunate. The counter he approached was rather empty while the other counters had a long line. A pretty young girl stood behind the counter and smiled at Duan Ling Tian before she asked, "Greetings, my lord. May I know if you're here to check in?" Duan Ling Tian nodded before he revealed his name and Ling Juyun's name. Then, he looked at 3 words, Above Cloud Pavilion, again and figured out this was probably like the reception area or lobby on Earth. "My lord, your friend is staying in the first sky courtyard in the Above Cloud Pavilion. He has informed us about your arrival. Please let me show you the way." The lady flipped through a book on the counter before she lifted her head and smiled at Duan Ling Tian. As soon as the young girl finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian saw a middle-aged man dressed in long robes heading toward his direction from afar. When the middle-aged man arrived, the young lady said, "Please escort the lord to the first sky courtyard." The middle-aged man nodded before he looked at Duan Ling Tian and smiled stiffly. "My lord, please follow me." After he finished speaking, he took flight immediately. "All right," Duan Ling Tian replied before following suit. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, the first sky courtyard. The courtyards in the above cloud pavilion are divided into the sky courtyard, the earth courtyard, and the human courtyard. The first sky courtyard is a sky courtyard. A night's stay costs about 1,000 prominent celestial crystals. A 100-day stay would cost 100,000 prominent celestial crystals. That's roughly the price of a king-grade celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian was rather taken aback when he first learned about the cost of staying in the sky courtyard of the above cloud pavilion. However, with the wealth he had accumulated and the possessions he recently obtained from the Blood Skull Gang's assassins, he could more than afford to stay in the sky courtyard of the above cloud pavilion. He just could not help but shake his head at the exorbitant price despite being able to afford it. Although it's expensive, it's worth it. The sky courtyard of the above cloud pavilion guarantees the safety of their guests. It has the protection of 5 elements celestial kings and similar formations used by the 3 sects and 2 clans. Even a 10 directions celestial king wouldn't recklessly charge into the sky courtyard. It's a rather safe place to stay. The earth courtyard is a grade lower, but they have 3 talents celestial kings to protect their guests. However, they don't have the formations in the sky courtyard. Enemies stronger than a 3 talents celestial king could easily breach the defenses in the earth courtyards. As for the cheapest courtyard, the human courtyard, they have 1 basic celestial kings there. However, the 1 basic celestial kings aren't there for the guests' protection. The 1 basic celestial kings are in charge of maintaining order and making sure guests paid for the inn's properties they destroyed, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Since Duan Lingtian had read about the above cloud pavilion in the Simplicity Celestial Sects library, he was rather knowledgeable about the above cloud pavilion. Just like its name, the above cloud pavilion is situated above the clouds. Duan Lingtian followed the middle-aged man and flew through the clouds. There were islands floating above the clouds that were located in 3 different levels, vertically and on top of one another. Basically, there were 3 levels of 3 clusters of islands. Each level was separated by about 100 meters. The higher the islands, the lesser islands there were. The highest point with the least islands must be the sky courtyards. Duan Lingtian speculated inwardly. When the middle-aged came to halt in front of one of the islands located at the highest point, he said, "My lord, we've arrived at the first sky courtyard." Chapter 3077 50% success rate. Duan Lingtian looked at the island in the air. There was a courtyard built upon it. A plaque hung above the main entrance that read, "First Sky Courtyard." Then, he turned to look at another island and saw a plaque that read, "Green Sky Courtyard." Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze back to the first sky courtyard and called out, "Ling Juyun." As soon as Duan Lingtian called out to Ling Juyun, one of the doors opened, and a gray-clad young man emerged from the room. The gray-clad young man had an aloof expression on his face, and a longsword hung from his waist. His movements were graceful, making him look like an immortal who was not from this world. This young man was none other than Ling Juyun. When Ling Juyun arrived in front of Duan Lingtian, the middle-aged man bade the duo farewell and left them alone. "How long have you been here?" Duan Lingtian asked. 3 days, Ling Juyun replied. Duan Lingtian calculated inwardly. Since he had left the Simplicity Celestial Sect's estate, it had taken him 2 days to arrive at Axe Mountain City. This meant that Ling Juyun had contacted him on the first Ling Juyun had arrived in the city. "Let's enter first." After greeting Duan Lingtian, Ling Juyun flew back into the first sky courtyard. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could see the air above the first sky courtyard rippled when he entered the courtyard. He, naturally, knew Ling Juyun had opened the formation to allow him in. Before entering the first sky courtyard, Duan Lingtian looked down and only saw white clouds. The clouds obscured his vision of the earth courtyards and the human courtyards. He could only see other sky courtyards in his surroundings. Then, he narrowed his eyes and focused his sight before he finally saw vague black dots under the clouds that he assumed to be the earth courtyards. When I was on the ground, I could see the human courtyards, the earth courtyards, and the sky courtyards. Each level seemed to be only separated by 100 meters. However, now that I'm in the sky courtyards level, I can't even see the earth courtyards that are supposed to be only 100 meters lower. This means they must be separated by more than 100 meters. As for the human courtyards, I can't see them at all. After a while, Duan Lingtian figured out why the islands seemed to look like they were only separated by 100 meters. It was due to a formations effect. After entering the courtyard, Duan Ling Tian discovered the ripples in the air above the courtyard had disappeared. With this, the formation protecting the first sky courtyard was closed again. This is the courtyard entrance's jade token to the first sky courtyard, take it with you. When you approach the first sky courtyard, extend your divine consciousness into the token and it'll open the formation surrounding the courtyard, Ling Juyun said as he turned around and handed a jade token to Duan Ling Tian. The words, First Sky Courtyard, were etched on the jade token. Duan Ling Tian saw Ling Juyun had a similar jade token hanging from his waist as well. He knew these jade tokens functioned like those hotel room cards on Earth. After putting away his jade token, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun sat down in a gazebo in front of the courtyard. After they sat down, Duan Ling Tian's divine consciousness sensed Ling Juyun extending his divine consciousness into his jade token. Then, it released an aura. Upon sensing Duan Ling Tian's curious gaze, Ling Juyun promptly explained, the courtyard entrance's jade token doesn't only open and closes the formation around the courtyard, but it can also control the formation to a certain extent. I've just triggered a barrier effect from the formations that will prohibit people from seeing us. All they will see is an empty courtyard. As for how to trigger the different effects of the formation, you'll learn how once you extend your divine consciousness into the jade token. Duan Ling Tian nodded and extended his divine consciousness into his jade token. A series of complicated information flooded his mind. The information was mostly about how to open and close the formation and how to trigger the other effects of the formation. Upon learning about this, Duan Ling Tian could not help but sincerely admire the formation master who created the formation in First Sky Courtyard. After a brief moment, Duan Ling Tian looked at Ling Juyun and said without beating around the bush, previously, you mentioned that we'll meet that person after 3 years and leave the spirit overarching heaven for the Jade Emperor Heaven. Is he meeting us here and taking the transporting formation in Axe Mountain City to the Jade Emperor Heaven? There were 10 more months left before the 3-year period is up. No, Ling Juyun shook his head. We will leave from Axe Mountain City. He and the others will leave from their respective places. The places where they'll depart from have the same transporting formations in Axe Mountain City, they're capable of sending them to the intended destination. Once we arrive in the Jade Emperor Heaven, we can all enter the secret realm he created in his past life, Ling Juyun said. There are 10 more months before our departure. We should prepare ourselves during this time. Although both of us have secret weapons, that person is a reincarnated celestial emperor no matter what. Moreover, we will be entering the secret realm that was created by him. Even if he's nowhere near as strong as he was in his past life, I'm sure he's capable of controlling the secret realm to a certain extent, Duan Ling Tian said. Yes, we have our secret weapons, but that person also has his secret weapon. In fact, I'm sure his secret weapon will give him a big advantage when we enter the secret realm, Ling Juyun said grimly. Duan Ling Tian nodded. This had occurred to him earlier. Therefore, he did not dare to be careless at all. There are many risks entering that place, so we have to reduce as many risks as we can and make preparations during these 10 months, Ling Juyun said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. This was what he had in mind as well. With that, both of them began to make preparations. Meanwhile, in the Murong clan, one of the 3 sects and 2 clans in the profound nether mansion, Murong Xiao, the youngest and most outstanding genius of the Murong clan, was also preparing for the journey to the Jade Emperor Heaven. She wondered out loud, since that person looked for me, he must have looked for Duan Ling Tian and Ling Juyun as well. I wonder if he found anyone else in the profound nether mansion's territories. Based on Murong Xiao's words, it was clear she had also been invited by the reincarnated celestial emperor to the secret realm in the Jade Emperor Heaven as well. However, she was unaware that the person was a reincarnated celestial emperor. She believed he had accidentally found the secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor that only allowed overarching heavenly supreme celestials to enter. When that person came looking for her, they had a duel. Within 30 moves, she had lost to him. Although both of them were peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, comprehended the same number of profundities, and used the same king-grade celestial weapons, she still lost. It was clear he had many combat experiences, unlike anyone she had met. In fact, she even felt that some of the elders in the clan did not have as many combat experiences as him. Therefore, she had a slight suspicion that he was a reincarnated celestial. That person had told her that he was not from any of the profound nether mansion's territories. He had said he had traveled here to recruit people to explore the secret realm he found in the Jade Emperor Heaven. As one of the top 3 participants in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, it was only natural that she would catch his attention. For this reason, she was certain Ling Zhuyun and Duan Ling Tian, who were both ranked 1st and 2nd respectively, had also received an invitation from that person. Apart from the 3 of them, Murong Xiao could not think of any other overarching heavenly supreme celestials who would catch his interest in the profound nether mansion. Indeed, in all of the profound nether mansion's territories, that person had only invited Ling Zhuyun, Duan Ling Tian, and Murong Xiao. The other participants did not meet his qualification at all. In an unknown place in the Jade Emperor Heaven, 10 more months. After 10 months, all of them will gather, a figure muttered to himself with a voice laced with anticipation. He was hovering above a marshland that looked eerie. The sunlight shone through the dense canopy of the trees onto the figure. The figure belonged to a slender and tall young man. I'm sure they have no doubts believing me when I said I accidentally discovered a secret realm left behind by a celestial emperor. Little do they know this is a grand scheme that I've planned from my last life to make the heaven sacrificial divine fruit bear fruits, the young man said with a sinister smile on his face. The success rate of offering a group of ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestials to the heaven sacrificial divine fruit as they fight to their deaths is only 10%. However, in my past life, I found a way to increase the success rate to 50%. All I have to do is gather a group of monstrously strong and talented overarching heavenly supreme celestials and use them as a sacrifice. Finally, I managed to gather a group of extraordinary peak overarching heaven supreme celestials from a few Devata realms. Chapter 3078 Duan Ling Tian and Ling Zhuyun's Battle. Not many people would bother planting the heaven sacrificial divine fruit tree even if they managed to gather enough powerful overarching heavenly supreme celestials to use as a sacrifice. This was because the success rate was only 10%. Therefore, most people would use the tree in different ways rather than make it bear fruits. Naturally, in the Devata realms, there was still a handful of people who were willing to search for ways to raise the success rate. Some of these people were fast to give up, and some were persistent and determined. Alas, none of them managed to find a way to increase the success rate. Zhang Lan was among the rare groups of persistent and determined people. Although he was not a titled celestial emperor, he was still a celestial emperor in his past life. Barring titled celestial emperors, he was stronger than most celestial emperors. It was due to his lacking innate talent and comprehension skills that he failed to become a titled celestial emperor. Therefore, he decided to reincarnate and recultivate all over again. In his past life, after he obtained the seeds of the heaven sacrificial divine fruit, he thoroughly researched it. He was incredibly lucky when he came across an abandoned house near an ancient cave. It was in the ancient house that he discovered the way to increase the rate to 50%. After leaving the abandoned house in the ancient cave, he began to set out his plan before he chose the best time to reincarnate. After his reincarnation, he slowly cultivated until where he was now. The next year would be precisely 100 years since he had planted the seed of heaven sacrificial divine fruit in his past life. When Zhang Lan was 50 years old, he had awakened his past memories and inherited a great fortune from his past life. With his past memories, he had become a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial and comprehended 4 profundities from the law of water, including the water elemental profundity, before reaching the age of 100. Apart from that, he had left behind some powerful celestial talismans and emperor-grade celestial weapons as well. He muttered to himself, the dozen of genius peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials whom I encountered in the other Devata realms are ordinary at best. The strongest among them couldn't even withstand 100 moves from me. He shook his head when he recalled the strength of the peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials whom he had fought with. Moreover, I didn't even use any emperor-grade celestial weapons or celestial talismans. I only used a weapon that was on par with theirs and used the same number of profundities that they had comprehended. If I were to fight with all my might and use the emperor-grade celestial weapon, even if all of them joined forces, they wouldn't be able to kill me. Zhang Lan said arrogantly. As a reincarnated celestial emperor, even without the help of the celestial weapons and celestial talismans that he left behind in his past life, he was still outstanding among his peers. Moreover, his combat experience from his past life gave him an advantage as well. In the Axe Mountain City in the Southern Heaven Territory, one of the profound Nether Mansion's territories, Ling Zhuyun, who had come along with Duan Ling Tian to one of the shops in the main street of Axe Mountain City, could not help but ask, "Didn't you comprehend the law of earth? Why are you buying floating image pearls that contain the recordings of the law of fire?" Can't I comprehend the law of fire as well? Duan Ling Tian said with a faint smile. Be careful not to bite off more than you can chew, Ling Zhuyun said with a slight frown. Although he knew Duan Ling Tian was aware of this, he was still worried Duan Ling Tian might end up regretting switching to comprehending another law. Why, are you jealous that I'm capable of comprehending the law of fire as well? Duan Ling Tian asked jokingly. Then, he suddenly recalled when they were at the Scaling Cloud Lake a few years ago, Ling Zhuyun had threatened him not to mistreat Wanzhi, the soul artifact. After that, the duo promised to have a duel when they met again in the profound Nether Mansion. Why don't we find a place and battle it out? I remember before we parted at the Scaling Cloud Lake, we promised to have a round of battle after entering the profound Nether Mansion. Why don't we bring the battle forward? That's exactly what I was thinking. Ling Zhuyun's eyes glinted immediately. About half an hour later, in a deserted forest and mountain north of Axe Mountain City, Duan Ling Tian and Ling Zhuyun stood across each other in the air. Duan Ling Tian was hovering near the peak of a steep mountain whereas Ling Zhuyun was hovering above the forest. Their robes fluttered from the breeze in the air. Are we going to use our celestial weapons in this battle? Ling Zhuyun asked Duan Ling Tian. No, let's fight barehanded. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. The black armor around his body flashed and disappeared without a trace. He had put away his purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon that had been nurtured by a celestial lord. I agree. A black armor on Ling Zhuyun similar to Duan Ling Tian's flashed before it disappeared as well. The duo's armors were purely defensive king-grade celestial weapons that had been nurtured by celestial lords. They had obtained them in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm. A purely defensive king-grade celestial weapon would automatically protect its user during crucial moments, unlike ordinary king-grade celestial weapon. Therefore, they needed to put it away. Ling Zhuyun did not put away the sword that was hanging from his waist. It was not like he was planning to use it anyway. It did not matter if it hung from his waist if he did not use it. Since we're not celestial weapons, it'll be a fair fight. However, are you sure you want to fight with me? My current strength isn't as simple as what you saw in the lower realm of the Southern Heaven Ancient Realm, Ling Zhuyun said as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Even at that time, I didn't use my full strength. He did not say outright that he was much more powerful now as well after so much time had passed. We're already here, do you think I'll back out? Duan Ling Tian could sense Ling Zhuyun's confidence, but he was not afraid at all. In fact, his battle spirit grew higher. Make your move. As you wish. Ling Zhuyun grunted as his celestial origin energy surged out and turned black immediately. The surroundings were filled with the aura of death. It was so domineering that even Duan Ling Tian felt the pressure. A flame suddenly surged from Duan Ling Tian's body and engulfed him. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian clearly saw Ling Zhuyun's celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the death elemental profundity morphed into a gigantic figure holding a scythe. The aura of death around it was even more terrifying than before. Is this the god of death's silhouette? Duan Ling Tian recalled the information he had read about the law of death from a memory celestial talisman in the Simplicity Celestial Sects library. For some profundities from the law of death, one had to summon the god of death's silhouette in order to cast the profundity. At this moment, the giant figure shrank rapidly before it turned into a streak of black energy that shot into the top of Ling Zhuyun's forehead. In just a blink of an eye, his eyes turned bloodshot, and a black energy began to swirl around his body. Is this the possessed dead profundity? Although Duan Ling Tian had some knowledge about the law of death from the memory celestial talismans, it was his first time witnessing someone casting the possessed dead profundity. Therefore, he was not 100% certain. However, after observing how quickly Ling Zhuyun moved toward him, he confirmed it was the possessed dead profundity. It's really the law of death's possessed dead profundity. The possessed dead profundity was one of the profundities from the law of death. It summoned the god of death's silhouette to merge with its user body, raising one's speed and the power of one's celestial origin energy. It was also one of the two movements profundities from the law of death. It was almost similar to the law of fire's pillaging profundity and the law of wind's gale profundity. Pillaging profundity. With Ling Zhuyun moving swiftly toward him, Duan Ling Tian, who was engulfed in flames, suddenly flashed forward. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.